Hello everyone and welcome to the 2024 Silverstone Festival. This is the biggest motor racing festival in the world. There are 1,000 race entries, there's 20 races, there's 14 grids. If you can't find something that you like here, then you're in the wrong place. But Bryn, you were out all day yesterday seeing things. I mean, we've got an action-packed day ahead, haven't we?
We have, and we're sort of fighting the rain as well, as you can see. We're heroes with umbrellas. But yes, yesterday I was out and about, and it was fairly dry yesterday. It was completely different to today. I wandered around the fan zone. If you've not been to the fan zone yet, there's an amazing Formula One display. There are 5 Mercedes F1 cars from the last 10 years, featuring 2 of Lewis's title-winning cars, and the Brazil-winning car from George Russell back in 2022, which is covered in dirt, so you know it's genuine. It's absolutely fantastic, so make sure you go and check that out. And here today as well, Ed, as you well know, there's quite a lot of F1-focused stuff, including the on-track demonstration and the Senna tribute too. And I spoke to Ayrton Senna's niece yesterday, Lalali. She is absolutely fantastic. She's an artist. She's created these amazing sculptures. You got some images there. That's an iconic picture from 1991 there, isn't it?
Yeah, Senna is really synonymous with Silverstone. He won so many races here. Of course, he only won 1 Grand Prix in 1988, but he won so many feeder series races. He won Formula 4 2000 and all of his cars. It's the biggest collection of Ayrton Senna cars ever brought together in one place. So it's absolutely fantastic. If you have a moment, get down to the wing, and they're all lined up for his Formula 4 2000 through that famous Formula 3 car where he battled the 1983 title with Martin Brundle, and all his McLarens. There's Lotuses, there's Tolmans. I mean, you've got to go and see it. And of course, we've got a special Senna demonstration later today. But really, we've got to talk about the racing because it is going to be exciting.
Yeah, and they're starting to form up behind us here. It's a bit of a slow form this morning, isn't it? I think everyone's
no
a
one
bit
wants
reluctant.
to sit in the rain.
Exactly right. They're always thinking I'll come in for the very last second. But just talking about the Senna moment, by the way, if you pop over to the Silverstone Museum, you will see the sculptures that Lalali has made. It's well worth seeing that fantastic collection just there. Yeah, cars forming up behind. I know you're going to be speaking to the drivers and getting to grips with it. Shall I run through the order for you?
Yeah,
Shall I do that while you
let us know what we've got coming up.
Go on, then let's have a look at the order today then, because as Ed's saying, the race is coming thick and fast. Kicking off this morning, 9 o'clock with the historic Formula Junior, then going on to the F2 Classic Inter-Series at 9:40. The Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars at 10:20. F3 Classic Inter-Series at 11:30, the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Sterling Moss Trophy at 12:10, and the Anniversary and Car Club Parades at 1:10. Then we have a little break. Well, we do, they don't, we do. And then this afternoon, we head over to the other side, to the wing, for the Masters Racing Legends Formula 1 66 to 85 at 2 o'clock, the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars at 2:20, the Masters GT Trophy at 3:20, Modern F1 Demo, as we were saying, at 4:30, and that amazing Ayrton Senna tribute demo at 4:40. Thick and fast they'll be coming. And the Masters Endurance Legends at 5:10. And finishing the day 6:10 with the Masters Sports Car Legends. That's the schedule for today. There's a lot to see out on track, as you're saying. It's thick and fast, isn't it? And you're going to be speaking to a lot of drivers throughout this wet and wintry summer's day we have.
Yes, it's a British summer. It's a proper summer.
That's right.
Look, why don't you follow me? Let's go and talk to some drivers. Bryn, thank you. Enjoy your day. I'll see you in a little bit.
Catch you later.
Follow me. And so there's 2 types of drivers in the wet. There's drivers that love the wet and drivers that don't like the wet. It's a wonderful kind of performance leveler, and really talent can get you so much further than that extra 5 brake horsepower or anything like that. So we've only got 1 car on the front row at the moment. That's Michael O'Brien. We've got Callum Grant here getting plugged in. So what I'm going to do is try and grab Callum, and we'll see what we can get. He's just getting comfortable. He's obviously wearing his hands device. Belts need to go over that. That stops your head whipping forwards if you do have a crash. Right, Callum, I'm sorry to jump in. A very, very different day today from yesterday in dry qualifying.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. A lot of standing water. We'll just have to see how it goes. To be honest, I think it'll be run behind the safety car. I don't think we'll actually get to race, but hopefully we do.
Right, well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Let's head on down. Horatio Fitzsimon here, maybe getting some last-minute bits of advice. Someone's got a warm coffee. I'm sorry, guys. Do you mind if I jump in? Sorry. Horatio, you've been very successful here in the past, but it's a different matter in the wet, isn't it?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be Silverstone in August without a bit of rain, would it? What an amazing difference. Last weekend I was racing at Laguna Seca and it was summer weather, you know, and you have to expect it here, even though every year it's quite warm.
And have you driven around here in the wet quite a lot, or is this a new experience?
Well, my first time here was when I was probably a baby in my parents' arms. I was born just down the road from here, so this isn't my first time here on the road, I'll admit.
Excellent. Well, look, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, we've got quite a few cars forming up now, so let's see if we can get, just before, follow me, and we'll see if we can get, speak to Michael on the front row. So these Formula Juniors, this was, one of the feeder series up into the higher echelons of the sport. It's up into Formula 2 and Formula 1. It was launched in Italy, but it was so popular and so successful that it went all over the world. I think there were kind of races every single week on every continent. Hugely popular series, lots of different chassis, lots of different engine makers, and they then soon became Formula 3 and sort of more of a kind of format that we know today. But these Formula Juniors, as you can see from the grid, it's an enormous grid, it's so popular, and the racing is fantastic. There's lots of slipstreaming, there's no aerodynamics, they're very underpowered compared to some other cars. I think I can actually almost get rid of that in here. And the racing is fantastic. These guys race together on a weekly basis. Michael, you've got the best spot in the house because you're undercover and you're on the front row.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the front row yesterday is a bit of a bonus right now. It's soon going to change when we go out onto the track, but yeah, I think we're just going to give it a go, see what the conditions are like. Obviously, it looks like there's a lot of standing water, but we can only give it a go, and then if it's too dangerous, then take action from there. But yeah, ready to go, warm at the moment, and ready to get wet.
How important is it to stay in front at the start so that you haven't got all that spray?
Yeah, I think that would be really important. Obviously, these cars being open cockpit as well, you do get hit with a lot of water. So as you know as well as I do, clear visibility is key. So being at the sharp end is good for that, and yeah, means you don't get your visor doesn't get as covered in water and oil and whatever. So yeah, it should be a good place to be.
Michael, best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, look, come with me, and we're still waiting for quite a few cars. You see, got an expansive tarmac that's going to be filled with cars in a bit. So we'll take a pause down here in the assembly area, and we'll see you in a bit.
Historic Formula Junior celebrates the open wheel category that became the launchpad for future Formula 1 stars like Jim Clark, who would go on to win 2 top-tier world championships after cutting his teeth in the juniors. Keep your eye out for the rear-engined Lotus 22s, a car Peter Arundel raced to the 1962 Formula Junior Championship. Also on show, you'll see the Brabham BT6, driven by the likes of future F1 world champion Denny Hulme in 1963. Time to enjoy the roar of the young lions.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to a very damp Silverstone. It wouldn't be, as we just heard, Silverstone in August if we didn't have beautiful sunshine yesterday and rain today. Martin Haven, and delighted to be alongside once more Alistair Douglas. And Alistair, everybody who's been to Silverstone as a fan, a driver, a mechanic, or anything else, particularly the marshals, know this place in all weathers. And it looks like today we might get a little bit of all weathers. The rain is forecast to sort of be here most of the morning, so that's going to change a little bit the format of how the races are started.
Yes, we understand that the cars will get what we call 2 green flag laps rather than the 1, although those starting from the national pits, the heritage pits here between Woodcote and Copse, only get 3/4 of a lap to the start line, so they'll get 1 3/4, which is very sensible in these very wet conditions. Each driver will be looking for the puddles.
Yeah, well, they were looking for puddles yesterday morning. It had rained overnight Thursday into Friday. It was a little bit damp. It's more than a little bit damp. There you can see one of the De Silvas, that's Timothy De Silva in his Brabham. Very late to the party, Sam Harrison in the gold Renmax, this unique one-off car, literally unique, as opposed to just quite rare. Away from the track, there is so much to do that you'd be forgiven for not seeing a lot of racing. And the Foodie Fest, again, will be in full flow. Our Bake Off winner 2021, Giuseppe Dall'Anno, will be giving live demonstrations in the kitchen around lunchtime. There are taster sessions as well. I'm liking the cheese one. Oh, followed by a wine one. There we go. You'd be, again, not at all disappointed to head inside to see what our chefs are doing and what the tasting sessions are doing. And that is just one of the feature areas around the inside of the Silverstone circuit. Those of you who know the festival will know that there are so many car clubs and so many other groups on display here. But the live action continues on the stage throughout the day. The West End kids will be hoofing it in the rain. Mike and Elvis's car clinics will be regular features during the course of the day, and as well as the music and song and dance from the kids. This afternoon, after the pit stop sessions, the stage will bust out live with Cassie Jackson kicking off the action at 5:45, Somebody's Child at 6:45, and tonight's headline act, fresh from the year 3000, Busted Are Back. And by that stage, we should have a beautiful evening in prospect. Sunday is expected to be dry as well. But again, some of these drivers will be taking a wet Silverstone, certainly for the first time this week, but possibly not with that much experience. They race again first thing tomorrow morning. This is our double espresso with an extra shot to get us up and ready. Formula Junior, they might be small cars, but these are very, very closely contested races. The power is very close with all of these 1000cc or 1100cc engines. And as you can see, all of these cars look like miniature Grand Prix cars. It's the classic 1960s cigar shape, and that's because effectively they are. Formula One, when Formula Junior was around, was a 1.5 litre category. These cars were 1100s, so only 400cc and probably about 65 horsepower less than a Grand Prix car. And in many cases, a car like the Lotus 22, the same chassis, but with a different size engine, would be a Grand Prix car. So these aren't just like miniature Grand Prix cars, they actually are Grand Prix cars, but just with smaller engines. So we've got a variety of manufacturers on the grid who would become very well-known names. Lotus, Brabham, Lola, Cooper, who of course really led the rear-engined revolution. But when Formula Junior began, Formula One cars predominantly were still front-engined, and some of the Formula Junior cars were also front-engined in the earlier days. And that's where some of the smaller manufacturers that you never hear of again, like Stangalini, made their name. Further back, you can see car number 32. That's the U2 Mark II of Ray Mallock, a car designed by his father, Sir Arthur Mallock, Major Arthur Mallock. Ray... Big Ray will be driving that. He must have been rubbing his hands with glee this morning, because that car, as you can see, car number 32 there, a little less obviously aerodynamic than the Brabham in front of it, but that car with great traction. So he'll be looking to use his age and guile against some of the younger drivers in their slightly younger machines. There on the other side, you can see one of the front engine cars, a very different looking machine to the Brabham in front of it. The Brabham with the hump behind covering the engine, but you can see the long nose there on the red front engine car. That's the Elva of Chris Besley, Charlie Besley. And again, Elva kind of disappeared from front-running car manufacture, customer car manufacture at the end of the 60s. But there you go. There's the front-engined A-Series single Weber carburettor in front of the driver. And, of course, the transmission is at the rear. It's not a front-wheel drive car, so he's driving the rear axle, which is inches behind the driver's backside. So the prop shaft has to go somewhere. It goes underneath the driver, or in some cars, alongside the driver. And, Alice, that means that the driver is sitting twice as high up off the road as any of the men in these rear-engine cars, the mid-engine cars, and so the centre of gravity is much higher. It's just not as dynamic a car.
That's right, yes, and as you said earlier, this was the period at which the Formula One cars were moving from front to rear-engined, and remarkably, the first win for a Formula One car was in 1957 with a rear engine, yet Ferrari was still building front-engine Grand Prix cars in 1960, and a similar sort of mirror was happening in Formula Junior, because the Formula Junior manufacturers were taking their lead from the Grand Prix cars. So we've got the same move from front to rear-engined.
Yeah, and the front engine manufacturers couldn't hold out. I mean, Ferrari clung on as long as they could. And in our pre-66 Grand Prix car race that we'll see later on, you've got that same mix. You've got the front engine Ferraris, the Maserati 250Fs, but they're just going to be wiped out by the Lotuses, the Coopers, the Brabham, and everything else. Exactly mirroring what will happen in this Formula Junior race, is that the front engine cars, and Malak is one of those as well, are likely to really struggle here. When traction is at a premium, having a high centre of gravity, and again, look at the back of the Elva, look at the height of the driver. The driver's elbows in the Elva are at sort of head height for somebody in a Lotus of the same period, or a year or two newer. So it's a fairly basic car, as they all are, made to be as light as possible, because of course more power doesn't really help you if you've got a lot of extra weight, and there was no more power available. Well, cars heading out, and again, as we are expecting to see them do 2 formation laps, just so everybody gets one sight of the puddles, where the rivers of water are across the Silverstone circuit, and basically an idea of how little grip there is available. They're all on treaded Dunlop tyres. That's what they would have raced on in period. They still do, but it does mean that they're going to need to know where they can find grip. Cars heading out behind the SWB for our formation laps, and a change to the front of the grid. Car that qualified 4th, Sam Wilson, has had to withdraw, so Alex Ames and Michael O'Brien on row 1. Sam Harrison still 3rd in the gold Renmax, but Andrew Hibbard and everybody behind ratchets up 1 spot. So Andrew Hibbard now on row 2 of the grid, ahead of Callum Grant and Tim De Silva. Then Horatio Fitzsimon, look for him in that pale yellow Brabham, likely to be one of our front runners. Stuart Roach and Peter Delaroche. Again, anybody in these conditions who's got good knowledge and confidence can make a big difference. If you're a little bit trepidatious of the weather, that might not help. Front engine cars, Charlie Besley in the Elva, just out qualified Big Ray in the Malak. And not sure that either of them are going to be finishing outside the top 20. This is really going to possibly level out the field a little bit. But again, the better dynamics of a mid-engine car should help the mid-engine drivers ease away from the front-engine drivers, all other things being equal. That's certainly the way it works out in qualifying. A little bit further down the order, you can see some names from the past. Osper, Deep Sanderson, Gemini, Assegai. I mean, there are lots and lots of, not Assegai, lots and lots of manufacturers who are building cars in this period for Formula Junior that never really progressed any further. You don't get too many Alexis. They started building Formula Ford cars. Stangolini, really, the Enis sort of disappeared at the end of the Formula Junior period. Never really made it through into the mid-engined era. Well, there is the fabulous RML SWB, the evocation of the short wheelbase Ferrari. Red flags. I'm assuming that's because it is a... Now, normally you'd have green flags on a green flag lap. Why are we seeing red flags at the start-finish line?
That isn't normal, is it?
No.
Despite the fact we're having an extra green flag lap, that's what it is, a green flag lap. So that suggests that something has happened. Clerk of the course isn't happy to release the cars for the race.
Well, that's very disappointing that they've released them and they haven't even done half a formation lap and we're seeing red flags. I'm afraid we're not in direct communication with the clerk of the course, and our only indication as to what's happening might be if and when the safety car leads them past our pit lane. The commentary position here is above the historic old Formula 1 pit lane, And by old, I mean the one that I started at. when I was still the boy Haven, working here at Silverstone, doing the interviews and presentations.
There was an earlier pit lane, which
There
was very much a
That's when you were the boy.
that was before me as well. No, sort of. 1948, when the circuit opened for racing, and the first Grand Prix took place pre the World Championship, which didn't start till 1950. But the pits actually was between Abbey and Woodcote, which is the area that is used for displays these days.
Yeah.
That part of the track not used.
Right.
Cars are coming into the pit lane.
Well, that is a shame. It didn't seem to be raining very much more heavily when I stuck my head out of the booth at 1:45, and the safety cars had been going round for a while, so there would have been reports back to the race control at that stage. It was about 20-25 minutes before we were due to send the cars out. It was a very, very quick decision. I mean, they hadn't even got to the start-finish line at the wing, and already the red flags were thrown. So, not sure quite what precipitated that. Just under where the cars are, you can see a little promontory sticking out. And if we hadn't covered our windows to stop the glare of the sun on the screens, we could wave to you. In fact, we might just wait. Oh, there you go. See, waving. That's where the commentary position is. So we get a great view of what's happening in this pit lane, the Heritage pit lane, and this will be used all morning today. Race control just a little further up the pit lane, so we can see them. What we don't know is what they're thinking.
Well, I'm checking the static circuit cameras which we have access to, and I can't see anything on track that would suggest no marshals running to help a driver stuck somewhere. So I think we must conclude that it's simply the conditions.
Well,
but it's no worse than it was half an hour ago.
No, and they didn't even give them a couple of formation laps and start them behind a safety car, which I might have thought. Take a look there at car number 3. Now, that's a front-engine car. Justin Fleming in that blue car with the blue noseband. That's another way of working out how to get drive from in front of the driver to the axle behind the driver. Basically, you shove the driver over to one side and you run a prop shaft diagonally past him, at least hopefully past him. And again, you'll see that a lot in Indy Roadsters of the period, front-engine Roadsters with the Offenhauser engines. They always had an offset driver now because they were always turning left the whole time. Just had to picture in my mind whether Indianapolis was clockwise or anti-clockwise. It's early. I'm only halfway through my first coffee. But that wasn't so much of an issue. But when you're trying to turn left and right, and a lot of the time, obviously, in this period, on road circuits, not necessarily permanent racetracks like this, you'd be at, places like Rennes or whatever, Albi in Europe, on road circuits, then actually having the driver permanently on one side is not necessarily ideal. So there were all sorts of benefits, dynamic benefits, packaging benefits, aerodynamic benefits, and driver benefits of having all the grubby bits behind you, not the least of which was prop shafts aren't going to let go and whip your legs off. So the rear engine revolution had so much going for it, and yet it was still resisted. As you talked about, some of the big car manufacturers, 3 or 4 years after the writing was on the wall, clearly didn't want to go that way. Well, if anybody is going to find out what on earth is going on, it'll be a man who is more at home in summer weather like this than any of us, Scotland's own Ed Foster.
Yes, well, we have very Scottish weather down here in the pit lane. And we've got all of the Formula Juniors lined up. I am going to try and find out what's going on. We think it's probably a little bit too wet. Let's just talk a little bit about wet driving. So to give you an idea of what it's like to race on these historic Dunlop tyres in the wet, it's almost like driving on ice. You'll turn in, there's no grip, there's understeer, then you get oversteer, understeer, oversteer, and it's all about being super, super smooth. And as I said earlier, you get some drivers who are just brilliant at it, and you've got to find the right lines. So the normal racing line gets a bit polished. So in the wet, the racing line in the dry is really slippy. So you have to avoid it at all costs. Let's see what we can find. We've got Charlie here, which Martin was talking about him a little bit earlier. Let's see what Charlie's been up to. Hi guys, how are we doing? Charlie, it's obviously pretty wet out there. What's it like out on circuit?
It's bad, obviously. It's not horrendously bad, but I understand for safety reasons why if we stop it, we stop it. But it's wet. It's wet.
And is there quite a lot of standing water?
There's a fair bit, yes. There's a fair bit, but we've got quite skinny tyres, so in a bigger car with bigger tyres, it'll be a serious problem. But look, it's a safety thing. I understand it. Fine. It's all right.
Cheers, Charlie. Right, let's. We've got cars moving, so let's get out of the way so that we don't get run over, because that would be a little bit embarrassing. So, what I want to try and show you, if we can just have a look at some of the tyres. So, on these tyres, there's a small amount of tread. So that tread needs to cut through the water and get to the tarmac. So the water gets into those little grooves and then gets thrown out. So if there is too much water for those grooves to cope with, you aquaplane, which is the most horrible experience. Some of you will have done it on the road, but when you're aquaplaning, you are literally just a passenger. I'm going to avoid Ray Mallock. He's a pretty good driver, so he should be all right. All these cars are leaving the pit lane at the moment, so let's go and see what Bryn's up to.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ed. We've got cars moving, as you say, all the way down here. Richard, just give us an idea of the conditions when you were out there a few moments ago.
Very bad. I've raced here in the rain before, but this is very bad. There's some puddles. You really can't see once you get moving. You're driving blind, really. Yeah.
So fairly relieved to be coming back in then for a bit. Fairly happy about this.
Yes, I think it looks as though they're cancelling it, aren't they? I think it's the right decision. It's just too dangerous. Yeah.
Go and get focused. Thanks, Richard. Cheers.
Well, there you go. There's a view from an experienced competitor a little bit further back in the pack, and obviously, Alistair, when you're right at the front and there's not a wall of water, not a lot of spray in front of you, you think, oh, okay, well, this is sort of survivable, but it's a 50-car field. And if you're starting in the 20s or the 30s, never mind the 40s or the 50s, you're thinking, I have no idea what's happening in front of me. We saw the sweeper out earlier trying to clear some of the water away. Obviously, Silverstone, based on a former RAF airbase, it's flat, it's wide open, and it is very level. So the water doesn't, we're not Spa, it doesn't tend to run down hills into valleys and then drain away. And as the drizzle continues, I mean, it's not heavy rain, it's not absolutely pelting, but for these tiny cars, and it is a massive grid, and it is always really, really close racing.
Indeed.
Perhaps that's the right decision, just to say, OK, we're not going to send you out today.
Yeah, apart from the geographical location of Silverstone on the top of a plateau exposed to the weather, and we get weather up here that doesn't appear anywhere else in the country on that day. The way a racing circuit is tarmacked is rather different to a road that you're perhaps used to driving on. Most roads have quite a prominent crown in the middle of them, so the water runs to the side into the gullies and drains, and even a small amount of a crown will help to move the water, but racing circuits can't be tarmac like that, because the cars with the very wide tyres, particularly in Grand Prix racing and other forms of racing we'll see today, they would be all over the place because the tyres would be pulling the cars one side and the other. So the racing circuits are built flat, and therefore there has to be a lot of attention to the drainage. And it's not that there are no drains or that the circuit operators haven't thought about how the water can be moved, but essentially it's so wet that, as you can see there with the tractor with the front brush on, the water will pool in certain places, but all around the track, off the edge of the circuit, will be drains and pipes taking the water away. But there's a point at which it can't do it.
And that's the key, is that they have to be away from the edge of the circuit, because when you've got cars and especially motorcycles, you can't just have a storm drain, because things fall in it and you have cataclysmic accidents as a result. So you do have to wait sort of for the weather to abate a little bit. Yesterday it started out with a slightly damp, well, pretty much damp track, but it was damp, not lots of water on it like there is now. And there was a decent wind. Today, barely a breath. You can see in the background of the shot there's a flag, and that's sort of barely moving. So it is a fairly still morning. And the rain, I'm afraid, has meant that we are now down to one Formula Junior race, potentially, so that will be tomorrow. So not quite sure what happened to Sam Wilson's Cooper. Sam, one of the stars of, always one of the stars of Formula Junior racing, had qualified in 4th place, was right up there among the front runners, but had to withdraw this morning. So they hurriedly had to shuffle the grid. And I'm afraid, unfortunately, all to no avail. But for Sam, there's a chance, again, what there always was, to fix whatever it was before tomorrow. And these cars are fairly straightforward. Even if there's an engine issue, it may not be necessarily out of the question that it will run again. One of the cars we just saw being pushed away, the silver car, was of Chris Wilkes, car number 40, a Deep Sanderson. Again, one of the very, very rare cars, even in Formula Junior terms. Deep Sanderson also raced very briefly at Le Mans, but a manufacturer whose name barely registers, I think, with anybody these days.
Do you know where the name came from?
I have no clue.
Well, it was Chris Lawrence who designed and built the Deep Sandersons. He also built special bodies for Morgans and Triumphs as well. But his father's favourite jazz tune was Deep Henderson.
All right.
I must admit, despite my father being a great jazz fan, I'm not familiar with that one, but Deep Henderson. And his mother's maiden name was Sanderson.
Right,
so
there
he
we
came
go.
up with Deep Sanderson. Now you know.
Yes, and people are probably more aware of his work with Morgan's Lawrence tune rather than the Deep Sanderson relationship, certainly.
Actually drove at Le Mans, didn't he?
I didn't know he did indeed.
Yeah.
He did indeed. Yeah, very prolific competitor. Okay, so no Formula Junior race, so we are now in a slight holding pattern. Our next outing is due to be for classic Formula 2 cars. Now, they would traditionally be wings and slicks cars, so that would be wings and wets, and the weather may well decide whether or not those cars are able to go out and race or not. But we will have a brief pause in the commentary for a moment.
Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? Never mind, we're not here for my beanbag prowess. We're here to find out about pure Michigan and visit Detroit. When you think of Detroit, you think of Motor City and Motown, and Michigan itself, well, what a state it is too. And to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Yolanda Fletcher here. Great to see you.
Oh, lovely to see you too. We're absolutely thrilled to be here.
Why are you here then? Why have you come to the Silverstone Festival?
Well, it's the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang was built in Detroit. So we are here to celebrate that with all those Mustang owners and all the good people coming through the show over the next 3 days.
And the big race as well, the icing on the very top of a very, very nice cake as well. Now, mention Detroit synonymous with Motor City, with Mustang, as you say, and what a beautiful Mustang you've got here on your stand, but also Motown too. What is it that is so amazing? It's very hard for you to answer this. So amazing about Michigan itself.
Oh, there's really so much, and but we love the fact that we're the birthplace of Motown music. Everyone can go to the original recording studio and see where those big stars, you know, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, all recorded in that original place. So it's pretty cool to see that. But also going to the Henry Ford Museum, it will take you 2.5 days to go around the whole museum. You can also see where the Ford F-150 truck is made. So it's really, really a lot to do. And then you can go up the side of the lake of Lake Michigan and go up to Traverse City, sip some wine and enjoy lots of cherries, that we are the biggest cherry supplier in the USA.
Sold it to me. There you go. So Motor City, this is very much just scratching the surface. Yolanda, thank you very much indeed. If you come down to the Silverstone Festival, make sure you come to the stand, because you can enter yourself into a competition for 2 people to go off to Michigan itself. Good luck.
Yeah, we did mention the colours.
Well, welcome back to Silverstone on a wet Saturday in August. It is leaden skies overhead, and I'm afraid they are still depositing rain on the circuit. It's not heavy, but it is fairly consistent. Under his umbrella, but doing sterling work in the collecting area, is our Ed Foster.
Well, we found a bit of dry. We're in the garages, surrounded by Formula Juniors and a lot of drivers twiddling their thumbs, waiting to go out. So let me just explain to you what the problem is. So I'm going to squeeze in here. I'm going to come and speak to Duncan in a second, and we're going to try and find on a car. Here we go. This is the rain light that you have on all race cars, just here, and that shines. It's pretty bright red. But if you imagine going down the motorway 40, 50 metres back from the car in front in the pouring rain, you can't see much. So imagine that's the only light you're following, and there's, say, 60 cars on the grid, and you're all within a few feet of each other. So that is the problem. Let's meander our way around here. I want to speak to Duncan Rebaliati, who is really one of the key people at putting this grid together. Duncan, I'm sorry, I'm going to come and doorstep you. Obviously, visibility isn't perfect.
Well, it may not be perfect, but if Formula Juniors raced at Spa 2 years ago, I mean, conditions were about 4 times as bad as this. It was the most wonderful race. My real chance of actually getting somewhere. So I was really disappointed.
I was saying earlier that there are 2 types of drivers, some that love the wet and some that don't. I take it you're in the former category.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, poor Alexis, he struggles in the drive, particularly here. But on the wet, no, I mean, I have a real chance to, overtaking Class E cars in the wet is just a dream, and I love it.
Now, Duncan, I mean, you know all these cars so well. Just give us a couple of highlights of some of the rarer cars, because there's such an amazing breadth of Formula Juniors here.
Well, I mean, just looking here, there's the Auspa T3. That's Steve Uberoff's car. I mean, a wonderful. There's only 3 of those in the world, and competition cars from Australia, made in 247 Goldhawk Road, Shepherd's Bush, by Tom Hawkes, who was an Australian. In the other garage, we got the unique Deep Sanderson 104, which is one of Chris Lawrence's creations. Some very strange suspension, but it now seems to work at last. Yes. We got the Stangolini somewhere here, the blue one. Lovely to have Italian cars. The Britannia, John Tajaro designed Britannia. Britannia cars made 2 or 3 of those, and then, of course, in the 60s, those sort of companies went bust, but John Tajaro was the designer, and then he rescued 2 or 3 more of the chassis and made a few more Tajaro ones. The Gemini, made in Shepherd's Bush, checkered flag by Graham Warner, lovely cars.
It must be, when you're looking down the grid, it must be such a wonderful sight seeing so many Formula Juniors on the grid. It's such a popular category now.
Yeah, I mean, we had 52 cars here. We started 50. I mean, that's pretty good. The biggest grid of the weekend. We're at Spa in 2 or 3 weeks' time. Got over 40 cars there. I mean, that's going to be wonderful. We're not a good with this year because the 500s are there, but we'll be good with next year, I hope.
Fantastic. Look, Duncan,
around the world, we're about to start the Jubilee year in 2026, and we'll be going to Australia, America, Canada, South Africa, and all around Europe over the 3 next years. So, yeah, come and join Formula Junior and race anywhere in the world and have real fun. It's the camaraderie that wins.
Fantastic, Duncan, thank you. Henry, I'm going to ask you to do a very precarious backing up between 2 Formula Juniors. There's a tie, well done. Let's, Horatio we chatted to in the assembly area, but Horatio, we were just talking to Duncan. He said that it was wet, but no wetter than Spa a couple of years ago.
Oh, I can't speak for Spa a couple of years ago, but to me it's a wet race. I think we should be allowed to race. You know, the spray I can understand, but we are behind the safety car and we're driving up each other's gearboxes. I don't think it's too bad, and if you look outside, it's only going to get worse. So, I mean, if they're going to halt the whole day's racing, I don't think they can really do that. I don't think it's too dangerous. I think the conditions are okay. It's just a wet race.
There's a sort of, I suppose there's a difference between standing water and spray. I take it the standing water isn't actually too bad out there.
Silverstone has the characteristic of holding water, but when we're on circuit, it will dissipate and we'll be able to clear it a lot quicker. There are still dry patches all the way around, which is why I don't think it's too bad.
Great, well, look, best of luck when it starts. Let's squeeze around here. We've got some more drivers here. Let's I'm going to come in. Peter, it was a bit of a kind of a wake-up call that morning lap. What's the visibility like?
0. I mean, in a way, just 0. And the problem is twofold: standing water, all right, no line at all that you can catch, and if certainly in a single file lap, around a safety car, the guy in front of you, the spray's coming off, and it's hard to see. So you've got visibility problem, standing water. Yeah, we could race, but the problem also is with these cars, you'll have 4 or 5 cars going off every lap, right? Because guys will accelerate a little too quickly or whatever, and then they have to put marshals out on the track, and they'll stop it anyway. So you're kind of caught with the bad weather.
Look, which is your car? Is it? Sorry, up there. This one. Oh, right. Do you know what? I noticed you've obviously got a really good pit crew because it came in and it's been dried already.
I think it went to the bespoke car wash. I just turned around and I said, "What did you guys do?" I also asked them if they want to go clean my Porsche, which is in the BRDC parking lot. So now, they could do that if they want to. They just cleaned it off. I mean,
this is a front-engine car, and the problem you always have with a front-engine car with rear-wheel drive and a single-seater is you've got the gearbox, so you've got to get the drive back to the rear axle. So it's an offset driving position, isn't it?
It is, but I have to say, and I get asked this a lot, when you're racing, you don't notice it. The offset, from appearances, looks like it could be a complication, but it's not, because you're looking forward at the racetrack. And
hopefully.
Yes. The real problem in the wet with these cars is you put the power down too quick, and you have no traction in the rear wheels. With a rear engine car, you've got a little more weight in the rear, so you can catch it, but these you don't. You just spin.
Peter, thank you. We'll see in a bit. Hello.
Now you can talk to the real driver.
So I think there's 2 schools of thought. One is it's okay to race. One, it's not. Where are you sitting?
I think that it's down to the participants. If you don't want to go out in the rain, then don't do it. And in the same way, if you're worried about health and safety, don't get into racing a single-seater racing car in the first place. So we were told we were going to have from these pits edge, you have a lap and a half. We were then told we would start under safety car conditions in single file for 2 laps, and that would have given people enough information as to whether or not to go on. But I think it should be down to the drivers.
No, fair enough. Is this your car here? Why don't we have we look at it? So we were just talking about front engine, rear engines.
That's my son's car there.
Right, which is front engine. So do you find in the wet the rear engine car is the car to have because you've got the weight over the rear axle? No. It's classic racing drivers. Everyone says each other's cars is better.
I own both the cars and I've driven both of them. But a front engine car in the wet, you have the pendulum effect. It's much more benign and much easier to control.
Fantastic. Well, look, thank you so much. Let's go and see what Bryn's been up to.
I'm right next door to you, in a different garage next door to you, and I'm just having a little look around. And first of all, what a splendid array of Formula Junior cars there are, and this one here is particularly stunning. And it's Chris Wilkes that's driving it. What can you tell us, first of all, about the car we're looking at, this Deep Sanderson here?
Thank you. Yeah, this is the Deep Sanderson. It's the only one that exists. Built in 1960 by a gentleman called Chris Lawrence. Now, Chris Lawrence was most famous for winning the 2-litre class at the 62 Le Mans in a Morgan, TOK 258, which is a very famous car. But before that, he was building Formula Juniors, and in fact, built 3 chassis before this based on a VW Beetle suspension setup. Those no longer exist, so this is the only car that he built that still exists, and it's called the Deep Sanderson. The history, I think, is that it was named after the Sanderson was his sponsor, and Deep was a pre-war jazz tune, so it was a Deep Henderson, I think, or something or other. Anyway, so this car is really quite famous because it's got a really quite odd suspension setup. So it's loosely based on semi-trailing arms, which is VW Beetle, but canted inwards. And Chris Lawrence was hunting for the Holy Grail, which is a roll center which stays stationary. And this car promises to deliver, but that introduces 1 or 2 other odd geometrical effects, like wheelbase changes, which vary from side to side as you corner. So interesting. Beautiful car, all unpainted aluminium, as you can see. That's my sort of a secret weapon, it's dazzle the opposition as I go by. It's got a Ford engine, VW Beetle gearbox, And 1960 was the advent of the change from the front engine cars, racing cars that we know and love from the 50s, the Maserati 250F. The Stanguolini next door is based loosely, the shape is very reminiscent of the 250F. And then Lotus and Cooper came into Formula Junior in 1960, and they'd been building Formula 3 cars with a 500cc motorcycle engine. And because they were unitary unit, so engine, gearbox and transaxle all in one unit, naturally they put them at the rear of the car. So naturally when they entered Formula Junior, they put the engine in the back of the car. And that really overnight made quite a difference to the performance. And the front engine cars really from that moment onwards were outpaced by the rear engine cars. But of course in 1960 the disc brake hadn't been invented, so this has got drum brakes all round, still wet sump and points ignition. And by the time you get to 62 and 63, we've got disc brakes, we've got dry sump, we've got electronic ignition, and some of the cars in this garage are really quite considerably quicker because of that. So this is really the transition era.
Tell us what it's like, very briefly, to drive this, though, out on track. Not just at a wet Silverstone track as it is today, but any circuit. What's the visceral experience like?
Oh, it's hard to explain. You're very low to the ground for a start. So, quite frankly, a rump is only about 4 inches off the ground. And the suspension setup on all of these cars is quite hard. So you really do feel every single bump through your back, through your spine, which is that whole driving by the seat of your pants experience. We're unsilenced this weekend, so you've got a lot of aural impact as well, so the whole thing is quite, a lot of vibration, a lot of noise, and then of course you're peering out through a visor, quite low to the ground, and it's that incredible single seat experience of everything happens, everything's quite quick. And these cars, people always ask how quick are these cars. Well, they might top out at 130, 135 miles an hour. They're not that quick in a straight line, but it's the way they go around corners which makes the difference. And, these cars, properly set up, will embarrass in lap times on a twisty circuit, the Grand Prix cars, because they corner so incredibly well. We have a weight limit of 400 kilograms for the car, so you can see they're really very light.
It's absolutely fascinating to hear about the car and hear your experience of driving them. But let's remind ourselves very quickly, shall we, of what happened in a very different set of circumstances here at Silverstone yesterday in qualifying when it was sunny.
Qualifying underway at the Silverstone Festival. The first day of action here Friday on a clearing but still slightly damp Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And it is Formula Junior who are first out. The gold number 44 car of Samuel Harrison, the Renmax. Unique in this field, one of a handful of small manufacturers who made their name in Formula Junior. A number of whom disappeared straight afterwards, but he is already out there. Everybody out just trying to find some grip. And this first lap out, a sighting lap, won't see any quick laps produced, but as you can see from the time on the side, this is only an 18-minute session. See in the shadows there of the pit wall that it's quite damp up by the pit wall, but the rest of the track, actually, Alistair Douglas, is looking pretty dry.
Yes, and I think looking at the drivers, the way they're approaching the corners, they're really looking for where there might be any wet patches, and there'll be certain sections of the track that have had full sun, and it's been quite breezy as well, quite a warm breeze. Oh, we've got one car off already, but parts of the track will be wet.
Jeremy Flynn's Lotus has, it would seem, either lost his brakes or found a very wet patch. Is that down at the end of the Vale? Not quite sure where he has gone off. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Oh, that's absolute sea of gravel. It's not down here at Luffield, is it? No, it's not. My gravel track recognition might need a little bit of brushing up.
Well, being as we've got a green flag in front of us, you're probably right, it's Luffield.
So waiting for a few laps to come in, identifying Stuart Monument there in his Lotus 18, and that in the colours of Rob Walker. So the Lotus 18 was one of the popular Lotus Formula Junior, and the 1821 also became a Grand Prix car. And Stirling Moss famously winning, of course, the Monaco Grand Prix with a car very similar in appearance to that, but with the side panels removed because it was a lot cooler that way. And again, you can see on some parts of the track, very, very wet. It is very wet in the pit lane still in parts. And Jeremy Flan with the Lotus 22 being rescued. So first puffing and panting action of the day for our heroes in orange. Thank you very much indeed to everybody who volunteers in whichever of the Marshals clubs you are part of, whether you're here at Silverstone or watching online. Without these volunteers who keep the drivers safe, predominantly from each other and themselves, there would be no motor racing. So the Marshals, absolutely a fundamental part of all motor racing. Now, currently on the timing screens, you can see, look at the time of Mike O'Brien, who's on top of the pile. Purple in that left-hand bar, that's sector 1 of the track. That's the fastest time set by anybody. Green in the middle sector, that's the fastest time that he has set. And yellow means not as quick as a previous time set by him. But it is Mike O'Brien who is at the top. Harrison currently second, Alex Ames third, and Horatio Fitzsimon in 4th place, Andrew Hibbard rather, in 5th place. And Sam Wilson just popped up to 7th, Lucas Alusa in 8th, Tim De Silva in 6th. And there is Harrison. Again, you can see parts of the track dry and parts of the track lots of spray still coming off the tyres. But predominantly the racing line, there's a great example, the racing line dry on the right-hand side going under the bridge, but very wet offline. These cars running treaded tyres, so it's not like you get a soaking wet slick. They will disperse a bit of water. Lotus 27 of Michael O'Brien. And again, just don't watch the car, watch the head. You can see as the head's bobbling about, that reflects what the car is doing underneath him.
And these narrow tyres not really squeegeeing much water away, are they? We're really relying on the drying wind.
Yeah, the good news is Storm Lillian, it is blustery here at Silverstone. It's an airfield for a very good reason, and not just because you can land aircraft, or used to be able to land aircraft on it. This place is very exposed and gets a lot of wind, and that really does help the drying of the track. Wasn't a lot of overnight rain, fortunately, but there was just enough to make it a bit greasy. Michael O'Brien again, first sector of this lap, purple, second sector, purple. So this is a very good lap from Michael O'Brien as we watch him sweeping through in the Lotus. He's already on top of the pile with a 2-minute 40.2 seconds. And this looks like it could be quite a decent slice quicker. Very neat and tidy as he comes across the line, just been caught out a fraction. So it does go quicker, 2:36.9. That is a substantial slice faster. That's 4 seconds quicker. So second fastest now, Sam Harrison in the gold Renmax. He's improved as well. Andrew Hibbard into the 2:39, so to Horatio Fitzsimon. Alex Ames still further back, and this reflects what Ed was saying, Alistair, that everybody is just trying to wait and be out there in the perfect position at the end of the session to get the driest lap.
And also as they go around learning where the wet patches are, so that when they do go for that best possible lap towards the end, when any little bits of water might have dried up, there's still going to be, we can see, still spray coming off the tyres, so that's not going to dry out. A good effort from Michael O'Brien. Samuel Harrison has come close now. He's done a quick lap as well, not quite as quick as Michael. And then Sam Wilson, another one of our top tips with Andrew Hibbard and Horatio Fitzsimon. Watch out for Horatio. He's won races this year in this class of racing. Very quick driver in a Brabham, a well-known Brabham actually, that was raced in period by the Australian Paul Hawkins. Stayed in a barn for 40 years in Oregon in America, and Horatio found it, had it rebuilt, and it's its second race back after 40 years in storage.
Now, in a field of 50 cars, Ray Mallock is currently at the top of his class, the front engine, the oldest of the front engine cars, in 17th place. Now, the gap, as he gets shuffled a little further down the order by a couple of improvements, the gap from him to the top of the pile is currently 17 seconds. No, it's not. Yes, it is 17 seconds. But again, the gap from first to second is well over half a second. First to third is 3 seconds. Trying to spot, is there something on the right rear?
And that's Horatio Fitzsimon.
So no, car looks like everything is attached. I wonder if he just had a wobble on the right rear wheel, but that looks like that might be a bit of a mechanical issue.
Well, that's bad luck for Horatio. He had a similar problem in qualifying at Alton Park a few weeks ago and started from the back of the grid. Let's hope that his time that he set, which is currently in 6th place, it may be that he'll drop down a little, but that's better than starting at the back.
Well, interesting, there was another improvement just then, but that was Andrew Hibbard in 4th, going quicker than he had done and moving up to 3rd. And so Horatio's time, well, he's still got a second in hand over Tim De Silva, 3 seconds in hand over the next car back, which is Callum Grant in the Merlin. So unless there are some substantial improvements, Horatio may still end up, probably very likely to end up still in the top 10. May even end up still in 6th position.
And Samuel Harrison trying hard now in the unique Renmax, which is the only one ever produced. The builder of the car, Bob Britton in Australia, wanted to copy the Lotus 20 and built the Renmax, but then was able to buy a Lotus 22, so didn't build any more cars.
Yes. Callum Grant in his Merlin improves again, so Callum Grant up to 4th fastest. And that's pushed Horatio Fitzsimon down to 7th.
Another purple sector, sector 1 for Michael O'Brien. Despite the fact he's reasonably comfortably in pole position, he's still trying hard.
Nice lap from Rudiger Friedrichs in the Mark V Lola. A unique colour scheme, aubergine with a red nose, so sort of purpley with a red nose band. And he moves up into, lost him now, 15th place. So it's quite a substantial improvement on his previous best. And Ray Mallock now down to 9th place, leading his class. So essentially 5 different classes here. And I beg your pardon, 10 different classes here for a championship that lasted just 5 years. So nicely sliced and diced. So essentially for the big difference is front-engined and rear-engined, and between the rear-engine cars, drum brake rear-engine cars and disc brake rear-engine cars. So the front-engine cars are normally quite easy to spot because they don't look like your average Scalextrics car and look much more like a sort of 1950s Van Wall or Lotus with a long nose and the driver set well back. Everything else pretty much like the car you're looking at here, Richard Ferris's Dunford, where the driver is in the middle because he's amidships and the engine is behind him. And that's where you get those sort of classic low-slung cigar tube shapes. There's another of the earlier Lotuses, Type 18 of Clinton McCarthy. And with the traditional yellow cast wheels, the wobbly wheel, which rather than spokes was a solid pattern, but with a sort of spokey raise around the radius of the wheel.
Callum Grant is going well. In fact, just as I say that, he goes on to pole position. So 57 Callum Grant, that's on our screen if you're watching the live stream, and the red car with the yellow stripe down the middle. Callum Grant, very, very experienced driver in all types of historic racing.
And interesting, first sector was a personal best, second sector of the lap better than anyone else, third sector of the lap not as good as he himself has been previously in that sector, so he must have caught traffic. So despite that, despite a slow third sector, Callum has set the new fastest lap and is currently our potential pole sitter, nearly 2 tenths ahead of Michael O'Brien. Everybody's still out there. Was actually one pit caller earlier on, but I think the car's been shooed away again. And I think Horatio Fitzsimon is the only car that is not circulating at the moment out of our 50. So back to Michael O'Brien.
It seems that the wettest part of the track is as they come out of the loop into Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. There's quite a large amount of water there, although the track there looks shiny, doesn't it, as well as they go into Club Corner.
Very wet. You cross a little dry bit and then it gets very wet again. Here it's very damp as well. Luffield looks pretty wet. And then you come out onto the straight. And there's, look at that difference between two Lotuses that are separated by just 4 years. A really, really very big difference. As Michael O'Brien chases the times, he's gone quickest with 2 purple sectors. Alex Ames up to second fastest. So down to third now is the man who was quickest, Callum Grant. His current lap, sector 1, not as good as he had been. And we saw actually as he was starting sector 1, he did catch slower traffic. Tim De Silva, another quicker lap for him, but he remains in 6th place. Sam Wilson is still 7th. He's on a slightly better lap. Grant is not. Sector 2, still not as quick as he has been, but Sam Wilson moves up to 4th now. Horatio Fitzsimon from 6th when the car stopped is now down to 8th. So Michael O'Brien back to the top of the pile. Yellow first sector might mean that he's slowing down a little to find some space on the track. Checking the mirrors as the car that comes towards us, Dave Ward in his Gemini, looks to see a big group of cars behind. And it's not so much finding a clear lap, because you can actually pass the cars fairly easily because they're all pretty small, but as Lucas Halusa just showed in his Lotus, to do so you actually have to go off line onto the wet part of the track. And of course, not only then do you cover a little bit more distance, but it's also wet.
And we're into the last minute and a half now, so with a lap time of 2.5 minutes, some of these drivers will only get this one final timed lap. So this is the time when, was it Michael O'Brien in Ed's interview earlier on was saying we need to be in the right place when the track is at its driest, which is now.
So seeing the orange car there, Stuart Roach, another of the small manufacturers, the Alexis. And here again is the Lotus of Michael O'Brien. Again, you can see how small the tyres are, even for their relatively modest output. These cars move around a lot. That's all part of the art of driving old-fashioned racing cars. You don't arrive, stand it on its nose and turn in and let downforce do the rest. It has to be a much more organic process to get it through. O'Brien quickest again by 4 seconds. Goodness me. And that's off a slow first sector. A little bit of a recovery from a half spin there. That's at Luffield as well. So who's that? 182, that's Ralph Carter in a Lotus 22. One of the later cars from 1963.
And Michael O'Brien did get over the timing line before the flag went out, or the flag is about to go out, so he's actually on his last timed lap now, and he could improve further with Harrison now less than a second behind him. So exactly as Michael said in the interview before the start of this session, the track is getting quicker and quicker as the session goes on, and parts of the track are drying out.
So Sam Wilson, the first to take the checkered flag in our lead group. 2 minutes 33.3. He's currently third ahead of Alex Ames, who's on a lap. Andrew Hibbard he started another lap, 3 seconds back in fifth. Of course, you can be on pole by 12 seconds, but the car that's second will still be alongside you. Looping spin for Jeremy Flynn in the Lotus 22, right in sight of the flag. And again, just shows that there is jeopardy on the curbs, because you can see as the cars come out of the final corner to the checkered flag outer club corner, that 3 apex right-hander, 3-part right-hander, it's dry where it's grey and it ain't where it's white. So Sam Wilson takes the flag.
And on this last time lap, Michael O'Brien, purple sector again in sector 1, but Samuel Harrison not as good as his times before, so it looks as though Michael O'Brien may be able to improve again.
There are a few improvements coming at the bottom of the top 20 still. Rudiger Friedrichs goes quicker again as he takes the checkered flag. So too did Nathan Metcalf in his Cooper. Haven't talked a lot about Coopers in the lead group. Alex Ames there in the Brabham BT6. Alex on a purple second sector. And as you can see, he's only half a second behind Sam Wilson, and only half a second as well behind second place. So Alex Ames, this could be enough to put him second fastest. He hangs onto a big slide across the line. He goes fastest. Wow. And that's with a big heart in the mouth opposite lock moment over the curbs. Goodness. Right, so 44, Samuel Harrison in the Renmax. He crosses the line, no improvement. Andrew Hibbert goes up to 5th at the final gasp. And Horatio Fitzsimon's time from, what, 8 or 10 minutes ago is still good enough for 8th place. Don't think we've got any surprises coming. Only one car actually failing to complete the session, and that was Nick Carlton-Smith's Lotus 20, which called into the pits a little earlier on, but he still qualifies just under the top half of the grid. Car number 7 here, this is Duncan Rabagliati's Alexis. And again, why is he sitting to that side? Well, because the engine's in front and the differential is inches behind him, so the prop shaft has to go somewhere, and it can't go through the driver, which means that it is usually an offset diff, so the diff won't be right in the center, it'll be to one side of the axle, and the prop shaft will be angled to go alongside the driver. So Duncan, Ray Mallock lost pole in class. He did as well. So Duncan Rabagliati comes across the line, and I'm going to start rather unfairly from 50th and look up to see Duncan Rabagliati qualifies 47th. But Alex Ames with a sensational lap, overhauling Michael O'Brien by nearly 0.3 of a second in some mixed conditions. Sam Harrison third ahead of Sam Wilson, and Andrew Hibbert and Callum Grant with a Lotus and a Merlin respectively. Then the Brabhams of Timothy De Silva and Horatio Fitzsimon, who didn't complete the session. Stuart Roach in the Alexis, just quicker than Pete De La Roche in his Lotus. Looking a little further down, looking for our class leader, and that is Peter De La Roche in his class. Next class leader as well in 18th place, Nathan Metcalf. He is leading his particular class ahead of the 21st fastest qualifier, Ray Mallock. I think Ray Mallock, his car is giving away a few years to his opposition, and Ray is as well. However, he is still a very doughty competitor, and I'm sure he will be looking forward to getting into the race just outside the top 20. Kazu Kubota's Lotus 2022 is in 23rd place, rather disappointingly for fans of Symmetry. The Britannia of Keith Pickering, 32nd. The Dunford of Richard Ferris, we were watching that earlier on, he's ended up in 36th position. There you go, all the way down. Chris Wilkes and Deep Sanderson just outside the top 40, and Peter Fennichel's Stangalini rounds out the 50. Well, 50 cars qualifying, 18 minutes on track. 2 or 3 of those will be spent just doing the outlap, and then in mixed conditions, trying to be in the right place at the right time. For much of the session, it was the Lotus of Michael O'Brien that was the car to beat, slicing several seconds out per lap. Horatio Fitzsimon's car came to a halt midway through the session when he was 6th quickest, but he still ended up with a lap that was good enough for the top 8. Plenty of variety from this short-lived formula. The foothills on the road to Grand Prix success, and a battle in the end that saw Michael O'Brien pipped at the post. A dramatic last flying lap from Alex Ames. His car on the lock stops as he came off the curbs. He managed to hold it. Well, that was yesterday's dramatic qualifying session for Formula Junior, and as you saw from that, it was damp at the start of the session. Michael O'Brien and Alex Ames battling for supremacy. Alex with that fantastic last gasp lap, taking a quarter of a second out of Alex Ames. By the way, Horatio Fitzsimon, no major drama with his car. It was a broken throttle cable that caught him out just before the end of the session. Now then, if you are here at Silverstone and you're awaiting a break in the drizzle, and it is still drizzling, why not head a little bit inside? The Foodie Fest tent is open, the tasting tent is open, the Kitchen Live will be open as well during the course of the day. Giuseppe Del Anno is one of our 2-star chefs, 2021 Great British Bake Off winner. I can't guarantee a Paul Hollywood handshake, I'm afraid. Also chefing over the course of the weekend is the 2023 Master Chef champion, Charia Kachiot. You'll also be able to go and enjoy some of the taster sessions. Possibly don't, overdo it too early. Warner's Distillery at 2:30 sounds a lot like day drinking now. I'm not one to judge. Just be cautious. Remember, some of you will be heading home on the roads, and that equally, I think, probably goes for Diddley Squat Farm Shops tasting 10th Masterclass. I think there may well be a little bit of Jeremy's beer on offer there. Of course, that will continue throughout the course of the afternoon as well as the rest of the day. And don't forget also, if you are here at the circuit, your ticket, your entry fee, also gives you free access to the Silverstone Museum just outside the main gate over the bridge, and that is well worth watching. So if you are sheltering from the rain before we get racing back underway, why not head over to the museum?
RML Group are celebrating their 40th anniversary here at the Silverstone Festival, and I'm delighted to have Paul Dickinson, the new COO, here with me to tell us a bit more. First of all, Paul, congratulations, 40th anniversary.
Thank you very much. We're very excited to be here at Silverstone Festival, celebrating our 40 years of engineering excellence.
Now, there are lots and lots of cars here we can talk about, but first of all, you've got cars out on track too.
We have indeed. Ray, our founder, in fact, is driving in the Formula Juniors in one of the very early Mallock race cars. There's lots of our cars on track throughout the weekend, including a very famous car, the Vauxhall Cavalier that John Cleland ran in the British Touring Cars.
What an iconic car that is. Now, there are some more iconic cars here, as I mentioned, including 2 Aston Martins. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, we had a very close partnership with Aston Martin throughout the 80s for sports car racing. The far side, we've got the Nimrod, which is their first return into sports car racing, and then we have the AMR1 at the other end, at the real pinnacle of Group C racing.
But it's not just about noise, though, is it? There's noise around us, because there's this. It says Nissan Nismo on the side, but it's a bizarre-looking concept. What can you tell us?
Yes, there's a very interesting project that we had with Nissan to produce a car for Le Mans. It's actually a hybrid, so it has both an internal combustion and electric motors. It's the first car to run at Le Mans where it transitioned from internal combustion to electric propulsion. And also, 10 years on, because this ran in 2014, it still holds the lap record at Le Mans for the fastest all-electric lap.
Fantastic stuff. You mentioned John Clelland a moment ago, actually, and an amazing touring car. There's another one behind us, Rob Huff's car. There's more than that on this stand too, and there's more out on track. What can you tell us about the safety cars you've got?
Yes, to help us celebrate our 40th anniversary, we decided to bring 2 of our short wheelbase, our bespoke cars, along, and they are now running at the front of every race as the safety cars. We hope people enjoy seeing those up close and personal.
Absolutely fantastic. So many amazing cars for you to see here at Silverstone at the festival if you're coming down. If not, try and enjoy them through the beauty of your screen as well. Paul, thank you so much indeed. It's a real pleasure.
If you're looking for something to do away from the drizzle, why not take a trip over to the eBay stage? They're undercover, you may not be. West End Kids will be already in action. They started at 10 o'clock, splashing through the puddles. Mike and Elvis will be running their car clinics at 11:10 and 11:50. A pit stop prize. You can wield the air guns and see if you can win the competition. That starts at midday. The West End Kids will be back out again just before the lunch break, and then Northampton Sings Out Choir. Mike and Elvis pop again in the afternoon for a couple more pit stop car clinics, more pit stop prizes before we clear the stage ready for the evening's musical entertainment, by which hopefully it will be nice and dry. Casa Jackson kicks us off at 5:45, Somebody's Child at 6:45, and the star billing tonight goes to Busted, by which time, hopefully, we should have completed racing. Racing is on hold for the moment after a morning of drizzle, and there is due to be a pitch inspection again by the umpires at 10:15, and if it is judged raceable, the intention, I believe, is to start the programme with the Formula Juniors. Now, we've just seen the qualifying. They did go out for an inspection lap, and definitely it was mixed opinions between the drivers, some saying, well, let's race, and some saying, actually, it's really not safe because you just can't even see your hand in front of your face. Now, among the other things that we're hoping to see today are cars on track that relate to the late great Ayrton Senna, who we lost 30 years ago. Big celebrations of Senna life today. And here at Silverstone, the biggest ever collection of karts, motorcycles and cars relating to the great man has been assembled. You can see all of those static and also hopefully on track during the course of today and tomorrow. And it's not just cars, because family members are here as well from the Senna family.
A very, very famous face indeed. Ayrton Senna, as if you didn't know. And the lady that has created this incredible bust is Ayrton Senna's niece herself, Lali Senna, is here. Now, it's great to see you here. You're familiar with the UK though, aren't you? You studied here.
Yes, I did. I studied art here for some time.
Now, this is one of your amazing creations. This one here, particularly personal to you and the entire Senna family. How did it all come about?
Well, this is a beautiful family story. Actually, my grandmother, Ayrton's mother, was the one that commissioned it. She has been working with Ayrton's memory for almost 30 years now, and she was organizing all of his belongings, but she still couldn't see her son the way that she remembered, you know. So she came to me one day, she said, "You're an amazing artist. Could you do me something very special? Could you create Ayrton's bust for me? Because I miss seeing my son the way that I remember."
Nosso Senna, that means our Senna. So it's been created in your memory, how you remember him. I've seen photos, I've seen images of how you created it. Tell us your process, because you're not just creating Ayrton Senna as we think we know him, you're creating your uncle.
Yeah, when my grandmother asked me this big art piece, she said to me, "I want something that make me remember my son." So I knew that I was going to have to get in touch with my memories, my childhood memories, because for me, I never met the driver, the famous sportsman. I met Becco, my uncle. For us, he was Becco. That was his nickname. And when he passed, I was 8 years old, but he was so warm and so kind to his family, and especially with the children, that I had these very fond memories of him. So I wanted to create something the way that I remembered him, you know, the way that the way that he was with the family, and he was very warm, very happy with the family, was when he was most relaxed. So when I was creating the sculpture, I was looking for something that I couldn't see in any pictures. It was something that was in my heart. And it took me a few years to get there. I did, the first version was just the portrait. Then the family was very happy with it. I wasn't completely happy with it because I didn't see exactly what I was looking for with the expression, but I knew the face was perfect. So they asked me to make like a big version of it to put in Interlagos in Brazil for the fans. And when I was doing the big version, I was changing little details and doing something little by little with a lot of patience. And at some point, I just looked at the sculpture and I saw Becco looking back at me. I was like, so emotional. It was like a memory that I didn't even know that was inside me. It was getting in touch with something that was so deep, so many years later. And then I knew that I got to where I wanted, that the piece was ready, and I never touched it again.
I mean, there's pressure on anybody trying to recreate this image, but you're trying to recreate something that's so personal to yourself, more personal than it is for pretty much anybody else out there. When did you think, I mean, you say you saw it, when did you think, I've actually got this perfect? Or are you still looking at it thinking, okay, I need to, the bits I'd like to revisit?
To be honest, at this point, when I did the portrait, my grandmother was really happy. She said, don't touch it anymore, don't touch it anymore. I said, no, I'm not happy. But when I did the version, the big version, I knew that that model was perfect. And I was really happy with it. And I didn't touch the version anymore. So afterwards, I thought maybe this is just me, this is my memory, this is important to me. But everybody, my family came there and then they visited the model. And they started crying. My grandmother got really, really emotional. The whole family felt the energy. And after we put it in Interlagos, all the fans and people that met Ayrton as well, they saw the same thing that I did. They said, there's something about the eyes, it's really hard to explain, which I can't explain either. So what I did was, a lot of people wanted to have it at their home, so I did a 3D scan of it, and I made a small version of this perfect version that I had in Interlagos. So what you see here is the small version of the original one that I loved.
It's absolutely fantastic. And I love the fact that it's done in this reflective material so that when you look at him, you see yourself coming back as well. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Lottie, thank you so much indeed. Come and check it out. It's absolutely stunning.
It is a stunning likeness, and anybody who saw Ayrton Senna in period or has seen photographs of him, there's no question at all it's him, and was in Interlagos about 6 weeks ago seeing that that sculpture. It's astonishing. Of course, Ayrton came over and raced initially in Formula Ford 1600, went home to Brazil, very nearly never came back. You just saw him there in a Formula Ford 2000 car run by Dennis Russian. Dennis persuaded him to come back, and then he was set on racing in the UK. You just saw him there in the British Grand Prix support race, leading Martin Brundle. In conditions much worse than this, in Estoril, he won his first ever Grand Prix in a JPS Lotus. That will be demonstrated here. He won the British Grand Prix once only in a McLaren, but he's won at Silverstone more than any other circuit in his life because of his wins in Formula 3 and Formula Ford 2000. And of course, as well as being one of the all-time greats, a three-time world champion, he was a genius in the wet conditions. Everybody remembers the race in Donington Park, where he just destroyed the opposition. But a win here in the British Grand Prix at Silverstone as well, one of the highlights of his career. Started his Formula One racing career with Tolman. You'll see Tolman's in the demonstration and out on the circuit today, and then moved up with Lotus. There he is in Brazil. He made his debut in Brazil. His first ever Grand Prix was in his home country with the Tolman team. And there's 3 or 4 of the Tolmans here. But he didn't always have the best of luck in Formula One at Silverstone here after Nigel Mansell won, picking up Ayrton and giving him a little taxi ride home. One of that used to happen quite often. Drivers would pick up fellow drivers and give them a carry back, and then, of course, naturally that got banned in the end. But there we go. It is a Grand Prix circuit with which Ayrton Senna was closely associated for much of his career. He lived here in the UK, but as I said, when he came and raced in Formula Ford, went back home to Brazil, didn't really have much of a budget or didn't really feel that he'd necessarily found his métier, and it was persistence by Dennis Russian that brought him back to race in Formula Ford 2000, and he kind of came back with a, all right, well, I'll try it, but I'm not convinced approach, and came up and destroyed the opposition And it's remarkable to think that an enormous global sporting star like that very nearly slipped through our fingers and very nearly didn't continue with motor racing. But in the end, he did and became one of the most successful drivers and certainly one of the most popular drivers that the sport has known. And you can see many karts, motorcycles, road cars and race cars associated with the great man just behind the wing here. I'm sure they're all undercover today, but they are there. And don't forget, you saw Brent talking to Leilani there in the Silverstone Museum. Your entrance ticket for the festival gives you free entrance for the weekend to the museum as well. So while we're waiting for racing to get underway, why not go over and have a look? If you've not been to the museum, this is a cracking opportunity to do so. The circuit inspection is going underway at the moment, so we will bring you up to speed with what we know as soon as we can.
The Ferris wheel isn't the only thing here at Silverstone, the Silverstone Festival, that Michelin have got something to do with. Now, when you think of motorsport, of course you think of Silverstone, and of course you think Michelin. They are synonymous, and I'm delighted to find out a little bit more by talking to the UK marketing manager for Michelin. Here, it's Martin Thompson. It's great to see you here. It's lovely to see you with such a great presence as well.
That's right. It's really important that, given the two icons that Silverstone and Michelin are, that we have a really good presence here. And as you know, Michelin, through the ages, we have been heavily involved in motorsport. The first competition we competed in was the 1895 Paris-Brest. We've had over 1,000 motorsport victories in all formats. And looking at technology, all of the technology you see in car tyres today comes from our work within motorsport. The longevity, the energy-saving tyres, and our latest creation, the cross-climate tyre. That's actually developed from the Le Mans teams wanting a wet slick. So that's where that technology came from there.
Of course, we always think tyres are Michelin, but it's not just tyres, is it? I mean, there's also restaurants too.
There are restaurants, there are maps and guides. The whole restaurant scenario came from, in the early days, the Michelin brothers realised that people were starting to travel further afield. They needed to know where they could get a nice meal, they needed to know where they could get a good bed for the night, and that's where the whole Michelin-starred theory sort of evolved from.
But there's also the Michelin Man. Now, he makes an appearance from time to time, doesn't he?
He does indeed. If you're around during the weekend, the Michelin Man will be showing his face. He'll be there for photographs, and yeah, he'll just be playing up. So that'll be.
And over in the paddock, there's a bit of a Michelin presence too?
We've got a real eclectic mix of 20 vehicles down in the international paddock. They'll be taking part in the parade every day, so yeah, that's worthwhile going to look at, that's for certain.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. There's lots to see, lots to do, including this, the 360-degree platform, so I'm going to give this a go, and you can too.
Well, the umpires are out for a pitch inspection. Covers are not coming off yet. It is still raining at Silverstone. Actually, it is raining just a little bit harder than it was an hour ago when we tried to get the day's proceedings underway. The Formula Junior cars went out and came back in. Mixed messages from the drivers, as you might expect. Any two drivers in one room will naturally have diametrically opposite thoughts. But it does look as though we may be getting ready to attempt our first race of the day, which will be for Motor Racing Legends historic touring cars. So Ed Foster is down in the collecting area. Let's see what he knows.
Well, Martin, you at least have a roof over your head. I can tell you that the rain is coming down. Watch your back, Henry. There's a car coming in. That's the number 17 car of David Toplin. So the rain is coming down a bit harder, but we have an assembly area full of touring cars. So let's go and talk to some drivers. You'll see they're all obviously running wet tyres. No one's on slicks. The difference between touring cars and a single-seater in the rain, the obvious is the windscreen. What you might not think about is the demister. So in order to save weight on a lot of racing cars, the demister is removed. So you have this thing called Rain X you put on, but that is one of the problems, especially in a car where you can't reach the windscreen when you're strapped in. So look, let's have a wander down the grid, see who we can find. It's a novel way of keeping things dry here with a jacket over the passenger door. I can see the back of a Mr. Bunkum. who is in the BMW CSL. He's obviously running away. Let's just see if we can jump in. Mr. Buncombe, I'm sorry. You must be quite happy with a bit of rain in your BMW, aren't you?
I think so. I'd rather it be dry, to be honest, because it's always a bit more dicey in this sort of weather. And but yeah, look, we're a bit, underpowered to the cars around us. But like you say, that could help me in the rain. The big tyres on the back should put the power down nicely.
I mean, you know the wet lines around here like the back of your hand, don't you?
Yeah, interesting though, I drove the GT3 car here a few months ago, and it weirdly was a dry line, felt good. So I don't think you'll be seeing me doing too many karting lines, but it can change all the time. So it's going to be a bit careful the first few laps. Hopefully we won't get any sort of safety cars and stuff, but it's, I think we're going to do a lap and a half following the safety car, so we should be able to get a bit of a feel for it. But it was it's my first time in the car, but obviously the first time in the wet now, so we'll just have to bed into the race and try and hang on to the 500s at the front.
Cheers, best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Let's go and see what Bryn's been up to.
Well, Ed, as you know, I'm directly in front of you here, just looking at the rivers that are running through the assembly area. I think you can get a really good shot of it, in fact, a shot of my shoes as well. But look at that, look at the water flowing down. I should have flip-flops, it would be a lot easier. But great to hear the thoughts there of Alex Buncombe. We know him well from British GT, from Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe as well, so it's great to see him around. But I thought we'd just take a little pop to see the car formerly driven by Klaus Ludwig and Steve Soper, the Sierra Cosworth RS500. Soper, what a fantastic driver he was. Never won a British Touring Car title, but a real fan favourite. And in the car, Mike Manning is the driver. I'm going to dispose of my umbrella somehow. Let me throw my umbrella just over here. Should have pre-planned this. But let's get in and get a quick word from Mike. So, Mike, you're in a car that's got some very, very impressive names written down the side of it just there. What can you tell us about this car?
Well, Mark Wright built the car about 7 years ago, and it's in my third year of doing it, and I absolutely love it. I'm from rallycross background, so this is all new to me. So, looking forward to the wet. I don't mind that at all. Good.
Very different driving style rallycross to around the circuit here at Silverstone, even though Silverstone has in the past hosted even World Rallycross events. But you are going around this circuit. We're looking at the moment, we're just looking at the tarmac out here in the assembly area. It's so very wet, but nothing that you can't handle.
No, I don't mind it. Look, if it's raining heavy, that's fine. It's when it's a bit greasy, it's not good. But heavy rain, that's fine.
A bit greasy. I think it's very, very greasy. You need your water wings on. Very best of luck out there, Mike. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ed. Not sure where you are, but we'll find out in just a second.
Right, the raid I would love to say is easy. It is not. But what I can tell you is I've found a touring car man that has raced many touring cars and in many, many different types of weather. Steve, is that a small smile in your face with this rain?
I don't think anyone wants this, do they? I mean, in theory, we might be slightly more competitive, but it's too much of a lottery when it's this wet. Let's see if there's standing waters, and I can't believe there's not going to be safety cars after a couple of laps. It's not, not really sort of August, lovely summer's day, is it?
Steve, there's a couple of drivers saying, you know what, we'll just take it easy for the first couple of laps and see where the grip is. I've never seen you take it easy. It's not really in your repertoire, is it?
Yeah, but I'm not starting, so that's not going to be, hopefully by the time I get in, it'll be spread out and we can get going. But no, I think if there's some places to make, but Toby's a novice. He's only been at it a couple of years. He's learned an awful lot so far. I've tried to coach him and help him, but it's his car, so I think there's a lot of security probably going on in his head at the moment, health and safety and all of that, but hey, it is what it is.
Cheers, Steve. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Bryn.
Very much keeping the Soper theme going here. This is an M3, the E30, and Darren Fielding is driving it. We've been talking Steve Soper a lot. He's just over there to the left-hand side. Is there added pressure that you've got a car with his name on the side, Darren?
I suppose it always carries a little bit of extra pressure, yeah. The biggest pressure is the weather. I've got to go, mate.
Very much live in the assembly area just here as he winds the window up, as you can see. They've been called to action. They're ready to go. I can tell you, though, it is so very, very wet here. very, very wet. The rain has not abated at all. It is absolutely pouring it down, but we're going to have racing here at the Silverstone Festival, and it's going to feature some very, very impressive tin tops. So let's go and find what happens as we hand over to our commentators, to Martin and to Alistair.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Brian. And thank you, Steve Soper, whose name is on about a third of the cars in this field, it seems, including the one he's currently driving there. He is Soperman, getting ready to take over midway through this race, which will feature a mid-race pit stop. So the motor racing legends, the Asian Flux Trophy for Historic Touring Car Challenge. Sorry, just whacked my leg on the table. And the car's heading out now. Again, no guarantee that we are going to start the race. It is very wet. Circuit inspection has happened, and the race director is happy to let the cars go out and see what it looks like. And then... This is really, really good. This is properly where a race director is sweating bullets, because his job is twofold. First of all, he's trying to make sure the race is safe and it's fair, but he wants, above all else, and overriding any other consideration, everybody who came here to race at the Silverstone Festival to be able to go home. And beyond anything else, that is the overriding consideration. And if he doesn't consider that it is safe and that that is likely to preserve the well-being of the drivers and of the marshals, then he's not going to let them race. Whatever some of the drivers may feel, whatever most of the drivers may feel, if they think it's raceable, his prime concern still is not for the ones who think it is raceable, it's for the marshals and for all of the competitors. So you can see it is leaden and grey overhead, it is still raining, it is pretty consistent, the puddles aren't getting any smaller. Yes, these cars do come with wet weather tyres, yes, they come with roofs and doors and everything else, and you know, they're not the single-seaters, they're not the tiny little Formula Junior cars, they're not the Formula 2 cars that we were due to see. They've got wipers and so on. But again, look at this Shell BMW M3. You know, the longer they sit here with the engines running, the hotter the air inside gets. It's still cold on the outside of the windscreen, the more misted up they're going to be. Visibility, because of spray, is not going to be the only concern. Visibility, because the inside of the car is misted up, is also going to be an issue. That's going to be very much an issue tootling along behind the safety car, because the engines will be generating heat, the exhausts run underneath the car, everything inside warms up. Outside it's still pretty cool. And so, yeah, Ed talked about the Rain-X, the no mist that you put on the inside of the screens, washing up liquid, whatever. It's not always 100% efficient. So we're going to send the cars out. They will be hopefully 2 formation laps. Everything gets a rolling start. It may be, if we go for a start, that we start behind the safety car to allow them a couple more laps just to get a feel for it. Don't forget the cars at the front of the field, the Sierra Cosworth RS 500s, they weren't called 500 because there was only 500 of them made. They are very, very powerful rear-wheel drive machines. Very few of these drivers are Pucker Pro factory race drivers. This is enthusiast racing. A lot of these drivers own their own cars. A lot of these drivers pay for it out of their own pockets, and so they will be naturally quite cautious. It's not, you're just paid to race, go and race the door handles off it no matter what. Some of these cars are pretty irreplaceable, certainly in emotional terms, if not sort of unrepairable. And so, yes, while we would like to see racing, what we really want to see is safe racing. If you are watching us online from wherever you are, thank you for joining us, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening or dead of night. Delighted to have you with us. Hopefully, as the weather is forecast to clear during the course of the day, we will get more racing underway. For fans of Jimmy Broadbent, he was out yesterday qualifying his touring car with Jan Mardenborough. They'll be racing tomorrow, but Jimmer is online at the moment, not just on his Discord, he's on our YouTube. Well, let's take a look at what's happened yesterday.
The Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars features the affectionately known tin tops that date back to the 1960s. There are some gems in today's field, like the Ford Capri RS 2600, piloted by the likes of Sir Jackie Stewart in the 70s. Also out there is the iconic Sierra Cosworth RS 500, which dominated Group A races in the 80s, right through to the altogether more modern Nissan Skyline GTR that reigned supreme in the Japanese Touring Car Championship. So sit back and buckle up for the unmistakable sound of historic touring cars.
The sound of racing engines at Silverstone as the cars leave the pit lane in wet conditions for the first formation lap for the Adrian Flux Trophy for Motor Racing Legends historic touring cars. Here's our grid. Julian Thomas leads the Sierra RS 500's charge ahead of David Tomlin. The Mensley Lions duo lining up third. Steve Dance's Ford Capri, the GA Capri lines up in fourth place ahead of period 70s rival, the Buncombe Watts BMW CSL, and behind them the Bartram & Kane RS 500. Sierra Cosworth RS 500's right at the front of the field. Richard Kent in the Broadspeed Capri. Steve Soper will share the E30 M3 in 10th place. The best of the Nissan Skylines, Rick Wood in 12th with four-wheel drive. The Skyline GTRs should really romp away here if the racing gets underway. Everybody else will be struggling to produce a grip to match the horsepower, like the Rover SD1 and the Chevy Camaro. Lots of horsepower, not so much grip. The DTM cars, like the BMW M3s and the Soul Evo 2 Mercedes 190E, will be struggling. The Vauxhall Cavalier, the Acuria Cost car with the Saltire of Scotland on, the front-wheel drive car, could do really well here, actually. These conditions might well help, but again, look out for Nick Strom coming from 26 on the grid with that four-wheel drive of the Nissan Skyline. Pretty much everything else is rear-driven, and they are going to struggle for grip. Well, the period here is essentially early 70s to late 90s, so there's a real disparity of cars and performance. Then there is the second group of cars, which are more 1960s. That's where you will find the Lotus Cortinas and a Singleton BMW. That is going to be a Singleton Alfa Romeo, I beg your pardon. That is going to be an interesting battle also to look out for. So if you are around the Silverstone circuit, undercover or under your umbrella, then look out for the Cortinas as well. We see lots more Lotus Cortinas later on in the meeting in the pre-66 Saloon Car Championships, but here in the Historic Touring Car Challenge, the Adrian Flux Trophy, it is more about cars like the ex-Andy Rouse British Touring Car Championship winning RS 500 Sierra and all of its ilk. Then the Cologne Capri versus BMW CSL battle, echoing the battles of the 70s, and the late 80s, early 90s DTM battles, E30 M3s versus the Mercedes. Look out there, you can see the blue and white, the Ray Mallock built Cavalier, run by the Hugh McCage's Acuria Cost team. David Leslie and Bobby Verdenroe particularly driving those cars, and with front-wheel drive that may well be working its way quickly up through the field. And the other cars to look out for are the Nissan Skylines, again with four-wheel drive. You can see the blue Calsonic car. Rick Wood has always gone well in these cars. There are two other Skylines in the field. And again, you may see a variety of very different racing lines. You just saw one there with our pole sitter Julian Thomas going very wide around the outside of Luffield. Why? Because that's not the racing line. And Alistair Douglas, the racing line is covered in rubber and to a degree a little bit of oil as well, and that makes it less grippy in the rain when it's covered by a surface of water than the offline areas. And so we will talk about maybe the karting line, which is shorthand for going offline and looking for grip.
Yes, and the well-used racing line in the dry gets slightly polished as well, and so the drivers tend to look for the grip offline, and that might be a very wide line. I know at Stoke-Corner particularly, the wet line there is quite a wide line around that long right-hander into the Vale. It'll be the same at probably Luffield as well. A wide run after Brooklands might be the quicker available line. More difficult at Beckett's, where we're seeing the cars go through now, the wonderful Beckett's sweepers, because that's right, and left, it's more difficult to stay offline all the way through the corner. And Beckett's is reckoned to be one of the great corner sequences in the world, and you can see the cars making their way through there now. So more difficult to stay offline through there, but once you get onto the Hanger Straight, the long run down into Stoke Corner, which we're seeing now slightly downhill, the fastest part of the circuit, we may see the drivers running very wide into the left-hand side of the track as they see it, right-hand from our camera position.
Lights off on the safety car. In the murk, we have some 52 touring cars ready to start this Adrian Flux Trophy if we get the green flags. So far, green flags all the way around the track. At this stage in our formation lap for the Formula Juniors, it was red flags, but it looks like we are ready to go. The Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Car Race is about to get underway here at a streaming wet Silverstone. Poleman Julian Thomas in the Caliber Ford Sierra, run by Andy Rouse, to the British Touring Car Championship title, leads away from David Tomlin. Tomlin looking around the outside as they head down the straight into Abbey for the very first time, tippy-toeing their way around, and the Welsh colours and the tortoise on the outside. He looks like he's found enough grip, but not quite. It is Julian Thomas who holds the lead. Third place is the black car, Paul Mensley and Michael Lyons, not sure who started that. And then the BMW CSL coming through from row 3 of the grid. Well, Alistair, a clean enough start so far, but Julian Thomas in the lead, jumping away as car number 22, the Mensley Lions RS500, moves up to second.
Yes, indeed, and I'm looking out for that BMW CSL because slightly less power, as we heard Alex Bumcombe tell us, than these Sierra Cosworths. But
somebody's gone off on the outside and doesn't appear to have hit anything. That's one of the M3s. So a small drop off the road, but here comes the BMW CSL, so a 3-litre straight-six fuel-injected BMW. It was absolutely the car to go for in the early 70s in the European Touring Car Championship, battling against the Cologne Caprice, but there is the horsepower as the turbo spools up on the RS500 Sierra Cosworth, just absolutely disappears in front and leaves the BMW in a ball of spray.
And I wonder who started that red Sierra, because it's a combination of Dave Bartram and Michael Caine, both names well known in all forms of racing, but they don't race very often. And as you said yesterday, I wonder which pub they were sat in when they decided to have a go at the Silverstone Festival this year. But both very experienced drivers, particularly Michael Caine. Dave Bartram perhaps better known for team management.
The Brown and Gammons car coming around the outside, number 85. This is David Brown, moves up into what is now 4th position, is that? Looks like it. No, he's up to 3rd, I think, unless there's somebody in the spray behind the Mensley and Lyons car. Daniel Brown, beg your pardon. So the Brown and Gammons car up to 3rd place. And here is the Redcoat car in 4th. And that means that David Tomlin slipping down to 5th position. We have got a couple of pit lane callers. Julian Thomas romping away with this at the moment. As we said, it is a pit stop race. It's a 50-minute race that is scheduled to be. Hopefully, now that they're actually up to speed, generating a bit of heat and tyre grip, then it is pretty damp. Well, there is the leader. He's been caught, Julian Thomas.
And Paul Mensley and Michael Lyons in the black Netcom Sierra. I have spotted the yellow helmet in the red Sierra, so that is starting that one with Michael Caine. And in the Netcom Sierra, difficult to see through into the car there, whether it's Michael driving, but through on the inside.
Yeah, great looking move on the inside, but he has to then turn out tighter, can't get the hammer down quite as quickly onto the Wellington straight, but Julian Thomas runs out very wide, runs out of grip on the grass, loops into a half spin, and that will be a proper Code Brown moment for the driver. He'll select first gear and try and rejoin, but nobody is going to see him there in the spray. You can see how even the high intensity rear lights, that's the equivalent of a fog light on your car, it absolutely disappears. Now the real danger here is that marshals posts cannot see each other and they can't relay the flag signals, and that's a real issue. Another of the M3s spins off, but you did see that Rick Wood in car number 123, the black Skyline, there, or dark blue Calsonic Skyline, there he is, that four-wheel drive car. Okay, it's heavier, it's not lower power than Sierra Cosworth, but it is putting it through all four wheels, and these are absolutely the conditions that a Skyline driver would want to see. Again, Julian Thomas gets a little bobble midway through the corner, doesn't he, as he exits Aintree. The car's already offline, he's got nowhere to go but the runoff area, and luckily there is plenty of it there for these cars. I don't think there was a touch, but just hit standing water. The car twitches sideways, and he's a passenger. He did really well to recover from that. That was as much judgment and luck, but again, another big moment mid-corner there. You have to watch that pair of headlights to see who comes down towards us, to see who it was. Well, that was the Eggenberger Sierra. So that's Mike Manning having a big moment. I know that my friend Toby Moody in the dry over at the wing is getting very excited about lots of E30 M3s. The 2.5-litre Bastos BMW that you'll see a little further down the field, that won the Spa 24 Hours in period. And there's a couple of Fina and Bastos E30 M3s. Ex-Steve Soper car going well at the moment.
And had confirmation of some of the start drivers for this race, and it is Paul Mensley who is in the leading car, number 22, and Michael Caine, we've already said, in the red Sierra. Alex Buncombe has started the CSL.
Just saw car number 8 Darren Fielding, and here is Mike Manning in the ex-Steve Soper Eggenberger Sierra. So Steve Soper, Klaus Ludwig, at the end of the Group A era. Steve had been a long-time BMW driver. Ford hired him to race the Eggenberger built and run Sierras. And there's another ex-Soperman car. And a very slow BMW CSL. He's really struggling. This is the battle for 6th position then. Darren Tomlin losing the traction battle in that Sierra Cosworth. In dry conditions, the M3 would stand no chance, and the Skyline would be hampered by the extra weight penalty. Car number 123, the Calsonic Skyline of Rick Wood. Where's he come from up on the grid? Rick was in 12th place, so he's been cautious making up spots. A little further back, there's the BMW 1800 or 2002 that is battling with the Lotus Cortinas, but the front-running cars are already in that mix. So we're now seeing our front runners, the BMWs, the Sierra Cosworths, the Nissan, working their way through the 60s cars. So those Lotus Cortinas are going to have their eyes on the mirrors. So single BMW 2002. One car that we're not seeing, that we didn't see in qualifying either, is the Graham Pattle Mark Burton Holden Commodore VLSS, which I was really looking forward to. Aussie Super Tourer, but didn't make it out in qualifying and has not been able to be ready to start the race. But again, the race leader, Paul Mensley, in that black Sierra Cosworth, starting to romp away from the field now. And visibility is his friend. You can see he's got the side window cracked well down to try and get some airflow. Won't worry about rain coming in and making his overalls wet. It's all about being able to see where you're going, and the Brown and Gammons car is in the gravel. And that might be a safety car. That's not coming out, is it? So Dan Brown sliding off in a looping spin, and that's the drama with these turbocharged Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500s. It's not a modern turbo, it's nothing. Oh, here we go. And I'm afraid Daniel Brown in the gravel, out of that top 6 battle. Had a really good start to the race, but not going so well now. And in terms of the BMWs, the Simon Watts Al Buncombe BMW CSL currently running in 3rd place. we do get a safety car, then Paul Mensley, our race leader here, is going to lose that 10-second margin, 11-second margin. Howard Spooner moving up the order, and everybody else as well, as Daniel Brown's car drops down because it's stuck in the gravel.
And we do have a mandatory pit stop in this race. It's 6 minutes away before the pit window opens, so for any drivers hoping for an opportunity to dive into the pits during a safety car, that might be a little way away, but it might well help them. It's a mandatory pit stop with a 60 seconds stationary in the pits, everybody the same, so there's no advantage or disadvantage.
Daniel Brown bailing out and trying to find a way across the tyres. What you don't want to do is put your foot in them because they are absolutely full of water. It's the British summer. We all know, as UK residents, what the summer has been like. And for those of you who don't live in the UK, this is what most of our summer has looked like, to be honest. There's been a few nice days, but it has been predictably British. The safety car has been scrambled. The moment the car went off there, I think there was really no question that was going to be the case. You're going to have to get a vehicle into the gravel trap. And if one car can go off there, it's absolutely not guaranteed that a whole host more can't go off there either. So the safety car will come out. Now, whether the pit lane will be open during a safety car or not, that might be a little bit further down in the Motor Racing Legends handbook than we have scoped so far.
Yes, it will be open, but it's 5 minutes or thereabouts away from the window, so it's a couple of laps at this safety car speed at least.
Well, great view there of one of our Rover SD1s. There are a couple of the V8 Rovers here. Fredo Valle in that Marlborough liveried car. I'm afraid the Brown and Geeson car of Daniel Brown very firmly buried. That's the end of the race for that car. Unfortunately for these guys, this is their only race of the weekend. So safety car is out. This is the safety car. It is not a Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. It looks very much like a Ferrari 250 short wheelbase, not exactly like, so this is not a copy of, but this is a spiritual evocation, if you like, of a 250. So it is built by RML. 30 of these cars will be manufactured for extremely fortunate and rather well-heeled clients, based on a 550 or 575 Maranello chassis, so front engine, V12, and a beautiful hand-built body with all the modern accoutrements inside. Luxurious, drop-dead gorgeous, and extremely dynamically able, as you expect from RML, a team, an engineering lineup that has been so renowned for its chassis dynamics, and it's an absolutely beautiful thing. I did warn you beforehand that with the rain we ought to look out for Nissan Skylines. When the Skyline went racing in Group A in Australia, it was quickly named Godzilla, a fire-breathing monster from Japan. There's the reference. And Rick Wood already up to 5th place from 12th on the grid. In the dry, hampered by the extra weight, not just of the four-wheel drivetrain, but also the way the regs were written. Because it had all-wheel traction, it was required to be heavier. There's our race leader. Safety car picked up the first car, which was one of our Rovers. And there's the Chevy Camaro as well. And that car, that's going to be a big handful because it's got plenty of thumping torque and 1960s suspension rather even than 1980s or 1990s. So, yeah, that's going to be a bit of a brute. Now, remind me, who won this race last year? Was it Vim Kill?
Yes, in the Capri.
13th place. Now, last year, the Cologne Capri of Vim Kiel, who's currently in 13th place, was one of the last pit stoppers. And because of the regs last year, the really quick cars spent a minute longer stationary than a lot of the other cars. And so Wim, to his surprise, our surprise and everybody else's, found himself as the race leader in the closing stages. And again, I think that was after a safety car and rain and stuff as well. So it was a bit of a topsy-turvy race. He was a very surprised winner. He just saw a wave by there by the safety car for a couple of the cars that were stuck behind him but in front of the leader. So now the safety car has Paul Mensley, our race leader, behind him. Mensley in that black Sierra Cosworth coming from third on the grid, and the BMW CSL. Do we know if it's Simon Watts or Alex Bunker? I thought it was Simon Watts that was due to
Alex Bunker.
It was Alex who started, okay.
Alex started, yeah.
So there is the BMW CSL in second place.
And we were told Paul Mensley was starting up his own car, the Netcom sponsored car, not a sponsorship that was terribly familiar to us in the UK, but that's a Murray Carter livery from the Australian Touring Car Championship in 1989.
And we think Michael Caine started the red Cosworth in third place, do we?
That's correct, yep, Michael Caine.
Again, another Aussie sponsorship livery. In my head, and nobody's corrected me yet, so I might even be correct on this. I have that as a sort of Dick Johnson Aussie touring car livery, but again, stand to be corrected. Fourth place is the Cologne Capri of Mike Manning. Now,
Mike Manning's in the Texaco Sierra.
Oh no, there's okay. So the Camaro, not the Cologne Capri, Camaro is sort of out of place, having been lapped. So again, the deal with the safety car is we don't have a full field wave by of cars.
That's interesting. Michael Caine is waving out of the window.
Yeah, he's waving the Camaro by.
That may be because he inadvertently passed the Camaro some point in the spray and is just putting things right, because that's not allowed. But if it was a genuine mistake, if he can put it right, all the better.
Then you've got the Eggenberger Sierra, and that is Mike Manning, and right behind him is Rick Wood. Okay, so pit window is open, and Julian Thomas has just dropped another couple of spots. So does that mean he's gone into the pit lane? No, not yet.
No, well, we're over that pit lane. We've got one or two cars in, but...
Well, they came in earlier. Okay, here is our first pit caller and our second pit caller. So Darren Fielding in the BMW E30 M3 comes in. So too, critically, does Rick Wood, who will hand over to Rick Wood. So, and this is... Without being facetious, this is actually an advantage of being the sole driver. Not only do you get to do the whole race, you bear the whole cost, you get to do the whole race, but second drivers now are going to come out onto a track of which they have no knowledge. So they don't know how wet it is, where the puddles are, how much grip or how little grip there is. The advantage is that they'll join the safety car queue. The disadvantage with that being that the car will mist up again, because it's now been stationary misting up and won't go at any speed for a minute or two. But the other thing behind the safety car is that, Alistair, they're not going quickly. They won't have any feel for the track, and when they are released, assuming they are released from the safety car, that's going to be double jeopardy as well, because the car will be a bit misted up. They haven't got much experience of the car, and they're not going to get a feel for the track. So having been in the car is a definite advantage.
Yes, it is. As the Sierra is recovered rather ingraciously. We saw a quick pit lane camera shot there of the number 88 Capri. There it is again, and that's Gary Pearson stood waiting for his brother John to come in the Cavalier. But the Capri, number 88 there by Richard Kent, solo drive, is a very original car built by the British Broadspeed firm for Ford, and raced here in the Tourist Trophy by Andy Rouse.
Yeah, he can't get out because the Toyota Corolla is in front of him. That is an ex-British Saloon Car Championship winning car, in fact, in the hands of Chris Hodgetts. One in the under 1600cc category. Not in that livery, but that is the same car, then became a rally car. They were quite good fun rally cars because it was a nice, well-balanced rear-wheel drive car. There was quite a few of those rallied in small capacity rallying, and then has been recovered and converted back into a race car. So our leaders stay out, but Rick Wood, again, having completed his pit stop, will join the tail of an ever-shortening, you suppose, safety car queue, because eventually all of these drivers will peel off into the pit lane.
Yes, absolutely right. And I think if I was these leading drivers, I'd probably come in on this lap, because it's only a 15-minute window. Sounds plenty of time, but if there is a further delay for whatever reason, they might miss the pit window with a very slow lap. So they're coming down the Wellington Straight now, which means they'll be shortly approaching the pit entry just after Luffield, and I'm expecting to see these call in.
The other thing, of course, is that the safety car lap is about a 4-minute lap rather than a 2.5-minute lap, so there will only be 3 safety car laps in the pit window, effectively. You might want to avoid the initial rush. The problem is, especially if you're leading, you don't know how many cars behind you have ducked in yet, so it might be nobody, it might be everybody. You are sort of a little bit on a wing and a prayer.
And assuming your pit stop goes to plan, the minimum stationary time is 60 seconds, but you also, here they come, you also have to count the in and out time from pit in to pit out, which is 20.2.
Now then, somebody decided not to come in yet. That's the Michael Caine, Dave Bartram car. It stays out behind the safety car. They have not yet stopped. Mensley and Lyon, Buncombe, Watson, all the rest have, but that Red Sierra did not come in.
When he was running successful GT and touring car teams, Dave Bartram was an arch strategist. So I wonder whether he's just sort of put in place a Dave Bartram strategy. You stay out, Michael. I'll stay here in the dry.
And do you know what? If he's there and there's nobody in his mirrors, then he'll be going, yep, bingo stingo, I've done it perfectly. The problem is, he will come out at the tail of a very, very, very long queue of cars. PBE, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, waiting to take over the first drive of his weekend. There's the Camaro.
Yeah, he didn't look incredibly happy about Gregor Fiskin not coming in on that lap. It looked like he was discussing with the team, well, he should have come in. That may be the case. Maybe Gregor missed the pit entry.
And the problem is that you are going to be right at the tail of a massive queue of cars all throwing water in the air. And you may well be on your own, because the cars that stopped earlier will be back in the safety car queue earlier, and the cars that hadn't stopped will have peeled off in front of them. So I think he's probably right to be frustrated in these conditions. Is that lights off in the safety car? Yep. It is. We are about to go back to green.
That is a huge disadvantage to Michael Caine and Dave Bartram, because when they come round, the safety car will peel in, and they will have to do their pit stop. And you might be confused now, why is he going in that pit lane?
Ready to go back to green flag racing. The safety car has pulled off. Pit stops have been underway, but the Michael Caine, Dave Bartram, Sierra Cosworth has stayed out, and that is looking like a tactical error. Everybody else has stopped and is starting to rejoin the circuit, but their rivals were all going very slowly behind the safety car. When our current leaders stop, everybody else will be going a little bit less slowly in the wet weather conditions than they were behind the safety car. And here you can see, look, he's already catching drivers who have just taken over their cars and are not going quickly because they've got no experience of the track. How they dig this one out of the fire is going to be very interesting. We've got 27.5 minutes of the race remaining, a 50-minute race, and they've got a lot of time in which to recover lost ground. It may not all be over, but they definitely have not made the best of the situation.
Definitely not, no. With the safety car peeling in at the international pits, and the drivers who haven't done a pit stop needing to get round to the national pits, there is a very large disadvantage. The pit window is still open. It's open for another 6 minutes or so, so it's not a time problem, it's just loss of track position.
Again, we're going to look and see where the Sierra Cosworths that dominated qualifying are compared to their rivals. There are a few more cars that have yet to stop. In second place is car number 53, and that is the Capri of last year's surprise race winner, Wim Kuil. In comes one of our BMW E30 M3s. The Skylines do have race-winning form in endurance racing. Nissan Skyline won the Spa 24 Hours back in 1991, driven by Anders Olofsson, David Brabham and Naoki Hattori. And this should be the weather in which the Skylines go well. So we need to look for particularly the Calsonic car of Rick Wood. And there's Darren Fielding, Steve Soper's car back out. Darren Fielding driving that solo this weekend. But Superman sharing car number 5 with Toby Partridge. We saw that Toby started the car. That's the Fina Bastos liveried M3.
And that's sitting pretty well, actually, given that, as Steve explained, the driver, the owner of the car, has very little experience, but it's sitting in 13th place.
He must have been relatively happy to see the safety car, I think, and to see that it stayed out until the pit window opened. Okay, great, I can put Superman in for the other half and see where he gets to. Well, there is the Skyline. That's the Calsonic Skyline of Rick Wood, and he was heading into the top 5 before the safety car came out. Daniel Brown was dragged backwards out of the gravel, but he was in the Brown and Gammon's Sierra Cosworth, so he may well have continued in the race.
I've noticed on our timing screen, and I didn't look out of the window, but on the timing screen it's showing the number 41 Sierra as not having done a pit stop.
Right.
And it can't, it must be on the next lap he's going to do it then, because he needs to do it before the
Is the pit window still open? Well,
yes, it is.
Our Broadspeed Capri is buried in the gravel, and Mike Manning's Eggenberger Sierra has also gone rally crossing, unintentionally. Oh, it's going to be a long, hard day for the marshals. Is this the time for me to try and sell the idea of being a marshal to you? It's possibly not, but they are a great band of brothers and sisters who volunteer for their jobs and keep racing safe. The Broadspeed Capri, though, is going to bring out the second safety car of the race. Michael Caine and Dave Bartram's Sierra is now in the pit lane. So is the Warsteiner BMW 3-litre CSL. That has come in as well. The Esso liveried M3 has also come in. So our last few pit stoppers, I think, are in. In fact, the Cosworth hasn't come in yet. The Mark III Capri has come in, and this is, whoa, see the front wheels completely locked, driver desperately trying to get the steering to work, but at that stage it can either slow down or steer. Been there, done that. The Camaro has also had a looping half spin. Oh, and there's the Mark III Capri. The safety car is coming out. No surprise, I'm afraid, when cars start to get abandoned around the side of the circuit. That's not the Broadspeed Capri that came out of the gravel. It's another one of our Cologne Capris. But the Camaro seems to be a little bit beached. That's the Bill and Freddie Shepherd run car. Ex-Frank Gardner machine. Frank Gardner, one of the absolutely classic Aussie battler kind of racing drivers. If there was ever a driver to grab a car by the scruff of the neck, Frank Gardner is right up on your wish list, isn't he?
And 1967 and 68 British Saloon Car Championship, it was called then, British Saloon Car Champion. Driving Fords, a Falcon and a Cortina and an Escort in the latter half of 1968.
Safety car is out, and you can see that it's picked up a couple of BMWs. Not quite sure who our actual race leader is at the moment, because it should be Michael Caine, Dave Bartram. What we're not seeing, they have not made a pit stop yet, no, have they? So is the pit window still open?
Yeah, 1 minute 50 seconds to go in the pit window.
Okay.
They should be able to make it round, but this is exactly the situation we were briefly talking about earlier, is that they're such slow laps that you can miss the pit window because you can't get back to the pit lane entry in time.
There is often a codicil run in the regulations that if you don't, if the safety car is out and that prevents you from being able to exploit the safety car, the pit window, then through no fault of your own, you may be able to do so later. But whether that applies here or not entirely sure. I think they, and again, you know, having not stopped behind the first safety car, they're obviously clearly trying to push as far away as they could from the rest of the field before taking that green flag pit stop, and then they have been caught out by a second safety car. From Richard Hay, Dick Johnson and Johnny Bow led the Tourist Trophy at Silverstone for quite a while, as we see the red coat Cosworth finally come in to make its pit stop with 40 seconds on the clock. That's either luck or judgment, and I'm not going to call on that. That's either brilliance or skin of their teeth.
And the leaders are in as well. So they finally come in. Michael Caine, number 41, the Red Sierra, handing over to Dave Bartram within the pit window.
Yeah, Dick Johnson and Johnny Bow not just coming over to race in the Tourist Trophy in the Group A era against the other Sierra Cosworth, but it introduced another Australian to the UK, because coming out as part of their crew to the UK was a man who then went on to found TOCA. Alan Gow, I believe, came over for the first time with the crew and made quite an impression after that. I may be wrong, he might have come before. Andrew Dean, thank you. Brown and Geeson, Brown and Gammons, yes, Brown and Geeson. Brown and Gammons, of course, Ron Gammons' MG Preparation Company, not Daniel Brown's Sierra Cosworth. Glad to see so many motor racing fans watching around the world. And we heard earlier from Ayrton Senna, who has created, there's the Dick Johnson and Johnny Bow. I knew I recognised the livery, and yes, there are things in the back of your head, Alistair, that you say sometimes, particularly in the back of my head, and then you, even as the sentence is coming out, you go, is that a fact, or has my brain just made that up? But it is Dick Johnson and Johnny Bow car. And in that case, very possibly raced in the Tourist Trophy in the 90s. Yes, so as well as Ayrton Senna being here, who was due to go out yesterday in Honda NSXs owned by her uncle Ayrton, nephew Bruno Senna is here as well. Bruno, as everybody will know, raced here in the British Formula 3 Championship. In fact, he won at Silverstone in British F3, I believe. Again, that's a fact out of the back of my brain, the filing cabinet of which is not well organised, but I do have that in my head. Raced here in British F3, spent a lot of time racing in the UK, not as much time living here as his uncle did, but has raced in World Endurance Championship, Formula E and all sorts of other categories. But he is here this weekend, and hopefully today will be driving his uncle's first Formula 1 car, Tolman Hart TT183B Chassis 5, and that is the car with which Ayrton Senna made his Formula 1 debut in the Brazilian Grand Prix in 1984. And of course, one of the races in which Ayrton really made his name was the streaming wet Monaco Grand Prix in that year, where in the much unfancied Tolman, he very nearly overhauled Alain Prost to win the race. Fans of a certain German racing driver argued that he was closing even faster in his Moredo Tyrrell and would have passed them all if Jackie Ickx hadn't thrown the checkered flag early. The race was red flagged early. In the end, Prost won it. Senna finished in second, and Stefan Beloff was third. But he certainly made a name for himself with that Tolman, and Bruno Senna will hopefully get a chance to drive it in not necessarily dissimilar conditions this afternoon. Safety car remains out here with 17 minutes still on the clock, so there is the potential to go back to racing once the cars have been recovered and back onto terra firma. And
in terms of the shakeout after the pit stops, as we expected, the Red Sierra, Kane and Bartram has dropped back. But interestingly, Darren Fielding in one of the BMWs has taken over the lead with a 27.5 second lead. Now, that means nothing in a sense that they're all in a line and they can't overtake. But it does mean something because there's clearly a lot of cars between him and Rick Wood.
Well, there's a lot of ground between him and Rick Wood, because I think he's the second car in that queue. The first car, the BMW CSL.
No, that's the.
No,
I think that's another of our BMWs.
So that's
Bartlett.
Yeah,
Nick Bartlett.
Okay, we're still waiting to recover the Camaro, so we will have, and you can see why this has to be a safety car, and drivers have to be not catching up the safety car quickly, because it is streaming wet. In fact, it's wetter than at any stage so far today. And the rescue vehicle out there digging out the Shepherd's Camaro. There is our race leader, so that is car number 8, Darren Fielding. So an ex-Steve Soper car. Now then, here we go. Right behind him is the ex-David Leslie Acuria Cos Cavalier. Now that's behind him on the road.
24th position.
Yes. That's a long way further back than sort of I expected it to be.
It's actually in a different class.
Yes, I know,
And it's not really competitive in the sense that it wasn't as allowed to be as well developed as some of the other cars.
No, indeed. 2 litre, it's early 2 litre super touring, right? Where rather than 2.5 litre full fat DTM cars, but less power and front wheel drive. Again, you know, had he been in that Cavalier, David Leslie would have not been able to stop grinning when he woke up and saw the weather this morning. It would have been grinning even more as it got heavier and heavier, because he would have fancied his chances. The Pearson's not quite in that position, and in fact because it doesn't really comply to the regulations of any of the classes. It's an invitational class car. Coming into the pit lane at one of the Sierras, well, it's clearly got a little bit of an electrical issue, judging by the indicators, and not all the lights are on.
Might put a wager on Rick Wood to catch and pass Darren Fielding, depending on how long we get. We're obviously time ticking down, but Rick Wood has lots and lots of power, but he also has a little wheel on the dashboard, and he can just turn that left or right to turn down the power.
Oh, I thought everybody's got a little wheel on the dashboard.
Oh,
that's how you steer.
No, that's a bigger wheel. This one's a little one, and he can go fully up to 11. With 650 horsepower, or pull it down. And obviously in these conditions I would expect Rick's turned it down to probably in the 400s, which is still plenty.
More than enough. So car number 25 in the pit lane, this is Nick Bartlett in the Fina Sierra Cosworth.
Now the gap first to second has dropped from 27 seconds last time around to 11 seconds.
Oh, I beg your pardon, that's 251. I was going to say, it's in the entry list of the BMW E3. That's Alistair Davidson and Alistair Davidson Jr.'s Fina liveried Sierra Cosworth. So I think they've called it a day. And now this car was out of position. Why was it out of... Have they not stopped?
They've had lots of technical problems with that car. It didn't really do qualifying.
So that was behind the safety car, this CSL.
But the lead gap has dropped to 11.5 seconds. So clearly the train behind the safety car is squeezing up. And if we get back to racing with sufficient laps available, Rick Wood is in second place in the Nissan four-wheel drive, the Skyline GTR. Darren Fielding in the two-wheel drive BMW.
I would think another 4 or 5 minutes would probably see the flatbed safely back behind the barriers. And assuming that the Camaro is the last, the Big Healy, by the way, is not past this. Assuming that there's nobody else left to be rescued, well, there's our race leader. And how far back is Darren Fielding? I think we might need to sort of hold the shot on the straight and see where the gap is at.
Yeah.
Because we're only going to get that gap updated at the end of each of the laps.
And Rick Wood is not allowed to overtake cars unless directed to do so by the clerk of the course. So even if he wanted to just gently close up on Darren Fielding. If there's somebody between him and Darren, and I suspect there will be, he can't do it. The other car is, if not going as quickly as Darren, is holding Rick Wood back.
I'm not sure who's got the pleasure of driving our SWB safety cars today, but blimey, that's jeopardy, isn't it? An absolutely irreplaceable, hand-built car in these conditions. Well, here is the train.
I haven't seen Rick
with
Wood
the
yet.
2002. I thought I saw a dark car. There
No,
we go. No, that's not him. That's the Escort.
So where is Rick?
He is a long way back. That's more than 11 seconds.
And there's one of the Sierras in there that we know is, in theory, ahead of Rick.
Is that David Tomlin, the black car?
Yeah. No, Tomlin's is white.
Oh, it's white. Yeah, no. So it's not Julian Thomas, is it? So who is in there? Oh no, that's the Tysan Advan Skyline. So that's not Rick Wood's car. That is Nick Strong's car that qualified a long way further back.
I think I may have. It's Rick Wood in the top of our shot now.
Good
with the
Lord.
red windscreen.
Okay, well, there's the end of the argument. It is much, much wetter than it was earlier, and the race director, I think quite possibly rightly, has decided, ooh, it's a very big puff of smoke coming out of Paul Mensley and Michael Lyon's car.
He's just warming his rear tyres, thinking they're going to restart. But
No, I'm not sure he is. It's puffing out a lot of smoke from the side exhaust. But it is a red flag, so the race... Now, is that suspended, or is there the option to restart it? 11 minutes remains on the clock. The clock has stopped, so that means that the race has been suspended and may not necessarily be abandoned. We'll wait for further from our race directors. And again, you know, this massive clump of cars, to release all those with, you know, 1600cc twin cam Lotus Cortinas and 504 horsepower Sierras in amongst them is it's going to be hard work for the quicker drivers in dry conditions with decent visibility, and a bit harder than that again. So red flag with just under 11 minutes remaining on the clock. And again, never going to argue with the race director for erring on the side of caution. And is he leading them into the pit lane? Yes, he is. And the car behind is not quite sure where to go. That wasn't actually Darren Fielding right behind. I think that was another of the M3s. Not sure that's actually car number 8.
No, it's Nick Bartlett that's come in.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 25 cars. So Darren Fielding actually wasn't behind the safety car in that yawning chasm to the next clump. He was in the next clump somewhere.
Which explains why it was 11 seconds and we couldn't work out where Rick Wood was.
Too many flipping Fina BMWs.
All with Soper on the side.
I know, that's absolute blasphemy, and Toby Moody will give me a dead leg for that the next time he sees me. But more than you would have seen on one racetrack in period, definitely.
There is... No, that's not... Is that Darren? It's 44 on the
Yeah,
car.
I think at the back
here,
I think
yes.
that's the one. That's car number 8, just coming in behind the Cologne Capri. Well, glad to see so many people here at Silverstone. I know an awful lot of fans will have bought their tickets and booked their weekends months and months and months ago. And unfortunately, you know, I've been here when it's been splitting the flags. I've been here where you just are soaked to the skin before you even get out of the car park. So today is one of those days. Hopefully tomorrow will be a lot better. The forecast is that we should stop seeing rain at the end of the morning. So next race out is due to be a double race. The Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race. So the plan is not to send single-seaters out in this weather. And I have to say, again, That seems to be a very sensible option. Well, our potential race winner has just come underneath us. Red flag has gone to checker, so we are not going to see any further laps, I'm afraid, from the Adrian Flux Trophy. And that's rather stymied Rick Wood's hopes of winning. So it will be victory for car number 8, the BMW E30 M3 of Darren Fielding, qualified in 11th place. He is our race winner. You're making a note of this, Bryn. It's Darren Fielding. So he's our race winner. Second place, Rick Wood. He comes in the Calsonic Skyline. There he is right behind. And third place is the man who started on the outside of the front row of the grid, David Tomlin, in his RS500 Sierra Cosworth. So there he is. Good. And a long way further back are under 2 litre touring car winners are Max Lynn and Rowan Lundy, I think,
Number 8.
in 113.
Yes, I mean, he was leading at the time of the
Yeah,
flag,
so
yes.
that's the Lotus Cortina. All the Lotus Cortinas in this race are basically white with a green flash, which was the factory Lotus Cortina racing colours. So one of them was there, and I believe it is Sean Lynn's son Max and his mate Rowan Lundy. So Max and Rowan win the under 2 litre touring car category, and not by much either. So there we go. That, unfortunately, an abbreviated end to the race. 2 safety cars and an awful lot more rain than anybody really wanted, liked or enjoyed. But we're still nice and warm and dry in our commentary box, aren't we, Alistair?
We are.
We are. Bryn's not. He's in the pit lane. Bryn?
Yeah, I'm not all that dry, but neither's Darren. But Darren, out there on track, first of all, congratulations, you've taken the victory, but it's not the way you'd want to take a win, I know.
Oh, I'll take it. I will take it. I'm not kidding. You could not see a car in front of you. It was that bad. After the safety car, actually, after the pit stop, actually, it was worse. Listen, you need a little bit of luck in racing, and I'll take it today.
The race has ended slightly shorter than we'd hoped it would be, 11 minutes or so shorter. But yeah, I mean, you've given us a bit of an insight into the conditions you were trying to deal with just out there. Were you trying to worship the end of race gods to get this one done early?
I wasn't too upset to see the red flag come out, to be honest with you. It's always nice to keep racing, but when I was in first place, I was quite happy to see the red flag.
You started way back on row 6 there, and 11th, actually I think you won up from there as well. So you had your work cut out, but when it comes down to a race like this, you just have to deal with the situation and stay out there. That's trickier, isn't it? Because when you're not going full pelt, it's easier to let go.
You've just got to in a way, take your time and be careful. If you go off, you're going to be nowhere. Just keep it on the track, keep a decent pace there going over the top, and luckily that's paid off.
Podium next, and that's in the rain, but well done.
Thank you very much.
Keep it on the grey stuff, son. And it's such an easy rule and so hard to discipline yourself because, of course, you want to use the performance in the car. But congratulations to Darren Fielding. Again, rain the great leveller, the power advantage of the RS500 Sierra Cosworth's negated by the weather. In fact, it became a power disadvantage, and I'm sure everybody had turned their boost down as much as they possibly could if it's adjustable. Well, Bryn has got our second place man, Rick Wood, who would have liked another 10 minutes, I'm sure, to try and exploit the 4-wheel drive of his Nissan Skyline.
Thanks very much, Martin. We've got weird drips right over where we are right now, so I'm trying to get Rick into the dry as best as I can. We just spoke to Darren there about his race and how tricky it was, the conditions out there, and he said it was just treacherous, couldn't see anything.
I've raced for many years. I don't want to add how many years I've raced, and that's probably the hardest race for weather we've ever done. I'm lucky to have 4-wheel drive, but I was aquaplaning everywhere because I've got that much camber on. But wow, that was tricky. Just, cars were going off left and right, and it was just, you had to feel the car, really feel the car, and many people didn't.
It was a race that never really stabilised, wasn't it? Because every single time there was a moment of maybe there was a bit of on-track action, we had to have a safety car because of the offs.
Yeah, if the safety car had let everyone past, I would have been on Darren's bum on that last lap. and it could have been a different story, but that's racing, and you know, you get stuck behind a certain slower car, but you know, all the cars are in one piece. That's the main thing. Well, most of them, and you know, Darren's tried really hard this year. He deserves it. I might deserve it a bit more, but he definitely deserves it.
You'll settle for second, I'm sure, but we're going to have to go out into the rain in a bit and get a trophy, but well done, Rick, well done.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Back to you, Martin.
Yeah, it is one of the toughest things, I think, to do in a race car, is to try and balance speed against grip, and as the weather fluctuates, and it really did in the race, as Rick said, very much wetter. It looked much wetter. I mean, here now, perversely, it actually looks much drier than it did just 5 minutes ago. So, but it's still raining, and Bryn is still hiding under the shelter.
I am. I'm in a cave here, it seems, Martin. Now, I've got the man who came home in third place here. David Tomlin actually started second on the grid. So of all the drivers that are on the podium, you started near the top end.
Yeah, but I went backwards for a while I was... but I didn't go into the gravel like a lot of other people did. So caution worked for me in the end. And but that was very difficult. And the conditions were actually getting worse there at the end. I think even if there'd been a green flag, we wouldn't have gone much faster.
Well, that's the thing. We look at the conditions right now, don't we? And the rain has started to ease a little bit. There are some very nasty dark clouds above us. The rain has eased a fair bit, but has eased a fair bit. But actually, looking out there, it's not getting any drier at all. You're not moving any of the water off the surface.
Still a few rivers across the track, going on to Hanger Straight, for example. And a car that caused the last safety car was spun probably in that river. But okay, you have to be more cautious at those points. But yeah, that was difficult, to say the least, especially with turbo car, because it's difficult to stop spinning your wheels.
Yeah. Well, you managed it well. You've got yourself a podium, so well done.
Thank you very much.
So there you go. All of our top three surviving by the skin of their teeth. Nobody romped this one. Darren Fielding in the BMW M3 tops the podium ahead of the four-wheel drive Skyline of Rick Wood, and David Tomlin in his Sierra Cosworth RS500 in third place. Our early leaders, the Mensley Lions, Sierra in fourth ahead of Mike Manning and Howard Spooner. So looking a long way further back down the order, our under 2-litre touring car race winners finished in 28th place. That was the best of the Lotus Cortina group, and that was Max Lynn and Rowan Mundy. So they were in a little separate race of their own, but everybody was in a race of their own. Essentially, it was man against the weather here, and trying to guide your car around. Last year's winner, Wim Kuil, didn't quite come out on top of the pile in the same surprising way as he did in 2023. So that's the first race of the slightly wet start to the 2024 Silverstone Festival here, completed. The Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars. Well done to everybody who made it around. It was definitely not easy motoring. Some of the names that had issues in the standing water are very, very experienced drivers, and that just gives an indication of how tough it was. Tomlin looking around the outside as they head down the straight into Abbey for the very first time. Well, there was the start of the race in streaming wet conditions. They'd had a lap and a half behind the safety car to try and judge the conditions, but even our poleman. And we are waiting to see our drivers out on the podium, and hopefully then waiting to see the next group of cars coming out. And race director rather sensibly has decided not to try and send any single seaters out. We will probably then mix up our program for the day, so whatever you were expecting to see next, you may not see next. We've just seen the Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars. Next was due to be Formula 3, unlikely to be that. So we are probably going to go to the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy next. So that will be the 1950s and 60s sports cars. So a very big group of cars, and hopefully an opportunity for them to get out and race. And then, well, depending on the weather and on the time, whether we see anything else moved forward from this afternoon's programme into this morning or an early lunch break, not entirely sure. Again, the race director and the officials here are going to have to... This is very much making it up as you go along, and you're being dictated to entirely by the weather. You can see the two marshals there trying to sweep some of the puddles away, and they are sort of backfilling it just about as quickly as you can sweep them away. So again, as ever, thanks to everybody here who is helping out with the organisation, and particularly to the marshals, all unpaid volunteers. They give up their time, their free time, and bring their own lunch and everything else to marshal every race meeting across the country and across the world. So the men and women in orange or in white or whatever colour they wear wherever you are, the corner workers, the track marshals, the pit lane officials, the starters and everybody else, thank you to them for volunteering to come out. I know a number of them will be probably camping here this weekend, so they went to bed last night with some lovely summer evening weather and woke up this morning to the patter of rain on canvas. The bacon sandwiches were probably a bit damp, and they're going to have a long, trying day today. So thank you to everybody who's marshalling. And if you are a motorsport fan and you're not going to be able to afford to go racing yourself, you can get an awful lot more involved in the sport that you love by joining one of the British Marshals Clubs or one of the other global Marshals Clubs and joining up. You can go on a trial day where you can get a feel for it and see maybe which aspect of being a marshal you might like to try and specialise in, but you will find yourself among a host of kindred spirits. They're all absolutely balmy motorsport enthusiasts, and you would need to be, wouldn't you, to be out on a day like today in all weathers. That's why they're all so well wrapped up. And of course, they are all very highly trained as well to try and make sure that whatever situation they're presented with, whatever strife drivers get themselves into, the marshals are there to try and get them out safely. Safely for other drivers, safely for the driver in the incident, and safely for the marshals as well. And that's part of the duty of the race direction as well. It's not just about getting the races on, it's not just about making sure that racing is fair, it's most of all, above everything else, to make sure that racing is safe. So if you're sitting at home watching comfortably in your warm armchair, looking at the stream thinking, well, why aren't they racing? And the answer is that the race director wants to make sure that everybody that came here to the Silverstone Festival gets to go home. And that is the overriding concern, and you'll never hear an argument against that from me. So the race director doing whatever he can, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see cars out again this morning. But at least we had an opportunity to see the Historic Touring Car Challenge, the Adrian Flux Trophy, and that has almost run its course. The conditions were trying, but if it was easy, I'd be doing it. Well, thank you to everybody who is watching online and back home or wherever you are watching. There's an awful lot of fun comments coming in. Always happy to receive information, equally happy to receive corrections, because like I said, the memory is not always perfectly correct. And again, talking about that ex-Dick Johnson and John Bowe Ford Sierra Cosworth, at the same stage I said I thought Alan Gow came over with the team. In fact, Alan Gow didn't come over with the team, but he did come over to the TT as a team manager. But that, I think, was for Peter Brock, of course, the Holden racing legend. 1986, Richard Hay informs me that Brock had a Holden dealer team Commodore in the European Touring Car Championship. And Alan Grice, who won Bathurst in 1986, had the Chickadee Commodore as well. If his brain is working right, well, if his is working right, mine may be as well.
Well, here we go then, folks. It's now time for the podium from the Ayrton Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge that we just witnessed out on track. It finished slightly early, a bit premature because of the weather, but what a race we got to see for moments out there in the rain. Let's go straight to the podium and welcome, finishing third. Can you please go wild for David Tomlin? Next up then, finishing second, Rick Wood. But taking the top step and winning. Huge congratulations to Darren Fielding. Congratulations. We'll get the trophies to you and then we can let the crowd go wild and get our photo opportunities. Third place just there, David Tomlin. Second place to Rick Wood. Once again, Darren Fielding taking the victory. Congratulations to all. Let's get a few words, shall we, from all of the drivers very quickly. I know I've spoken to you already out there, but if we go straight to you then, David, it was a interesting race for us to witness.
Yeah, you just had to stay on the track, didn't you? Because a lot of them were falling off. But yeah, there were a lot of puddles out there and rivers at the end. It was probably the right time to call it off.
Certainly, there's rivers here as well, as you can see. Let's go to second place to Rick. Well done to you as well there, Rick. You're cuddling the trophy. You're not going to let that go.
Not in a hurry, no. Yeah, I'm gutted that I got kind of stuck behind some of the cars in the safety section because I was on Darren's backside, as he knows.
He doesn't seem to be too fussed though, does he? I mean, Darren's quite happy there with the big trophy. Darren, it was an interesting one, and I know you were relieved that the race ended when it did.
I was extremely relieved, to be honest with you. It was just an unbelievable race. I mean, you couldn't see the car in front of you at the beginning, to be honest with you. It was just a case of just keep it steady, stay on the track, don't go off, and just hopefully it'll come to you. And luckily it did. Team played a blinder with my pit stop. It's a real team effort. We do put a lot of effort into this, so it's just the rewards, really.
Well done, congratulations. Let me get out of the way of the shot, and everybody please show your appreciation to all three. If you could give us a big moment, lads, big moment. And then look down the camera below ours as well for the photo. A bit lower there, Darren, as well. There you go, there's your podium, ladies and gentlemen, for the Ayrton Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. Congratulations to all three.
Well, I was rather expecting Bryn to get a little wetter than that. No champagne at all. They've been very nice to him, aren't they? So our first race completed here at the 2024 Silverstone Festival. And actually, just for a moment, should I whisper this? It does look like it might have almost stopped raining. So hopefully we'll get a few more cars out on track, and hopefully we might start to pick up some of the races that we didn't see earlier today. So essentially our race director has taken the decision not to send out the single-seaters. So Historic Formula Junior, Formula 2 Classic and Formula 3 Classic Inter-Series have not gone out. So we have had our Ayrton Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars. And what we're expecting to see next, leaning back and looking down the pit lane, lots of marshals with their hoods up and no cars out yet, but we are expecting to see cars for the race that was due to start at 12:10, which is race number 5 in your race card. If you haven't bought a programme, by the way, I do suggest that you do. It is full of lots of information about everything that you're seeing here at the Silverstone Festival, and includes the race card, and includes information on the on-track and off-track displays as well, and the Royal Automobile Club Woodcut Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy races, which are combined in one grid of 50 minutes, are just on their way out. So here we go. Ed Foster's having a very lazy morning. It's about 5 minutes at the beginning of the day, and where's he? I don't know, he's probably somewhere having a nice cup of tea with his feet up in front of a toasty fire, because that's what they do in the summer in Scotland. So the car's coming straight out, and these cars, as I said, racing for 50 minutes with one mandatory pit stop in the middle. It is a 2-driver race. Not all cars are driven by 2 drivers, but these are an array of 1950s just into 1960 sports cars. So front-engined and mid-engined, and a combination of cars that would have raced in club racing on smaller short circuits, and also in long distance events at circuits like Le Mans. So you'll see Cooper Bristols, Jaguar E-types, Lotuses, Listers, all sorts of stuff going on here. These are the cars for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophy races. Again, a combined grid of 44 cars, with Lotus 15 of Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam starting on pole ahead of the Lister Nobly of John Spears and Nigel Greensall. Roger Wills, serial winner in his Lotus 15, lines up third ahead of the Willis and Yerbstall car. Shane Brereton's Cooper Monaco, rear-engine car, mid-engine car, is in fifth place ahead of the Spears and Greensall Lister Costin. Yes, the same Spears and Greensall. They are driving two cars in the same race. So John Spears, we think, is likely to start the car on row one, the Lister Nobly, and Nigel Greensall will try and close up on him in the Lister Costin. So essentially the idea is they pit together at the same time, jump from one car to the other and leave again. We'll see how that works out for them. A hole on the grid, pencils poised, so in 17th place we were expecting to see the Pearson's D-Type, and that was the pole sitter for the Woodcote Trophy race, and it does not appear to be there. So John and Gary Pearson's car, and on row 20 no 19th place car either, so Richard Cook's Lister Costin may have either fallen off the graphics or not made it out of the collecting area. Unique Jaguar Alton, which sort of Jaguarish red car. You'll see that's starting in 25th place with a host of C-types and D-types around it. Front engine Cooper Bristols, Lotus 11s, little Climax engine cars. You see one of them nominally as a Lotus 11 Le Mans. In fact, all racing spec Lotus 11s were the Le Mans spec car, with the Coventry Climax FWE and the De Dion rear end. The road versions of the Lotus 11 had a traditional live axle, not a De Dion axle. Zipping my Lotus 11 anorak right up there to the head shaking. And let's see if we can make ours. We can't hear each other, which is a little bit of an issue. So Alistair Douglas standing alongside me. Okay. So cars on the formation lap, and again you'll see a variety of predominantly front-engined sports cars. Again, end of the 50s, the cusp of 1960 is where the rear-engine revolution really started, with single-seater racing predominantly, but the Cooper company producing also the Cooper Bobtail, and that's the Cooper Monaco. You can see the pale green car, number 49 of Shane Brereton, on row 3 of the grid, and that is a mid-engined sports race. So there he is, the pale green car. You can see alongside car number 21, again, one of the Listers, front engine, big front engine, a lot of car in front of the driver sitting basically on the rear axle. But in these conditions, well, we heard from the Formula Junior drivers that they thought actually the front engine cars might be a bit more forgiving and a bit less twitchy than a mid-engine car. We'll wait and see if that is the case with these sports cars as well. As with our other grids that have left the pit lane, well, slippery surface flags are out, that's a given. They are getting a second formation lap. It will be a rolling start for our 44 or now possibly 42 car field, because we do seem to have lost the Pearson's D-Type and Richard Cook's Lister Costin. Have to say, in this Merc, I'm not going to try and spot if anybody else is missing. If they're missing, we won't be talking about them because they won't be visible. Let's see as they come through the Beckett's S's. See Is it Bon Grimes or Johnny Molam who's going to lead them away? I think that's Bon Grimes. And starting on pole, you will have, I was going to say the best visibility. What I actually meant, of course, was the least worst visibility. Bit of traction issues still for these cars. That's Hugh Apthorpe, or is that Chris Keith Lucas? Whatever it is, it's their Kieft 1100, sports car in the Woodcote Trophy race. Lights are off on the safety car on the hangar straight. It looks as though we are ready to go racing. Roger Wills is, that's Roger Wills coming steaming down the inside. So has he had a problem as well? Roger Wills due to be 4th on the grid in his very familiar Lotus 15. It's the Lotus 15 of Johnny Molan and Bon Grimes that leads the field. We are ready to go racing at the 2024 Silverstone Festival. The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy races are about to get underway. Red lights are on and off they go. Bon Grimes in the Lotus 15, car number 26 on the inside, but in front of him it is John Spears who takes the lead, using the grunt of the Lister Nobly to get in front. And 3rd place already, I think that's Nigel Greensall in the dark blue car with the white stripes. That's the Lister Costin from row 3 of the grid, the white or silver car coming down the inside. That is 24, so that's Roger Wills. Didn't get himself back in position on the formation lap, but he jumps in front of car number 2, Andrew Guy Smith in the Cooper Monaco, and that car qualified down in 10th place. So already the 2 Cooper Monacos in 4th and 5th place, but Roger Wills up to 5th and 6th for the 2 Cooper Monacos. Roger Wills up to 4th place in the Lotus 15 and looking to challenge for 3rd.
And the 2 cars driven by the pairing of Nigel Greensall and John Spears are 1st and almost 2nd, not quite, they're still 1st and 3rd, but the little Lotus coming through into 2nd place, the Johnny Molam, Bon Grimes, number 26, the green car, that was driven by Graham Hill in period, and then the ex-Bruce McLaren similar car of Roger Wills in 4th place.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think it's probably sensible for Bon Grimes to have started the race. Johnny Molam then will take the car over later. I'm trying to remember desperately now what Johnny Molam's helmet looked like. So long since I've seen him in an open car. But here comes Nigel Greensall down the inside in 88. That is the Lister Costin. Up into 2nd, up into the lead. Takes 2 at the same time. So in fact, he's now ahead of his teammate John Spears. So those 2 cars in front, the 2 drivers of those cars will swap cars midway through the race. So if they're 1st and 2nd now, then Nigel needs essentially not to open up too big a margin, otherwise he's going to lose that margin. But the battle is on for 2nd place. John Spears and Bon Grimes in the little Lotus 15. Much less weight to handle, so it'll stop better and it'll accelerate quicker despite having less power than the big Lister Nobly. So Bon Grimes back up to 2nd. Roger Wills keeping his powder dry in the Lotus 15, the white car in 4th place. Now he's looking down the inside of John Spears, and he goes through for 3rd. There is Roger Wills with the silver fern on his helmet, the proud Kiwi in the ex-Bruce McLaren car. Won so many races with the car. Doesn't race a lot of other things, but when he's in the Lotus 15, he is a formidable opponent in any conditions against any cars. Nigel Greensall in that Lister Costin, again with a big 4.2 litre Jag engine. Bon Grimes runs out wide onto the gravel as they come out onto the straight, keeps it on the island, and Roger Wills up to 2nd ahead of John Spears.
Indeed, yes, the little Lotus, the 2 little Lotus cars, a little bit more handleable in these conditions. Very, very good chassis always on Lotus cars, but with the smaller engine and less power, they're probably more handleable through here. But both John Spears and Nigel Greensall doing an excellent job in 1st and 3rd places as they come into the tight left-hander at the loop. And through on the inside, Bond Grimes looking for the way through. A little bit of opposite lock there, but can't cope with the power of that knobbly Lister number 152 of John Spears.
Yeah, what you're looking at there in the Lister is a 4.2 litre Jaguar engine compared to 1500cc or 1600cc in the Lotus. And of course, it won't just be a standard 4.2 XK engine. It'll probably have sort of big valve D-type heads and lots of extra breathing and everything else in full race spec. But what you'll probably find in the big cars, John Spears and Nigel Greensall, if it was normally a second gear corner, they'll very likely be in third, possibly even in fourth gear. You might even be 2 gears up, because these things have got such thumping torque that if you really open the throttle quickly, oh, and there's the Cooper Monaco in the gravel. That's Shane Brereton's car, and digs himself in.
I think he should have gone backwards there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was an option. That would have dug it into reverse as well, probably.
Yeah.
And that is down at Luffield, and that is going to bring out the safety car. He's in a very precarious position. A lot of cars using the tight inside line, but if you're coming round on the outside wet line, let's take a look. Well, he's slipped on somebody's oil perhaps, or just got a wheel on the white line. Trying to dig it out. He was on terra firma, sort of. And then unfortunately buried himself in the gravel. He was trying to do the right thing, and maybe in the dry it would have worked. I don't think that the race director's got any option other than to bring out the safety car. He is going to need a tow. Whether he's towed out backwards or forwards, not entirely sure. There's your race leader, Nigel Greensall, from 6th on the grid. Jumped up very quickly and had the lead by the end of lap 1. Again, the same chassis and engine underneath that body as in the Lister Knobley driven by John Spears, but a very different looking car, trying to make it a much lower profile car, trying to cheat the wind a little bit more. So that's an evolution of the Lister programme from Brian Lister. And then they went even further. You'll see further down the order the Lister Jaguar flat iron, an even lower profile version of the car. Wasn't quite as popular or successful. Roger Wills closing in now on Nigel Greensall, and the safety car is out, so Wills won't get the chance to pass, but it should be a short safety car. Well done, marshals. Round of applause for the fans there, please, for the marshals to get the car out so quickly. Shane Brereton back on terra firma, won't lose a lap. He will drop right to the tail of the field. There is Nigel Greensall with Roger Wills right with him. They're both far too experienced to do anything silly behind the safety car. As Shane coming to the pit lane, he may have done to have the car checked over and a bit shaken free of gravel. Bond Grimes, our pole sitter or our pole starter, in 3rd place. Well, that truncates the field nicely, doesn't it? John Spears in 4th place. Then in 5th place, the second of the Cooper Monacos, and that's Andrew Guy Smith, the darker green, car number 2. And there, why are they not in line astern? Well, Alistair, they're fanning out, so they basically got visibility of what's going on with the safety car, haven't they?
Yes, and also you don't want spray thrown up in your face if you can help it, to keep your visor clean. And so, as you say, the drivers... Oh, that's the Lola Mark 1 of Keith Arler's, which has been pushed away. That's a very unusual if that's retired mechanically, because that's a very, very reliable car, but that's unfortunately being pushed away. And yes, just going back to the spray, the drivers just almost in grid formation, aren't they? One on the right, one on the left. They've coming through Luffield into Woodcote Corner. All the cars been picked up now.
Shane Brereton still in the pit lane. He hasn't got out of the car yet, but I'm not sure whether he is happy to rejoin. Roger Wills' hands in the air, both hands in the air. Now, he's very agitated about something. That's very un-Roger Wills.
Yes, he's just passed his pits, so it might be that he was trying to tell them something, but as you say, that's not like Roger. He's very relaxed normally.
Very sanguine. Well, yellow flags are out, safety car is out, but we think, we're having a look at our circuit cameras, don't see anybody else stranded. Lotus 15, as we said, as Alistair pointed out, the car in third place, car number 24, driven in period by Bruce McLaren. And for those who aren't aware, Bruce McLaren born and started his racing career in New Zealand, and like so many, made his way then in the opposite direction to the £5 Poms, came to the UK to race, set himself up in south-west London, and set up his own firm, but before then, racing whatever he could, and not the only one. So lights off on the safety car as they come down the Hangar Straight, so for all of those who are not on the tail of the safety car queue, time to try and catch up a little bit. There's one of our Jaguar D-types, Martin Halusa in the short, long-nose D-type, with the fin there, but we are ready to go back to green. Safety car is back in the pit lane. We go back to green flag racing. The race leader in car number 88, Nigel Greensall in the Lister Costin. Blue car, blue helmet, and a little bit of a slide out of the final corner. Across the line we go. He's being chased hard by Roger Wills in second place. The man who started on pole, Bon Grimes, in third, just ahead of John Spears, and a challenge for fifth position. Slotting up the inside is David Hart in the family Lister. So David Hart moves up to fifth place in the Lister Costin, that we think he's going to share with his son Olivier. And a challenge for the lead from Roger Wills. Didn't get by Nigel Greensall there. Greensall runs out wide though, carried in a fraction more speed. The Lotus trying to V off the corner. Roger Wills is alongside as they come out onto the Wellington Straight. Nigel will have momentum, but it's Roger Wills who has the line. He now runs out wide, and then the big Jaguar engine in the Lister Costin starts to pick up its skirts and fly. He's on the inside. Wills is on the better racing line in the dry, but it's a little wetter offline, but there might just be the grip, and there is. Roger Wills is not going to try anything silly or incautious at this stage. I think he and Nigel Greensall will trust each other implicitly. The two cars, Alistair Douglas, handling so very, very differently in any conditions, and that's really magnified here in the rain.
Yes, you would have said that Nigel Greensall was going way too wide there into Luffield, but he was taking that wet line. Roger Wills went for the inside, more traditional racing line, but it wasn't any quicker, and he came out where he started in second place as they turn into Copse Corner, and you can see the spray being thrown up as coming up into third place has come the number 33 car. That's the Harts, father and son, David and Olivier Hart, and that car started, I'll just check my notes, they've just come through, Martin, to let you know.
Yeah, moved up to third place, and there you saw a great example of the Lister Costin of David Hart and the Lister Nobly of John Spears. Behind him, Bon Grimes still in fifth place, sliding around, and then the Cooper Monaco in sixth position of Andrew Guy Smith.
And it is David Hart who started the 33 car, and Andrew Guy Smith and Shane Brereton there in the light green with the white stripe, another of the Cooper Monacos.
Well, he was the one who was in the gravel that brought out the safety car, and actually he's rejoined the race, but he is 2 laps down, so 49 there is 2 laps down. Beside him, though, is a battle for position. It's the D-type we talked about a moment or two ago, car number 141, Martin Halusa, and again, Roger Wills. Now, Roger Wills down to third place because David Hart has moved up to second in the Lister Costin. So here's a sentence you'll never hear very much in period. Lister Costin's 1-2.
And the D-type number 141 was the car that finished second at Le Mans in 1954, the highest placed D-type.
And he was battling with David Richards in that silver or probably aluminium-bodied Lotus 11. That was the car that was alongside him, and again the D-type using the extra grunt. And actually, if it starts to dry out a little, then the big Jaguar power units are definitely going to start to be able to exploit their advantage. Again, if you look at the Lister, well, Brian Lister might have designed the car and the bodywork, but all the other ancillary items, same with the Lotus, came from proprietary manufacturers. So the front lights are standard Lucas, the rear lights are also a standard Lucas light, which would have been on things like a Morris Minor and a Frog Eye Sprite and all sorts of stuff. So although they were bespoke racing cars, a lot of the other bits and bobs definitely came from other manufacturers. 168 just being lapped there, and that is Paul de Havilland's Lotus 11. Roger Wills in third place. And Bon Grimes is dropping away a little bit as well. He's now 10 seconds behind the leader, but still in fifth position. We're waiting for our pit window to open. Just about at 1/3 race distance. Car number 2 just in the background you saw there, that's Andrew Guy Smith's Cooper Monaco. And again, one of the few mid-engine cars in this predominantly front-engine field. What we're seeing here is sports car racing sort of at the death knell of front-engine cars, isn't it really? They're already cars like the C-Type, the D-Type, all right, the Austin Healey as a road car is a little bit different, but in terms of racing cars, the 11s, the 15s from Lotus and all the Listers, the front engine, their time was already fast approaching its end. 58, Gareth Burnett in his Lotus 11, another one of those climax engines to Dion rear axle cars, 1100cc, and the Lotus 11 was for a number of years Colin Chapman's most successful design, certainly in terms of sales, and of course it won the index of thermal efficiency at Le Mans. But a Lotus 11, 1100cc Lotus 11, finished 4th overall on its first appearance at Le Mans at the end of the 50s. So it was by no means just a tiddler, it was a very, very fierce competitor indeed. Well, there is that silver Lotus 11. Right down the inside. Three-way battle here. What's this for? This is the battle for 9th place. The Wilson and Nuttall car in 10th spot. Looking up the inside. Now it's side by side with another Lotus. Gareth Burnett trying to find his way through. So Gareth Burnett in that black Lotus 11 with the aluminium lower part. Glass fibre body often was coloured or painted. The aluminium tub, if you like, would not have been. Short-nosed D-type behind. Driver raising his head above the parapet. Why is he doing that? Well, to see over the slightly fogged up or perhaps wet Perspex screen, but also if you lift your, as a motorcycle racer knows, if you lift your head up, then that helps clear the water off your visor. So, EX Works D-Type of Martin Halusa working its way up the order, just going by the Lotus 11 of Paul and Bourne. And that was for 7th place. Whoa, what a big moment. Very big moment for Gareth Burnett in his Lotus 11. Just holds on to it. And again, 1100cc, but more than enough to get yourself into trouble. Lucas Halusa sharing with Alex Ames. Nigel Greensell in the pit lane. So Nigel Greensell is in the pits. So I'm assuming that the pit window is open.
It is, yes.
Well, here's that moment. Ooh, busy hands, busy hands. And again, if that was a mid-engine car, that might not have come back. So who else has pitted? Well, David Hart hasn't. He's leading now from Roger Wills. Bon Grimes has. Interestingly, John Spears has not pitted. But Nigel Greensell is then waiting for John Spears to come in. This is a major fly in the ointment. The idea is that they were supposed to swap cars at the same time.
I wonder whether they've decided not to swap, because Nigel has no intention of getting out of that car, has he? Sat there.
Indeed.
It's not like he's sat there because it's drier in the car. He's put the clip back on the Perspex windscreen so that it doesn't flap around.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that he raced in, or he qualified yesterday in sunglasses. Today you can see his glasses have got a yellow tint, and of course yellow visors in this period, all those funny spinny ones that Graham Hill used to have occasionally in an open car, were useful for cutting down glare in wet weather. So has he got wet weather specs as well as sunny weather specs? Well, here is a genuine driver change.
And that's Matt Jackson being strapped into Richard Postin's Lotus 11, which was the factory demonstrator car in period and then disappeared for a long time. But
so is this the one that Jenks took on a Christmas Day drive?
No, that was a Lotus 16, wasn't it?
Was it a 16?
Open wheel car.
Oh,
yeah.
right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay, so David Richards also stopping. Let's go a bit of twiddling and tightening. Is that throttle linkage being adjusted? Big Healy driver change as well. Everybody maintaining a 60-second minimum stationary time, and the reason for that is A, equality, but B, safety. So that everybody is strapped in safely, particularly with their hands devices. Nigel Greensall still in the pits. No, must have left by now, or is that? I think he's leaving right now, even as I watch him. Oh no, there he goes. He is back out on track. So you're absolutely right. Plan B has gone into action. All right, it's every man for himself. Nigel Greensall staying in the Costin. And that means that John Spears will stay. Oh, that's great, isn't it? You could just hear the revs rise even before the car started to slide as he came out of Club Corner. Club on the run down to Abbey, as ever was. And then, of course, turning left and nowadays turning right. Through Farm, sweeping left-hander down to the tight right at Village. You can hear the blip on the down change from Nigel. Little short shoot up to the tight left-hander at the loop. This is a sort of long, multiple apex left-hand corner, really. You straighten up a little bit between the loop and Aintree, but it's glorious. Straight 6XK engine, one of the classic engines of all time. Little issue here for David Richards, Lotus 11. It's taken a while to sort. So you can see the Climax engine, built by Coventry Climax in Coventry, as you would expect, canted over. It's at about a 35-degree angle. Why is it at an angle? Does that make it perform better? No, but it makes it lower, effectively, so you can have a lower bonnet line. They weren't the first, they certainly weren't the last people to lean an engine over.
And that's Will Nuttall getting into car number 94. Richard Wilson started the car, and Will Nuttall, a very, very quick driver indeed. They are currently lying in 8th position, but obviously the order mixed up a little bit at the moment with the pit stops taking place.
55, or as it is in this race, 155. And that is Tim De Silva's Lotus 11. He's going very strongly early on, wasn't he? Where did he qualify that car? He was on the first 2 or 3 rows, was he? A little bit further back. Tim De Silva qualified in 15th place. And again, it should be a few minutes, isn't it, before all the pit stops sort themselves out.
Yes, and confirmation now with Nigel Greensall clearly has gone back out again in the Costin Lister, and so Nigel and John Spears will not be switching cars as they'd originally planned to do.
And I wonder if John thought that the Knobley wouldn't give them as much of an opportunity for victory as if Nigel stayed in the Costin. Not sure. David Hart leads from Roger Wills. The Bourne and Paul Lotus 11, car number 11, is in 3rd place, and that car, the blue Lotus 11, started down in 18th position, so there have been a lot of pit stoppers. The top 6 have yet to stop, and car number 152, Nigel Greensall is now up to 7th place, so he is the leader of the non-stoppers, which makes sense as he was the race leader and he stopped first. So here is our current race leader, David Hart. Now, he was initially down to drive with his son, but as you can see on the graphics and on our grid, it is only David Hart's, on our on grid sheet, David and Olivier Hart, but again, they may have decided that actually sending out either of them unraced into these wet conditions is probably not the best idea. To keep one driver in the car is probably a better idea. And again, that's the same deal, I think, with John Spears and Nigel Greensill, is that just stay in the car you're in, because you know what it's like in these conditions, whereas you swap to another car, although you might know it really well, you don't know it as well in these conditions as the one you've just driven. So it makes an awful lot of sense not to go chopping and changing.
And you also don't know the track conditions as well as the driver that's been in the car for the best part of half an hour.
Correct.
Yeah, that's Malcolm Paul now in the number 11 Lotus 11. Rick Bourne always starts in that partnership. Coming through the wonderful Maggots and into the Beckett sweepers, right, and left. Looks very small on the very large Silverstone track, but an effective car from Colin Chapman.
Such a pretty little thing as well.
Yeah, from 1958.
Yeah, such a pretty car, the Lotus 11.
Nigel Greensill still leading after pit stops have been unwound, because at the moment he's not shown as leading, but he has done his pit stop, number 88 in the Costin-bodied Lister owned by John Spears.
Yeah, John Spears has stopped as well. He's on his outlap, so he has made his stop. David Hart, Roger Wills still 1-2. They've yet to stop. Bourne and Paul at Lotus 11, car number 11, continuing in third place. There's just 0.8 of a second, first to second. So David Hart in car number 33 is our current leader. And as the track dries out, where does the balance fall between staying out and coming in? And when do you choose to do so? Of course, we've got two races going on here. The cars at the front of the field, Alistair, are in the Woodcote Trophy, in the Stirling Moss Trophy. But we have another group of cars in the Woodcote Trophy, which are predominantly more road car type cars. So you've got Austin Healey's, Fraser Nash's, a bunch of Jaguar D-types, obviously at Cooper Bristol, so that really gives the lie to them being more road car-y, but they're of a slightly different vintage, earlier in the 50s particularly. And leading the Woodcote Trophy cars at the moment in fourth place. I think is our fourth place car not a Woodcote Trophy car? No, he's not. Yes, he is. Mike Thorne and Sarah Bennett-Baggs, the Austin Healey 100M.
Yes, of course.
Is in fourth place, car number 100. That is leading the Woodcote Trophy. Martin, has it stopped? No, boys and girls, it has not stopped. But the leader has. David Hart is in and stays in. Was that Olivier? Is that Olivier, but without yesterday's yellow gloves? I'm going with what we see on screen. I'm assuming it's David Hart. Roger Wills is in as well. The number 11, Lotus 11, yet to stop. Nigel Greensill up to fourth place. Stopped early, has been in the lead since lap 1 and has the fastest race lap, a 2-minute 51.5. His current last lap was a 2-minute 54.3. Go, 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 go. Whatever the Dutch for go, go, go is. And David Hart comes out ahead of Roger Wills. So the husband and wife duo, Mike Thorne, Sarah Bennett-Baggs, are now up to effectively the race lead. Are they? I know they're coming
in the pits
now. They have come into the pits. So they didn't pit as... there you go, look. There is your battle. There is first on track, and coming out of the pit lane, there is second place. So that is Nigel Greensill, meters ahead of David Hart. We are back to a Lister Costin 1-2. That's your lead battle. There's Roger Wills in third in the white Lotus 11 through the Beckett's S's. They are covered by barely a second. Fantastic battle in prospect now. And if it continues to dry, or if it dries even a smidge, then is Roger Wills going to stand a chance of getting by these two cars? If it stays wet, then I think he has potentially the prospect of maybe getting by both of them. But the little Lotus will lose out in the horsepower stakes. The it does look like both Nigel Greensill and David Hart, as well as Roger Wills, having done the entire race so far, very dialed into their cars.
And all three of them driving solo, so that sort of confirms what you said earlier about drivers staying in the car have a slight advantage in these conditions, probably quite a big advantage due to the track conditions.
Roger Wills, you can see how much he's having to lean on the car, getting it sideways coming into Abbey. It's the big cars, the listers, that are getting sideways coming out of Abbey as they're trying to chase the throttle. John Spears up to 4th place. Bon Grimes now, I think, having handed over to Johnny Molam in 5th place. Not sure that he has. We'll have to get eyes on that car and see if there's a different helmet. Again, they may have decided that actually keeping Bon in the car is the sensible option. Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames up to 6th position ahead of the Bourne and Paul Lotus. So car number 141 in 6th place. And that is where they come from. They've come from a long way back on the grid. That is the Jaguar D-Type car number 141 that started in 24th position. That is up now to 6th spot. There it is. So that's Alex Ames' helmet, I think, now in the car. OKV1, one of the very successful factory D-types. Short nose with the fin. And there is Johnny Molam. So it has been a driver change. Now I remember what Johnny's helmet looks like. It was Bon Grimes that started, and that makes so much sense in filthy conditions when the car's at the front of the grid. Give your gentleman driver as much visibility as he can. Johnny Molam and Bon Grimes, the Lotus 15 that started on pole position in 5th spot. But here is our battle for second. Oh, big moment turning into Copse Corner. David Hart hangs on to it. Roger Wills, for a moment there, might have been wondering if the big lister was going to loop across his bows. He had to remain committed, but he has dropped a whisker back. And Nigel Greensill moving around the Fraser-Nash, just starting to extend a little bit the advantage over David Hart. It's out to about 2 seconds now. David Hart has his hands full with A, the Lister Costin, and B, the presence of Roger Wills behind him. 133 is the Chris and Oliver Phillips, I beg your pardon, it's not Fraser-Nash, it's a Cooper Bristol Sports. Of course it is, Martin, you idiot. That's the car they were just going by there in the Beckett's S's.
And Roger Wills trying to go up the inside into Stowe Corner of the big Costin-bodied lister of David Hart, but no room to get through there. But they're coming into a tighter section now into the left. Not quite as tight as the Grand Prix left at Club Corner, but what we call the historic Club Corner. But he's lost out a little bit along the straight there as they come now onto the Hamilton Straight to complete another lap with 18.5 minutes remaining. And the view from our camera at the head of the Hamilton Straight shows you just how wet it is, as all we can see is headlights. Quite reminiscent of dusk at Le Mans coming towards us.
Or daylight at Le Mans, where we do have some very wet Le Mans, you're right, absolutely. Yeah, it is visibility. There you are, that's because I said it was getting better, didn't I? Visibility is getting a lot worse, not just for the drivers, but for the marshals as well. It's getting really quite grey in places. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's raining harder. There seems to be less spray. But again, you can see that the track is still very, very wet. When Roger Wills gets sideways, either he is absolutely nailing the mother and father of all qualifying laps, or the track's very wet indeed.
Yeah, you can see there as he came out of Aintree, he just got the car into a little bit of a slide, but now he's trying to go down the inside, maybe looking for a little bit more grip, as we see one car stopped at the side of the track, which is the number 36.
Latest 11, I'm not sure.
That's the Eric Stays car, which unfortunately seems to have got...
Place. Looks like the bonnet clips have actually come loose there, so I'm not sure if he's had an incident or not. Car number 2, the Cooper Monaco, getting very sideways now. Why has that disappeared? That's the Andrew Guy Smith car. He's a lap down, and I'm not sure why. I don't think we saw him go off. Not sure where he's disappeared to. There's the number 11 Lotus 11, and that is the Bourne and Poole car. That's now down to 8th place. I think they may have had a moment as well.
There we are. The answer to Eric Stays is he went straight on, and I think that was the same place that Richard Kent went off in the Broadspeed Capri, wasn't it?
Well, he's found and managed to avoid the gravel trap and found a bit of terra firma. I thought the bonnet was looking like it might have been a little bit loose, but it wasn't. Okay, battle on for position here. The Wilson and Nuttall Lotus on the inside. That's car number 94 of the dark blue. Number 11, that's the Bourne and Poole car. A little bit of hand signals out of the cockpit. You go that way, mate. I think that Malcolm Paul realises that the car behind him is coming up with a head of steam. So the Lotus, going by the Lotus 94, that's a 15, isn't it?
That's the 2-litre engined Lotus 15 from around about the same period as the 1500cc Lotus 11. And both obviously came out of the Lotus factory from the pen of Colin Chapman. As that car we didn't spot when he lost all the time, but Andrew Guy Smith correcting a slide there in the Cooper Monaco. But Will Nuttall now is on board the 94 Lotus 15.
Absolutely flying. There is the car that he is chasing, not number 2, but number 141, the Lucas Alusa Alex Ames Jaguar D-Type, which is currently in 6th position, and that's coming down towards you if you're watching at the Maggots and Beckett's. D-Type honking on. There's the Pearson's D-Type. That is in 7th place, so there's 2 Jaguars ahead of the Lotus of Will Nuttall. Will with the blue helmet with the crown and the W on the front. Car number 94 now through into the Beckett's S's and going the long way around the corners, not going anywhere near the apex. He's looking for the grip.
And Will is considerably quicker than quite a few of the cars ahead of him. Not everybody, but quite a few. So we might see Will moving up in that 94 Lotus 15. But in the foreground, the number 17 Jaguar D-Type, that's in the Woodcote Trophy. And that was started by John Pearson, so Gary on board now. We did at one stage think that was not going to start the race, but really pleased to see that it did. It was missing from our graphic, wasn't it, at the start of the race?
Ben Eastick coming in the shot, and Ben Eastick's Jaguar D-Type started in 28th place, and as you can see on the graphics, car number 9 is now up to 11th and chasing this car, the Hudson and Morley White Lister Nobly, car number 21. So some really close battles on track. There is the Pearson's D-Type. Oh, and across the gravel goes Tim De Silva. Comes back on in his Lotus 11. Pearson's D-Type is being reeled in again. You need dry conditions here, even on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, for the D-Type to really stretch its legs. And Will Nuttall in the Lotus 15, car number 94, is definitely closing fast. Short-nosed D-Type, no fin on this, so this is the shape of the early D-Types. And in fact, quite a lot of D-Type owners, the likes of Duncan Hamilton, would have had a shorter sprint body as well as the long endurance body on their privately owned cars.
And that car is second in the Woodcote Trophy to another D-Type. That's the 141 D-Type. We did see that on screen earlier on. That's the Lucas Alusa, now driven by Alex Ames, number 141, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the actual car which came second at Le Mans in 1954.
Yeah.
Whereas the Pearson D-Type was an original car from the period, but went through some rebuilds at Pearson's about 20 years ago.
And there it is, the car that started in 24th place, now up to 6th. Lucas Alusa started in, Alex Ames is in it.
It actually looks like Lucas's
the
helmet.
other way around? Did Lucas stay in? Maybe he did.
Maybe he did, yeah. It should have been Lucas then Alex, but that looks like Lucas's helmet.
And that, again, that would make sense. To stay in the car, you know the conditions, you know the car. And again, you know, we're not talking about a kit car, we're not talking about something that you've built yourself from a road car. This is a factory period Jaguar with enviable history. And you want to race it, you want to show it at its best, but you also want to be able to put it back onto the trailer in the condition in which it came off, just with a few more raindrops rather than lots of structural damage. So, okay, so that was Lucas Halusa. There is the John and Gary Pearson car, and again, whether they change drivers or not, I'm not sure, but closing in behind is 94 Will Nuttall. So this is for 7th place. Will look like he was making progress. He is closing slowly on the D-Type in front, but it is relatively slowly. Last lap for the Pearson D-Type, a 3-minute 4.02. Will Nuttall only 41 hundredths quicker, so not closing by a lot. 0.4 of a second a lap with 11 minutes to go. He's not going to be on the podium, is he, Will Nuttall, unless there's a lot of cars falling off in a hurry.
And that does look like Gary Pearson has taken over the Pearson brothers car with the familiar white helmet and the goggles. Nice to see goggles being worn. Not everybody wears full-face helmets these days.
Well, one of the things with goggles is that they're much less prone to misting up than a full-face helmet in these conditions. You can crack the visor as much as you like, but your breath is a lot hotter than the outside air.
Will Nuttall closing in gradually on Pearson. Will Nuttall is not in the Woodcote Trophy, so for that sort of race within the race, he's not challenging for position, but of course in the overall stakes for the Stirling Moss Trophy and Woodcote Trophy together, it is an overall position as they come out of the loop.
And again, you can see what a very different set of lines Will Nuttall's used just in the last 2 corners, and is closing now on Gary Pearson, closing very quickly. What was 1.3 seconds has gone down to barely a car length between them. Again, the D-Type picks up its skirts and goes. Lotus just doesn't have the grunt to stay with it, but he's using the different lines to find grip, whereas Gary Pearson is more on the traditional racing line. I'm not sure the Jaguars perhaps got the alacrity to go wide and come in tight late. Will Nuttall sweeps around the outside. Why is he going so wide? Because he's trying to keep momentum up, and he's trying to find the traction off the greasy, oily racing line. And here's where the overlap happens. That's the momentum that the Lotus has got. Again, of course, he's winning in the corners, and Alistair, then the Jaguar just pulls away down the straight, but this time he doesn't, and Will Nuttall does make the place up. He is up to 7th place, ahead of the D-Type of Gary Pearson.
So Pearson remains second in the Woodcote Trophy, but as you say, yes, that move round, we saw that start at Brooklands all the way through Luffield. Will Nuttall positioned the car, but Gary Pearson, a little bit more power than the 1500cc Lotus with the Jaguar engine, is able to close up a little bit as they come up to Beckett, but then through the tight rights and lefts, the Lotus probably a better car, and Will once again going very, very wide through the third element of Beckett's, now through Chapel and onto the Hanger Straight. We might see Gary Pearson come back at him down into Stowe Corner, but looks like Will Nuttall has got that place sorted. We're looking at another of the Lister Nobblers, this one the Hudson and Morley car number 21, as the Jaguar Alton takes an additional into the next county road.
A penalty loop. Now then, this is Ben Eastick in the number 9 D-Type, right behind the Hudson and Morley Lister, but there should be Finborough and Burton behind them. So as the number 25 car got in front.
That was the car that went off at Beckett's.
Ah, okay.
So he lost a couple of places with that very wide moment in Beckett's, the Jaguar Alton.
Aha, right, okay. So there we go. So that was in the middle. So that... Whoa, there we go. Just carrying a fraction too much speed in.
And that's Stuart Morley driving in the second part. And somebody else has to
close.
Take avoiding action.
That's Michael Gans in the Lotus 15 car, number 15, the Burgundy car. Whoa. That was a proper heart stopper for Michael Gans. And again, that you can see on the pictures, and I'm sure everybody who's around the circuit watching is going, shut up about the weather getting better, because it really isn't. You can see how much mist is in the air. There's barely a breeze of any kind here, so the water these cars are shifting up into the air, which is where the spray goes, of course. It's kind of coming back down, and red flag. Okay, well, yes, I think although nobody's buried in the gravel, I think that was a close enough call for the race director to say, okay, visibility on the hanger straight, what are these cars doing? They're doing 119, 120 miles an hour in streaming wet weather conditions where they're not seeing anybody who's gone off. Yeah, that is a very sensible call. So the red flags come out. It will be victory for Nigel Greensall, brackets, and would have been John Spears. Second place for Roger Wills, because he got ahead of David Hart. Did we see that?
No,
Have I forgotten that? I don't think we did.
It's worth mentioning that with a red flag you go back a lap, so
It's the last completed lap.
you and I didn't see when that changed, and we both missed that on track.
Well, on our timing screens, they're part-way through a lap, and Roger Wills is ahead of David Hart, so that would have been at the end of the last lap. So you're absolutely right. A part lap doesn't count. It will be counted back to the end of the last lap, and that means actually that the Jaguar Alton will finish where it was in 6th or 8th position or whatever. So yeah, because that was on the lap on which the red flag came out, so that would have saved their bacon a little. But Nigel Greensall, Roger Wills, David Hart, or Olivier Hart, we're not entirely sure, to be honest, which we think David. That's your top three. And then John Spears fourth, Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam, the first of the actual two driver lineups, in fifth place. And then conceivably Lucas Halusa in sixth in the first of the D times. So I can see him at the top of the screen, so it's actually showing that he's in the pit lane. But
Yes, they're all coming in now. So and they're the winners of the Woodcote Trophy. If I say they, because Alex Ames is listed as driving, I didn't spot whether he took the car perhaps first and then handed to Lucas, or maybe Alex has a different helmet for this race. But they're the winners of the Woodcote Trophy from the Pearson brothers, John and Gary Pearson.
Little wave from Nigel Greensall, our race winner, and that will be as much for the Hardy crowd as for the marshals. The marshals all saluting the drivers as they come in. So Nigel, who with John Spears, they are racing 7 cars in 6 races. And if you say, well, now how does that work? This is where the 7th car comes in, because they were racing a car apiece and they were then due to swap. So that they would each race 2 cars in this race, but in fact it ends up with them racing 1 apiece. So it's down to 6 in 6. Well, that's again, you know, Nigel raced in 10 races last year in the festival, I seem to remember, but a little bit of he's getting on a bit, you know. I'm very happy. It's going to take a while to wipe the smile off his face. Nigel is rarely happier than when he is at the wheel of a racing car, and it genuinely doesn't matter what racing car. He's an absolute bundle of energy. Worked with Nigel for a number of years, and racing car or instructing or anything to do with cars, he's absolutely thrilled. His partner's a DJ, so they spend their time travelling the world racing and DJing. There's Roger Wills. Roger looks like he was pretty happy for that to finish. He finishes in 2nd place, and David Hart, I think, will eventually join us in 3rd. Just saw John Spears going by in the Lister Nobly. And there is car number 9. So that is Ben Eastick. Ben will be in the top 3 of the Woodcote Trophy. Unfortunately, our timing screen, it's a bit, even with your reading specs on, it's a bit squinty and hard to read.
I would agree that...
Well, let's hear from Bryn and the ever ebullient race winner, Nigel Greensall.
Very much there, Martin. Yeah, Nigel's just taking his crash helmet off. As you can see, those gloves are sopping wet. That was a bit extreme close-up there, wasn't it? I like that. It was a close-up of my ear. Very nice. Yeah, Nigel is here, and he's taking his crash helmet off. As I say, he's extremely wet gloves. You can imagine you've been talking about the conditions and the spray out here, and as you're correctly saying as well, the rain is not going anywhere, but this man certainly is. Nigel, you worked your way up the order relatively quickly there, and we thought, OK, they've got to do a driver handover, and that handover never happened.
Yeah, I don't know know what's happened to John, because the whole plan was that we'd swap cars halfway through. So yeah, having just got out of the car, when I came into the pits, Nicky and the crew were saying, "Oh, it's just single driver," so I just like strap back in and get going again. So yeah, I don't know what's happened to John. So hopefully he's okay. And actually, I can see the cars back in the pits now. So
he's just a bit further back from you. You're too quick. That's what it was. Out there, the conditions look extremely tricky. We've seen a few people going off, a few spins when everybody goes a little bit wide. But you seem to keep it very, very nice and safe and clean.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic conditions like that. The whole ride is wild. These listers are wild on a sunny day. So then you take them out in the rain, and it's just crazy. It's just brilliant. Love it.
It's great to watch. Well done to you. Let's go and find second place, and I can see him just over the way there. Go on, do you want to go for a little wander with me? If we head through here, let's grab hold quickly of Roger as he jumped out of his car. Here we are, Roger. Oh, I just had a drip of water go straight down my collar. Oh, keep it together. Roger, that was, well, it still is wet and wintry and things like that. You came out the pits after your stop, and it was relatively close, wasn't it? But you managed to open the gap up.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a class act, a great driver, and conditions out there were just terrible. At one point, I sort of thought, is it spray? So I pull out of the line, but it's just as bad out of the line. And yeah, I had a good dice with David Hart, but yeah, unbelievable, just incredible.
Talk to us about the experience then of racing around this place. I mean, it's very, very tricky in these conditions because you do get standing water around here.
Yeah, I mean, right at the end, it was really bad. There was a lot of aquaplaning, and even on the in-lap after they red flagged, there were cars spinning in the water. So yeah, it was marginal, but yeah, fantastic.
Well done to you. Let's go and find David, who's just over here as well. Wander this way, Gordon. David is just a big embrace between the two. A decent battle. You came out of the pits there and we were saying that it was so congested at one point, but it managed to open up, David.
Yeah, it was a mess because I didn't know that the start was already there. So I was 16th and everybody's passing me, so why? So that was stupid of me. And then I came in, the front wheels were locking every time when I went into the corner, so it was sliding away. And when I came out, then I didn't saw a lot through the windshield. So, but yeah, it's okay.
A net gain of 10 places. You've got to be pleased with your morning's work then.
No, yesterday was so bad. I was 13th on the grid. So, but this is nice. This is nice.
Unlucky for some, but not for you. Well done.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So a very wet race for the Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. And wherever your position on the grid, visibility was absolutely at a premium. Bonamy Grimes, who started on pole position, dropped into the top half dozen away from the start. An early spin from the number 49 Cooper Monaco, brought out a brief safety car, back to racing, and Nigel Greensall holding the lead. Big moment for Gareth Burnett. Hold on to that. David Hart, who elected to stay in the car, not sharing it with his son Olivier. Probably a wise move in these conditions. Most of the drivers who had the option of staying in were probably doing it well. Number 9 Jaguar E-Type, Ben Eastick, working his way up the field, as had the number 21 Lister, the Hudson and Morley car, having a spin right at the end. But Nigel Greensall, after the pit stops, came back out in front, led every lap all the way through, and claiming victory in the Lister Costin ahead of Roger Wills in the Lotus 15 and David Hart in his Lister Costin. Well, it is still raining and very wet here at Silverstone. So we've had 2 races so far this morning out of our planned 5. We'll have to wait and see what the weather gods bring us.
Iconic auctioneers are once again back here at the Silverstone Festival. They brought an amazing array of cars here, and to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Rob Hubbard here. Now, before we get into the cars, Rob, who comes here to buy cars at a festival like this?
So the festival buyers here can be racers who are out on the track, enthusiasts as well who are here on the club stands, as well as some investors in the marketplace as well. So lots of people, lots of choice.
an eclectic array of prospective buyers and an eclectic array of cars on display as well. Let's start here, shall we, at the Skylines. There's two Skylines side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. The R34 Skylines, they really have taken off over the last few years. The JDM market has increased wildly, and rightly so.
Absolutely rightly so. And then next to them, I quite love the contrast between the Skylines and the two Aston Martins, very different Aston Martins on display.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the more modern V12 Screamers, the more modern Gaydon built cars, as well as the earlier V8s, the big bruisers, the love muscle, as they say on the bonnet, and the big air scoops. Great things.
Screamers and bulky beasts there going around. And then when we think of the more classic cars, there's an E-Type here on display. Very popular E-Types, but I love this Bentley. This is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, this is a 1922 3-litre Bentley with a 4.5-litre engine, supercharged as well. And that's one of the original 50 blowers engines that were made famous by Tim Birkin and various others at Le Mans back in the late 20s, early 30s. This car's ready to go. Race it here with legends this weekend, or indeed the VSCC throughout the year, or fast road rallies and everything else like that. So lots you can do with it.
It's an amazing, amazing looking car. I'll put you on the spot though. If you could take home only one car, which one's it going to be?
For me, Maserati Vignale Spider, one of 6 right-hand drive cars.
Just over there. It's beautiful. But I'll tell you what, this has got a guide price of £400,000 to £500,000. So Rob, I think I'll take this one.
A wet Silverstone, and we are ready, potentially, for what would have been our first race this morning. The Formula Junior cars are ready to head out. And so, let's see whether we can actually get this one underway. Callum Grant there, leading the field, hopefully out of the collecting area. It should be Alex Ames and Michael O'Brien on the front row of the grid. Now, Sam Wilson's car was scratched this morning. He qualified 4th fastest. Hopefully we'll get to see him out later in the weekend, because these guys should be racing again first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not actually sure now if he's had another 2 or 3 hours working on the car, whether it will be ready to go or not. Horatio Fitzsimon, he qualified in 8th place, was 6th quickest when the throttle cable snapped on the car, with about 10 or 12 minutes remaining in the qualifying session. Well, let's take a look at what Formula Junior is all about.
Historic Formula Junior celebrates the open-wheel category that became the launchpad for future Formula One stars like Jim Clark, who would go on to win 2 top-tier world championships after cutting his teeth in the juniors. Keep your eye out for the rear-engined Lotus 22s, a car Peter Arundel raced to the 1962 Formula Junior Championship. Also on show, you'll see the Brabham BT6, driven by the likes of future F1 world champion Denny Hulme in 1963. Time to enjoy the roar of the young lions.
Right, we finally got the Formula Juniors going out on track. Samuel, it's Samuel Harrison. You're all quick drivers up here, but do you think the order's going to swap around a bit?
I think it'll change around, so it's going to be a lottery of who comes out in front by the end of it. So hopefully I think it's going to be positioning right and finding the right space on track.
And I take it just staying off all the white paint?
Yes, that's going to be very slippy, so keeping it on the black stuff is going to be ideal.
Have you driven around here in the wet?
Not in this car, so going to be the first copings of wet in this car, so I'm looking forward to it.
How are these in the wet? Because they're pretty light, so I'm guessing they handle very well, so if anything, they're probably some of the best cars to have in the wet.
Well, I've heard that they're a bit slippy having such little rubber on the circuit, but I've never personally driven one in the wet, so we're going to find out.
It's going to be a voyage of discovery for you.
Yes, going to be good fun.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Stay with me. Let's go and catch up with Michael, who we briefly talked to earlier, but then there was the aborted start. I'm sorry, guys. Michael, finally getting to go out on track. It does look a little drier.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I think there was a bit of a pocket about 10 minutes ago where the rain stopped and they cleared most of the standing water. So I think it's a bit drier now than it was this morning. So now it's just very wet instead of horrendously wet. So yeah, we'll hopefully go and give it a go.
I always think that if you're kind of mid-grid, the rain's a really exciting thing, but if you're on the front of the grid, you just want everything to be normal and dry, don't you?
Yeah, that would be the ideal, and you know you can just you've got the grip and you can settle into your race, but yeah, it's also does make it exciting in these conditions, like you say, and even being at the front, no doubt it will be chopping and changing, and you know what this is like with the Formula Juniors, so no doubt it'll be a good race nonetheless.
Cheers, Michael. Enjoy it.
Thanks.
Well, that was a moment or two ago. Cars now heading out for the historic Formula Junior Race 1 in your programmes. So it would have been Race 1 today had we managed to get it underway. Alex Ames leads the field in his Brabham BT6, that's car number 88, the dark blue car with the red noseband. Michael O'Brien with the light French blue Écurie Ford France Lotus is our second fastest qualifier. Sam Harrison, you just heard from in the gold Renmax. He lines up in third with Andrew Hibbert now moved up to fourth place. Sam Wilson has had to withdraw the fourth fastest car in qualifying, his Cooper T59. So Callum Grant will be fifth, Tim De Silva in sixth place, having just hightailed it back into the garage and into his car after finishing the Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophy race. And then Horatio Fitzsimon ahead of Stuart Roche, Peter Delaroche and Mark Woodhouse. We should have, hopefully, 50 cars heading out there, 48 potentially, of whom the last will be this Stangalini of Peter Fenichel, the front-engined rear-wheel drive car. Most of these cars are a traditional mid-engined cigar shape, but you can see the more upright front-engine cars. Formula Junior started right at the final knockings of front-engined racing. Graham Alec starts 20th and second in the front-engine category in his U2 Mark II. And then some oddities and names you don't hear very often anymore. Kieft and Nike, both small capacity car manufacturers. Kieft started in the predecessor to Formula Junior, the 500cc Formula 3 era. Britannia, Emerson, Donford, they're not making cars anymore. Barely survived, as some of these manufacturers barely survived Formula Junior. Osper, Deep Sanderson, Chris Wilkes was giving us chapter and verse about that car earlier, designed by the
Chris Lawrence,
the Morgan Guru, and with a Ford engine and VW Beetle swing axle rear suspension. I'm sure that's entertaining, shall we say. Peter Fenichel in the Stangalini will be the final man on our 48-car grid. Well, it is wet and misty. No, it's not November, it is August. This is the hottest month of the year in Great Britain. Those of you who don't live here, yeah, those of you who are watching in Australia in the late evening or early night time, and you think it's cold and wet in Melbourne and Sydney in the middle of winter, this is the middle of summer in the UK. Yesterday evening was balmy and sunny and lovely, not particularly hot, but lovely. And today is drizzly, cold and wet, because that is what happens when you're a tiny little outcrop that sticks into the North Atlantic. That's the British Isles for you. Well, whatever, we are used to this kind of weather in the UK, certainly in the spring and the autumn, and we hope to get less of it in the summer. But the Formula Junior drivers will do their level best. So Alex Ames on pole position, and Michael O'Brien, and Sam Harrison and Andrew Hibbert, and then everybody else.
And certainly a driver to watch, starting 7th on the grid, Horatio Fitzsimon. We heard from Horatio with Ed earlier on. It was a broken throttle cable in qualifying, about 3/4 of the way through, I think, or perhaps a bit earlier than that, because the track hadn't fully, well, it never fully dried, but it hadn't even dried a bit by the time Horatio retired from qualifying. So 7th, but he is, even from there, a potential winner.
There's Brabham coming into the pit lane. At least it looks like it might be a Brabham because it's green and gold. It's dark blue and red, and it is car number 80 just come underneath us, and that is Nick Fennell. So Nick Fennell, and it's not even a Brabham, it's a Lotus 22. There you go. That is how good my identification of cars is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm going to claim it's because of misty weather. You may well think otherwise. Well, green flag still on this second formation lap. It is the final formation lap. By this stage, first thing this morning, the race director had already decided it was too wet and had thrown the reds. Are we going to get a start? Let's hope so. In theory, a 20-minute race. I have very mixed opinions from the drivers. It was pretty much 50-50 when Ed talked to them after the abortive attempt to get the race started this morning. About half of them said, well, you know, it's what it is. Maybe we should go racing. And half of them said, you could not see the hand in front of your face, never mind the rain lights of the car in front. And actually, I have to say, visibility much worse than I think it was this morning, and if the race director decides not to go ahead with this, I wouldn't be entirely surprised. Safety cars lights are off. The safety car driver in the RML SWB is scuttling for the pit lane as Alex Ames in the Brabham leads them around.
The green lights are still on around the circuit, whereas, as you mentioned, they were red, although they've gone out now.
Green lights have gone out?
They have, which may be the normal start procedure.
Yep. Well, they will come down and we will see if the red lights go off on the starting gantry. But as of now, we are getting ready to go. It is cold, wet and murky at Silverstone in the 2024 festival. For the second time of asking, we get our historic Formula Junior race underway. Alex Ames leading them to the lights. The red lights go off. We are racing with the historic Formula Juniors for the first time. The dark car of Alex Ames, the pale blue car on the right-hand side, Michael O'Brien, and the gold machine, that's the Red Max of Sam Harrison in third. And there are 45 other cars in the ball of spray racing down into Abbey.
Into the tight right-hander at Village, and Alex Ames takes a very wide line, still gets a little bit sideways. Michael O'Brien comes up round the outside. He'll probably try now to cut back on the exit of the corner, although he's still on the outside. There he goes, he cuts back to try and get the better grip down the inside through Aintree now, which is a surprisingly tight corner which leads onto the Wellington Straight. Don't count out Samuel Harrison. He's had a good run through Aintree. He's coming down the inside, which is the preferred line for Brooklands, which is at the end of this straight. 3 abreast. Brilliant Formula Junior racing.
Yeah, it always is a real shot of adrenaline in the morning. Michael O'Brien leads, goes out very wide. Everybody trying to avoid the normal traditional racing line, which is covered in rubber and oil and is very slippery in these conditions. Alex Ames, the pole sitter, still in second place in that dark blue Brabham, but the Renmax of Sam Harrison, a one-off car, never built another. It's in third place, and those 3 are starting to ease away from our 4th place starter, Andrew Hibbard. He's in a green Lotus with a yellow stripe, the traditional Lotus colours, and no, he's not in 4th place anymore.
That's the Merlin.
That is the Merlin with the red and yellow stripe. Callum Grant, car number 57, so he's moved up into 4th place. And that looks like a mechanical rather than a traction related issue for Jeremy Flan. That was his yellow Lotus 22. He had a problem in qualifying as well, didn't he? I seem to think, yeah.
He went off, I think, in qualifying into the gravel, but that looks like, as you say, just pulled off. And I noticed that Horatio Fitzsimon is up to 4th behind the Merlin of Callum Grant. Might be 5th through the spray. Can't quite. 5th, my apologies. 5th is Horatio Fitzsimon. Callum Grant just ahead in 4th in the Merlin.
And back into the murk he heads because Cox is in front, or Stowe is in front of him somewhere. And there is, well, that's the 6th place car, that's 69, and that is Stuart Roach, who started in 8th on the grid. The orange car, Stuart Roach, an Alexis, and into the pit lane has come something yellow.
That's the number 90 car that we saw stop Jeremy Flan.
Jeremy Flan in the pit lane in his Lotus. So 96, Tim De Silva up to 7th place, 5th place, 6th place, 7th place, dropping down the order as Horatio Fitzsimon has moved up. Tim De Silva dropping down the order, so not sure what happened to him. Lucas Halusa has moved up, but our race leader remains Michael O'Brien. Alex Ames in 2nd place, and Sam Harrison's Gold Machine in 3rd. There is 2nd place on the left of your shot, and behind him the gold Renmax in 3rd position. 4th place is the red car with a yellow stripe. That's Callum Grant in the Merlin. Again, Merlin, one of those manufacturers that built junior single-seaters for a number of years.
I can't see... Yes, there he is, through the murk as Callum Grant, but the 5th place car of Horatio Fitzsimon not seemingly closing in on Callum Grant. Callum, an extremely experienced driver in these cars.
There's Tim De Silva on the left, the green and gold of Australia, and right behind him is Lucas Halusa in his white machine. So where did Lucas qualify? He was in 12th place in that Lotus 22, the more rounded shape, and that is the Lotus 27 at the front of the field of Michael O'Brien.
It's the
Callum Grant. Oh, and there's double trouble.
The 167 car closest to us is the car that Michael O'Brien drove to victory in this very race 2 years ago.
Yep, Alan Schmidt started that Brabham BT6, and the orange noseband. Was that Jeff Underwood's Brabham? I'm not too sure.
And the red flag has come out.
Yep.
Once again, something we didn't want to see, but unfortunately, 2 cars in the wall.
Yeah, a few more cars heading into the pit lane as well, and stuck in the gravel is car number 66, and that is not on my list. John Timoney, thank you very much, in the Osper T3. Again, another car, another manufacturer that you barely ever hear. So Alan Schmidt, one of those 2 cars in the Brabham. Well, how many laps did they get in? Well, that was on lap 2 that happened, so I'm afraid the Formula Junior race starting and almost finishing immediately. 1 racing lap in the book. Well, the forecast for Sunday, if you're at home thinking, oh, do you know what, I might not even bother, the forecast for Sunday is good. The forecast for this afternoon actually is quite acceptable, but the track is very, very wet, and even, again, and I'm saying this, oh no, I'm looking at the puddles, it hasn't stopped raining at all, it's still raining pretty consistently. The forecast is due to clear up from about 2 o'clock onwards. The red flag goes out with 10 of the 20 minutes of the race remaining. I think 2 attempts to get the race done is probably as much as we're going to get. There is a full afternoon's programme, and we still have a Classic F2 race and a Classic F3 race outstanding, as well as potentially half a Formula Junior race from this morning, and we are coming hard up against when we would have been expecting to break for lunch, which was 1 p.m. So, in theory, I would think when the cars return to the pit lane, we are likely to see the lunch break. That means that we'll have on-track demonstrations from a number of our car clubs. And then later on this afternoon, there will be, as well as the races that we have planned, a further 5 races for this afternoon. We have a modern Formula 1 car demonstration, and then some of the cars that are being displayed here in the Ayrton Senna tribute will be demonstrated out on track. And this afternoon, the plan was for Ayrton Senna's first, the chassis in which he made his first ever Grand Prix start, which was a Tolman Hart TG183B chassis number 5, which he raced in Brazil in his first Grand Prix, and a number of other races after that in the 84 season. That is due to be driven by Bruno Senna. Bruno is here, the car is here. All we need is for the rain to be a bit less here than it is currently, because then hopefully the car will come out. The other car that is due to be driven today is another very, very important car in the history of Ayrton Senna in Formula One. It's the Lotus 97T chassis number 2. Now that might not mean anything to you. Lotus 97T is the Renault V6 turbocharged JPS Lotus that was run in 1985. And chassis number 2 is the car with which Ayrton Senna won the Portuguese Grand Prix in 1985 at an Estoril track that was so wet it makes this look like a hot summer's day. And it was his first race win. So with 800 horsepower from its turbocharged 1.5 litre engine, Chris Dinage will be being perhaps a little more cautious than Senna was in that streaming wet race. And iconic photos we saw earlier during the course of the day of Ayrton Senna in that turbocharged Lotus, the familiar colours of the John Player Special on the car, and am I right in saying it was the first Lotus Grand Prix victory since the death of Colin Chapman, or had they had more? Certainly, Peter Ward, the team manager there, was absolutely ecstatic when Senna came in. It was Senna's first win. And I may be misremembering, but I believe possibly also the first win for a car using ATL fuel cells. Anyway, that has all gone rather quiet. I'm talking amongst myself now. Alistair Douglas, difficult conditions. I mean, you feel for the drivers trying to race in that absolute wall of spray where visibility, you can barely see the side of the track, never mind the track in front of you. These little Formula Junior cars, and we're talking little, they weigh 400 kilos. Most of the drivers probably weigh somewhere between 80 and 90 kilos. So they are tiny little flyweight things. Not easy. Not easy at all.
No, absolutely not. And I think the problem for the clerk of the course is that if a car goes off and stays somewhere near the edge of the track within a distance that he thinks is a little bit dangerous, and the reason for that going off the track was perhaps some standing water, then there is a good likelihood somebody else will go off on it. And we saw a very, very close moment in the Woodcote Trophy, Stirling Moss Trophy, didn't we, where a car had spun and another car went off on the same part of the track and had to take avoiding action through the gravel trap. And the last thing anybody wants to happen is for cars, or worse still, people, to get damaged. So there's a fine line between continuing with the race in those conditions and really saying, look, there's enough now. It's too dangerous.
Plenty of races still to come in our programme here at the Silverstone Festival 2024, if the weather allows.
Welcome to the eBay Garage 2024. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what you can experience when you visit us. See, I said when, not if, because I know you're going to come down. We've got 4 zones, okay, to explain to you, help you to understand that eBay should be your first consideration for car parts and accessories. So whether you've got a grand renovation planned or you're just replacing windscreen wipers, hubcaps, or something simple, here is where you want to come, or at least eBay is where you want to go. Okay, so what we're doing is we're bringing the website to life. The first thing you're going to do when you get here is you're going to enter your registration plate. You will do that so eBay can refine your search for car parts and accessories to those which will only work for your make and model. Okay, now there are 2 main things we want you to understand when you come here. So come here with me, come here. When you put your license plate in, you will be part of something that is called eBay Assured Fit. This means that all the parts that come up will work for your make and model of car. Okay, there will be no confusion. Okay, that is eBay Assured Fit. What you can see here is people getting to understand what eBay Assured Fit is. It's a challenge by which you have to place car parts in the car in the right place in as quick a time as you can. The other message we want you to understand is it might be a bit daunting to put brand new car parts, new and expensive car parts into your whip, your ride, your chariot. So they have something called certified recycled. This allows you to not only save the planet, but also save a bit of the money in your pocket, up to 70%. These are used car parts that are going to work in your car. And if you're not happy with the piece, you can send it back. Come down here if you're at home and not sure what to do, or call a friend and tell them, go visit the eBay garage and let us say hello to you.
Well, a very wet morning here at Silverstone. It is no drier than it has been at any stage today, so this might be the moment to head undercover. Certainly I think there'll be quite a few of you after a chilly morning watching what's been going on or wandering around the site who are looking for some food. Don't forget that the Silverstone kitchen will be live as part of our Foodie Fest, and the tasting masterclasses will be out there as well in the tasting tent. Giuseppe Delano, Great British Bake Off winner, will be one of the chefs that you will see in action today. So great to see them here as well. And he was the winner back in 2021, as I'm sure fans of the Bake Off remember. So an opportunity perhaps, I have a feeling we may be heading into the lunch break. Unfortunately, the Car Club on-track demonstrations, which have been planned for today, are not going to go ahead, but the cars will still be on display. On the eBay stage, the British Got Talent finalist, the Northampton Sings Out Choir, will be on in about 20 minutes. Mike and Elvis will be holding their car clinics during the course of the day, intermingled with our prize pit stop competitions, and that's a chance for members of the crowd here to have a chance at trying their hand at doing a racing pit stop. And then the music starts on the live stage. The highlighters this evening, when it will hopefully be nice and dry, will be Busted. I don't mean they're broken, I mean it will be Busted. Lots to see and do here within the circuit, and just over the bridge as well, where you came in, is the Silverstone Museum. Now, if you haven't had a chance to go yet since it opened a couple of years ago, your ticket will give you the opportunity to have free entry there today or tomorrow if you have a ticket for tomorrow as well. So that's a great opportunity to go and see some of the history of motorsport and Silverstone in the building. Lots of interactive displays, lots for the kids to enjoy no matter what age they are. And of course, as we saw earlier with Bryn, Ayrton Senna, Ayrton Senna's niece, who has created a fabulous range of new sculptures of Ayrton Senna, her uncle, including the 30-foot high one that was unveiled at Interlagos on the 1st of May. She has got smaller versions of the bust here as well. They're on display in the Silverstone Museum as well as a lot of other racing, rallying and motorcycling ephemera. Well, circuit inspections going on here after the Formula Junior race was red flagged. I do think that that is possibly the last we'll see of Formula Junior today.
A face that needs no introduction, but I'll give you one anyway. Ayrton Senna, the Nostra Senna collection, the lady that's responsible for making these amazing sculptures is here at Ayrton Senna. It's great to have you along. Now, these sculptures are so personal to you, but for us, they are just things of beauty because it's your uncle as we know him.
Yes, this is a great pleasure to be here at the Silverstone Museum, and these are the sculptures that I've made for my grandmother, Ayrton's mother, at her wish, because she wanted to see her son the way that she remembered, and she needed somebody from the family to make it because it's a representation of him as a family member, the way that we remember him personally.
Now, that's very tricky for you because it's how you remember him and it's so personal. How do you go about doing it? I mean, you said to me just before we started rolling that there are some little tricks to the trade.
Yes, exactly. The trick is, when you see Ayrton in the pictures, it's not exactly the way that he was. So I use the pictures as references, but there are things that I couldn't find in the pictures, like his jaw. So the jaw I got from my sister. My sister posed for me, Bianca, so that I could copy, because she had the same jaw as Ayrton's. And Bruno, my brother, has some features as well. So I used the family and my memories as a child to recreate a perfect representation of who I met as a child.
It's absolutely fantastic. Such a nice warm smile coming from him as well. Tell us a bit about the collection very briefly then, because it's a collection, it's a limited collection. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I did the big version for my grandmother. We have it in Interlagos in Brazil. It's a 3.5 meters high sculpture. It's very nice. And I loved it so much. Everybody loved it so much that they wanted to have it at their home. So they asked me if I could make a collectible piece. So I scanned the sculpture, and this is the small version, a perfect copy of the big one that we have in Interlagos.
As you say, there are 3 different moulds, 3 different types of this sculpture. It's absolutely fantastic. You can get down to the Silverstone Museum and catch it for a limited time only.
Well, Ayrton Senna was more successful as a race winner here at Silverstone than anywhere else. His career began in the UK in Formula Ford 1600 and very nearly finished there. You saw him there in the seat of a Russian green Formula Ford 2000 car. Dennis Russian persuaded him to come back. He moved up to the British F3. This is the British Grand Prix support race that he won ahead of Martin Brundle. And here in streaming wet conditions in the Lotus 97T chassis number 2, which we're hoping to see out here, winning his first Grand Prix at Estoril in Portugal. He won the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone just once in his career. More often, bad fortune stalked him here. And a great picture of him in the pit lane watching and qualifying in similarly wet conditions to today. And of course, that one win in the British Grand Prix at Donington Park in appalling conditions where he absolutely walked on water. What a day that was. Well, the Lotus claiming their victory with Senna, his first for the great Brazilian in streaming wet conditions, but his first ever Grand Prix start was in a Tolman in 1984, the Brazilian Grand Prix, the season opener in a TG183B, the updated General Belgrano, and as often happened, Silverstone not being very kind to him, but Nigel Mansell in red 5 saluting the crowd and giving Ayrton a lift home. Well, on a different looking weather day to today. It started wet this morning and has got progressively wetter. The forecast does still suggest that we will hopefully be having a bit of a drier afternoon. Looks like our marshals are now off post, so I think they have been told that we are heading into the lunch break. We're waiting for confirmation of that. The programme for this afternoon, well, again, not quite sure how that is going to change. In theory, this afternoon there should be 5 races upcoming, which will start with the Cosworth-era Formula 1 cars. Yup, the most powerful cars in the programme. That will be race number 6. Masters Racing Legends, Formula 1 cars from 66 to 85, then the pre-66 Grand Prix cars, and a whole host of others, including those demonstrations of Ayrton Senna's cars out on the track. Well, there's a lot going on the site, away from the racetrack, and Bryn Lucas found out more about that yesterday.
One of the most colourful stands at the Silverstone Festival has to be Pop Bang Colour, and I love catching up with Ian Cook, who is here right now. One of the most colourful individuals there happens to be. Tell us about your unique brand of art.
Well, I do 2 things. I paint with radio control cars, and then I do something called continuous car drawing in the studio car. So I work in here, or if we're not in there, I'm on my knees painting, creating artworks. So
let's go for a little wander. I remember during lockdown you were doing these fantastic interviews where you interviewed the likes of, well, I was interviewed, but that wasn't one of your highlights.
No, that was my favourite.
That was your favourite, of course it was.
Yeah.
But these continuous drawings are a thing of beauty, but also painting cars with cars is also pretty remarkable. If we head around here as well, if you were to pick your favourite, which one would it be?
My favourite, oh, let's have a look. They're all my favourites because I enjoy creating them all, but you've got McRae, that is always a classic. I mean, when you're at Silverstone, you've got to create the iconic lift with the Mansell Senna. But then you've done the Senna movie stuff. Obviously, my artwork's down on the wing as well, which is always exciting. But yeah, I just enjoy painting and creating. and do different things, a bit like painting an actual Radical.
Let's go and have a look at this, because we are at Silverstone, the home of racing, really, and here is a rad and cool that I like it that won a race.
It's a race-winning Radical. So Ian Aguilera raced this a couple of weeks ago here, and he actually, he won the second race. And seeing as he'd never raced it before, and the car has never been raced before as well, it was great to do. And this is actually being painted with radio control cars. So this took 3 months to create, and then it was revealed at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. And then then Radical were like, look, we're going to go and race it. And I was like, absolutely, I want it to have some battle scars. So you've got like the front nose cone's got some dings and some dings just behind the rear wheel. And it's great that I've now had a car that's raced.
It's a fantastic, Ian, thank you so much. Do check out Pop Bang Colour, and if anybody ever says to you that surfaces of race cars have to be nice and slippy, they're lying. Look at that.
Much indeed, Bryn. Thanks as well to Martin Haven and the rest of the commentary team who can now go and get a well-earned break. It's very frustrating, I know, when the weather is as it is, and of course there's that whole, what's happening next, and you just get into your flow as a commentator, and then something goes off in front of you, and then you need to talk about that. And so, it's been a tough old morning for them, and of course the guys as well in the television truck here. Spare a thought for them, ladies and gentlemen, because again, those decisions that the director and the producer are trying to make are snap decisions, so to speak. What do we do next? Where do we go to next? Do we replay that, etc.? So, it's been a difficult old morning, and I know for you as well, wandering around, it's been difficult. Look, the good news is that the weather is going to improve tomorrow, and I know that seems to be how British weather is at the moment. We have a lovely, lovely day. Sun's out. We're all worrying about where we put the suntan lotion, and then lo and behold, the next day we're wondering where we put the umbrella. And tomorrow, you put that suntan lotion down, Rob, on Friday, and now tomorrow you're going to be going, what drawer did I put it in?
And do you know what? I'm going to be delighted to be putting the sun cream on tomorrow. I must say, though, getting out and about, talking to some of the club people, the enthusiasm has been brilliant this morning. They love their cars. And, I mean, one of the highlights, I was chatting with a guy from the Mustang Owners Club, and they're celebrating 60 years. The conversation was brilliant, but then the conversation outside of the interview was great. But we're probably going to jump into the interview and hear from him. So I'm here amongst a fabulous collection of what are very, very popular American muscle cars. I'm here with John from the Mustang Owners Club in Great Britain. John, tell us about why you guys are here and out on track at Silverstone.
Well, this year celebrates 60 years of the Ford Mustang. It's one of the, or if the only muscle car that has stood the test of time. It's been in production for 60 years. So here today we got them from across all the years of the Mustangs, all the different models.
Yeah, I'm standing here looking at them, and you have got a real range from the kind of traditional bullet cars, the Steve McQueen cars, as I would refer to them, to the more modern cars. Which one is yours? What have you got?
I've got a 1969 Mach 1, so one of the earlier models, which I've had for 26 years. Enjoyed it on my own. Now I've got family and children. They all come with me, and it's a fantastic car. I wouldn't part with it.
Excellent. It's lovely to hear that, because we've been talking lots about family events here across the festival weekend. So you've got this huge collection of cars. You obviously love your own, but is there one here, or one or two, that really stand out that you think, oh, I wouldn't mind a drive in that one?
I think, well, they're all fantastic. For me, it's the older ones, but I think, there's the very new ones, latest technology, but they still got that Mustang kind of culture of them. The inside is still that raging horse. Some of the older ones, I love some of the ones that still got their original paint. They're looking like they've stood the test of time, but they're maybe not quite as shiny as some of the new ones, but, still as good.
Yeah, those original ones look brilliant, and it's lovely to see your smile and your enthusiasm when you're talking about what do look like superb muscle cars here.
There you go. The Mustang man. Was his name Sally?
No.
Disappointing.
That would lead into some lovely music, wouldn't it?
It would.
Their
you didn't work hard enough there.
No, I didn't. I apologise.
And to be fair, the clubs let you down.
They did. They
Why
should
would
have
you
had
not have a spokesman called Sally from the Mustang Club?
I might go back and suggest that to them this afternoon.
They should, their PR go. In fact, they could just make it up. They go, yeah, this is Sally. In fact, her name's Barbara, but it doesn't matter.
I'm going to go back to them. So they were...
From a marketing point of view, they've let us down.
Yeah, I'm going to go and pass. I hope they're listening, so
Okay,
we'll definitely pass that back. But we were talking about those cars. The Mustangs were famous for that Bullet, the Steve McQueen film from the 1960s. But then, of course, they came back. I was 68, wasn't it, Bullets?
Don't know.
Was it 68?
Keep talking, I'm going to look it up.
Okay. But also, it came back to the fore in that Nicolas Cage film, Gone in 60 Seconds. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, what year was that?
Eleanor, year 2000, that film was in. I know that one. You're going to keep testing me on these. And they've got they produced 5 of these special, we've got 5 of them here, of the special Bullet cars that were produced.
In the film?
Well, I think they were produced as a type of car that you could buy. Again, go back to the marketing side of things. But those cars were ready and out there, and they'd got this collection that were great. And it's disappointing we're not going to get to see them on track. But the muscle car is something that is. Is one of those cars that really pulls on the heartstrings of a lot of people, because you hear those V8 engines. They just sound amazing. Have you found out the results?
Your guess?
68, I said.
Yes.
Well, look at that. Look at that. It's that was
You're
not
good.
bad. That was not bad. I'll move on.
Who directed it?
I don't know that bit.
Okay, who produced it?
Again, I don't know. We're getting into
George.
The
I don't know why we have him in.
I know.
Useless.
I thought I was here for car knowledge, not movie knowledge. But
No, it's everything. Okay, who's the star of it?
What, Bullet, the original, Steve McQueen?
Yeah, okay. Well,
yeah, okay, yeah.
Did you know there was another film called Bullet?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it came out in 1996. How spooky is that?
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go. Anyway, it was Peter Yates.
Right, okay, I didn't know. Well, thank you.
The great Peter Yates.
Great Peter Yates.
Do you know what else he directed?
No.
Neither do I.
Brilliant. That's gonna. Do you know what? Maybe people will text in or WhatsApp in with other films that they may have debated.
While you're rabbiting away.
While I'm rabbiting away, and I've visited a number of other clubs, and maybe we can play the interviews because go on then. The Ferrari Club, I have to say, they were brilliant. I got over there. They even offered me cake and drinks when I got over there, and everyone loves the Ferrari.
Was it angel cake? Because that's obviously the right colours. It's the right colour, angel cake, isn't it?
It's pink, though, isn't it? Pink Ferrari? Angel cake's the...
You're right.
That's
it's got pink in it.
And, yeah.
So what cake is Ferrari cake, then?
It'd have to be
didn't.
I tell you what. Where is it? Red. I was about to say red velvet cake.
Well done, George, producer.
Yeah,
he's on it. He's on it.
Red velvet. We're just making everyone.
So I'm here on one of my favourite stands at the festival, and I'm here with Chris from the Ferrari Owners Club. Chris, how are you, and why are you guys out on track with us at Silverstone?
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming to see us. So I'm good, loving the weekend, always a highlight for us here at the club. So this weekend especially, we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Ferrari 360. As some may not know, it's also the first Ferrari with an all-aluminium chassis. So quite poignant given the weather we've got today that we might see some of those back out on track as well.
Yeah, I was stunned when I saw it was the anniversary. That length of time the 360's been out, because it's one of those cars I remember being launched, and my favourite was always the 355. I love that. But you've got some absolutely stunning cars with you here today and across the weekend. Tell us about some of your highlight cars that you've either had here or expecting to have here across the weekend.
Of course, so a personal highlight of mine is the 575M or 575 Maranello. A beautiful car, massively underappreciated. Do come and see us here at the club stand. We do have one here today as well. Over the weekend, we've had things such as a 250 TR, F40. We have a wonderful Daytona, some Dinos. So you don't know quite what's going to turn up in the morning, but say, come and have a look at the club stand, see what we've got.
Excellent. And I have to ask, if you had to take one out with a proper empty track, all the time in the world, which one would it be that you'd take out on the track?
For myself personally, I think this is probably going to be for quite a few people. It's going to be all manual, unassisted. It's the Ferrari F40.
Absolutely. It's great to have the Ferrari guys here. It's a brilliant display in the paddock, and we wish you all the best for the weekend.
Thank you very much.
There are some lovely cars in amongst that lot, I have to say. out there. Very, very nice. Yeah, good.
Did you see the 1950s Ferrari, the 250 TR?
No.
Oh, that was there yesterday. I'm sure the owner would like to have it out more. But wow, that was a real stunner. Alongside an original F40 as well. Those two looked absolutely beautiful. And you know, any Ferrari looks good. It looks great in that paddock area there, just behind the diner in the national paddock area. And they look great. One of the
sorry, can I interrupt you?
You can,
because we've just had a WhatsApp in. Okay, you can WhatsApp us 07 543 89 88 87. That's 07 543 89 88 87 if you want to join in the conversation. Tim Wetherall is here at Silverstone. He says we're getting a little bit wet. I've just made the connection with Weather and Wetherall. He's here with Miles Rowland. They're in an MX-5, which spookily we're about to come on to. And he says Peter Yates was the director of Murphy's War, Summer Holiday, as in Cliff Richard. He also directed television The Saint and Danger Man, and a film that both Tim and Miles are intrigued by called Mother, Jugs and Speed.
Right, and where to go with that one? Yeah, I mean, that's great knowledge.
I've no idea.
If they've done that without looking that up, that's really quite impressive, isn't
Mother, give us that jug. We're going to go fast. I don't know. Maybe that's where it's come from. But there you go. So thank you very much to Tim and Miles. There's almost a prize there for just coming up with completely useless information, but not so useless. So well done. 07543 89 88 87 if you want to get through to us here at Silverstone 87.7. And Rob's going to have a competition prize. No, he's not going to have a competition prize. He's going to have a question. And the prize is that we will get you into the very excellent, very lovely Escapade for a luncheon with champagne. I think it's lunch. It might be dinner, but it's slightly... the message doesn't make sense. But it's one or the other. So you're going to come up with a really weird conversation
we had about Escapade. I'm sure it's going to be really good quality.
Amazing.
It's going to be really good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be really good.
Talking of Tim and Miles, who of course were, they are here in an MX-5. They haven't said whether they've got the roof down or not. I assume probably not. But you went and spoke to the MX-5 Owners Club.
I certainly did. So I'm here on one of the largest stands that we've got here, the MX-5 Owners Club, and I'm here with Chairman Ian and Dave, one of the owners. Ian, why is this Silverstone Festival so important for the MX-5 Owners Club?
So this year is really important because it's the 35th anniversary of the car's launch and also the 30th anniversary of the club. So to come here to celebrate that and do a parade lap is absolutely fantastic. And that's, you know, the Silverstone Festival is one of our best events on the calendar. It's well supported by our members. They all really love this event. From all of the stuff, from classic racing to the displays to the concerts in the night, it's such a great event show for our members to come to. So yeah, it's really a tremendous event that we love being part of.
And the club has huge membership, doesn't it, across the UK? It's got a large membership.
Yeah, we've got about 7,500 members all across the UK and across the world as well. We have members in Japan, in America, all across Europe. There's members all over the place. And but here in the UK, it's probably one of the single largest clubs for an individual car, mark. And we've got all four generations represented here today as well.
So all four generations in that 35 years, and they are those cars that are the kind of quintessential British sports car. And Dave, you own a couple of these MX-5, but one of them is pretty special, your blue one, isn't it?
Yeah, hi. Yes, it's a Mark 1, as we know them, it's an NA, and I've had it now since 2016, and it's had a hard life, but when you realise how important these cars are, they do get a little bit of money spent on them to make them into keepers, hopefully. And it's just so much fun. It is so much fun. And of course, they have now shot up in value. It's very difficult to find one that is a rough, because everybody looks after them. But it's certainly just a wonderful car.
And you talk about looking after the cars, and this goes to both of you, really. If someone's interested in coming to buy one of these Mazdas, and they are no disrespect, in the more affordable range than some of the other cars we've potentially got here. Can they come to the club and get advice on buying and parts and spares and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the club's here as a sort of an independent knowledge base for everything about the car, about all the generations, all marques, and we're happily help people through the process. You can join the forums online and get advice from lots and lots of different owners about their experience. You can shop for cars on the forum as well. A lot of members' cars get sold there as well. But yeah, we're happily sort of guide people through their budget, what they want to spend, what they want to do with the cars, and yeah, just build them towards the right car for them.
Brilliant. Guys, it is great that you've got so many cars here, and we're really looking forward to having these out on track with us.
And what a shame that they're not going to be out on track today. But Rob, you was just saying that the guy that we heard there,
Dave.
Dave, who spoke a little bit like that, his is the original MX-5 then?
Yeah, so he's one of the very, very early ones in the UK, and it is pristine. It's in a kind of sky blue colour. It's pristine, and he's looked after it so well. When they got the original, he managed to catch up with Bob Hall, who came up with the original idea, and the designer, a guy called Tom Matano, and he actually kind of managed to catch up with them, and he's had them sign in the engine bay of the car.
Wow.
It's great. And I saw yesterday with the TV guys around, they were filming Dave with the car, and he was doing his flashy bits with the lights and all that. And I'd say it's a shame they're not out on track, but the number of them are over there. They just look brilliant, and the guys are so enthusiastic. And they will try and get you to buy one, because they were even talking to me, trying to get me to buy one. They will, talk to people. And again, it's like with all these clubs. If you're interested in any of these makes of cars and you want to get out there, the clubs are so helpful in helping source the right one, but also your spares, where to get things done. They are brilliant, and they are so enthusiastic.
Yeah, when the car came out, I was working in a production company, and we were asked to do the launch film of the MX-5. And so we kind of came up with this concept of it was wind in the hair motoring. It brought you back to that age of, the MG and that kind of thing. So we got Tony Blackburn, who was still sort of quite big at the time, but we got Tony Blackburn to do a sort of, that's right, here's Tony Blackburn, to do his little thing of, as though it was like pirate radio. And we had the sort of, the Caroline Bing Bing bell and all that stuff, and then it starts off black and white, and then it goes through to this red car, and we had a house near Goodwood that we filmed where there was a dog outside, which was lovely. We went to Goodwood, got a crowd to come around the car, etc., etc. Except the crowd had to gather around the right-hand side of the car, the driver's side, because the left-hand side of the car was pretty much missing, because they wanted to have a, for want of a better word, a pretty boy to drive it. So we found this guy who was actually a motorbike courier that came to our office, and he was a James Dean. He kind of looked like the guy, I can't remember the actor's name, that plays Elvis in the film Elvis. So quite a sort of, pretty boy, so to speak. Anyway, we went to this place, a golf club somewhere in Surrey, and we were filming. And the rushes I've still got, and you hear the director as he's on the radio, and then you hear the car go up, and then you hear the car go as he crashed it into a tree. And the problem for Mazda was they hadn't got type approval on Mazda MX-5s in the country. So this car, not only were we filming with it, but the following week it was going off to be type approved. And you're not allowed to have any cars in the UK on the roads until a car has been type approved. Well, obviously you now can't type approve a car that half the panels are missing and it's smashed to bits. So they had to then import another car from Hiroshima or wherever it came from to be type approved. So the whole launch of the Mazda MX-5 in the UK was delayed by about 6 weeks, all thanks to Champion and his production team. So there you go. That's my little MX-5 story.
MX-5
True story.
I thought you was going to say you were the courier guy that was driving the car.
No,
but
never ever. No. Pretty boy, I said.
The guy's name in that film was Austin Butler.
That's him.
Yes,
yeah. Well, he was sort of an Austin Butler lookalike, except he was just a bike courier.
Yeah,
and afterwards, his acting career nosedived, obviously, and he went back to being a courier because there was no way. That's how we managed to survive it. I do not know. Now, one of the other places that can I just point out that it's not just all about cars on track here, of course, and it's not just about the motor clubs. We've got so many car clubs here that in fact, it is the biggest collection of car clubs in the world. No other event in the world has as many car clubs at it. But as well, of course, there's all the other stuff that goes on. We've got the food fest stage, we've got the music stage, etc. And we've got Diddley Squat. And our reporter, Amelia Salmons, went out and spoke to them.
I've had to stop at the place that has probably had the most footfall so far here at Silverstone for the festival weekend. Diddley Squat Farm is here, their farm shop. It is incredible. It's quite a small space, but it is rammed with people already. Hello, Izzy.
Hi there.
What do you do at Diddley Squat?
So I'm farm shop manager, and I've been less away from the main farm shop this weekend to come and run this one here at Silverstone.
So what's different about this farm shop to the actual Diddley Squat farm shop?
Size-wise, it's not that different. The farm shop is very small.
Yeah.
We have got a smaller array of things. In the farm shop, we sell a lot of fresh things. So we sell meat, cheeses, vegetables as well. But we've got, our big things here and things that feature in the 3 seasons of Clarkson's farm.
Let's have a look then. Let's have a walk around. What kind of things have we got on the shelves today, Izzy?
So we've got the iconic bee juice, which is our honey. And there are several colonies of bees on Jeremy's farm, and all their honey goes into these jars. We've also got the blackberry jam, which features in season 3. There's a very funny episode where Jeremy picks blackberries with the Henry Hoover. Luckily, these ones weren't hoovered up, but we do have the blackberry jam here. And we have the lion's mane mushroom powder. So in season 3, Lisa has a lot of trouble with growing mushrooms. They grow oyster mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms, and we have the powder now, which you pop into coffee, and it's very good for brain function, and it has many health benefits.
Ah, wow, okay. And then next door, if we just hop along next door, you've got all kinds of merch, T-shirts, the lot. What have we got going on here, Izzy?
So we've got all of our T-shirts, including we've got some Chadlington Football Club T-shirts, which is our local football club to the shop, and Jeremy sponsors them. And moving on into the actual shed, we've got our Diddley Squat tea towels, the best tea towels in the world. We've got mugs, jugs, candles. We've got a whole range of things. Literally something Diddley for every occasion.
Love it. Right. What would be the thing that you recommend people come and get now before they sell out or before it all disappears here at Diddley Squat?
The T-shirts are very popular, but I think on a day like today when it's windy, the caps. They're doing a good job of keeping my hair down.
Oh, love it. Well, if you are here at Silverstone Festival this weekend, you can't miss it. Come over and have a look at the Diddley Squat Farm Shop. It's exactly like the real deal. You've got bits and bobs of everything. Loads to enjoy here at the Silverstone Festival.
Yeah, Rob was saying just now, bit of a queue yesterday then.
There was, by the for the Hawkston Lager, there was a big queue. So nice to see.
Good beer, good beer, says George. Did you have one?
Yeah.
Shall I buy you one, George? As a little trick, because you're so hard-working, that could be your reward, so to speak. Because obviously George doesn't get paid to be here, so...
And George is leaving.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The
Did that come
now.
as a surprise to you, George? I'm so sorry. Yeah, go over there to see it. I don't know whether Jeremy Clarkson is actually here this weekend, because obviously he only yesterday opened his pub that he's just bought that's called the Farmer's Dog. And I'm told as well that there's a field next door. They were expecting such big crowds that they put a burger van in next door, and then that was called the Farmer's Pup. And I've just been told he's not here.
He's not here. He's not here.
And a firm no.
Firm. Oh, that's a shame.
There's not even a discussion point. It's just straight a no.
Just no. Oh, okay.
Right now, look, we can offer you the opportunity to go into the lovely escapade. We've saw some pictures on the screen just now. They've now disappeared, unfortunately.
We can see them just in the distance.
Yes, we can see them in the distance. If you look with binoculars, you can say, look at that. You see, what a clever. The director in the truck is on the ball. So there we have the escapade homes. Now, if we can't, because there's no cameraman there, but if he was to pan right, then we would get the clubhouse. And that's where we're going to offer you the opportunity to go for lunch. So here is the question, and we're asking you to get in touch with us via WhatsApp. 07543 898887, and rights free, I can tell you, so I don't panic, Chris, I can now have that number sung for you. cue, Rob?
I'm not singing it.
You can sing that.
I will try my best.
It won't be very good, but
it will be awful. And
Go on, then. Go on.
07543 898887. That's about as best as you're going to get singing wise.
I don't think that was even the best. So,
well, it was the best I could manage.
07543 898887.
That's far better. Should we go with the question though? Because that's what people are really probably waiting on. So, over at the Silverstone Museum, which again is free for everyone to come and visit, we have a very special exhibit on display. We've got one of Lewis Hamilton's race-worn helmets. The question is, it was only worn for one race.
Question number one.
The only question. Which race was that helmet worn at? So,
which race?
Which race?
How many races were there that year? 16, 18,
I
20?
would say there would probably have been 21.
21
races. It would be in about the 20-ish. But anyway, which race was that helmet for?
Any other clues? Is there any sand in the helmet?
I'm not gonna give any
champagne in the helmet.
There may have been a celebration at some point.
Oh, so it could have been a winning helmet.
Well, I'm not gonna give any more away because I think people. I think that's a really good prize.
No, great prize.
Really
you don't
good
win
prize.
the helmet. Can I point out?
You don't.
07543 89 88 87. You could be going for a meal with champagne. Over at the Escapade. So the Escapade is, you can, if you're looking near a screen, that's those lovely houses over there. Let me just tell you, actually, the restaurant is available. You can go there. You don't have to have bought a £1.2 million home. You can go there. You can have drinks. You can have a meal, etc. And a celebrated, I was going to say famous, it's not, a celebrated chef is over there. And I think I'm told it's from October. You will be able to go on to booking.com and other websites are available to book, and actually to book a room there. And I'm told that a 2-bedroom apartment for, I think, a weekend, but please don't quote me, it might only be a night, is something like £180, which I don't think is expensive for the luxury that you're getting.
I was going to say, for
Alemia would say.
Everything I've heard and seen, because I've seen them being built from when it was a field right the way up, that does sound very reasonable for a stay over there. It does sound very reasonable, and looking forward to getting there because I think the view of the circuit from there must be brilliant. And to have a dinner or lunch for whoever wins this competition to overlook the track.
So there you go. 07543 89 88 87 is our number here at Silverstone. We've got an entry. Was it the 2019 British Grand Prix?
Am I giving the answer away?
You can say no.
I can say
or
no.
you can say yes.
I'm going to say no.
He's going to say no. He said no, ladies and gentlemen. So no, that's not the right answer. We've got another answer just come in. Lewis Hamilton's helmet was used in the Abu Dhabi race in 2019. Is that the right answer?
That is the right answer.
Yay! Well done, Phil D. You're very good. Well done, Phil. Only the second one in. Very good indeed. Well done to you. Congratulations. Matt, I'm so sorry. No, not a winner. And John Charnock, not a winner. He says the British Grand Prix. Matt, a winner actually, but not a winner. Sorry, you were right, Matt, but unfortunately your entry came just after Phil D's did. So we will contact Phil and we'll sort out how we get your prize, etc. to you, Phil. So well done. Yes, that was the answer to our competition. And I thought that might have run a little bit, but... Well done to Phil for spoiling the competition.
Well, I all credit to it. It shows people are really taking a lot in when they go around the museum and looking at those.
He could have waited 5 minutes, though, before,
built up tension, couldn't we?
Exactly,
build up a bit more tension,
Thanks, Phil, for ruining the competition. Now, Amelia has been out talking to the army. She loves a man in uniform.
Well, I didn't expect this to be happening today. I am getting lifted 5 foot to get into a het. That means heavy equipment transport. Hello, what's your name, by the way?
Josh.
Josh is going to help me. Okay, let's go, Josh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. It's so high up. You can't be afraid of heights to do this. But I'm getting up into the het now, and I'm going to be joined alongside Reese. Hello, Reese.
Hello.
We're quite a distance apart right now. Let's just explain the setup. What can I see right now?
So you got your main steering wheel, everything you'd have in a car, really. Just in a bigger environment.
A massive scale. We're just by Cops, by the way, if you want to come and check this out. There are loads and loads of big vehicles you can take a look at. There's also loads of other things you can enjoy. What can you enjoy over here, Reese?
So over in the Army Village, we've got a wide range of activities. So it's great for the family to come over and bring their kids, experience what we do on a day-to-day basis as well. We've also got Royal Logistics and the Artillery showing off their kit and equipment. Further on, we have a tank simulator. So if you want to get on a simulator and get a feel for a tank and maybe be competitive against other people. Further on, there's a motorsport stand which gets a feel of what else you can do in the army as a hobby, which also ranges through other sports like basketball, football, but unfortunately we don't have stuff like that to do. But there's plenty of activities to come across, and we also like to use this as an engagement for the youth that are interested into joining the army, and they can see what career paths they can take, and if it's what they want to do, then we're here to talk to them and answer any questions willingly.
What's this that I can see down here? What on earth is that? It looks like a little robot. What is that?
So I think that's the EOD search bots which they use to search out into like land minefields and threat areas. So we use that where it's not safe for personnel to go.
That's amazing. So it's like a little robot. You can come and have a look, watch your step, because it is zooming about all over the place. And do you know what? I'm quite happy to sit up here. I don't think that drop of 5 foot is looking very tempting, so I might just stay up here for a while. Is that okay, Reese?
Feel free if you want.
Amelia with the Army, and you out and about with the RAF, weren't you? What were you doing there?
Yeah, the RAF have got a great car that's been built using parts from a helicopter.
Wow.
I'm in a very special military vehicle, and I'm here with Matt, who's going to tell me about what I think is one of the coolest cars I think I've seen here at Silverstone Festival so far this weekend. Matt, how are you? Tell me about this car.
I'm very well, thank you very much. Yeah, and you know what, I'll agree with you on that one. I do think it's one of the coolest cars that we've got out here today. We've been very lucky we've been able to take it to quite a few events this year. So the car in question is based on a Caterham 360R. And the RAF, along with Caterham, have taken components from a Puma Mark II helicopter, which is one of our battlefield helicopters. And the Mark II Puma is going out of service very shortly. So we wanted to do something that celebrated the 50-plus year operational history of the helicopter, the history of the Air Force, and also that really highlights the engineering that we do in the Air Force, the engineering that our civilian partners, Caterham and others, do, and really kind of put something very special together. And we've come together with a Caterham car, 360, that is made from, in part, Puma helicopter components.
Right, so just getting this right, this is a Caterham sports car that we quite regularly see here racing at Silverstone, and a Puma military helicopter combined. That sounds brilliant. Now, I notice on your top you've got STEM Ambassador. As an engineering project, I would imagine this is the kind of thing that engages young minds and young people in a fantastic way to look at, wow, what can be achieved? Helicopter, sports car, and combining them both.
Very much so, yeah. So, yeah, you're completely right. It is an amalgamation of those two things, and they go together brilliantly. You know, military helicopters, it's all about making it light, making it quick, making sure it can do the job that it's designed to do. And Caterham and racing, that's exactly what they're all about, and what so many of the original racing cars were, especially if you go back to the original Lotus 7 as well. It was lightweight, nothing's there that doesn't need to be there, and the same is true for our vehicle as well. The car was originally envisaged so that we could benefit two charities that are very, very near and dear to our hearts. So the RAF Benevolent Fund are a charity that support us in our service life and after service as well. And another charity called Mission Motorsport, who supports both serving wounded personnel, and they also support veterans as well. And they heavily modify racing cars and take them racing, and they open up some fantastic racing opportunities to serving and veterans as well. So the car is being auctioned at the moment because the car itself is owned by Caterham. We kind of get to take it around to these amazing events and show it off, and then we get to talk about STEM and engineering and hey, wouldn't you come and like to work for the Air Force, because we get to do this kind of thing as well as working on amazing aircraft and helicopters. So yes, it's being auctioned off through a company called Collecting Cars. It's live at the moment, in fact, and we're hoping to raise as much money as we can for these two fantastic charities, whilst also ticking off all these other sort of achievements as well.
Okay, and the car is on display on the inside of Cops Corner. So if you're around the festival area, there's a nice raised bank and you get a great view of the circuit on the inside of Cops Corner. And the car is along here with various other, we've got the Army in front of us, we've got the Air Force, lots of other military displays here as well. But they can come and talk to you about buying the car. Is there anywhere online they can find out about that auction that you've talked about?
So yeah, Collecting Cars is the auction site we'll point people towards, and they've been very kind to us. They've waived the fees because it's a charity auction, thankfully, as well. But yeah, you can either go straight there or come and chat to us as well. We'll happily show you around the car. We'll talk to you about the history of the Puma, the history of the aircraft and what it's done, and actually all down the bonnet is the operational history of the aircraft itself. So you'll see on the side of the car there's X-Ray Whiskey 232. That's the tail number of the aircraft that most of the components are taken from.
I cannot recommend enough coming down to see this car. It really is, and I've been lucky enough to get around this entire festival, one of the coolest cars here. You also get a chance to sit in this, what can only be described as huge military vehicle that we're sat in. Thank you so much, and I'm wishing you all the best for this weekend.
Wonderful, thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, the Caterham was also over at the stage a little bit earlier, and I think they're planning to come over there again and sort of show it off. But just remind us, Rob, where can we see that?
So inside a Cops Corner, there's that lovely bank where you get a lovely view of the track, and the whole of the military display area is on top of that bank, and the car is there amongst other bits that the Ministry of Defence have brought along, and it looks brilliant.
I mean, it's really so clever that you take essentially it doesn't matter that it's a helicopter. It could be an aircraft. It could be anything.
Yeah.
But it's basically scrap metal. And what they've done is taken scrap metal and turned it into a car with Caterham's full authorisation.
Yeah, the other bit that I really loved this is the fact that you are inspiring young people with it as well. So it's really engaging with the kind of engineering skills that we're really trying to develop.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Thank you very much today to Rob Janer for joining us on our lunchtime break. Hopefully we've helped you through your sandwich. Now a whole afternoon of racing ahead of us, and Ed Foster and Bryn are poised to join you at the wing.
Well, hello everyone and welcome back. And good news, we've got rid of the umbrellas. Bad news is it hasn't quite stopped raining.
Yeah, it was optimistic, wasn't it?
Yes.
Optimistic.
We've had a little bit of a stop-start morning because of the weather. Just so much water on the track, the drivers couldn't see. A lot of standing water as well, but we hope that things are going to go a little bit more according to plan this afternoon. So behind us, well, to your left, Bryn, are all the Senna cars, and we're going to see these for the first time. And it's going to be something special, isn't it?
Yeah, it really will. I mean, a lot of people have been hoping they'd see them in earnest, and they are going to be out on track. That's the plan anyway, but it's good to see them out here anyway. And there's, whenever you look at the moment, there's Senna everything, isn't there? If you look at the Formula One channel, it's all about Senna, and it is about Senna again this weekend.
I mean, he had so much success here in the lower Formula, and then, of course, winning the 1988 British Grand Prix as well. But we do have an action-packed... we've got some Senna pictures here. Well, the famous photo of him hitching a lift with race winner Nigel Mansell there.
Back in 1991, that was the final of his 3 championship
I think the last
as well for Senna.
Formula One driver to do that was Mark Webber, I seem to remember, who got a lift back. But anyway...
Not bad for number 2 drivers.
Yes, a lesser-known fact for you. But look, we are planning on running a pretty normal schedule this afternoon, so we're going to have some racing. We've got the historic Grand Prix cars going out first, but why don't we take a better look at what we're planning to see?
Yeah, you can hear the cars all firing. That should be kicking things off at 2 o'clock, which is, well, fast approaching. HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars at 2:40, Masters GT Trophy at 3:20, modern F1 demonstrations as well at 4:30, then the Ayrton Senna Tribute Demo at 4:40, the Masters Endurance Legends. That's at 5:10, and then rounding out the day with the Masters Sports Car Legends at 6:10 through to around 7 o'clock. That's the plan, Ed. But plans change, don't they, as we know?
They do. What you shouldn't do is miss the Endurance Legends, because they're kind of really quite recent Le Mans cars, LMP1, LMP2, there's some LMP3 machines and some GT cars. And those cars, as the sun sets, as the clouds get darker, the clouds set, look absolutely fantastic. And they are properly quick. So even in the water and a wet track like this, they'll be very, very fast. But first out, hopefully, we've got the warming up beside us. We've got the pre-1966 historic Grand Prix cars, and that really is a battle from front engines to rear engines. It was the period of time when suddenly someone decided, Mr. Cooper, that actually we should put the engine in the back, and really it's stayed like that ever since. But that grid, the size of that grid, 60 cars, and I think they were oversubscribed months before the event.
Yeah, and we just walked in there and got ourselves ready for this amazing link that we're doing now. You with your dry feet, me with my what feel like paddling pools on. We went in there and they were all fired up, and you could hear the engine, you could smell the petrol. It's just a beautiful era to see, to smell, to feel. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic race if that does go ahead. Hopefully it will. The great thing about wet is that it's a real performance leveler. So some of the quicker cars, if you've got a very good driver and a slightly less quick car, they do very well. But we've got some more modern Formula One cars coming up behind us. So if you come back to us in a little bit, but if you want to know a little bit more about it, have a watch of this.
Masters Racing Legends showcases the Cosworth DFB Formula One era, when heroes like two-time world champion Emerson Fittipaldi were in their prime. On track today, you'll see the Brabham BT49, a car that powered Nelson Piquet to his first F1 title, as well as the McLaren MP41, which was the first to have raced with a carbon fibre chassis. Time now for a lesson in classics from Formula One's 3-litre era.
Well, welcome back to what is still a slightly drizzly Silverstone circuit. Is that bricks being thrown from the grandstand? Well done, everybody who came this morning expecting to see, hopefully, lots of exciting motor racing despite the weather. Well, we tried. We got a bit of the Formula Junior race done. We got the Touring Car Trophy run for Adrian Flux, and we got the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race pretty much completed despite some fairly grim weather. There was just a little break in the weather a few minutes ago. It had stopped raining. Looking outside my window at the surfaces of the puddles, there are a few drops of rain still coming down, but visibility is an awful lot better. And that means that hopefully we will soon see something that I know a lot of people have been waiting for, the Cosworth era Formula One car. Let's hear more from Ed.
Having just told you all that obviously it's the pre-66 cars coming out first, that was my mistake. These are not pre-66. These are 66 to 1985. All the cars are coming out now. We've got a few umbrellas, but the rain is easing. So let's follow me. Let's try not to get run over. We got Lucas. Lucas, sorry to dive in. Slightly challenging conditions for you.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be mostly the visibility that will be tough. I was just out in the Formula Junior, and it got red flagged because no one could see anything.
But these cars, I guess, you're going to throw even more water up, but hopefully once you've been around a few times, there is not a dry line, but at least a line that is less wet.
Exactly, that's the advantage of the big wet tyres. They actually disperse the water very quickly. So I'm hopeful that after a couple of laps, now that it's not raining, it should be no more standing water, the visibility should be a bit better, and then the racing should be good. So just to survive the first couple of laps, hopefully no one does anything stupid, and we'll be off to the races.
And how is it easy to keep heating these tyres?
No, short answer. But once there's a little bit of a dry line, they do pick up heat very quickly, and then it's about managing the temperature actually as well. So let's see how quickly the water disperses, and then we'll see whether people need to cool down their tyres or not. But it should be all right. It's a short race, so I don't foresee the wet tyres really coming apart in the 20-25 minute race we have.
Great, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's. Why don't we wander? We've obviously got the leading cars near the front. Let's wander a bit further back and see who we can find. These Grand Prix machines are serious bits of kit. Let's mind that before we get run over. One of the cars I want to try and find is I want to show you the twin chassis Lotus 88, which is further back because it's switched off in qualifying. There we go. I can see it. So. The twin chassis Lotus 88 it's an amazing car. If you come and see it in the new pits, because I'll try and explain to you, with my lack of engineering knowledge, what a twin chassis is. Basically, what happens with this is that the entire bodywork moves up and down. So the bodywork is all sitting quite high at the moment, and then in here there are little dampers and springs. So I don't know if you'll be able to see them with all the bodywork on, front and back. And Nick Padmore, who's driving it. The whole body moves. Look, here we go. Nick is showing you exactly what happens. An extraordinary machine. Let's just before we go over to Bryn, very quickly, Nick. Bit of a problem in qualifying, but is it all working now?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, that really was very quick. But did it feel all right when it was working?
It's actually, yeah, it felt okay. We only did like 3 laps, first excuse. Fingers crossed, but it's wet, and the biggest problem is the amount of spray off the cars. Like, almost right at the back, aren't I? So it's going to be like someone with a jet wash for 20 minutes. So just got to get through, have a nice time, and I am looking forward to this. It'll be good.
All right, cheers, Nick. Look, I think Bryn is further up the grid, so let's see who he is with.
Thanks very much, Ed. I'm here with Stuart Hall in front of the March 821. Stuart, tell us a bit about the car. It's very noisy where well. Maybe we can shuffle this way a little bit, but what can you tell us about the car over your shoulder?
It's ex-Raoul Bazell Ram March from 1982. We acquired it in the Roscoe collection, I think, 18 months ago now, 2 years ago. So we fully restored it from America. Had a little shakedown in Dubai, and then took it to Monaco, had a successful Monaco, but it's the first time it's been on a circuit like this with sort of fast-flowing corners, so we're learning every day, but it'd be interesting to see how it performs in the wet now, so that's a new experience.
Well, exactly. From what we've seen so far out here today, I mean, look at the wheelbase on this thing. It's so much wider than what we've seen already from the pre-cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be aquaplaning city, you know, it's just going to be, it's what it is, you know. It's going to be fun. Just try and keep it in a straight line. I'm sure the guys around me are going to be quick as well. Like I said, a new experience for me. You know, I've never driven a ground effect car in the wet. Let's have a go.
Have a go indeed. How relieved are you though when we look up to the sky that it's sort of grey but not raining now?
I mean, it is what it is. I'm British, so I'm used to it. You know, I've grown up in these conditions, so it's nothing. You know, if it rains or it starts to dry or, you know, there's standing water, we'll just have to deal with it.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
But thanks very much. Back to Ed then. I think you've got some other people down there. Thanks, Stuart. Cheers for that.
Now, you know Formula One cars are in the assembly area because you just see the sheer number of people. This is usually, it's not a quiet assembly area, but it's just, Formula One draws the crowds, isn't it? Look, Mark, I'm so sorry, you're just getting ready. It's all right to jump in. How much running in this have you done in the wet?
I've driven it twice in the wet, both times prior to this at Silverstone.
Right, well that's handy at least. But is it a bit of a handful? I guess you're just managing the throttle all the time.
Yeah, it's certainly not as compliant as it is in the dry.
And is it just about patience? Don't just ease the throttle in.
Yeah, I mean for me, yeah, ease the throttle in, try and keep momentum going. You know, no sudden stop-start, and try and keep it smooth.
And understeer, oversteer, or do you not know in the wet?
A bit of both.
Perfect. Understeer on turn in, oversteer on the corner exit. Nothing worse.
You've got it.
Well, look, have a great race and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's see who else we can find. Follow me. Got quite a few people in their cars now, but that doesn't stop us finding another driver. Who have we got here? Let's just find, Simon. This is Simon. Simon, how are we doing? I'm sorry just to doorstep you there. It's nice to have things about to go out on track, sort of pretty much on time. Are you all prepped? Cars running well?
All ready, yeah, completely ready, all set up for the wet. And
just tell me, what can you actually change for the wet? I mean, how many changes are you making?
Several changes. They give us some more downforce by putting the wings up, obviously the wet tyres, and then they take the dampers down, so you've got a softer suspension. Rear anti-roll bar off, so you've got more grip at the rear, hopefully.
And then, but you've driven this in the wet before?
Yes.
So you know what it's going to feel like?
Not yet, no.
Right, all right, look, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Look, let's go and see who Bryn is talking to.
Thanks very much there, Ed. Flip-flopping as we are down the area here, the assembly area. I've managed to find Steve Hartley. Now, you're going to be driving the epic McLaren, the Marlboro McLaren MP41, Steve. What can you tell us about this car, apart from that it's beautiful?
It's an ex-John Watson car. Very successful car in its day. I mean, there were the Brabhams, there were the Williams, and there were the McLarens. It's a great car to drive. I don't know how it's going to handle in the wet today, but it's the same for everybody, and I can't wait to get in and drive it. That's how good it is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't just get given these cars to drive those. So how does this all come about for you?
A passion, really. You go through life and you have a passion of cars, road cars, that leads to track cars, and then you end up buying the ultimate, which is an F1 car. And funnily enough, I mean, these are cars that the private individual can run. You know, the later cars are so complicated, so technical, that you'll never see them being run in private hands.
But all we can see from really when we look at the back there is that it's an 8-cylinder engine. So what can you tell us about what we can't see?
Well, fortunately, all the cars on this grid today are using a Cosworth DFV. Fortunately, the engines can be rebuilt, or you can buy all the parts for them, even today. And in fact, Cosworth set up remanufacturing them because they're in demand. All the gearboxes have the same internals, same clutches, and that's what keeps the series going. And most of the parts can be remanufactured in basic workshops.
It looks absolutely phenomenal. It's good to see it out here. It's hopefully good to see it out on track as well when it behaves. Thank you so much indeed, though. Ed, back to you. Not sure who you've got.
Now, one of my life's regrets is that I will never fit in a Formula One car, but Jamie Constable is a man that gives me hope because he is almost as tall. Jamie, this is me saying you give me hope that one day I might fit in a Formula One car, but are you comfortable in the Tyrrell?
No.
Right, okay, so maybe there is no hope.
I dispel your hope. You won't want to be in that car. It's not comfortable at all. It's the biggest tub out there, and it's still only just can I make it. But listen, I found one I can fit in, so I'm happy.
And it's obviously the length between the seat and the pedals, but also is the actual sort of the tunnel quite narrow for your feet as well?
What is better, because your legs have to bend, so you need a high sort of bit where the instruments are, so you can get your knees up, because that is all down to the legs. It depends where you are. Are you long in the body or in the legs? If you're long in the body, you might get away with it. If you're long in the leg, you're in trouble. It's, we're all different, aren't we?
Yes, but still.
I'm long in the leg, unfortunately.
But look, everything ready to go, all sorted for the race?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be hectic the first couple of laps, but I think we'll do it a safety car start. So yeah, I like racing in the wet. It just sort of adds a new dimension to it. It's fun, so hopefully, as long as it's not aquaplaning, I'm happy.
Now look, you can see how many people are here. Everyone loves the Formula One cars, but how hard are these to keep on the road? Because I can't believe you can call up the factory and get all the spare parts you need.
No, you can't, but there is a whole industry of lovely gentlemen that run shops that produce bits for you. It can be frustrating how long it can take sometimes to get them. You're right, you can't go and buy them off the shelf, but you can get them or you can make them. So we can still run them, thank God, and thank God for Cosworth. Still buy a Cosworth engine so we can run them, which is why you find most of these cars run Cosworth engines. But yeah, so we're fortunate. My fear is most of the people that run these companies are sort of coming to retirement, and what's going to happen in 20 years' time? Will they still be there? I don't know, but at the moment, yeah, we're very fortunate. We can get all the parts.
And the best thing, you don't need a computer to start it up.
You certainly don't. No, it's nice and simple. It's all manual and electrical, and yeah, it's nice and easy. Yeah.
Fantastic. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's go and see the commentary team.
Thank you, Ed Foster, and thanks also to Bryn Lucas down there in the collecting area. A great opportunity to talk to some of the lucky drivers. They'll probably feel a little luckier if it was dry and sunny, but you can hear them all desperate to get out there. And all these cars raced after the return to power in 1966 through to the end of the Cosworth engine era in 1985. So these are, as you heard, all powered by Cosworth DFEs. Now, they don't have to be, because this era, if you had a Ferrari V12 that Ferrari would run for you, you could definitely race that as well, or an Alfa Romeo, whatever. But they are all pre-turbo era cars. And so in those days, if you had a bit of an eye for design, you could go and buy or beg or borrow or possibly even steal, lease, whatever, a Cosworth DFE, a Hewland DG500 and Goodyear tyres, and the bits in between were what you were responsible for, so whether you were Lotus or Tyrrell or Williams or whoever. Shadow, you can see there back the Lucky Strike UOP Shadow, as driven in period by Tom Price. All these cars had period racing history, some, like the Lotus 88, the twin chassis Lotus that we were being demonstrated about, that had a very brief history, didn't actually have a racing history. It was allowed to practice briefly, but then was banned before it could race. Another flight of fancy from Colin Chapman, which never got a chance to be developed. But here, Ewan Surgison in the ex-Clay Regazzoni Villiger Shadow, and wearing his Regazzoni replica Jebs helmet. I know that would make Stuart Dent, my friend, very happy. He likes to see a good old-fashioned helmet with a good old-fashioned livery. And we are getting ready for action. Those of you who are watching online, no, Will Tyrrell was just saying, I'm sure that commentator won the MGB race at Goodwood. He didn't. He's the presenter. He did win the race. I was the commentator that was commentating on him winning that race. Yeah, Ed Foster won the MGB race at the Revival back in 2002. He is a quick bunny as well. And he owns an ex-Dan Gurney car as well. So he's got plenty of interesting motor racing toys. This is an ex-Alan Jones Williams, and Alistair Douglas. A lot, as I said, all these cars were raced in period by the factories that built them, and a lot of star names associated with these cars up and down the grid.
Yes, unlike some of the other races we've seen where cars are copied, remanufactured, revived, made from new parts. Yes, okay, a lot of the parts will have been replaced, of course, over the years, but essentially the chassis we're seeing out there racing were the ones we were watching all those years ago. And that kind of puts a warm feeling in your heart, doesn't it? That they're still there. And I think the one of the drivers, was it Jamie Constable, said that the parts are all available. And although they're slightly worried about the small engineering shops that are making some of these parts, perhaps the owners, the engineers getting towards retirement, who's going to replace them? I'm pretty confident somebody will, because it tends to sort itself out over the years. We get good engineers, they pass on their knowledge to younger people who develop that passion for motorsport, and it'd be horrible to think that you couldn't get a part for a car and therefore it never ran again.
So, well, this is Jamie's ex-Michele Alboreto Tyrrell in the Benetton livery, well, James Hagan's rather, this is a second ex-Alboreto livery, and James Hagan with a James Hunt replica helmet there, the three colours of Winchester College on his helmet. James Hunt, that's where the red, blue and yellow stripes come from, I learned by reading the internet yesterday. There's Stuart Hall in the Rothko Collection Ram March. So this car, as you can say, Café do Brasil, with the personal sponsor of Raul Boesel. Raul raced in Formula One, the Brazilian driver, then went on to race very successfully in Group C sports cars, was a factory Jaguar driver for many years. And this will be a safety car start, we are being told. Not getting an awful lot of information through from race control. So for those of you around the circuit, apologies that we couldn't tell you that the lunch break was starting when the lunch break did start. But we didn't get that information. We had to spot that the marshals had all been sent off post and sort of guessed it from there. Well, as you heard also, These cars are fairly adjustable, in fact, infinitely adjustable. And in the wet weather, the idea is to try and keep as much of the tyre in contact with the ground as possible. So you heard, okay, the rear anti-roll bar disconnected, that's absolutely standard. Softening off the springs. In a modern car, you'd also slow down the gear shift so it's not banging the gears in quite so hard. You'd also modulate how the throttle comes in and how the hybrid drive and so on comes in to blend it all a little bit less brutally in the wet weather conditions. But these cars, of course, it is all controlled by the driver's right foot. They don't have fly-by-wire. They are connected directly to the throttle slides by the throttle cable. And so it is down to the driver. The car will only go as fast as you make it go. And that's your sort of overriding thought there. Is that the driver does have control over how quickly he wants to go.
And it's probably, just to expand on that point, it's worth mentioning they have gear levers, these cars. It's so common even in road cars these days to have flappy paddles or some sort of semi-automatic transmission. But these have gear levers. They're on the right-hand side of the car. So if we did have any in-car shots, we'd see the driver taking their hand off the wheel, moving it to the gear lever and then back onto the wheel again. And that's something that these days in a lot of motorsport we just don't see anymore.
Absolutely. So it's an H-pattern gearbox, 5 or 6 speeds, not sure quite. I think most of these will be a 5-speed box. And you think, wow, really? But in those days, road cars didn't have 5 gears. And race and rally cars, when they got 5 or 6 gears, were seen as something really exotic. Well, the Goodyear wet weather rubber, grooved and cross-cut, so hopefully it will clear a little bit of weather. The real thing that we could do with, and I'm speaking from the inside of a warm, dry commentary booth rather than from the outside, as you could actually do with some breeze. Why do we want wind? Well, because it helps to blow the water away. These cars are going to throw water up in the air, and if it's still, it just comes back down where you left it. It's sort of like the puddle that keeps filling itself. There's not much rain. There's enough that everybody will have their coats on and possibly the hats on or the hoods up or the umbrellas up or anything. But these cars will move a lot of water. These tyres will move several thousand litres of water a minute. So they are doing an awful lot of water dispersal. Well, there you can see the air starter being plugged in, and you'll hear that familiar woo, just like that, of the Cosworth DFE firing up. And so these cars are... It's a Formula One car. Let's not pretend that it's something that everybody can deal with. But on a mechanical basis, if you understand how, let's say, an old-fashioned Mini works, then this is a very extreme version of that. But the basis remains the same. Springs, dampers, fuel, no fuel injection. It's got, throttle slides, electronic ignition, but from a distributor, so it's not got hybrids or high voltage or high wattage or any of that stuff. This is a very organic kind of racing car still, and you can translate this back to the Formula Juniors that we saw a little before the lunch break, things 30 or 40 years older. You would know what it was. It does the same thing, and so Alistair, these cars, I think they're relatable, not just because you might have been the age where you saw them race in period like we were, or you might have watched them on TV as a kid, but because they're on a sort of human scale. They haven't become so computerized as to be sort of almost unworkable with.
Yes, they are still mechanical things rather than the electronic wizardry we get. Even a few years ago, if you were lucky enough to go around one of the Formula One museums, such as Williams, there was a little trolley by the side of each car in the display in the Williams Museum, and it had a very, very old, clunky-looking laptop on top of it with a sticker on it saying FW whatever, and you needed that laptop. And I'm not a techie, but turning around my son's here, who is a techie, DOS, that was quite a few years ago, wasn't it?
MS-DOS.
So their DOS computers, they're not even What's the current one?
Windows.
Windows,
Yeah,
thank you, yes.
Pre-Windows, yeah. Everything
So-
starts as you turn it on with the C prompt, and it takes about 5 minutes just to
fire
start
up
the screen
yes.
up. Yes,
But,
exactly.
but these cars, they don't have all of that. They have an air starter, as you said earlier, which we'll hear whirring away shortly, and then the engine fires up, and then it's down to the driver to push in the clutch and pull the gear lever.
Well, judging by people with their fingers over their ears, I think there is a degree of engine starting going on. We're expecting to see the cars start to roll out at 14:47, which will be in about a minute and a half. And
That's 17, I think you meant.
Did I?
You said 47.
Yeah, 17 rather,
yes.
beg your pardon. So cars will be starting. And I can see, actually, I know it's drier or less wet. We see a lot of fans there. We're not getting audio because clearly the McLaren you just saw being pushed through the garage is running. Quite a number of these cars are running, so we're not getting the audio from this camera. In fact, in my ears, I'm not getting much audio at all. No, I'm getting no effects. Hello in the truck. Cars, and actually that is half the delight of these cars. Yes, they're good-looking things. Yes, you can tell a Tyrrell from an Arrows, from a Williams, from a Shadow, from a whatever. But it's the sights, the sounds, and the smells of these things as well. And that's something I think that younger members of the crowd won't be entirely familiar with, is what these things smell like. Because road cars tend not to smell externally, unless there's something really going wrong with them. But racing cars do smell. They have a distinct smell. And it's always good. So an ex-Mark Sura Mauro Baldi Arrows there. Mauro Baldi driven that car. As they head out on track, the sound of the return to power. 1966 to 1985, Cosworth era Formula One cars on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. Cars heading out. They qualified yesterday in warm, sunny and dry conditions. Today is anything but it's Matthew Wrigley's Tyrrell 011 on pole from Stuart Hall in the Ram March. Then Steve Hartley's McLaren MP41 and Werner Dansenborg in his ex-Riccardo Patrese Brabham BT49 in fourth. Mike Antonon's Williams FW07C, the last and most successful of those, ahead of Jamie Constable's Tyrrell. Then Simon Fish in the Arrows A4, Christoph Dansenborg and Lucas Halusa in Williams's is Mark Harrison's Shadow, ahead of Steve Brooks's Lotus 91. That's the first of the JPS coloured cars. And then Mark Hickson behind him. Warren Briggs in the M29 McLaren, the last type that James Hunt drove for the team. Michael Fitzgerald's Arrows A4 ahead of the similar car of Patrick Dawberry and the unique Lek of Peter Williams. Tyrrell 012 from Ian Simmons, and then the Surtees behind him. And then a couple more Williamses and Tyrrells before you get to Ewan Surgison's ex-Clay Regazzoni Shadow. And the race will be rounded out by a pair of Shadows and the McLaren M19 of Roel Goethe. Two cars from early in this Cosworth era. Well, in our memories, British Grand Prix were always hot and sunny. 1983 was an absolute scorcher. Not all of them were, though. Some of them were cold, wet and miserable, but not many of them had this many Cosworth engine cars in the field. 29 of them, and from a variety of different eras. You can see the early to mid-80s cars looking much more modern than the high airbox yellow and blue Matchbox Surtees, and cars like the red and white Clay Regazzoni Shadow as well, the UOP Shadow a little further back, the high airbox of the late 70s, replaced by a much more aerodynamic look to the car. So the blue Candy Tyrrell leading the field, that's Matthew Wrigley, and Stuart Hall in the Ram March behind him. Then Steve Hartley's McLaren and the white and blue Parmalat Brabham of Werner Dansenborg. Lots of familiar liveries, JPS Lotuses, Marlboro McLarens, and a whole host. I think the Tyrrells predominantly have more different sponsor liveries. You've got the Candy Tyrrells, you've got the Benetton Tyrrells, you've got what's the denim Tyrrell that Jamie Constable driving, and in fact I think most of the Tyrrells in the race at some stage were driven by Michele Alboreto. He spent a number of successful years at Tyrrell. So the safety car starts us, and the race is underway. This is a racing lap. So trying to find where the grip is, where the puddles are, and our pole sitter Matthew Wrigley in car number 72, the Candy Tyrrell, looking to find where the grip is and try and build some heat in the tyres. So that Tyrrell 011 ahead of Stuart Hall's ex-Raul Boesel Rothman's Ram March, a team run by John McDonald. And the last March chassis to race in Formula 1, although they were named as Rams.
Designed by Adrian Newey, that. Oh dear, what did I say? Adrian Newey. Designed by my brain's gone.
Yeah.
I'm overtaken by Formula 1 cars.
Mike Cantillon's engine appears to have gone as well. So this is not great news. The Williams FW07C, that was the best qualified of the fleet of Williamses.
Adrian Reynard.
There you go.
Sorry, Adrian overtook me and went Newey.
Yeah, well, at least you didn't get Flux.
True.
No disrespect, Fluxy, but I'm not sure he's entirely ever a designer. Yeah, Mike Cantillon's car. And one of the problems with non-electronic ignition is water. And it looks like Mike's FW07C is failing to proceed. Now, whether the marshals are going to be able to get enough speed up for him to drop the clutch and get it to fire, or whether he's not even going to try, I'm not sure. Well, they had a lunch break, already into pushing action. Well done, gentlemen, thank you very much. The header post on the radio will radio through when the car is safely out of the way. That's a real shame for Mike and for the fans, because who doesn't want to see yet another Cosworth-era car blatting at full speed around the Silverstone circuit? You can see how much water the cars are throwing up, even at very moderate pace for an F1 car behind the RML-built SWB. And you can hear the wail of the Cosworth. Such a distinctive engine noise, isn't it? You can absolutely recognise it anywhere.
Yes, it did go through a serious amount of development over the years, up until the Tyrrell 011, which was the last car to win a race with the DFE, the Tyrrell 012, the last car to run in a Grand Prix with a DFE, but all those years it still sounded pretty much the same. And I think that was Matt Wrigley saying, let's get on with it, wasn't it?
I think so. I think that they're not going to build any temperature in the tyres at this speed, and so this is not actually helping the drivers. Safety car has pulled in. We are getting ready to go green. The race is underway. Coming through Club Corner, the field is led by Mike Wrigley, being chased by Stuart Hall in the Ram March. We already have 2 laps behind the safety car in the book. Matt Wrigley, the pole sitter, under pressure from former Endurance World Champion Stuart Hall. Stu spent a lot of time racing with Raul Goethe's Rofco team, and he lunges down the inside as they get onto the brakes into Village, and it is through into the lead for the Ram March. Not the most successful of cars in period. It was always a handsome device, and near quarter of a century of development is making that car a whole lot more fun to drive, clearly. Stuart Hall leads, Steve Hartley in 3rd place in the McLaren MP4-1, and then in 4th place is I think still the Brabham BT49 of Werner Dansenborg, but he is in the mist. In fact, it's Jamie Constable in 99, the green Tyrrell, who's moved up to 4th, Werner Dansenborg down to 6th, because that is Simon Fish's Arrows A4 up into 5th spot, so he's made a good start as well. Werner Dansenborg being a little cautious in the Brabham.
And the car's coming through Woodcote Corner, and they're going to cross the timing line for the original start when these cars were current between Woodcote and Copse as they come down into Copse Corner. Beautiful shot there of Stuart Hall turning in, then Matt Wrigley in 2nd place, the 3rd placed car of Steve Hartley, the MP41 McLaren, and then we had Jamie Constable in 4th place as they make their way through Maggots into Beckett's for the first time on a racing lap and turned through the right-hander. And Jamie Constable looks to be fairly comfortable in that position there. I wonder whether he'll make a challenge to Steve Hartley down the Hanger Straight and into Stowe Corner, which always was and remains an excellent overtaking position.
The first two of the Williamses through. Christoph Danzenbourg, car number 37, and Mark Harrison, number 93, has dropped a little further back. So Lucas Halusa in his FW08, the car with the very much blunter nose than the 07C, should be the next Williams through. That's the way it looked as they came through the Beckett's S's. And it is very, very grim. The black shadow, it is a black shadow of Mark Harrison, is in 9th place. And then the next of the McLarens, that's car number 8. And that's a good move up from 13th on the grid from Mark Higson. Now, Stuart Hall, as an ex-professional racing driver, he raced top-flight single-seaters, raced for factory teams at Le Mans, and in endurance racing, he is, in terms of driving heritage, probably the class of the field. So it's no surprise to see him up the front and starting to stretch his legs a little bit away from Matt Wrigley. But in these conditions, it is the wet weather experience of the driver that's going to be the limiting or levelling factor. Number 12, Lotus, just having a little lunge down the inside. That's Steve Brooks in the first of the JPS cars. It's going to be interesting to see the progress or otherwise of Nick Padmore in car number 1. That's the other black and gold JPS Lotus. That's the twin chassis Lotus 88 that Ed was talking about in the collecting area. It's a very much an unknown quantity, was never raced in period, has not been raced much since, and with the team and with Nick Padmore, it's very unknown indeed. They did few laps in qualifying, so we'll see how he goes. He's got the ability, but whether he's worked out how the car is going to go in the wet or not remains to be seen.
He was up 7 places on the first lap, so Nick Padmore certainly the lower reaches of the top 20 has made his way through quite comfortably. It remains to be seen whether he can make much more progress. It gets harder as you go further and further up the field. But Jamie Constable is starting to come under a little pressure now from Simon Fish as they go through Beckett's, and Werner Danzenbourg in the very, very pretty BT49 Brabham, and then a couple of Williams following them up, and then the 77 Steve Hartley car just behind.
Yeah, there's the two Williamses. Christoph Danzenbourg in 37, the 07C, and sweeping around the outside, the FW08, the car's replacement, Lucas Halusa in the red and white helmet. Danzenbourg having a long, hard look over his left shoulder, because what neither of them want is to interlock wheels, and he couldn't see in undoubtedly rain-covered mirrors exactly where Lucas Halusa had gone to. And that's the sort of respect that you will see between these drivers, not just because of the car's value, but because of their own value. And, you know, these guys will race against each other week in, week out, month in, month out, and they trust and have to trust each other at the sort of speeds they're doing, particularly when the weather is bad and the grip is low.
And Steve Hartley behind them, mentioned that just a second ago, but that actually means he's dropped back a few places because he was running in 3rd in the McLaren. So Steve Hartley must have had a half spin, I think, somewhere out of our sight, and he dropped behind the two Williams.
It might be just that he's being a little cautious and may not have quite the heat he wants. There's 99, Jamie Constable in the green denim liveried Tyrrell. When you think of denim, you think of blue and a cellar, but it's a different denim. And Simon Fish behind in the orange A4, and then comes the Brabham, and Werner Danzenbourg now starting to get on top of the car. And I know Christian Danner never drove for Arrows and never had an orange helmet, but if he had, that's what he would have looked like. Simon Fish is a very tall driver. He's a long way out of the cockpit. Look at Jamie Constable coming towards us. He was relatively tall, but Simon Fish, there's a lot more of him sticking out of the car than you would necessarily often see. But right behind him, Werner Danzenbourg in that blue and white Parmalat Brabham, the BT49, the same car with which Nelson Piquet won his first World Championship. The same mark of car.
And Danzenbourg, you mentioned at the very start, fairly gentle in the first few corners, but he seems to now have got really to grips with that BT49 Brabham and closing in. In fact, he's pulling into the inside. That's mainly to get out of the spray, but it might offer an opportunity into Stowe Corner, but no, he decides to stay behind. Simon Fish remains in 4th place, Werner Dansenborg in 5th place as they go through Stowe Corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure pulling over actually helped him, because it looked like Jamie Constable's Tyrrell was throwing up the spray on that line. He pulled out of what was maybe a cleaner view for Simon Fish. Werner Dansenborg there. Matt Wrigley had just set the fastest race lap at 2 minutes 14.2. Stuart Hall has trumped that, 2 minutes 14.0, so continues to lead by nearly 2 seconds. But their lap times are coming down now. The drivers are definitely getting a feel for this. There was a thought of throwing the yellow flag there at the marshal's post, but it looks as though somebody who had run off wild, maybe Hall or Wrigley, had run off a little wide, and no dramas. Nick Padmore is in the pit lane, and that's a disappointing end to his race, I'm afraid, in the Lotus 88, car number 1. So we're not seeing it here, but he's gone into the pits. And as I said, the car was not raced in period, so you don't get copious setup notes from Lotus. You get a blank A4 sheet that says we were disqualified, Gov. Meanwhile, Tyrrell versus Surtees. Now, this is not a battle that you would have seen in period. John Surtees' team was very much a Formula 1 force in the 70s, but the Tyrrells, of course, they raced in the 70s, but this particular Tyrrell is very much a 1980s car. So that is the battle for, where is this? Just outside the top 10, top 20 in fact. Car number 19, that's the Surtees dropping down to 23rd place.
And a good run for Werner Dansenborg, and he's pulled to the right into the spray. Can't see what's going on. No, he didn't manage to get through on the run from Copse up to Beckett's. Difficult place to overtake there, but he is reasonably close behind Simon Fish, so he may have another go down the Hanger Straight into Stowe Corner as they come through Chapel out onto the long Hanger Straight. And just ahead of them, Jamie Constable, as we see Nick Padmore in the twin chassis Lotus 88, unfortunately being pushed down the pit lane. Yeah. Obviously a mechanical problem for them in that car.
Yeah, it looks like it might be an ignition problem, because he's a dead stick, isn't he? He's got no motor. I think that was Mike, the team boss, desperately waving for some of the boys to come and help him. Well, there's Simon Fish in the orange and white arrows. And, well, now there you go. There's Roll Girter behind in the Yardley liveried car. And Roll down in 25th place, loops it backwards, but no dramas there. So Yardley liveried McLaren of Roll Girter goes for a little trip backwards.
That was known in period as the alligator car because of its sort of wide fuel tanks either side of the driver, the radiator in the nose, which of course after that era they changed to the radiators on the side pods.
And again you see the shadow coming towards it is shadows coming towards us, kind of a 58 Ewan Surgison's Shadow DN9A, that a front radiator car as well, whereas the arrows behind, again, exactly as you say, with the radiators in the side pods. And of course, side pods became much larger in the very late 70s, early 80s, because that's where the ground effect was controlled, and the longer the tunnel under the side pods was, the more ground effect you could generate. And some of these cars would have been full ground effect cars in period. You see Stuart Hall with a lot of understeer as he turns into the Beckett's S's. Somebody shot off just in front. Who are they going to catch as they come out the Chapel curve? And again, the car understeering a lot in the end of the S's. And there was a back marker, and it was Roll Girter, so his boss, if you like, and the car's owner. Stuart Hall puts a lap on Roll Girter. Stuart Rolled and Jamie Campbell-Walter, World Endurance Championships in GT a few seasons ago. And Stuart's relationship with Rolled has continued since that. In fact, it's now well over a decade long that he's been racing with and coaching Roll Girter, and now Rolled's two boys as well who also race, and they're coming up behind the Surtees, the yellow and blue Matchbox Surtees. And again, you know, that's a car from the mid-70s, racing against cars from the zenith of the Cosworth era in the early to mid-80s. And that decade of chassis development, never mind aerodynamic development, making such a difference. But this battle for the lead, Matt Ridley in the blue Candy Tyrrell car number 72, all over the back of Stuart Hall in number 18, the Ram March.
Certainly Matt Wrigley has closed up, hasn't he? He set the fastest lap of the race last time around, I think. Yes, it was last time around. So he has improved his time and closed in to within a second of Stuart Hall, as we see the number 27 Williams being pushed in. Another, I'm afraid, probably due to the wet weather, maybe an ignition issue for Mark Hazel.
That's a real shame. You said this is such a totemic track for Williams as well, the track at which Williams scored their first ever Grand Prix, the track at which Keke Rosberg set the fastest ever qualifying lap that remains in place for decades. We're on the final lap of the race. It's now or never for Matt Wrigley. If he doesn't get a run on Stewie through the Beckett's S's and onto the Hangar Straight, it will be a race win for the Ram March and Stuart Hall. And it will require, I think, a mistake from Stuart here. He's working hard in the car. You can see, watch the front wheels as he turns in. Lots of understeer. Well, that's not mechanical, or that's not suspension understeer or geometry understeer. That's just the wheels slipping sideways as they both push these cars right to the limits. Looping spin off the road, but no damage for the Arrows. And into the final corner. Oh, into Copse at least for the final time. Matt Wrigley having a lunge, but Stuart Hall comes into the Vale. Checkered flag is out. Ram March versus Tyrrell for the win. Not a phrase you would have heard in period, but the checkered flag is out and Stuart Hall wins it by inches from Matt Wrigley. 0.3 of a second, the gap between them. That was a great race for those two. Jamie Constable romping away from Simon Fish to the extent that he's getting on for 2 seconds in front now. Yellow flags are out. Somebody's had a little looping spin on the exit of Club Corner. But there is the checkered flag for third place. Oh, it's because the Arrows went off on the previous lap. So there we go. And everybody sweeping across the line. Behind Simon Fish in fourth, Werner Dansenberg's Brabham in fifth, Lucas Halusa in sixth position, and Steve Hartley's McLaren in seventh. Then 12th, Steve Brooks ahead of Christoph Dansenborg. So Steve Brooks in car number 12, the JPS Lotus. Beg your pardon, he's not in 12th, he's in 8th. Getting my cars and my numbers positions mixed up. But it was Stuart Hall who took victory. I know he'll be very happy with that indeed. These things don't come easy to anybody. They are always hard fought, as you saw there. So Christoph Dansenborg finishing 9th. And in 10th place was Mark Harrison in the Shadow DN9, the Black Shadow. 11th place was Warren Briggs in his McLaren M29. That's the front radiator car. And then that's the M26. The M29 is the slightly later car, raced in period by Jochen Mass and James Hunt in Hunt's post-championship year with the team. Not the most successful of McLarens, the M29. All of our top 13 cars are in the Patrick Head category, which is the kind of ground effect category. Era cars, the latest cars. The class winner in the Fittipaldi class was car number 31, Peter Williams in the Lek, the blue car with Lek refrigeration on the side of it, or on the nose of it. And that car, again, from a very short-lived manufacturer. He won the Fittipaldi class from Carlos de Quesada in his McLaren M26, car number 5. Third in Fittipaldi was Kurt Bennett in the Shadow DN5. That's the Lucky Strike car, the black car with the high airbox. Our other class winners were in the louder class. I said the louder class. That was car number 3, Ian Simmons in the Tyrrell 012, and he finished in 20th place. And in the Stewart class, the oldest category class, is named, of course, after Sir Jackie Stewart, Roel Goethe, who finished in 22nd place in that Yardley McLaren, the ex-Denny Holm car. He was the winner of that category. Well, there is the Lek with the name of its driver, David Purley. It was a team that was built around David Purley by his longtime sponsor, the owner of Lek Refrigeration. And there at the top of the picture, there's the Yardley McLaren that won in the Stewart category of Roel Goethe. So confirmation, it's Stuart Hall who wins outright in the march by a whisker from Matt Wrigley, with Jamie Constable completing the podium in the Tyrrell 011 ahead of Simon Fish by a short distance. Werner Dantenberg claiming 5th in the Brabham BT49 from the Williams of Lucas Halusa. The top McLaren was Steve Hartley, the top Lotus Steve Brooks. Christoph Dansenborg lost a spot on the final lap in the FW07C, but at least it didn't retire, which was the fate of at least a couple of the Williamses and one of the Lotuses in a race that had a surprisingly high amount of attrition, and probably much of that down to the wet weather. 26 starters, 23 running at the finish, and 1 in the gravel. That was Michael Fitzgerald's Arrows A4. Well, let's catch up with our top 3 drivers. Bryn Lucas is down there.
Yeah, and I thought I'd try something a bit different this time, Martin. I thought I'd go right for the middle ground for the second place driver. And what a great performance it was, Matthew. OK, you fell back a little bit there, but you pushed right to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, to start the weekend off, I wasn't really expecting to be on pole. I knew he should be very quick. He's a very talented driver, clearly. So I was very happy to be on pole. And I thought I might struggle the first lap or so. I thought she might switch on a bit quicker, which he did. And then it took a couple more laps for me to get into it. And that was my own mistake, really, so I'm not pushing, but I wanted to keep the car on the track ready for tomorrow. And to come second to Stuart, I think, it's hard doing it myself, really. So, yeah, I'm happy with second, and we're here to fight for tomorrow then.
It looked like maybe one more lap and you could have had him, but well done to you. We're going to go and find Stuart right now. In fact, he's over here, so come with me, Gordon. We'll grab Stuart, who's just chatting to his team. Stuart, we caught up with you at the beginning there before you went out, and it kind of went to plan, but you had the pressure on your shoulders right to the very end.
Yeah, I knew I probably had one chance, I think, and that was at the start. You know, Matt's been really quick all weekend. Like I said at the start, it's the first time, we've run the car at a circuit other than properly up until Monaco in this configuration. So it's a real learning experience. So I knew I had one shot, and I thought I'm going to send it into turn 1. He blocked a little bit, so I thought, right, I'm just going to keep it pinned at 2 and see what happens. And luckily it stuck, otherwise I'd have been backwards. But then managed to get up the inside, and I pulled a little bit of a gap. But once he got into his rhythm, I kept on looking in my mirrors. I was like, he's still there, jeez, he's still there. And then suddenly he started coming, and I think we were a bit too high on tyre pressure there, because towards the end, we just lacked just a little bit of all-round grip. But it's a learning. It's nice to come here and win on the old March's debut on a proper circuit like this. Yeah, we've got some work to do. This boy's fast.
I tell you what, it looked fantastic out there. The spray all played into it as well. It was a fantastic battle. Well done. I'm going to go and find Jamie right now. Well done to you, Stuart, there for winning. Let's come with me, Gordon. We're going to try and meander our way through here, go past a few of the cars, and we'll find our third place driver, Jamie Constable. Jamie, a great performance from you there. I mean, out of all the drivers, you're probably the one that gained the most places. 3 places there from 6th to 3rd. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was all about finding the line where you could drive a bit quicker. Sometimes it feels weird because you have to go around the corner slower to get on the right line, but it just felt that. I found some nice lines and managed to put the power down, and the car felt lovely all the way through.
Simon Fish was over your shoulder, and he was close at a point, but then you started to manage to gap him a little bit, and there was no looking back.
Yeah, it's one of those races where you push, you can make a mistake. I tried to be in my comfort zone, but I could see he was there, so I might push a little bit harder, and then he's come back a bit. I could see where I was quicker and where he was quicker, so I could manage it, so it was all right. Yeah,
it's great. 2 Tyrrells on the march there on the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, wet weather, never the easiest of conditions, and it was very misty indeed as we started our race behind the safety car. Most of our drivers did, at least. Mike Cantillon, unfortunately, his FWO 7C failing to proceed on the opening lap. Stuart Hall took the lead right from the start from our pole sitter, but Matt Wrigley kept him honest. Battles all the way up and down the order. Cautious starts, losing places. Ambitious starts, making them up. Great Williams battle between Christoph Dansenborg and the number 4 car of Lucas Halusa. Halusa came out on top of that one and moved up the order. Rob Goethe survived a late race spin in the Yardley McLaren to go on and win his class, as his younger teammate Stuart Hall raced away just ahead of Matt Wrigley, the pole sitter, to win by just over 0.13 of a second, or 0.3 of a second rather. So a close victory. Matt Wrigley losing a little bit of time right at the start. Said he should have pushed harder, but it's always tough racing. Well, one car dropping off into the gravel right at the end of the race, but no damage done there. And we are getting ready for our next race. The rain has stopped here at Silverstone.
Adrian Flux is synonymous with motorsport. Motorsport is synonymous with Adrian Flux, and I'm delighted to have Nick Wilkinson here from Adrian Flux to tell us a little bit more. I've given you such a big setup there. What can you tell us about Adrian Flux?
I mean, when it comes to insurance, yeah, we are the forefront. We're normally the ones that get mentioned straight off the bat. Not so much with just motorsport, but anything that's specialised. You know, whether it be a track car, kit car, modern classic, anything that you need insurance for. You know, we're always the first guys. That is worth, you know, giving us a try first.
Of course, it's really important. It's crucial, in fact, that you have insurance when you're out there on the road. But when you come to a track, it's also really, really important that you have insurance for one reason or another. What areas are you really working in? Who are you speaking to?
Yeah, I mean, we stick to where we are most competitive. So, yeah, anything that is kind of slightly niche, anything motorsport, kit car, anything like that. Yeah, we're always trying to broaden our markets as well, especially when it comes to more modern vehicles, and the times are changing with them as well. Markets are obviously, you know, all over the place, but at the same time, we always try to remain as competitive as possible.
Which is key, isn't it?
Which is key.
I mentioned at the top how synonymous you are, drifting as well. When I think of Adrian Flux, I always think of drifting.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. There's a lot of clubs that we work with, and we do have specialised events when it comes to drifting as well. It's just nice and just brings a bit of fun into not just boring insurance all the time.
Nick, thanks very much indeed. I'm going to drift over here and speak to Mike Scudamore from Team Brit. You've got a partnership with Adrian Flux. How important is that to you and the team?
It's crucial. The budget they provide makes a massive difference for us to be able to go racing. But it's just not the sponsorship. It's coming to events like this. The support we have from their agency, the video content they produce makes a massive difference.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. Great stuff.
Pleasure. Nice to see you.
Well, we've seen the race. Now let's see our top 3 drivers heading out onto the podium. Bryn Lucas will be down there to talk us through proceedings. And we will wait to get them out onto the podium. It's a little easier in the traditional old pit lane. Here in the wing, you can see the podium there that was graced by Sir Lewis Hamilton at the end of the British Grand Prix this season. And we'll wait to see our drivers heading out. We are expecting soon to see our next set of Grand Prix cars on track. So you've seen the return to power. So the 3-litre Formula One era that started in 1966 and the Cosworth era pretty much ended in 1985 as the turbos really took over. What we're going to do now is turn the clock back a little bit to the preceding Formula One eras, with the end of the front engines and the introduction of the rear-engined revolution. Those cars will be out on track shortly, but let's see our top 3 from our our 66 to 85 race.
The second place driver, so let's get straight to it then and welcome onto the podium, finishing 3rd overall, Jamie Constable. In second place and dropping one position from the start, Matthew Wrigley. A lot of love there for Matt. And taking the top step on the podium in the March 821, Stuart Hall. Congratulations to them all, and making the presentation of the trophy from Sunoco, Anders Hildebrandt. Third place there going to Jamie Constable. Fought off Simon Fish there to finish quite a few seconds ahead at the very end. But how about that? A really close fought race between Matt Wrigley and Stuart Hall. We'll get the photo opportunity done first of all. Gents, if you could show your trophies to the cameras. Everyone look very happy. Let's give them one more big cheer, please, and then we'll hear from them. Now let's jump on in for a quick word then and go straight to Jamie Constable. I spoke to you just a few moments ago, Jamie, on the other side of the pit lane there. A great result for you and a great way to round out what's been quite a tricky morning.
Yeah, no, I was very happy. Everything seemed to go together. A few cars in front of me spun, which is always helpful to get positions, and ended up where I ended up. I was never going to get near these boys. They'd gone way down the line, so yeah, very happy to be here.
They were pretty rapid. Matt, you had a great race against this man next to you, particularly at the end. You had to push him, and you did push him to the very, very end. You kept him honest, as we say.
Yeah, great race. Just took a bit too long really to get into it, and Stuart's a great driver, so to have been that close from the end, I was very happy with it. And we're both here for tomorrow to have a good race in the dry, hopefully.
What's it like for you out there in these cars, racing around this sort of circuit, so close with the spray coming off? We saw a few times you sort of look on the outside to try and get a bit of clear air, so you could see particularly where you are on the track.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the time people have a mind game with themselves, but then they're just a little bit slower than it is in the dry.
Simple as that, right? Simple as that. Stuart, I spoke to you just a few moments ago as well. You were pushed to the very end, and you were quite pleased with your pace, I think.
No, I think at the start we were strong. At the end, he was strong. Matt, Joe's been the class of the field in Masters this year. He's been the man to beat, and just pleased we could make the first lap count. And he kept me honest. I kept on looking in the mirrors, thinking he's still there. And then going into Stowe, he's on the gearbox. I'm thinking, oh God, is this the last lap? It was the last lap. Otherwise, it would have been entertaining for sure. Would have had to really defend.
Nervy times, but you did it. Well done there. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please, your podium. Great stuff. Well done, guys.
Well, congratulations to all three. Young Stewie Hall, look at him now. Grey-haired dad. And Formula One race winner in the Ram March. Well, it's been a big month, actually, for former Autosport Le Mans commentating teams. Stuart Hall winning here at Silverstone. And Liz Halliday, who was a commentator and presenter with us for a number of years, competing in the Olympic Games in equestrianism for Team USA. Well, from that to our pre-66 Grand Prix cars, this is the front-engined to rear-engined revolution period of Formula One racing. What's it all about?
Next up, we take a ride with the pre-1966 Grand Prix cars, bringing to life a golden era when legends such as John Surtees thrilled racing fans. On the grid, you'll see the Lotus 18, a car which Sir Stirling Moss drove in 1960 to challenge the dominance of the Ferraris. Also look out for the Cooper Climax T53, the likes of which Jack Brabham drove to victory in the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone in 1960. Time to take to the track with the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars.
Well, Nuttall, there's really not much between you and Charlie, but I guess it depends who's got the better wet setup.
Potentially now, or at least I've had a bit of practice this morning that Charlie didn't have, so hopefully. Although you talked to him yesterday and maybe you were his bad luck charm.
Well, maybe. Hopefully it won't be like that with you, but are there any parts of the track that are really bad, or is it just a lack of grip everywhere?
It depends when you're going to show this as to whether I'm going to tell you. No, I think it's getting better all the time now, but it's definitely not going to dry out for while we're out there. Obviously, I was in the Lotus 15 earlier, which got red flagged because it was just got too bad at the end. So I almost hope it rains again, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Right, look, let's see if we can talk to Sam this time. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got Nick Fennell here. Let's have a chat to Nick. Just give him a second to get out of his car.
It is clearing.
Nick, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump as soon as you get out. Obviously tricky conditions, but I guess it's sort of all to play for. It's all pretty close up at the front.
Yeah, very tricky conditions. We were in the junior race earlier, and you know, it looks like the rain is coming down again. So I think it's a question of keeping it safe today.
And I guess it's just super smooth, keep off the white lines.
Very much so. The paint on the curbs is horrible. So yeah.
And are these sort of as nice as cars can be? Are these cars quite nice in the wet? Are they quite forgiving, or is it quite a lot of power to get down?
With the Dunlop rubber isn't the best in the wet, and so you know, we'd much rather have special slicks that the F1 cars currently have got on, or wet slicks, but it's okay.
Well, look, Nick, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Cars hitting it out on track for the historic Grand Prix Car Association's pre-66 Grand Prix car race. And this, again, the transition between front and rear engine cars. The mid-engine, rear-engine cars like the Coopers, Brabhams and Lotuses, very much India ascendancy, but right up until 1960 there were still front-engine Grand Prix cars, the end of the era of machines like the Maserati 250F and the Ferraris 2416, the last car to race in Grand Prix with a front engine. But by that stage, Cooper leading the charge, followed by Brabham, Lotus were very much the cars to beat. The better dynamics, better aerodynamics of the cars was telling, and of course the less mechanical bits, the less length you have, the lighter the cars were as well, and so the writing was on the wall. But we have a couple of Maserati 250Fs, two Tour 416s, and Geraint Owen in his Curtis 500. Now, you may not know Curtis as a Formula One manufacturer. Curtis wasn't a Formula One manufacturer. They never built a Formula One car. So what on earth is an Indy Roadster doing in this race? Well, in this period, Indianapolis 500 was a race that would or could count for Formula One points. And it's fun, and it's different, and boy is it going to be a handful. The rain has, at least temporarily, stopped. The track is less soaking wet than it was, and the skies are starting to lighten. Look, there's a tiny little bit of blue, and Alistair Douglas, that gives us hope, and it must give our drivers a little bit of confidence as well.
Yes, it's absolutely brighter, and the track has been well squeegeed by those big fat Formula One wet tyres that we've just seen out. Although there are still some very big puddles here and there, but not generally on the line, so we should get some good racing in this as they go through Beckett's sweepers. We've got three Cooper T53s at the front of the field.
And the very last car in the field is one that, again, is quite unusual. It's an American-built Formula One car. In fact, I can't actually see it at the tail of the field, but it should be white with a blue stripe, blue rather with a white stripe, which is the Scarab. Now, it was qualified by Eddie Maguire, but is due to be driven by Miles Griffiths, and because of the change of driver, it should be starting at the back of the field. So look for it. You can see the Talbot Largo, the pale blue car at the top of the shot. You see the more upright Cooper Bristols, the Mark IIs with the 2-litre Bristol in front of the driver, sort of car with which Mike Hawthorne made his name. And, certainly the car there, car number 19, weaving with the red noseband. The driver there with an open face helmet with a peak and that half-moon visor that Mike Hawthorne is always pictured in. We were talking yesterday about maybe getting a fireproof dicky bow to go with that, because Hawthorne always raced in a leather jacket and a bow tie. But I'm not sure whether you're allowed to get away with that sort of thing. There in the midst is the big, dark red and white Curtis Roadster, the Curtis 500. And Geraint Owen, well, that thing is big, heavy, lazy and torquey. This is going to be a very large handful. It is in the dry, but I think he races it because it's an enormous hoot, and presumably less traction means more hoot worthiness. Just in front of him, weaving away, is the Maserati 246 Dino of Richard Wilson, 2.4 litre, 6-cylinder, named after, of course, Enzo Ferrari's, at that stage, late son, recently departed son Dino, after whom he created a road car brand with a 246 Dino road car, and the last of the line that bore the name Dino was the 308 GT4, before it reverted back to being called Ferrari once more with the introduction of the 308. You can see the Lotuses, traditional Lotus green and yellow wobbly wheels, Lotus 22s, Lotus 18s, the more square-sided cars. This is such a period of variety of shapes. We look at the Formula Juniors and there's so many, you know, cigar tube-shaped cars, even in 1961, 62. But here you've got, well, the Curtis is an oddity, but you've got the 250F, the 246 Dino. That's a very traditional 1950s car with that front engine shape. The Cooper Bristols are similar, but the mid-engine cars have there's so much difference between the very early Coopers with the Beetle backs, the high back, and the newer, the younger cars, the Brabhams and the Lotuses, which you can see that cigar tube shape that we always think of as a classic 60s Grand Prix car is already developing.
Well, the one we're looking at now, in fact, the first three cars, the Cooper T53, which was a development of the T51, which we've also got plenty of examples in the field. But the T53, the Cooper designers had moved the engine down 1 inch and they'd put the driver in a more reclined position. It became known as the low line, but that had a tremendous effect on immediately, as you say, the Beetle back. It's still a bit there, still got a little fin on the back, but nowhere near as high as the earlier cars. And then going through the shot, that very, very low car that almost seems to be lower than the wheels is the Lotus 27, which was a later car. And by that time, Colin Chapman had realised that if you make them into, you called it a cigar tube shape, then it was faster. The whole car, the weight of the car, much lower down.
And the Lotus 25s that you'll see as well, the low slung car, the car so intimately associated with Jim Clark. Behind the more shoebox shaped Lotus 18, again mid-engine car but a much less rounded form. That was a tube frame chassis with the body panels hung off it, which is why Stirling Moss was able to remove, or have Alf Thomas remove, the side panels to race in a super hot Monaco. And once it became a monocoque car, taking bits off, you only did that with the scenery. Car number 18 there, further back, Chris McCarthy, and 118 just ahead of him, Sam Wilson, both in Lotus 18s. And you can see that square sort of shape of the car.
And the number 18 car, Clinton McCarthy, was actually the car, the very chassis that Jim Clark won his first single-seater race. It wasn't a Grand Prix, it was a non-championship race at Brands Hatch 1960. And from there, the rest is history, as they say, with the great Jim Clark.
Well, lights are off on the safety car. We are getting ready to go racing. The Scarab is not on the grid, unfortunately. John Clark OBE's Cooper is the last car behind Luke Brandt's pale blue Turbo Largo. We are ready to release our field. The magnificent sight of 45 pre-1966 Grand Prix cars, 20-minute sprint for these machines that competed between the late 1950s and the 3-litre Formula One era arriving in 1966. This is the transition between front and rear engine Formula One, and as the lights go off, away we go. Will Nuttall from pole position in the Cooper T53 takes the lead. Cooper's first, second and third. Charlie Martin and Rudy Friedrichs behind, and Rudy in car number 12 looking to go the long way round the outside as they sweep through Farm and down towards Village. He's going to make second place his own. Charlie Martin on the outside, and those traditional green and white Cooper stripes that, of course, everybody is used to seeing on Mini Coopers. Well, this is where those colours came from. But very quickly, 118 Sam Wilson in the Lotus 18 really scything through from his qualifying position of 7th and up into 3rd by the time they get onto the Wellington Straight.
tremendous from Sam Wilson there as he came through the village loop section out onto the Wellington Straight in the Lotus 18, and he's passed, by the looks of it, past Rudy Friedrichs. Yes, he has. Now he's trying to get past Charlie Martin as they go into the left-hander at Brooklands, and they're all tippy-toeing around on this very, very slippery track and through the right-hander at Luffield. The leader being Will Nuttall. He's made a bit of a break. The Lotus 25 there of Nick Fennell, number 29, as they came through Luffield. The very low-slung car that you can see. We've got a spinner, a couple of spinners actually. One's a Maserati, but is it the Maserati or the Ferrari?
Well, that's the
Ferrari, isn't it? Yes. Spun onto the inside at what looked like Luffield there.
And Nick Topless in another of the low-line Coopers. Notice that having started, Topless started 20th, Geraint Owens, having started 16th on the grid in the Curtis, was up to about 10th place down the straight. So Geraint Owen in that ginormous Indy Roadster, the dark purple car or dark red car with the white noseband, just going in the right-hand side of the shot. What a great start. He's got this enormous Indy Roadster right up behind the little Lotus in front of him. Look at that. Talk about the beauty and the beast. 77. What a start.
And yes, in the wet, I think that car is particularly, with Geraint at the wheel, because he's a good driver, is particularly tractable in the wet conditions, and he's chasing down the leading front-engine car, which is the number 34, and they're in amongst the leading rear-engine cars. This is remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely so. Now, remember when we were talking at the very beginning of the day in the Formula Junior holding area, that some of the front-engine drivers were saying, actually, the front-engine cars are probably more forgiving with limited grip than the mid-engine cars, which are a bit more twitchy. The front-engine cars are pretty predictable, but that's a great start from the Maserati. Car number 34, John Spears. That's an absolutely epic getaway. He's up to 5th place already, and Geraint Owen in 8th position. Now, that Indy Roadster was built to do 500 miles flat out, only turning left on a brick surface. There's no way that should be better than a pucker Formula One car in the wet going left to right. I mean, apart from the fact it weighs probably nearly 3 times as much, it's got twice as much power and 3 times the torque. He's absolutely exceeding what the car should be doing. And again, you can see the Maserati there just using it. Again, Stirling Moss, yes, it's a front-engine car. Yes, empirically, the rear-engine car should be better, but it's got a bigger engine, more power, and Stirling Moss said it was the best balanced racing car he ever drove. And if you want balance anywhere, this is where you want it, in greasy conditions.
Well, John Spears has got another place there through the loop, and he's looking to take yet another place off Rudy Friedrichs, which I think by...
Well, he just got by Rod Jolly, who's nobody's fool in a Brabham. He's gone by Rudiger Friedrichs, and there's Friedrichs, car number 12, Rod Jolly behind him, car number 2.
He's up to 4th then, John Spears, in the Maserati 250F, a car that was driven by Jean Berat in period.
Were 1959 and 1960 really wet Grand Prix seasons? Is that why they didn't convert to the rear-engine cars? This is, this is not what you would expect to see in the drive, for sure. Some very entertaining racing. Will Nuttall still leads, fastest race lap, 7 minutes and 8 seconds. That's how slow the first lap was.
And Geraint Owen is up past the Lotus 25 of Nick Fennell, so that puts him up to 8th place.
Are we going to get a front-engine car on the podium? The answer is, if it doesn't dry out much more in the remaining 11 minutes, we just might. And again, Geraint Owen, there he is in car 77, sweeping through the Beckett session. Will Nuttall wondering if there's been a colossal accident behind him and there's a safety car out, because he's looking to see if there's anyone in his mirrors. Charlie Martin in the white and green Brabham in 2nd. The Lotus 118, the Lotus 18 of Sam Wilson in 3rd with his psychedelic helmet. And in 4th place is the first of our front-engine cars, John Spears. The only car he's not sharing with Nigel Greensell, ironically enough.
And Geraint Owen takes another place, does he? No, not quite, into Stowe Corner. He was looking to go down the inside, but I think he was wise enough to know that he didn't want to put the other car in a dangerous position, but he's close behind.
Well, now also, I'm pretty sure that thing will be on drum brakes. and the cars in front of him are probably a little bit better at slowing down, apart from the fact that they weigh a third of what the Curtis does. But he's in front of the Lotus. I mean, that's, again, this is tearing up the form book, definitely. And again, look, as he unleashes the horsepower, it's got that big Offenhauser engine. It's only a 4-cylinder engine, but it's a thumping great power unit in the front of the car. That's why the Indy Roadsters are so long, not just for a long wheelbase for stability at high speed, but also because you've got to fit in that Offie engine.
And Gerentone at the moment chasing down the red with the green nose. That's the Brabham, and it's unfortunately got pushed off to the side of the track there, but he'll get back on again. But the Brabham BT3/4 for Tim Child just ahead is actually now been caught by Nick Fennell in the Lotus 25.
Yeah, and that's Tim Child just getting in too late on the brakes and just understeering wide. Geraint Owen luckily saw the danger coming and was able to open his steering and had enough escape road and runoff area to take to that. So mistake by Tim Child in the red car with the green noseband. But again, as they start to pony off down the straight, Nick Fennell's Lotus 25 dropping back a little. There's the battle for second place. Charlie Martin in the Brabham, in the Cooper rather, with the Cooper stripes. And is that Will Nuttall? It is. Will Nuttall's heading into the pit lane. This is now the lead battle. Sam Wilson in second place now in 1:18. There's the early race leader, Will Nuttall, in the pits. Now then, he was just saying to Ed, I hope you were his jinx yesterday. I hope you're not my jinx today. Ed has jinxed him. So it is Charlie Martin and Sam Wilson. John Spears in the front-engine Maserati 250F is in third place. At least he might be when we get him in shot. And this is the battle for the lead now, boys and girls.
And Sam Wilson, because he was here, had to come into the national pits, the heritage pits. There's no teams here at all. So Sam has popped out. He's an engine and car preparer. So he's jumped out of the car, pulled up the engine cover, and he's working on it himself. He'll know the car very well indeed. We may see him back out again, but not challenging for the lead.
No, that's Will Nuttall. This is Sam Wilson. He is challenging for the lead.
Sorry.
What was that hand gesture? It's easy to do. You know you're looking at Will Nuttall. Your brain knows you're looking at Will Nuttall. You know you're saying Will Nuttall. Just the words Sam Wilson come out. So Sam Wilson is there. And again, he is also a car preparer, but that's the Lotus 18. And the Brabham getting very squirrely. You can see how hard Charlie Martin is pushing. And Sam Wilson looking to go the long way round the outside. That's not going to work, but he's got to pile on the pressure, try and force the driver in front to outbrake himself, brake too late, carry too much speed out of Luffield. And again, look, big slide. Looks like the Brabham's not as nicely hooked up as the Lotus, but in the background, here comes the John Spears Maserati 250F. Could the Mazda win this? The answer is yes, it could. It is going quicker at the moment than these two.
And they're almost side by side again as they come up to Village, and the Lotus 18 of Sam Wilson on the outside, very, very sideways, and a spin for Charlie Martin. And the two cars go either side of him.
Whoa.
So John Spears in the front engine car is now in the lead. Remarkable drive.
Just looking up to look at his last lap. His last lap, a 252.8. Charlie Martin did a 257.2 and a 256.7 for Sam Wilson. No wonder he caught them. He was 4 or 5 seconds quicker on that last lap alone, and that's before the spin. Charlie Martin has rejoined in third, but John Spears leads. Wow, what a race this is turning into. Did you have this in your selection? Well done if you did. What are tonight's lottery numbers?
And John Spears it is, who a little bit of understeer there in the front engine car. That's not surprising. And Sam Wilson in a car that looks as though it should be just trouncing the front engine Mazda, but not in these conditions with John Spears at the wheel. What a drive from him. And Sam Wilson following through in the Lotus 18 up towards Copse Corner.
Now it's dry here at Copse. Wilson going a long way offline. John Spears completely ignoring him. He's starting to use the full width of the track, the racing line, try and cross those curbs back on with the wheels straight. Don't want to be getting sideways over those, but he is still lapping or cornering a little quicker. Now, you said about the understeer, definitely in the Maserati, but the little Lotus is understeering as well. It's pushing away at the front, and so that means that Sam is also having to drift the car in classic style. And in these limited grip conditions, normal human beings, as these drivers are, can now start to put them into the sort of attitude that the Juan Manuel Fangios and Sterling Mosses of this world would have done in bone-dry conditions when these cars were racing at their prime. Of course, Fangio became a world champion for Maserati. A little twitch there as John Spears just eased the car into stow. It wasn't having it. And this is the moment where Charlie Martin, in too tight, just looped it around in the loop, and the pursuing cars very fortunate went either side. That was properly good reactions from both men. So what have we got left? 3 minutes 54 seconds. This plus one more lap. They're lapping at 2 minutes 54. Don't think they're going to get a second after this, or a second lap after this. This should be the penultimate lap.
And visually, the red Maserati is further ahead now of Sam Wilson. So despite Sam's valiant efforts to keep up with John Spears, he's not closing in at the moment. It was 1.2 seconds at the timing line, which is a fair way back from where they are now. They're just coming through the loop and into Aintree.
Well, here is another front mid-engine battle, and again a mid-engine tiddler getting eaten alive by the Maserati 250F in front and the Cooper Bristol behind. So you don't often see a front-engine Cooper Bristol attacking a rear-engined Cooper, but Ian Nuttall in car number 21 is doing exactly that now. Again you see the Maserati in front. Car number 248 just keeping his nose in front, Klaus Lehr. And Klaus started in 25th place. Where is he now? This is 13th place. That's a dozen places he's made up. That's ridiculous. Barry Cannell comes back in front in the Cooper. And again, it's under braking where the Cooper is going to have the advantage. Much less mass to stop. It rotates a bit better. Probably stops much more efficiently than the Maserati, but the Mazda's got more power.
And the Cooper Bristol at the back, that's actually been driven by Ian Nuttall. It's Will's dad. They both work together in their race preparation business, so they know the cars very well indeed. And three completely different cars coming down into Brooklands.
And just in front of them, in 12th place, car number 22, that's the third of the Maserati 250Fs of Elliot Hahn, and they're not catching him either. So that little Cooper is not getting on terms, just as we've seen in the lead group. John Spears still pulling away. His last lap was 2.5 seconds quicker than Sam Wilson. Here's the Cooper Bristol attacking the Maserati 250F. Now, that's not a battle that you would have seen very often in period either. Cooper Bristol has, by most standards, no right to be dicing with a Maserati 250F in front and a 246 Dino behind, because he's giving away half a litre in power. Not the least, but in these conditions, that's less of an issue.
Effectively, the Cooper Bristol is a Formula 2 car, you might call it, in which, as I think you mentioned earlier, Mike Hawthorne made his name before he got into Grand Prix racing, and the Maserati 250F was what that made the name of Sterling Moss before he got the drive with Mercedes in the Works Grand Prix team.
Exactly so, and the 250F and the 246 Dino, both 2.5 litre era Formula 1 cars, whereas, as you said, the Cooper Bristol, not a Formula 1 car, it's got a 2 litre Bristol engine, so when you're giving away 500cc and you've only got 2 litres, that's a big deficit. Here comes the Ferrari, looking down the inside. It's already gone by Ian Nuttall, and now picks up the place from Klaus Lehr as well. So that's 2 places in 2 corners. The Ferrari certainly hitting its stride here with Richard Wilson. And meanwhile, here is John Spears counting down the moments. This is the last lap then as they come down in front of the BRDC suite. Still in second place, Sam Wilson. And Sam is closer, but he's not going to be able to make a pass from there. He's going to have to rely on John Spears making a mistake, and Spears has been very good so far. Spears last lap 2:53.9, Sam Wilson 2:54.2, so closer, and he's on this lap quicker again. And this is where we're seeing the track now changing from being a front engine track to gradually becoming a mid-engine track. Sam Wilson is quicker again, but still not quite as quick. Charlie Martin remains third from Rod Jolly, Tim Child, and Geraint Owen in the behemoth Curtis 500 Roadster is still in the top 6.
It's interesting that Sam Wilson feels the need to run on the wet part of the track as he went into Cox Corner just to cool the tyres a little. So it's not all plain sailing for these drivers as the track dries out. And Sam Wilson now is closer than he has been for a few laps through the Beckett's S's. They've only got the Hanger Straight, Stowe and Club Corner to come before the finish.
Oh, and the slower car in front might be an issue for John Spears. This is going to be very close. This could be a real grandstand finish. As they used to say in the old days, a Silverstone type finish. John Spears looks in the mirror again. He's going to look in the mirror a third time. And Sam looking down the inside, Sam Wilson using the late braking of the Lotus 18. He's alongside into Stowe. John Spears is staying on the long outside line, trying to keep up that momentum, use the power of the Maserati 250F, which he does. He just gets his nose back in front. And down through the Vale as they exit the Vale and come into Club Corner. Now I think there's no chance for Sam Wilson to make a pass. It's only if he falls off that John Spears will lose this, but it is going to be victory for the Maserati 250F by inches from the Lotus. The front-engined revolution is back. Wow, what a finish. And in the wet conditions, I don't know how confident the front engine drivers will be. That's going to be the question for Bryn, for John Spears, is did you think you stood a chance, or did you think the mid-engine cars would wipe the floor with you even more? And there's the Curtis top 6 finish for Geraint Owen, and he will have a smile as wide as the Curtis Roadster on his face, I'm sure. It was Charlie Martin who finished third in the Brabham, Rod Jolly's Brabham fourth, Tim Child's Lotus in fifth, Geraint Owens in sixth. And here again, front engine battle, the 246 Dino versus Ian Nuttall's Cooper Bristol, Lotus 18 coming up behind and a Brabham behind them, but they're not going to be able to get by either. So this is going to be the battle for 15th and 16th. Klaus Lehr with the orange noseband, and behind with the white noseband on the Cooper Bristol, Ian Nuttall. By rights, probably victory should have been Will Nuttall's. Whether he would have held on against John Spears or not, we didn't get the chance to find out as he had to pull into the pit lane. But everybody else, a couple of wild moments. Lotus 18 there coming wildly off the wet curbs. Did make it safely across the line. Unfortunately, this car didn't. That is Katsu Kubota, isn't it? Yes, in his, is that a Bowmaker Finance coloured Lotus? Whoa! Getting caught out by somebody else changing their velocity or their minds. Katsu Kubota. So is that pale green? It's in my mind, that's Bowmaker credit. It may or may not be, but a great little view of how tiny these cars are. And these are Pucker Grand Prix cars, but very, very similar in size to the Formula Juniors that we saw just before the lunch break and very early this morning. Well, well, well. First of 2 races for the Historic Grand Prix Car Association's Pre-66 field. John Spears is the race winner in the Maserati 250F. So perhaps just a salient indication of why some manufacturers clung on to the front engine formula for as long as they can. Of course, Maserati never really made a successful mid-engine car. By the end of the 250F era, their factory team had closed. Maserati was in too much financial strife to be able to go Grand Prix racing. Ferrari clung on to the dawn of the 60s with the 246 Dino. And then, of course, when they embraced the rear-engine revolution in 1961 with the Sharknose Ferrari, John Surtees won the World Championship. So it wasn't that they didn't know how to make a mid-engine car work, just that Enzo liked the horse in front of the cart rather than the other way around. And while the 246 Dino was still competitive, why change the habit of a lifetime if it ain't broke? Or whatever the Italian equivalent is. Well, John Spears wins in the Maserati 250F. Fantastic race to the checkered flag. And he was the quickest man on circuit for a long while towards the end of the race. Really got his head around the car. Fantastic performance. Sam Wilson taking second in the Lotus 18, car number 118. And in third place, Charlie Martin's Brabham that spun out of what had just become the lead. Well, there's Sam Wilson offering his congratulations. That's the kind of racing that they love. Closely fought, very evenly matched, and yeah, honours even. Tomorrow, if it's dry, then the chances are it will be a mid-engined win. It'll probably be a completely mid-engine podium, but racing drivers being racing drivers, you take your chances when you can. Well, I wonder what our drivers thought might happen compared to what did happen. There's only one way to find out. We're going to have to ask them. Bryn?
Thanks very much, Martin. Yeah, I'm here with John, the winner. Now, first question for you, John, was how confident were you that in a front-engine car you could take it to the others?
Well, I had a bit of a prelude a month ago in Zandvoort. I put the car on pole in the wet there, so I know it, it handles beautifully, and it's a nice torquey engine, so you can, it's great for these conditions. But when I saw the strength of the opposition out there, and the track was drying out pretty fast, I didn't expect it, so I'm over the moon.
It was quite remarkable. Of course, when Will Nuttall came into the pits, that opened up the race for everyone else a little bit more, but you had your work cut out all the way up to the very end. Sam was right on your shoulder, and he almost took you, didn't he, at the very end?
He did, I got a bit conservative towards the end, and then I saw him come out to Stowe, and I knew he'd have a go there, so I left him room, but made it a bit difficult for him, and we got there, so yeah, feel brilliant.
Fantastic stuff, well done. It was highly appreciated by many people to see this front engine car, this beast, taken to the others out there, so well done to you. I'm going to go and try and find the rest of the podium, run there to our race winner. Just having a quick look around though, and I can't find them. I think they've been whisked off to the podium right now, so just for a second I'm going to hand back to Martin and I'll try and find them. Back to you though, Martin.
Well, fantastic stuff from John Spears. What and look at it now. Look, sun's out, shining on the good. The front engine cars, obviously, that is. The Maserati 250F claiming victory. John Spears, 3800s ahead of Sam Wilson, and they will both be smiling for hours over that. Charlie Martin, what might have been, well, the same for Will Nuttall, I suppose, who could also have been a winner. Charlie Martin finished on the podium at least. Rod Jolly took fourth in his Cooper ahead of Tim Childs Brabham and Geraint Owens in the Behemoth Curtis Roadster. Tom Dark, seventh place. I didn't mention Tom because there was so much going on at the front, but Tom Dark, I'm going to tell you in a moment where he qualified. He was way down the grid after qualifying. So up to seventh, that's a very good result for him. And a real mix of front and rear engine cars. Elliot Hand's Maserati 250 ahead of Richard Wilson's 246 Dino. And the Maserati and Cooper Bristol battle. Klaus Lehr just holding off Ian Nuttall by a whisker. And again, Cooper Bristol's ahead of rear engine cars, ahead of mid-engine Coopers and Lotuses and everything else. The Aston Guy of Julian Ellison, a unique Formula One car. And the Nettuar Peugeot of Arnaud Koch, equally unique. The Talbot T26, the Talbot Lager of Luke Brands, making up about 10 places off the grid. Rudy Friedrichs failed to finish, and so too, I'm afraid, did Will Nuttall, who will want to be out for vengeance tomorrow. Well, Will Nuttall started on the front row of the grid and took the lead right into turn 1, having started from pole position ahead of Charlie Martin. Early problems for one of the Ferraris, that was Richard Wilson. Well, he recovered from that to come back and finish in the top 12, but a race that started wet, should it have really favoured the mid-engine cars? Apparently, nobody told the front-engine drivers that. Grant Owen in the Curtis made up a dozen places off the grid and then got eased off by a mid-engine car running out of traction. Sam Wilson moved up the order to challenge for what was second, but Will Nuttall had gone into the pits. This became the lead battle. Charlie Martin ahead of Sam Wilson, with John Spears in third place in the Maserati 250. And then the second key point of the race, a half spin for Charlie Martin. Both of the following drivers missed the Brabham, but it was John Spears who came out in front, and he held the lead all the way to the line. In the end, Sam Wilson closing. Another lap might have done it, but John Spears took win number 1 of the weekend and the first for the Maserati 250F. Well, lots going on around the track and lots going on inside the track as well. Let's catch up with what's happening at the eBay stage. Well, the prize pit stops competition continues this afternoon, and hopefully the weather will be decent, as at 5:45 tonight's musical fest starts with Cassie Jackson. Somebody's Child will be on at 6:45, and then at 8:15 the headliners for tonight. Here from the year 3000, it is Busted.
The Ferris wheel isn't the only thing here at Silverstone, the Silverstone Festival, that Michelin have got something to do with. Now, when you think of motorsport, of course you think Silverstone, and of course you think Michelin. They are synonymous, and I'm delighted to find out a little bit more by talking to the UK marketing manager for Michelin. Here, it's Martin Thompson. It's great to see you here. It's lovely to see you with such a great presence as well.
That's right. It's really important that, given the two icons that Silverstone and Michelin are, that we have a really good presence here. And as you know, Michelin, through the ages, we have been heavily involved in motorsport. The first competition we competed in was the 1895 Paris-Brest. We've had over 1,000 motorsport victories in all formats. And looking at technology, all of the technology you see in car tyres today comes from our work within motorsport. The longevity, the energy-saving tyres, and our latest creation, the cross-climate tyre. That's actually developed from the Le Mans teams wanting a wet slick. So that's where that technology came from there.
Of course, we always think tyres are Michelin, but it's not just tyres, is it? I mean, there's also restaurants too.
There are restaurants, there are maps and guides. The whole restaurant scenario came from, in the early days, the Michelin brothers realised that people were starting to travel further afield. They needed to know where they could get a nice meal, they needed to know where they could get a good bed for the night, and that's where the whole Michelin starred theory sort of evolved from.
But there's also the Michelin Man. Now, he makes an appearance from time to time, doesn't he?
He does indeed. If you're around during the weekend, the Michelin Man will be showing his face. He'll be there for photographs, and yeah, he'll just be playing up. So that'll be.
And over in the paddock, there's a bit of a Michelin presence too?
We've got a real eclectic mix of 20 vehicles down in the international paddock. They'll be taking part in the parade every day, so yeah, that's worthwhile going to look at, that's for certain.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. There's lots to see and lots to do, including this, the 360-degree platform, so I'm going to give this a go, and you can too.
Well, the sun is out at Silverstone. I bet you didn't think it was going to happen. Hands up, everybody in the grandstand who thought it might stop raining today. 2. Ye of little faith. All right, 3. All right, sir, thank you very much, 3 of you. Well done for finding some shelter anyway, and hopefully your long morning's wait with a couple of races being run, or 3 races trying to be run, has been rewarded with some cracking action so far. We have had nearly 30 years worth of Formula One cars in the last 2 races. And now we turn our attention to GT racing. Let's get a little bit more from our man, Ed Foster.
Neil Glover, pole position here. I mean, what fantastic qualifying.
Yeah, look, the car's fantastic. Scott Sport gave us an incredible platform. The car's amazing, really enjoyed it. Aaron got the pole, but we're not far behind him. We keep chasing that time. We should have a good race.
And have you gone for a full wet setup?
Yeah, look, there's not much you can do on these. We can alter the traction and the ABS, which we've done. If it starts to dry out in a race, we can back that off a little bit, hopefully get a bit more tyre temperature and quicker times.
And you're starting?
I'm starting. We got a plan. Let's see how it unfolds. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Head down, game on.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what is the plan, or is it just head down?
It's head down.
Fantastic. Enjoy it.
My thanks. All the best. Thanks ever so much. Thank you.
Right, follow me. We have Craig Wilkins here, who's always extremely jolly chap. He actually sort of gives Nigel Greensill runs for his money. Craig, I'm so sorry. You're probably having a really important conversation about tactics, aren't you?
No, we're having a very important discussion about tyres, believe it or not.
So it's
debating what to do.
So it's wet at the moment. You can run dries, but you were saying that you can't change during your pit stop. So if you do change to dries, you've got to come in again.
That is correct. We have a mandatory pit stop that is set, and we cannot change tyres. So if we want to change tyres, we have to pit a second time. And I think the way it looks, 50-minute racing will be dry towards the end. Just a bit of a debate. We might have to get some dice out.
And with these wet tyres, how long do they last when it dries out?
Not long, because I think the circuit today will dry out very quickly and these will get chewed up very quickly. So, but I'm also aware there is a field of 40 cars, and if I'm up the front and go on slicks and I'm very slow, it's not nice for everyone behind me. So we have a bit of a calculation to do.
I know you're not enjoying the unpredictability, but we love it, so thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I do enjoy it. It's one of the joys of racing. Happy days. Same for everybody.
All right, best of luck. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Arch enthusiast Craig Wilkins. We've seen him a lot here at the Silverstone Festival. He spent a lot of time racing in the British GT Championship as well. And Alistair, this is actually looking like less of a lottery now than it might have been if this race had been in place of the pre-66 cars, because it sort of almost looks like there is no choice. It is a 50-minute race. You can't do a tyre change at your pit stop, so you've got to sacrifice even more time if you change tyres. Unless you believe it's going to race again, it looks like it might be slicks all round. Well,
I would agree.
Ed might know a little bit more about that. Let's hear what some of the drivers are thinking.
Nick Mason, I'm used to seeing you in an MGB, but you seem to have downgraded to a Lamborghini.
Yeah, I mean, this season it's a little different. We've gotten a bit more modern, and with the GT3s and now historic GT3s. Can you believe it? They're historic cars, or classed as historic cars. But yeah, it's only the second race I've ever done in the car. We were at Spa for the support race, which was absolutely fantastic, but totally different animal to drive than the MGB, as you can imagine. A lot more grip, even in the wet.
I can imagine now it's drying. I've got to ask, is it worth a gamble on slicks?
Yeah. We've just been having that conversation, but I don't know if anyone's going to be brave enough yet, but there's still some rain on its way, so.
I guess the biggest problem is if you lose the temperature in the slicks, then you're done.
Yeah, you've got to keep the temperature up in there, which it can be quite difficult, but yeah, it's just really working the car hard, but yeah.
Right, enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Enjoy it if you can. Well, is there more rain on the way? And if so, will it arrive in the next hour? That is going to be the key question for the Masters GT Trophy race. Now, we understand from the pit lane, and you'll have to bear with me in this. Starting 6th, David and Jason McNulty's Lamborghini Huracan, we believe, is on wet weather tyres. Starting 7th, Adam Sharp and George Haynes' Mosler MT900, we believe, is also on wet weather tyres. And starting in 10th place as well, we believe car number 19, which is Richard Cook's BMW, is on wet weather tyres. Now, to start with, they're going to be hunting for damp patches, if that in fact is what they left the pit lane on. And Alistair Douglas, the damp patches are going to have to return in a heck of a hurry to preserve a wet weather tyre that's got to last for 50 minutes.
Yes, we're getting our first sight now through the cameras of the rest of the track. We can see the bit in front of us, and it's certainly a slick tyre track, although there are still damp patches, so there's very much caution required. But as Craig Wilkins was saying, a wet tyre will just not last, and they can't change their mandatory pit stop, which they will have to make. But I think that pushes them towards a slick, and the hope that the weather forecast, which Cameron has just shown me, 90% chance of rain at 4 o'clock.
Yikes.
That's a little worrying, isn't it?
I thought that was supposed to be clearing up now. Well, there are sort of darker clouds around, but there is sun shining down on Silverstone. And what's the time now? It's 20 to 4. Do you know what? If they start this race and they're on wets, there's not going to be much of their wet left by the time it rains. They'll be in just as much strife almost as somebody on slicks. Unless it's an utter deluge, then yeah. And the other deal is that if you have to make a second pit stop to change tyres, you can see it is getting darker in the distance, and that's where the prevailing weather comes from. Normally arrives sort of in the heading towards the BRD suite from down from Buckingham area. So
I think changing tyres, doing a second stop, if it rains and you're on slicks, actually won't be worse than being on wets in the dry, because the same thing will happen. You'll chew the wets up. So it would have to rain pretty much straight away for the wets to work.
Yeah, we are waiting to see. That we were told who we think left the pit lane on which tyres, and we think only those 3 cars that I mentioned were on wet weather tyres. Whether that turns out to be the case, whether they actually did leave on wet weather tyres, or whether somebody had a real quick hurry up tyre change or not, I'm not entirely sure. We'll wait and see. Again, nominally, this is a 2-driver race. There is a mandatory pit stop. You don't have to share with somebody else. You can hog it all for yourself, and a number of drivers are. But about getting on for half our field are 2-driver pairings. And again, if the rain arrives and when the rain arrives, Moser's going into the pit lane. So the Moser, I think, did start on wets and has changed their mind already. Heading towards the lights for the start of 50 minutes of GT racing in the Masters GT Trophy. The field being led by the Neil Glover, Aaron Scott, Lamborghini Huracan, and away we go. It's the Ferrari 458 GT3 on the outside of the front row, but Neil Glover, starting in the Lamborghini, takes the lead, and we are up and running for 50 minutes in this pit stop race on a fast drying track that's bathed in summer sunshine. It's not hot, there are wet patches, but already one of the cars that started the run around in the formation laps on wet weather tyres, the Mosler, has headed into the pit lane. So the Adam Clark, George Haynes car already bailing out on their choice, and a change for the lead immediately as the Ferrari takes up the front running.
Down onto the Wellington Straight for the first time, and Jonathan Mitchell it is who takes the lead over, but in fact Craig Wilkins, who we were talking to just before, has dropped down now to 4th place, because that very pretty gold and...
Now Craig Wilkins is up into 2nd in the purple Lamborghini Huracan.
My apologies, it's the Glover Scott car that was dropping back, wasn't it?
In fact, that's going very far backwards. Did that start on wets? We weren't told that it was. You can see the Blancpain Lamborghini coming past. There's the Demon Tweaks BMW Z4.
John Minshaw.
So that's John Minshaw's car. He's moved up the order, but it is the gold Lamborghini that's moved up into 2nd place.
And John Minshaw takes another place at Copse Corner and then loses it on the way out as he runs wide. A little bit too quick into Copse there, but that great Z4 BMW.
So what has happened to our pole sitter? Well, there he is, Neil Glover, made just to being, and perhaps sensibly, a little cautious. After all, you know, a formation lap isn't really much to get heat into your tyres and brakes and to get your head around the grip levels on the track. Challenge for the lead. Here comes the gold and black machine around the outside. This is car number 7. And was it Jason McNulty who started it? The car he shares with David, and he takes the lead of the race. So he's in front of Jonathan Mitchell and a spinner. And that is the number 17 BMW Z4. So that's Richard Mines. The car that was originally driven in period by Claudia Hurtgen.
David McAnulty completes the lap in the lead, just ahead of the red Ferrari of Jonathan Mitchell. They were...
Oh, and trouble with a spinner. That is 16, the Bon Grimes Johnny Molan Ferrari. Bon Grimes, I think, probably starting this race as well, backing it off, just in front of this big clump of cars. And this is our poleman, Neil Glover, in the white Lamborghini number 55 with the orange highlights. He's doing his best to hang on, but at the moment, he is being rather swamped by the cars behind.
And that's the Ferrari number 160 of the fresh and fruity man, number 160 Wayne Mars and Richard Dougal sharing in that car. And starting is Wayne, the owner of the car. Wayne Mars starting, quite experienced in that car. So he's made his way. He's got a big gap to the Ferrari in front of him, but Wayne Mars has made his way up into about 7th place. As we see former British GT regular and regular historic racer John Minshaw in the BMW Z4, many people's favourite GT3 car, mainly because of the engine note, absolutely fabulous sounding engine.
24, the Lamborghini of Nick Matten. That's a GT3 Lamborghini car. There's 2 different basic brands of Lamborghini. Well, not brands, but 2 different forms of Lamborghini here. You've got the GT3 car, which is the Gallardo, and out front you've got like the likes of Neil Glover in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo. Now, that's a car that they use only for racing in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, so that's a proper cup car. The McNulty's leading the race in their Lamborghini. 2nd place, car number 51. Jonathan Mitchell's Ferrari, but great battle here with the BMW, getting a good run here on the Lamborghini. John Mitchell keeping a watching eye right behind. Around the outside, Richard Cook, the ex-Claudia Hurtgen, Dominic Baumann, BMW Z4 GT3, raced in the Blancpain Sprint Series. As you said, big fans, lots and lots of fans of that BMW Z4. The M8 and the M6 that followed never really, big moment for the Lamborghini, never really quite had that fan appeal. Nick Matten gathering that all up in the Blancpain liveried Lambo, car number 24. John Minshaw is right behind him. And the positions are changing so quickly, the timing screen, which only updates itself once a lap, isn't quite keeping up with it. Bon Grimes down to 13th place. In fact, it looks like he might have moved up a spot after that early spin. John Minshaw, as you said, he's not the only one. Craig Wilkins, we've got former British GT champion Aaron Scott looking to race in this as well. There's a few drivers who have been regulars in the British GT Championship who are also racing here in the Silverstone Festival. Starting to settle down now. But out front, fastest race lap from, I think it was Jason McNulty who started that Lamborghini. Whoa! There you are, that'll teach me to look at the timing screen to see how the lap times are going. And now lots of cars flying off wide there. The Aston Martin GT4 comes back on. And also trying to rejoin in 182, Stuart Marston, Peter Hunter's 488 Challenge car.
And I think that Ferrari has got a front left puncture, has it? Or even 2 wheels punctured, because it's going very slowly.
Wants to look up, look at this field of cars. Vasily Vladikin's BMW in the middle of that pack. Number 13, there he goes. Ginettas, Alphas. So how did this start? Contact. was the Ferrari made contact, or the two Ferraris made contact with each other, in fact. And everybody else going off, and some of them off into Oxfordshire in avoidance. Number 30 Porsche of Tim Kuehl going very slowly on the left-hand side. He saw it all happening, or he may have just been recovering from a little incident earlier. John Minshaw has moved up the order.
Yes, he's up to ahead of the Lamborghini, which puts him up to 4th.
But he's not being shown at all, so for some reason, no, John Minshaw...
He is there, it's just that not his name there.
Okay.
We're trying to get that corrected. It's the change of drivers and car in that one, so that's scrambled the graphics. But John Minshaw is certainly in the 63 BMW, sponsored by his own company, Demon Tweaks. And he's chasing the other Z4, the ex-Claudia Hürtgen car that you've mentioned already, coming down into Brooklands.
Well, we were informed of that driver change at the end, the change of an entry a couple of days ago, so disappointed that that's the way it is. But there he is. He's not Thomas Pickford, the famous firm of solicitors and movers. He is John Minshaw, currently in 4th place, narrowly in 4th place, and as you say, Richie Cook just in front in that menacing matte black BMW Z4, so that is 3rd, 4th and 5th. Altogether, Nick Matten in 5th. Craig Wilkins in 6th in the purple and white Super Trofeo Lamborghini. And Craig started when he started in 3rd place. He always makes a cautious start. I can remember him saying this even in dry conditions over the last couple of years. You know, get the first few laps under your belt. It's a long race, lots can go wrong. He's in the car the whole way through, so even if conditions change, he'll be pretty happy. Here is, change for the lead. So Jonathan Mitchell back in front in the red Ferrari, ahead of the McNulty's Lamborghini. That's the predominantly gold Lambo, car number 7.
And John Minshaw having a little bit of a stab there at Stowe Corner to get past the similar car, the Stealth BMW, the black car, as they came into Stowe, but that didn't work. But he's staying close, now going into Club Corner, and we've got a safety car out.
Now then, there's the Ferrari ahead of the Lamborghini. That's the 1-2. Now, we were told that the Lamborghini of the McNultys had started or was going to start on wets. We saw the Mosler going into the pit lane that we were also told had started on wets before we even went green on the formation lap. George Haynes had decided, no, this is not the right choice, and bailed out in pit lane. Pretty sure he has rejoined. Yes, he has. That car is in 30-umpteenth. But the safety car is out, so what are our monitors telling us? Who is stuck in a gravel trap? Is this because of carnage still at the top of the Wellington Straight on the exit of Aintree? No. Doesn't see. Yes, there is. There's a car on the right-hand side, so that's the white, yellow and blue Ferrari. And I will remember in a moment who that is. But there you can see our top half dozen. So the Ferrari is stranded, and the reason for the safety car is that it's going to need a lift and tow, or a lift probably, to get it away from there, and that means a big truck at the side of the track, which is not safe to go by at racing speed. So luckily it's relatively early in proceedings, still little under 40 minutes to go of our 50-minute race. So the pit window not yet open. And timing screen, well, our timing screen now shows car number 63 as Minshaw. Your timing screen, or your timing pile on the left-hand side, still shows the car in 4th place as Thomas and Pickford, but it is Jason Minshaw in that Demon Tweeds car ahead of Nick Matten, the purple and white car, Craig Wilkins, then Bond Grimes in his car, and here is the car that appears to be in 8th place. It is the Malone and Smalley car, and so did Adam Smalley start that, or did Dominic Malone? Well, either way, that's a pretty decent getaway. The car started in 12th place on the grid, and they're up to 8th. Now, this is the lead group, And that's what the Ferrari clash behind has done. It has split the field. Dominic Malone started, so good starting from him. At least we're told that. So, if you're the McNultys in the gold Lamborghini, this is good news. Why is this good news? Because while you're going slowly, the track is getting drier. How's that good news, Martin, you idiot, if you're on slicks? Well, the good news is you're not hurting your slicks by trundling around behind a road car at what is still relatively decent pace for the road car, but it's not going to trouble a slickshod Lamborghini Super Trofeo car too much. So that is helping to preserve those wets, and of course if they have stayed on wets or started on wets, they will hope not to have to make an enforced tyre change. He is going out to hunt for the wet. So too is the black BMW. Now yes, we were told that Richard Cook had started on wets in that black BMW, so that makes sense. Both of those two cars we were told were on wets, and they have gone and hunted.
And that's the car number 5. Darren Howell is the Ferrari that had that problem up at Aintree, and it's eventually got as far as the bottom of the Wellington Straight, now being recovered. And we're 1 minute and 30 seconds from the pit window opening.
And the other car that was involved, Richard Mines has had an issue in the Vitaphone BMW, but it wasn't him. It was a silver Ferrari, wasn't it? And is that the Mars and Dougal car that's gone into the pit lane?
No, that's red.
It says it's white and green according to the list, but anyway.
Oh, sorry, it's white and green. Yes, of course it is. His other car's red. It wasn't. I don't think
sort of silver. No, I don't think so
because
either.
he was further forward in the running order, wasn't he? He was up near the front.
Stuart Marston and Peter Hunter's Ferrari 488. That's silver and black. It was predominantly silver. So anyway, as it is, there is the recovery vehicle. Is that Breakdown Bob?
Breakdown Bob, yes, working away there.
We like I see now my brain has cleared itself.
Silverstone Sid.
No, yeah. Silverstone Sid, Breakdown Bob. What's that where they start with the same letter?
Alliteration.
Alliteration, there you go. An idiot with a microphone. Not you, me. Well, now, behind the black and yellow Momo Mosler, easy for me to say, is the car, the third of the cars that started, as we were told, on wet weather tyres. George Haynes started it, Adam Sharp will take it over. Another British GT alumnus. I learned today, incidentally, that alumnus is a male reference and alumna would be a female former resident of or graduate of. I didn't know that. So I've had a Latin lesson today as well as many other historic racing lessons. So Liz Halliday is not an alumnus of the Eurosport Le Mans commentary team. She is an alumna and now a summer Olympian as well. So there is the Mosler. One of the Moslers in the race is the Momo Mosler, and that car having started on wets and then opted at the end of the formation lap to dive in to go onto slicks. Are they going to live to regret that? Well, it is sunny at the moment, but I'm not liking the look of those clouds, and I don't suppose too many other people are either, particularly if they've planned to camp tonight or are hoping to race later in the day. Jason McNulty in the black and gold Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, losing the lead of the race to Jonathan Mitchell. Jonathan Mitchell taking it back. He had led earlier on, just before the safety car came out.
And the pit window is now open.
Right. Well, nobody's going to be... I'm now saying nobody's going to be changing cars. BMW's come in, Lamborghini's come in, Ferrari's come in, Porsche's come in. Did Nigel Greensall start in the Toyota Supra, I wonder, because he has eschewed coming into the pit lane as well.
Nigel Greensall would normally start in at least 2 cars. I think he's only in the 1 for this race. We do have lots coming into the pit lane, and I can see the very obvious BMW Z4s, both the black and the red and green ones have come in.
Now then, let's watch the black car, because oh no, he can't change tyres now anyway, unless they're going to make this a tyre stop and then have a driver change afterwards. Not that there is a driver to be changed.
I think if you were going to do a non-mandatory stop, you'd probably do it outside of the window, because the pit lane would have been empty. As it is, he's going to be in amongst traffic.
Well, now the deal is that if the safety car is out, you're going to gamble that if you come in now and do your driver change, you might at least be able to start a tyre change behind the safety car. Or do you just consider that the die is cast and don't try and wriggle your way out of trouble? I still think you try and wriggle your way out of trouble.
Yes, you do. You've got 32 minutes of the race remaining. Clearly the track is drier than it was at the start.
Yep.
And those wet tyres are not going to last, I wouldn't have thought. So they may choose to go back out and then come back in again, hoping the safety car is still out.
And the problem when you wear the tread away on a wet weather tyre, think of your road tyre, when all the tread has gone, is it better? No, it isn't. It's illegal because it's more rubber, because it's not going to work in the rain. But yeah, once you've worn the tread away, there's not the amount of rubber depth that there would be on a slick. Do you see what I mean? There's nothing left. By the time you've worn the tread away and it's all started chunking off on a wet weather tyre, all you've got left is a bare skin over the canvas or over the metal. So it's not like, oh, I've suddenly got a slick and that's much better for these conditions. It won't work like a slick. The sidewalls aren't as stiff as a slick, and so it's not a slick tyre. It's not a survivable option. And I think it was 182, Stuart Marston and Peter Hunter's car. I think that was the one that had the little clash.
You're right, I think. Just to mention that unlike other races we've seen so far today, the pit stops are at different lengths. I won't go into the detail because there's lots of different lengths, but basically the more professional drivers and the quicker drivers have a slightly longer stop, which is all decided beforehand and announced. But we might see some changes to the running order due to that. Although being behind the safety car, some of that is slightly negated, although the car will lose track position. It might be further back in the queue than it would have been.
There's Bruno Senna, nephew of Ayrton Senna, and Lalani Senna, the sculptor of the fabulous busts of Ayrton Senna, her uncle, with one of the 2 go-karts that's down on display there. Senna started his career like so many did in karting, and in fact one of his very first heroes was Terry Fullerton, the British multiple kart champion. And Senna often commented that Terry Fullerton was probably the most complete adversary that he'd raced against, and you'll see Bruno Senna hopefully very shortly driving Senna's first ever Formula 1 car. Safety car is in, we are back to green flag racing. The pit stops are underway, the pit window is open. Jonathan Mitchell leads the race in the Ferrari from the McNultys in the Lamborghini, but neither have yet stopped, and the chance to stop behind a safety car has now gone. That would seem to be a tactical error. Some of our cars have already been in. Nigel Barton in 3rd place, Harry Barton rather, in the car that he shares with Nigel Greensall. That's the 4th car in the queue, in fact. There it is, the Toyota GR Supra GT4, and right behind is car number 50, and that is the Peter Montague solo-driven Aston Martin GT4, so that Vantage V12. Looking to look down the inside of the Toyota as Harry Barton goes out wide underneath the BRDC suite into Brooklands, and that was a very straightforward pass for the Aston Martin. Car number 96 there, the Ginetta, and I think that Aaron Cook and Ali Topley car is not actually in 3rd place overall. I think that might just have been lapped before the safety car came out. These cars, however, were both right up at the front of the field as the safety car came out, and then Alex Osborne, and then this lurid number 66 machine, bright pink and yellow, purple and yellow, of Julian and Charlie Dye, their Ferrari 488. So Billy and Carl Nairn's Porsche stays out, car number 54, that's the pink and black car. And the blue skies that we had overhead at the end of the pre-66 Formula 1 race and the beginning of this encounter have disappeared, and the leaden skies are coming closer. The forecast is for a heavy downpour around 4 p.m. It is now 4 minutes past 4. We've got over 27 minutes of the race still to go. Stay on the grey stuff, son. That's what it's there for. The words of the great Doc Hudson could apply there to Dominic Malone in his Porsche 911, just taking too much curb. The car being bounced in the air where there is less traction than when you're on the tarmac. And again, car off track, that's the same Porsche. So Dominic Malone, who shares with Adam Smalley, car on the wet surface, just losing traction now, coming back once more against the Steve Dobson Robert West Ferrari 488. Through he goes, and he goes by Craig Wilkins' Lamborghini as well. That's 2 in 1. It's an impressive move. Jack Mitchell still leading in the Ferrari from the McNulty's Lamborghini, but that gap's now out to 5.2 seconds. Fantastic dicing up and down the field here, and this is Freddie Laurent in car number 23. It's an Audi R8, and that R8 driven by Mark Bassin, Christopher Mies and Darryl O'Young in period. 29 in the pit lane, Alex Osborne's G55 Ginetta. Brian Bransom in the BMW trying to go around the outside of the Ferrari, didn't gain one but lost a position and might come under threat from behind as well. Looks as though the little Lotus is trying to make a run on him as well. Didn't get through 666, that's Rob Fenn and Paul White's Motorsport Elise. This is a proper ding-dong battle, Alistair. Really, you know, up one and down the other. This is snakes and ladders motorsport style.
It is, and isn't it great to see so many different makes of car? In fact, I don't think there's one the same make in that group of 5. We've got a Ginetto, a Lotus, BMW, Audi, and at the front a Ferrari. Yeah, 5 different makes, which is what GT racing is all about. And the 56 car, that's the Tomlinsons. Lawrence Tomlinson started that car. He's the boss of Ginetta and a number of other firms, and his son Freddie, who races currently in British GT in a Ginetta, of course, and they're sharing the 56 car. That's in 21st place, and it will be Freddie on board because Lawrence started. So,
all sorts of different shapes, aren't there? All sorts of different engines. Front-engined, rear-engined, mid-engined. In fact, we haven't got a rear-engine car. They're all mid-engined. There's no Porsche in there, which would be rear-engined. Ferrari, Audi, Ginetta, BMW, Lotus. Some great racing heritage in these teams. The Tomlinsons have stopped, haven't they? So.
And Jonathan Mitchell is into the pits now for his mandatory stop.
About time. The McAnulty's stopped on the last lap, I think. So this was the race leader. Now the question is, where does he come out compared to the black and gold Lamborghini? He doesn't have to get out. Nobody has to get out. You can drive on your own. Coming in behind, Julian and Charlie Dye's lurid. If I could only sum up what that colour was, or what those colours were, that's sort of yellow and magenta, isn't it?
Aubergine, perhaps.
Grello and magenta for fans of Nordschleifer racing. So it's a kind of Grello meets Iron Dames in a sort of ice cream splash. Out comes Jack Mitchell. Jonathan Mitchell. Jonathan Mitchell. Now, he's back out on track. Oh, now that's interesting. He's come out behind the Mosler. So the Mosler must be nearly a lap down then, surely. Because although the Mosler qualified well, started, what, 7th on the grid. They did stop before the race actually started. So where is the McAnulty Lamborghini? Cameramen, do your best. We're looking for the black and gold Lamborghini. This is bad news for Jonathan Mitchell. He's getting held up by the Mosler. He's caught him very quickly. There will be blue flags being waved. But the Mosler, yeah, that is a lap down, isn't it? It has to be. And just going through shot there was the Neil Glover Aaron Scott Lamborghini that started on pole. Well, here is the black and gold car in the pits now. So did they stay out an extra lap?
Yes, they did, I think.
Okay, but they were down to 3rd place then by the time they came in. And in 2nd place is Carnaba 96, Aaron Cook and Ali Topley's Ginetta G55. So that had actually passed this car on track before they both came into the pit lane. Jason Minshaw 4th, Nick Matten 5th. Nigel Greensull's car, he will take over in the pit lane in 6th place.
John Minshaw.
John Minshaw, beg your pardon.
Easy mistake to make.
Yeah, too many
brothers.
Too many Minshaws.
Yes. John Minshaw up to 4th.
We've had a tough day today. Too many BMW M3s, too many Minshaws.
The McAnulty is still changing over. David will take over from Jason, but John Minshaw on his way round, so we may get a change for the top 3. We've still got one pit stop owed.
Right, coming out is the Ginetta that was in 2nd. The Lamborghini is still in the pit lane. The Ferrari is long gone. So that is a very major net gain for Jonathan Mitchell. Well, this is the Cook and Topley Ginetta. Again, sum that up in one colour phrase. And this is very interesting. The Lamborghini here, the Glover and Scott car, now with former British GT champion Aaron Scott behind the wheel. Car number 55, the white car with the orange highlights. That might be our new race leader. Jonathan Mitchell finally gets by the Mosler.
But the Mosler actually is in the correct position. He's not a lap down. However, he hasn't done his mandatory stop.
Okay.
Because his stop was at the beginning, so he's got one pit stop to his name.
Of course,
but he's got to go back in. So technically, he was racing with Jonathan Mitchell, but the pit window is about to close, isn't it? Yes, 35 seconds. So I'm not sure he's going to get back to the pits.
He's not going to get round, is he? That seems like a classical error. Well, you don't have to change drivers, and they may have decided not to change drivers, but that doesn't mean you have to do. You can just stop before the race starts and count that as your driver change. And even I wouldn't think that was necessarily what you were going to get away with. Yeah, we stopped before the race. Yeah, no, that's not the way that works. We did a driver change in the collecting area. No, that doesn't count either. All right, so lots to sort out. Jason Minshaw leads then. John. One of the Minshaw leads. Cutting my losses, aren't I? Really appalling.
And your alliteration, we've got 4 M's in the top 4 places. Minshaw, Montague, Mayton and Malone.
And Smalley.
And Smalley, we can drop the S, so
no,
Molly.
And
Molem.
Yeah,
yes.
Smalley breaks it up because it's Smalley driving now. At least it better be, otherwise they're in trouble with the stewards afterwards as well. They have the fastest lap of the race, by the way, the Porsche GT3 Cup car, or the Cup car. Car number 174. That's the sort of all-white 911. All-white, yes it is. And
that's not out of the running with Adam Smalley at the wheel, is it?
Very far from. He's a Carrera Cup driver, so he will know how to pedal that car. And we actually saw when Malone was at the wheel just how quickly that car was coming up through the order. They started in 12th, and he brought it up into the top 4 or 5 in very short order. Jonathan Mitchell is going very well in his Ferrari 458 GT3. And he is definitely a podium contender. But McAnulty's Lamborghini seems to have dropped rather off the radar. Is 55 or is 55 not our race leader, the Glover and Scott Lamborghini? He can't be about to go almost a lap down. But again, what the timing tower tells us and what I think might be sensible may not necessarily be the same thing, because what I think may be sensible is usually far from.
You have to factor in the additional pit stop times. So, for example, the Michelin, we thought, yeah, they'll just go in and come out. They actually had a much longer stop because they're in a car which is penalised for to keep things equal. It's a much later car.
Right.
Plus the driver as well.
Waved yellows at the Beckett's S's.
It's raining.
There is a stranded car. There it is. And
it's the Smith's car.
This might be the saving grace for somebody who has not changed tyres and might want to because of rain. So we haven't seen anybody, apart from the Mosler there, we haven't seen the other two cars who we believe started on the wets change off their wets, and that is the black BMW, car number 19, which is Richard Cook, and the McAnulty's Lamborghini Huracan, the black and gold, car number 7. The Mosler did, and the defunct BMW, 1999 E36 BMW M3, which is stationary in the Beckett's S's. Driver walked away a while ago, by the way. Did see him sort of wander off to a place of safety. That is going to require a tow. The safety car is out. The reason it's going to require a tow is evident if you look at the right front wheel, because that's a very large degree of negative camber, or something's broken. So in line astern, there you go, that right front wheel, not as the designer intended, I'm afraid. So the right front is sitting down, the wheel is tucked up in the wheel arch. I know it's only about a mile back to the pit lane. I have to say, I'm not entirely surprised the driver declined to try and grind his car that distance. After all, you're going to have to pay for new suspension anyway. You don't want to have to be paying for new under trays and new spoilers and everything else.
The rain really hammering down now.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes, it really is. Just look sideways at our window and I can't see anything out of it. It really is hammering down, but it's not here. See, it is
just part of the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, we are on the corner here at Luffield Brooklands, Woodcote, where the rain arrives. That's where the weather arrives at Silverstone. And although there are spots of rain here on the Hangar Straight, you can see on the track, it's not stair rods.
And the safety car now waiting for the leader to catch, and they're waving cars through, but the rain now is such that
this is outside
tyres.
Our commentary booth. This is the old Formula 1 start-finish straight, where you can see it is a touch moist.
And certainly on slick tyres, that's very, very difficult conditions indeed.
Well, it's going to be interesting now because we're still seeing that Jason Minshaw, and now I'm really talking myself around in circles, still seeing the Minshaw BMW as the leader. Nick Matton in second place.
Adam Smalley in third.
Now, they've just made they are just making a second pit stop, so we are seeing stops for tyres. And this is for wet, so this is the Dave Albert Aaron Morgan McLaren GT4. In comes the black Audi, and the Mosler makes a second stop for tyres. Dynamit started on wets. Before the race started, they changed to slicks, and they are now going back onto wet weather tyres. And here at the wing, this is not in our pit lane, is it? This is the wing pit lane. It's properly raining there also, to almost quote Tony Hancock in the Radiohead.
And the car coming in with for two stops, the Mosler, neither of those stops were in the pit window, I'm afraid. No. So it's still basically got that penalty for not stopping.
So basically started late and having to do an extra pit stop in the middle. The Vitaphone BMW is in as well. That's Craig Wilkins' Lambo, isn't it? The purple car. The Team Brit Ferrari, you can see at the top of the shot. And they won't be the only cars, I think, coming in. Now, you really have to just sort of trust your team to do as quick a tyre change as possible. A lot of these cars, like Keith Freiser's Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo in the foreground, the orange, black and white car, it's all centre wheel nuts, single lock wheel nuts. Stuart Hall going out to offer some, you ought to wave that a bit more, mate, in the Rothmans overalls there. Offer some advice, or maybe clear off you're in our pit garage. Now, how long have we got on the clock? 12.5 minutes. This is a gamble, isn't it? Safety car's out. This is a proper gamble. You're gambling, if you do go onto wets, that it is going to be wet enough that all the ground you've lost and all the cars you're now going to be behind in the safety car queue are going to be recoverable. You're also gambling, if you don't stop, that the rain is going to be survivable on slicks. Behind the safety car, you're losing brake temperature, you're losing tyre temperature, you're losing tyre pressure, possibly losing focus a little bit. And that's interesting. Is that the Glover and Scott Lamborghini being waved by? Does that mean they were nearly a lap down?
Well, John Minshaw, who is the leader, has just come through Copse and into Beckett's, and the safety car is going through Stowe Corner. So John was pretty much 3/4 of a lap ahead. So if they're going to wave through everybody until the leader catches up, then most of the field,
well, they
and that's looked like, and into the pits. This will be for another tyre change, or a tyre change for Jonathan Mitchell.
Yep.
And John Minshaw is gambling that, as you've just said, that he can stay out on slicks, that the rain will ease off.
Well, he hasn't got to the pit lane yet.
No.
So last lap it might have felt survivable. This lap it might not.
Might not. Yes, that's right.
I mean, whichever way you slice it, this is a gamble for everybody. Either you're going to look like a hero or a doofus, and there's no happy medium, I'm afraid. Ooh! Jonathan Mitchell not quite getting his bearings on where the team were in the pits. He does actually pull up in front of the Rothko team. So you can see the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, the white car there, being let down off its jacks. It's had its tyre change. Safety car remains out, trying to wave by the field. Now, what happens when he gets to John Minshaw, tries to pick up John Minshaw, and John Minshaw ducks into the pit lane?
He hasn't.
Or if John...
No, he hasn't.
Oh,
he stayed out.
Right.
We've been following him on the fixed cameras, and John Minshaw has gone past the pit entry.
You're going to have to be. You're going to have to gamble. You're going to have to gamble. Go by me. Go by me. You're not the race leader. Go by me. Well, this is interesting. Why is the Ferrari not being waved by? Yeah, John Minshaw in the background behind the Mosler. The Ferrari is finally being waved, or has finally got the message. Would you please go by? Then the Ginetta, then the Alfa, then the BMW, then the Mosler will need to go by before our race leader, John Minshaw. Well, now then.
That's probably on slicks, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
The 29.
But you can see how little grip there is. And we heard about this, didn't we, at the end of the Formula Junior race? You know, they were saying that even on the in-lap, there were cars going off because they were aquaplaning. There is John Minshaw. Right behind him, on the road at least, was Nigel Greensall in the Supra GT4. I mean, on the road, I'm not saying he's second in the race, but he was right behind him, because that's an easy car to spot. So there's John Minshaw. Oh, hello, he's being waved by the safety car. confusion reigns. So he's waved by Minshaw and picked up Craig Wilkin. I wish sometimes, I'm really glad 99.9% of the time that you don't see what's in the commentary booth, because really it's quite tedious. But if you could have just seen Alistair's expression, he's the what now? According to our timing screens, oh, red flag, okay, oh, right. Well, that's going to make it so more sortable, outable. Red flag is out, and 8 minutes remaining. This will be the end of the race.
Wise old John Minshaw stayed out.
You kind of have to, I think. But he was waved by, and they picked up somebody else as the race leader. Why was he waved by the safety car? Neither here nor there in the end. But yeah, stick to your guns. There's a safety car. There's 10 minutes to go, and he's probably got a little countdown clock or a stopwatch or something running in the car. 10 minutes to go. It's going to take us 5 minutes to change tyres and go in and out. No. I'm either going to be here. I'm either going to bin it or win it. I think that's it, isn't it?
I think a factor will also have been that he's been keeping an eye on this BMW and seeing that there's no action really.
And nobody's got to him yet.
No, and they were really struggling to get that car off the track, so it was a good gamble.
And the reason that the Manitou has only just got there is because they've been waving cars by, and cars have been going by quicker than in the safety car queue. The reason for a safety car is not that the track's not safe at like a full course yellow or something where everybody going, it's to create a gap in traffic, to bring all the traffic by in one lump, so that for the next 2 or 3 minutes or longer on a longer circuit, the marshals know that nothing's going to come whistling by their ears. But as soon as pit stops start, then that stops being as safe as it should be. And so you're then left with, okay, the safety car's out, but there are lots of cars in and out of the pits and whistling round. Okay, maybe not at full racing speed, but at high enough speed that they could go off. And that means it's at that stage, not safe to send marshals out. And so the race director, eventually, he'll have been on the radio with the head of the post there at the marshal's post and with the Manitou driver and going, okay, guys, are you going to be able to do this? Are we going to? No, I haven't got a solid safety car. Cars are coming in and out of the pits. We're running out of time. And so I'm afraid that is that.
And we've had confirmation that the race will not be restarted, which is not surprising with only 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
But sadly, no restart of that one. But John Minshaw really knows. He's been doing British GT for many years. He now does a lot of historic racing. And he judged that situation absolutely perfectly.
Yeah. Win it or bin it. He was staying out to the bitter end. Trees or trophy was a phrase I heard a few weeks ago, which doesn't get much of an outing, but that might be one. Now, of course, you're not going to hit any trees here. That's more of a rallying thing. So we believe, guess, hope, think, perhaps, probably, that John Minshaw might have won that in the BMW.
Silverstone Festival, well, where would we be without Formula One? Here at the festival, there's a real presence from Formula One, as here in a marquee, there are 5 Mercedes Formula One cars as we battle the noise out on track, and delighted to have Alex Toulouse here to tell us all about it. 5 amazing cars. How come they're here?
So what we've done here, we've bought a decade of hybrid power. We've got the 2014 car in front of you here, and we've also got the race on this weekend in Zandvoort, so the 2024 car is there. So.
The 2014 car, as you say. Now, this is a test bed car to start with. Lewis and Nico both drove this in 2014.
Exactly that. So this was the very start of the hybrid era. And as you mentioned, this was driven by Lewis and Nico and then eventually ended up as Nico's race car.
Fantastic. We carry on our little whistle-stop tour, shall we? And turn our attention to the 2017 car, a title-winning car, Lewis Hamilton's car. What can you tell us about this one?
So this was a regulation change. So as you can see, it's a lot longer, it's a lot wider. We've got the bigger tyres, and it was also the development year for the Halo.
It's great to see the development of the cars, and you see the sheer scale of them as well as they develop over time. And if you whip around on the camera there, you'll see at the far end, 2018, Valtteri Bottas's car. First time we saw the Halo in Formula One.
Exactly, and as you say, that was Valtteri's race car. Still got all the damage from the races. and still got all the FIA stickers from when it raced.
And then we turn our attention to the one almost nearest to us here, 2019 Lewis's title-winning car with a very famous signature on the nose.
Yeah, so that's Niki Lauda's signature. That was sort of in homage to his passing just before the Monaco Grand Prix.
One more car for us to take a quick look at, and that's the one directly behind us. Another car that is absolutely filthy, and that means one thing, doesn't it, Alex?
Exactly. So this was George Russell's car from the Brazilian Grand Prix, the race winner.
What a fantastic array of cars you brought here. It's really good to see, and thank you so much for giving us a whistle-stop tour. And if you are coming to the festival this weekend, make sure you check it all out for yourselves.
Well, another slightly confusing and dramatic end to our race. The Masters GT Trophy counted back to the end of the last completed lap before the red flag. So a little bit of a shuffling of the order, but John Minshaw, who stuck to his guns and was going to win it or bin it in the Demon Tweaks BMW, won it from Nick Matton's Lamborghini Gallardo GT3, and Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam, despite a half spin early on in the Ferrari 488 Challenge, finished in third. Ray Harris's Ginetta fourth, Richard Cook's Matt Black BMW in fifth, and the Tomlinson family Ginetta GT4 in sixth position. The Glover and Scott Lamborghini just outside the top half dozen. And those who opted for a second pit stop, and we're talking here particularly the Malone and Smalley GT3 car, and also Jonathan Mitchell rather, in the Ferrari number 51, they were caught out having made that stop by the end of the race, and not everybody else having gone in for tyres. So yeah, the McAnultys had a longer stop and also stopped to change tyres. So all sorts going on. Craig Wilkins ending up in 24th after starting very strongly, but it was a tricky race for a lot of drivers with the return of the rain. Almost everybody who was on slick tyres at the start struggling with that. So there you go, that's the way it finished, a whopping 45 car grid, including, as is mandatory here, I think, at the Silverstone Festival, at least one Lotus Cortina. Really. There we go. Well, from the start of the race, it was clear that it was going to be a little bit tricky. It was a bit of a gamble whether you started on slicks or wets. Almost everybody started on slicks. We had contact early on between a couple of our Ferraris, and that left the spinning yellow and blue car causing a safety car while it was rescued. Then Jonathan Mitchell out front, battling with the McAnultys in their Lamborghini. The Porsche spinning after making up ground. And once the mandatory driver stops had happened and the field was thoroughly jumbled, Jonathan Mitchell trying to work his way back up the field in Ferrari number 51. And at that stage, it looked as though John Minshaw in the BMW was going to hold out front. The rains returned with a vengeance. He decided not to dive into the pit lane to change onto wet weather tyres. And when the safety car came out and finally the red flags were thrown, that proved to be the hero rather than the zero choice. Clearly he decided that diving into the pits from the lead was not the way to go, as is so often the case. Track position, track position, track position. Now then, lots and lots of fans on the top of the wing and around the track will be gathering trackside to see our Formula One demonstration. Let's find out a little bit more from the driver who is doing it for us.
Esteban, it's lovely to see you for our what seems like our annual catch-up. You're here in the 2021 car. I mean, an amazing bit of kit and so many Grand Prix victories. Just tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, this is the W12 raced in 2021 season. It's the famous car which we won the Constructor Championship, and then the Driver Championship unfortunately was not the case. Very big fight with Max, but it won 9 races. It's one of the fastest cars that Mercedes ever produced, with a lot of aerodynamic items, as you can see around the track, around the car, sorry. And yeah, I'm really excited to give it a try. It's the first time I will be driving this car, so very looking forward to it.
You've been lucky enough to drive so many current sort of Mercedes Grand Prix cars, just give everyone a little bit of an insight. So when you're racing one of these, how much can you change on a corner-by-corner basis or a lap-by-lap basis within the cockpit?
Well, we certainly have many tools in the steering wheel. From the 2016 era onwards, when all the electronics increased in the Formula One cars, we're able to change the driver balance, driver migration, which is basically driver balance, but related to the pressure on the brake that you put in. You can change differential settings to help the car rotate better in whatever part of the corner, entry, mid, or exit. And you can also help it a little bit for the high-speed corners. Then you have all the different engine modes, which is basically for the team to tune different options to try to maximize the engine performance in whatever conditions. And then there's different things like throttle mapping, for example, which is basically an adjustment to have a progression on the pedal on how the driver would like to have in order to have less wheel spin or more wheel spin, depending on what the driver desires. So there's many options that we have on board.
Extraordinary. Now, one thing I will never do is go around Silverstone in a Grand Prix car. So these are just perfect for this circuit, aren't they?
Yeah, they're perfect for this circuit. And this circuit, personally, I have a great experience here, winning races in all the categories I raced in the lower series, Formula BMW, Formula 3, GP3, GP2. So it's great to get back on the circuit with this piece of art, especially on the long circuits.
Esteban, thank you so much and enjoy it.
Thank you, and I hope all the fans enjoy the car and the ride. Thank you.
Well, now then, it looks like, and I may have said this several times today, that rain is abating once more. The eBay live stage, what's the time now? It is about 4:40, so in just over an hour, Casa Jackson will start our evening's musical entertainment. Somebody's Child will be on at 6:45 and from 8:15, so plenty of time for you to get a couple of beers in and with you to go and join the boys from Busted. Well, now, we talked about the Cosworth era Formula One cars and how you plug in the air starter and away it goes. Modern Formula One cars also have a remote starter because they don't have onboard starters, they don't have an onboard battery system, so they use a remote starter. But a modern hybrid Formula One car like this, you don't just plug it in and start it. This is the end of a more than 2-hour warming up preparation because the machining tolerances on these cars are so insanely tight that if you don't pre-warm it when you plug in the starter, you will just destroy the engine. So it is not the work of a moment. Oh, you just roll it out of the truck and it goes. It does go, but you have to nurture these things to get them in a position when they are ready to be started. And that is part of the reason why the Formula One timetable is so absolutely rigid. Right, we'll just go out in 20 minutes. No, we can't, because the cars won't be ready for another hour. So Esteban Gutierrez, again, will give us the chance to see this hybrid Mercedes close to home. They're based just down the road in Brackley. Big valley now, that is Mercedes Motorsport down the road in Brackley, and a great opportunity once more to see the car in action. Now we saw that Bruno and Leilani Senna are here. Bruno was hoping to go out today in his late uncle Ayrton's first Formula One car that he raced as opposed to tested, the Tolman Hart, but we're gathering that that might not be possible because it is now very wet indeed. But Esteban, with the backup of the AMG Petronas Mercedes team and wet weather tyres, is out on track, and a great opportunity either for those of you who were here at the British Grand Prix watching Sir Lewis Hamilton winning his 8th home race, or who were not and saw it on the TV, to experience the sights and sounds of this car at first hand. Well, warm applause, if slightly damp, from the crowd for Esteban Gutierrez. And if you thought because of the conditions he might be just having a little bit of a gentle potter around, those shots of him handling the opposite lock as he came out of Luffield and applied the power down the straight gave light to that. The first lap certainly just bedding himself in gently on these wet Pirelli tyres, but after that he was giving it the beans. That was a very, very impressive demonstration. And for Esteban, were any chance to drive these Mercedes Formula One cars, clearly he's relishing, and he put on a really good show there. So thanks so much indeed to the team from Brackley for bringing the car and for bringing Esteban to give us the opportunity to see and hear it in action. And you never know, tomorrow might be a little drier and undoubtedly would be quite a lot quicker, but that was a flamboyant and impressive demonstration of car control from Esteban Gutierrez. Well, we have seen a very modern Formula One car following on the heels of a whole host of Cosworth-era cars and pre-1966 machinery as well. So you've had, 6-7 decades worth of Formula One entertainment so far since lunchtime. We have plenty more action still to come here at the 2024 Silverstone Festival, so stay with us.
Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? Never mind, we're not here for my beanbag prowess. We're here to find out about pure Michigan and visit Detroit. When you think of Detroit, you think of Motor City and Motown, and Michigan itself, well, what a state it is too. And to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Yolanda Fletcher here. Great to see you.
Oh, lovely to see you too. We're absolutely thrilled to be here.
Why are you here then? Why have you come to the Silverstone Festival?
Well, it's the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang was built in Detroit. So we are here to celebrate that with all those Mustang owners and all the good people coming through the show over the next 3 days.
And the big race as well, the icing on the very top of a very, very nice cake as well. Now, mention Detroit synonymous with Motor City, with Mustang, as you say, and what a beautiful Mustang you've got here on your stand, but also Motown too. What is it that is so amazing? It's very hard for you to answer this. So amazing about Michigan itself.
Oh, there's really so much, and but we love the fact that we're the birthplace of Motown music. Everyone can go to the original recording studio and see where those big stars, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, all recorded in that original place. So it's pretty cool to see that. But also going to the Henry Ford Museum, it will take you 2.5 days to go around the whole museum. You can also see where the Ford F-150 truck is made. So it's really, really a lot to do. And then you can go up the side of the lake of Lake Michigan and go up to Traverse City, sip some wine and enjoy lots of cherries, that we are the biggest cherry supplier in the USA.
Sold it to me. There you go. So Motor City, this is very much just scratching the surface. Yolanda, thank you very much indeed. If you come down to the Silverstone Festival, make sure you come to the stand, because you can enter yourself into a competition for 2 people to go off to Michigan itself. Good luck.
Yeah, we did mention that.
Saturday afternoon in August at Silverstone. Coats zipped up to your ears and umbrellas up. Well, hopefully the cockles of your heart have been thoroughly warmed by Esteban Gutierrez and the AMG Mercedes Petronas team after that breathtaking display of much more modern Formula One machinery than we are accustomed to seeing racing here at the festival. We're also hopefully going to see now a demonstration of one of the cars from the collection here, the biggest collection of Ayrton Senna related cars, bikes and go-karts ever assembled. Senna started his racing career in the UK in the Formula Ford 1600 and then came back into Formula Ford 2000. Really made a name for himself in the British F3 Championship, which he won ahead of Martin Brundle here, following him in the British Grand Prix support race. His first win came in the race in the rain in Estoril in 1985 at the wheel of the Lotus 97T chassis number 2, which is here. A winner here at Silverstone only once in the British Grand Prix, but he won at Silverstone more than at any other track in his career, courtesy of multiple wins here in Formula 3 and the other junior categories. But Silverstone wasn't always kind to him, either in terms of weather or results. Of course, in the streaming rain in Donington Park, the only Formula 1 Grand Prix held there post-war, he was the utterly dominant force and destroyed everybody in the rain, as he had done in Estoril, to take his first ever Formula 1 win. That car is on display here. So too is the car with which he started his Formula 1 race career at Interlagos in 1984. The first race of the season was the Brazilian Grand Prix, and in the 183B at Tolman he made his debut. That car is here as well. And of course, hitching a lift with Nigel Mansell in Red 5. We'll see a Red 5 in our next race, a car that was driven in period by Nigel, Greg and Leo Mansell. But meanwhile, not quite as modern as the Mercedes, but some of our more modern Formula 1 cars making their demonstrations. We saw the Tyrrell out yesterday. This is an ex-Ukyo Katayama chassis, one of the last of the generation, long storied history that Ken Tyrrell's team had in Formula 1. Ken started racing, if you can believe it, in 500cc single-seaters, and for a man of his height and stature, that must have been quite a sight to see. Then became a team owner, started running other cars, ran matches in Formula 1, and then in secret built his own chassis in the Woodyard at Ockham in Surrey, where the team was based. And quite the revelation it was when he and Jackie Stewart took the Tyrrell 001 out and started their winning ways. Silverstone was always a bit of a talismanic circuit for Williams, not just the home Grand Prix for Frank Williams and Patrick Head's team, but it was the Grand Prix at which Williams scored their first Formula 1 win. And of course, it was also the track at which Keke Rosberg set that sensational qualifying lap at an average of over 160 miles an hour. It wasn't as wet as this that day, but at the end of the qualifying session, it was definitely sprinkling with rain. And Keke stubbed out his fag, right, let's go for it, and went out and just absolutely shattered the qualifying record here at Silverstone. If you were here that day, that was a proper hairs on the back of your neck moment. I'm sure the drivers out in these wet weather conditions are finding that it is pretty intimidating as well when you're not a professional driver with a professional team around you and you're not accustomed to doing this every day. And unlike Esteban, probably haven't spent a couple of days on the sim preparing for it as well, then it is very different from the conditions they found yesterday. Cars will have been softened up a little bit, clicking off the dampers a few turns and removing the rear anti-roll bars, probably just to soften the car up. And Ayrton Senna, well, he scored more Grand Prix wins at Monaco than anywhere else, where he won 6 times. He scored more race wins at Silverstone than at any other track in his racing career. And it's strange to think that a man who has left such a big mark on the sport very nearly stopped racing after Formula Ford 1600. Went home to Brazil, didn't have any firm plans to come back, and it was only the insistence and perseverance really of Dennis Russian from Russian Green Racing that persuaded him to come back and try again in Formula Ford 2000. And from then he progressed into Formula 3 after the epic season-long duel with Martin Brundle, came out as the British Formula 3 champion. By that stage he was on a lot of Formula 1 team shopping lists. It was Frank Williams who gave him his very first taste of a Formula 1 car in a test at Donington Park. I'm not sure whether Frank thought he wasn't quite ready yet, or whether he couldn't get out of contracts with the drivers he had on his books at the time, or whether maybe Ayrton was not quite where he needed a Williams driver to be. But in the end, Williams' loss was Tolman's gain. Ted Tolman and Alex Hawkridge snapped him up, and it was in the updated 183B, the General Belgrano that he made his debut in 1984 in Formula One. Moving swiftly then to the Lotus team, and under team manager Peter Waugh claimed his first Formula One win in the wet of Estoril. Much, much wetter than this. Made an otter's pocket look particularly dry. And in the Lotus 97T, which is one of the cars here on display. So too is chassis number 5, the TG183B, the updated 1983 car for 84 for Tolman, with which he made his debut. That's one of a couple of Tolmans that are here. And those of you who watched the Sky coverage of the British Grand Prix will have seen in the run-up to the race, Pierre Gasly driving that car here at Silverstone and thoroughly enjoying his time. Of course, Ayrton's first win here at Silverstone came in 1988, the season in which he won the first of his 3 Formula One World Championships. And one of the McLarens that is on display here as well is the car that had the shortest race distance in his hand. It's the car that he was driving in Japan when he had that infamous clash with Alain Prost at the first turn. We've got a number of McLaren here. MP43 from 1988, chassis 3. The MP45 from 1989 that he drove. A couple of his own Honda NSXs. MP45B, chassis number 7 from 1990. That's the car that raced for less than 400 yards. And as he tangled with Prost at the first corner to take his 2nd world title. Well, there's a whole host of McLaren Hondas. 3 different iterations of Ducati Senna. The Ducati 916. Ayrton was an avid Ducati enthusiast. A couple of McLaren Sennas there in the display as well. And the karts, his 1979 Riomar Vincent V4 125cc kart, where he started his karting career, and a 1979 DAP World Title Racing kart, one of the Italian factory team karts that he competed against his teammate Terry Fullerton, then known as Ayrton Senna da Silva. Raced in Van Diemen in 1981 in the Townsend Torreson and RAC Formula 4 Championship with the factory Van Diemen team, and then, as we said, with Russian Green coming back to Formula 4 2000 in the RF82. Dick Bennett's and West Surrey Racing were charged with running him in Formula 3, and Dick Bennett always tells about the level of feedback coming from the young driver that neither he nor any of his mechanics had ever experienced. He won the British Formula 3 Championship in 1983 in the Toyota-powered Rolt RT3, winning 12 of the 20 races, 6 of them here at Silverstone alone. His first test with Williams in 1983 at Donington Park in July, and in the 40 laps he lapped quicker than the then reigning world champion Keke Rosberg, who had set the benchmark time, and that led to him being picked up by Tolman for the 1984 season. Tested for Tolman in 1983 at the end of the year in the car that was raced in the 83 season by Derek Warwick, signed for the team, and made his debut in Brazil in 1984. And that's really where he started to come to world prominence. A couple of rally cars in there as well, and you might think, what on earth is an MG6R4 and a Sierra Cosworth doing in an Ayrton Senna collection? Well, long story short, legendary journalist Russell Bulgin, who wrote for the now defunct Car and Car Conversions magazine, got friendly with Senna in his early career and said, hey, how do you fancy coming and testing some rally cars? And so he did. He ended up going to the rally stage run by Phil Collins in Wales. Among the cars that he drove, little front-wheel drive Nova to get himself into it a little bit, then a Sierra Cosworth and an MG Metro 6R4, and those 2 cars are both Phil Price, I beg your pardon, not Phil Collins, Welsh Rally School, get me Phil's mixed up. Those cars are both in the collection as well. You can see all of these cars and bikes and road cars and race cars and karts in the awnings at the back of the collecting area outside the wing. So there's a phenomenal selection. And if you have been over to the museum or you're planning to go this weekend, you can also see the newly created busts of her late uncle by Ayrton Senna. The biggest of which is not here, is a good 30-foot tall, and that is at Interlagos, his home circuit in Brazil. Well, Bruno Senna, his nephew, is here as well, and always relish the opportunity to hear from Bruno, and Ed is with him now.
Now, Bruno, we're all very much looking forward to seeing you out in one of your uncle's cars, but I don't think you've got any wet tyres.
No, it looks like Ayrton played a small prank on us and sent some rain just before we were supposed to drive, because it was actually dry just before that. So it's a shame, but you know, just being here, everybody has had a good time, and seeing all the amazing cars and bikes and a bunch of vehicles that were part of Ayrton's history was an amazing experience already.
I mean, you mentioned those there. Have you ever seen so many of your uncle's cars in one place?
Nah, it's extremely special to this gathering of his vehicles and the tribute that's being paid to Ayrton, not only this year, but you know, in this event, has been extremely humbling to us. I'm just proud that we're part of it, and that I was able to be here for this. So very happy about Silverstone putting this amazing event together, and hopefully next time the weather will hold a lid for us.
Now we're stood here surrounded by LMP cars, and there is a reason for that, because you race some of these.
Yeah, no, I mean, I haven't seen this car since like 2018, so it's a pretty cool memory. Had some good times with United, and my friends who drove the car with me, including your own Paul Di Resta. And yeah, this is a Daytona car, and also we raced it in Watkins Glen, so cool times.
Does it make you feel a bit old that these are historics now?
Well, I wouldn't call them historics just yet. They're more like deprecated, but yeah, they are still amazing cars. The performance of these cars is amazing. These LMP1 cars that we were racing against when I was at Rebellion, they were very fast. We're doing extremely fast lap times in Le Mans, in the 13s in qualifying, so can't really scoff at them.
Bruno, thank you so much and have a good weekend.
Thank you, take care.
Absolutely lovely guy, Bruno Senna. And yeah, Bruno, come back to World Endurance. We miss you a lot. He's just been so much fun to have around. And yeah, actually, when you are in the paddock with cars that you used to race, maybe it's starting to get those juices going again. Well, Ed Foster is in the collecting area as ever. Let's hear who he's chatting to.
A little slice of Le Mans has come to Silverstone. Now we've got the endurance legends coming up. Some fantastic LMP1 cars, LMP2 cars, LMP3. We've got a couple of GT cars. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump in. There's obviously some quite important discussions. I'll start with you. What a fantastic car to take around Silverstone. This is really, if you're going to choose anything, something like this.
Yes, apparently. Well, for us, it's our first outing on it, so it's still a discovery phase. But from what we've gathered during practice, it's quite nimble, actually more nimble and agile than what you would think, and just a breeze to drive compared to... we just came out of the F1 race, so this is completely on another level, much easier, but much more different, and so much fun. Yeah.
Christoph, what's this like in the wet?
Well, it's the first time, so I really can't comment. It's going to be really interesting. I can't say. I mean, I've seen some experience with my previous Aston, LMP1, but I think it's probably going to be a little easier. It's a more nimble car, agile, but it's really first time out with this car. So,
well, enjoy. I'm sure you will.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, let's. I spotted Alex Capadia running that car, but he seems to have rushed off. So let's get stuck in here. We're gonna. There's a lot going on. We've got a photo opportunity. I'm sorry, guys. Can I jump in? Just have a quick chat. You don't want to get a photo of me. There we go. Right. Now we've done that. Are you a full wet? I take it.
I'm okay.
Yes. Okay, right. So full wets for the whole race, you think?
I mean, the track is, as you can see from the demo, very, very wet. So I'm assuming it'll be wet for the full race. Yeah.
And some quite quick cars in front, but I guess you're hoping to climb up the grid.
Yeah, so Yutaka's going to start. We're going to just try and hold position, and then when I get in, we're going to shoot to the front.
Well, look, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you go. That is Yukota Tariba and Alfie Briggs, who must be one of the youngest drivers on the grid here. It must be one of the youngest drivers in any field. Ex-Martin Short, Joao Barbosa and Vanina X. Roll Center Racing, Deutsche Bank X-Markets Dallara with its Judd engine. Martin Short, the man who ran this car, and John Judd were watching it in practice yesterday, and I'm sure it'll be a proud moment when he sees it go out on track. Let's catch up with Ed Foster once more.
Sean, you've got sort of every father's nightmare. You're staring at the back end of your son's car.
Yeah, I'm getting quite used to it, unfortunately. He's just so quick. It's annoying. And every week, he seems to be getting quicker.
Now, these P2 cars, I guess the one thing you're missing is grunt, because around the corners you're still just as quick sometimes, but just it's down the straights. You're not going to keep up with these P1s.
No. But at least in this weather, it's down to a bit more driving ability, so I'm hopeful that I might be able to do something. But they got traction control, so it's great. And like a Cortina, where you're hanging on for dear life, these things actually are pretty good, and the tyres are great. So.
It must be extraordinary, because you race a lot of historic cars. It must be extraordinary going from something like a Cortina or Racing or Lan into something like this, because it's not just a different car. It's it's in a whole different world of grip.
Yeah, that's true. But because this is such a great event, you want to try and come and enjoy the whole event as much as you can and bring a few cars. And as you know, with old cars, you never know what's going to happen. They can always break down. At least with the LMP2 car, it's not going to break down. They've been fantastic. But it is just a very different discipline. You just got to remember that when you're going into the braking zone.
Especially when you're actually in the Elan.
Yes, in the Elan. Well, the Elan's not too bad. It's just a Cortina. It's just, just won't go in.
All right, Sean, best of luck.
Thank you.
And if Sean Lynn can't persuade it to turn in, it ain't for turning. Well, we've got a selection of LMP1, LMP2 and LMP3 cars, and here in the Demon Tweaks livery, car number 133, John Minshaw, and GT cars as well. So this is a real mixed bag, this Masters Endurance Legends. Let's learn a little bit more about it.
Masters Endurance Legends hails a golden era in endurance history and a span of time when Mr. Le Mans Tom Christensen became the most successful driver ever at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Proudly representing the era on track today is the diesel-engined Peugeot 90X that battled with Audi in 2011. Another highlight will be the 007 Lola Aston, a car which sealed the Le Mans Series Championship here at Silverstone in 2009. Get ready for the unmistakable action of the Masters Endurance Legends.
Well, I'm sure a lot of fans who are here at Silverstone and watching online will have seen these cars racing in period. Some of their owners are watching on. Some of the drivers who raced them in period and the teams that ran them in period are still doing the same nearly a quarter of a century later. So Martin Short might be watching his Roll Center Racing cars being raced here. But in car number 25 in the MG Lola, Mike Newton, who raced the car in period with Tommy Erdos and Ben Collins, is still racing the same car, and it is still being engineered by Phil Barker, who was the engineer for RML at the time. So there are some old habits that are dying hard in this field. There are lots and lots of drivers, as we've just heard, who are new to the cars, who haven't tried these cars before, and who haven't raced them before. Yesterday's qualifying was dry. Today's race is going to be anything but. They will race again on Sunday, so hopefully they'll get a chance for slightly better conditions. But as they head out for this Masters Endurance Legends race, it is going to be damp. So here is how they start. The Pescarolo of Harinder and Tim De Silva starts on pole, the first of the two team cars from Le Mans that are in Gulf Blue and Orange. The Fraser and Mack Zytek, that's the Beach Dean Ice Cream Red 5 machine, raced in period by Nigel Leo and Greg Mansell at Le Mans. That starts second. Steve Brooks in the first of the two diesel Peugeot 90Xs is third, ahead of father and son Christophe and Werner Dansenburg in their Pescarolo in fourth. An all-French lineup there. Hugo Cook starts in fifth place in his Lola B1280, ahead of the Tariba and Briggs BR01. Now that's the SMP Racing P2 chassis, the BR01s, and there are a pair of them. The Morgan Pescarolo, Judd, the Cummings and Ellis car, starts seventh, ahead of the second Peugeot of Stuart Wiltshire. Plenty of LMP2 machines, and we head into LMP3 territory as well with the Ligier GSP2. So Michael Birch, the first of those. The HPD Honda that raced in the IMSA WeatherTech series, that's in Patron colours, and then the P3 cars, the Robertson Tilley car, the fastest of those, John Mitchell, beg your pardon, in the Demon Tweaks car, rounding out the top 20. So the big Bentley Continental looking even bigger and more menacing in matte black. The Gamsking Wiley car starts in 21st. That's one of our GT3 cars. The Orica Formula Le Mans car, an open two-seater sports car with a Corvette motor. Chris Atkinson's driving that. And talking about old habits dying hard, Koreuser has been racing Marcus's since the early 90s, and he is here in a very familiar LM600 Evo. Ian Stinton in the ex-Martin Short TVR Cerberus, and Porsche 997 Grand Am among the GT cars, with the Mosler on the tail of the field. Well, the cars are already heading out around the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone, and whether you've been coming to Silverstone from the era of the Silverstone 6 hours, or in Group C, the 1,000 kilometres, or more recently in World Endurance, the 6 hours again, this will be a fairly familiar sight. Some days it's sunny, some days it rains, occasionally it snows, and there's Lawrence Tomlinson's car. This is the family Ginetta G55, Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson. That's Freddie at the wheel, I think. And no, it seems like he's hit Control Alt Delete, has got it going again, as Koreuser goes whizzing by. It looks like he is up to speed, and that's good news. We don't want to lose any cars before we even get rolling.
We were told it was Lawrence starting, but I agree with you, it looked more like Freddie's helmet. But
yeah, I'm taking your lead from the earlier race on that. I haven't seen him racing in British GT this season, so if you think so, I'm definitely going with that. Well, we've got all sorts of cars here. LMP1, LMP2, LMP3 cars, which are a more modern iteration. But in the first couple of rows of the field, you've got those two orange and blue Pescarolos, conceived, built and run by Henri Pescarolo in the European Le Mans Series and at Le Mans from his base at Le Mans. He then had to sell the company. He'd gone bankrupt. It was bought by Jacques Nicolet, a local businessman, who turned around and gave the keys back to Henri Pescarolo. And it was Jacques Nicolet who was part of the driving team in those cars the following season at Le Mans. There's Mike Newton's red, white and blue MG Lola, again engineered by Phil Barker, and you can see the orange car of Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson trying to work their way back into 12th place. They'll be alongside the Roll Centre Racing Dallara, the blue and lime green car being driven by Gregor Fiskin. That's the ex-Martin Short Joao Barbosa Vanina X car. We are ready to go racing. Running up to the line, here we go for the start of 40 minutes of the Masters Endurance Legends. LMP 1, 2 and 3 cars, GT cars. It is a mini Le Mans start in streaming wet conditions, and our pole sitter Harinder da Silva leads into the first corner ahead of Keith Fraser. So that is a Pescarolo ahead of the ex-Mansell family Zytek, with Steve Brooks starting third in the diesel Peugeot 90X. Now that car might take a lap or two to really gets Steve Brooks up to speed. He's raced it a few times, but I don't think so much in conditions like this. And there, a looping spin from the BR01, and that, who was that? Yatuka Tarida, who started the race, I think. That LMP2 car already looping around, and Steve Brooks coming under pressure from Christophe Dansenborg in the second of those orange and blue Pescarolos, but he holds on to third place. There is the first of the two ex-factory Peugeots.
And into Brooklands and Luffield for the first time. Class still very close indeed, and what a lot of spray they're throwing up as well with these big wide wet tyres. But leading out of Luffield through Woodcote Corner, Harinder de Silva in the Pescarolo, the first one, with more blue on it than orange, as you pointed out yesterday, so it is easier to spot the difference between the two cars as they go into Copse Corner. And the number 5, the red 5, Keith Frieser in the Zytek in second place. And third place in amongst the spray. Is it still the Peugeot? Yes, it is the Peugeot of Steve Brooks, still holding on, but being challenged by the second of the Pescarolos. That's Christophe Dansenborg in the second of those cars, with more orange than blue on it, as they head out onto the Hangar Straight for the first time. What a fabulous sight this is.
I think I have done Yutaka Tariba a grievance, because it was not he who spun. He is in 5th position, so that might well have been Hugo Kuxlow, the B1280 that was looping around. He will be ahead of the Morgan Pescarola, which again will be in Gulf colours, car number 47 of Andy Cummings and Bradley Ellis, with Stuart Wiltshire should be around 8th place with the second of the Peugeots. Right now, the Peugeot in second place of Steve Brooks. He's got by Keith Frieser in red 5 and is challenging the leader, looking inside Harinder de Silva. He's going to have to be cautious. There wasn't quite enough of an overlap there. And the Peugeot will have the speed on the straight to be able to try and capitalise. But at the moment, it is the Pescarolo that spins, and the Peugeot spins in avoidance. And that means coming through is Christophe Dansenborg. He goes off, and is the so the BR01 is not the leader, and that is red 5 coming through. Keith Frieser, who is now our new race leader, ahead of Yutaka Tariba in the BR01 car number 23. Well, that was a wild few moments, but it didn't look like much damage was done. I think probably everybody will rejoin. There is 17, Christophe Dansenborg.
He was delayed as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think the Peugeot was there just ahead of Gregor Fiskin in the Roll Centre Racing Dallara.
They're now coming through Luffield, and we'll see after the end of this lap where those 3 cars that were involved in an incident at Village ended up, but lost a lot of places.
The irony for red 5 is that Nigel Mansell started that car at Le Mans and crashed heavily in the rain. He was not able to continue. He couldn't get it back to the pits, and yet here it is. Well, it was just leading in the rain and has now lost the lead back to the more orange of the 2 blue and orange Pescarolos. So Christophe Dansenborg, as we heard from Ed with his son Werner, first time they have raced this car. So they qualified it in the dry, racing it in the wet and hitting the front of the field.
Oh, the 2 Peugeots still in the top 6 or 7, so the leader of those 2 Peugeots, Steve Brooks, has recovered well after that incident at Village, and in fact side by side with the
Greg
Martin
Fiskin
Short car,
goes
isn't it?
through on the inside. The Scot gets ahead of number 6 Stuart Wiltshire. So that's Wiltshire, who was the second best of the Peugeots in qualifying. So Brooks is behind, and Gregor Fiskin now up to 5th position. So there's the race leader. That is Christophe Dansenborg. Second is red 5, Keith Frieser. Third place is Yutaka Tarida. And then in 4th place, coming up from 7th on the grid, Andy Cummings, the white and blue Morgan Pescarolo in the KCMG colours. Whoa! And way off circuit, I'm afraid, goes Gregor Fiskin.
Same place as the incident last lap. There must be some water there that's just catching those drivers out.
And Gregor trying to find a sensible way to come across the grass without looping it into a spin. 36 is the chrome car of Max Lynn, the chrome blue and red and white. That's the second of the LMP2 BR01s. The Peugeot coming back around the outside. Can't get through there. So this is Stuart Wiltshire. And again, a Peugeot, perhaps not with the alacrity of response of the normally aspirated LMP2 car. Christoph Danseborg leading from Keith Fraser and extending that advantage. Yutaka Tsuruda in third place. Having a very good run. There's the BR01 versus Peugeot battle. Max Lin and Stuart Wiltshire.
Making their way up to Beckett's now, and through goes Stuart Wiltshire past Max Lin into Beckett's, but Max Lin coming back at him, goes around the outside in the slightly more nimble BR01, and as Martin just said, more responsive on the throttle as well. Must be very difficult to drive the diesel Peugeot Turbo in these very, very slippery conditions, and in fact Max Lin has stayed ahead, hasn't he, as they go down onto the Hanger Straight, but the Peugeot swinging left and right, doing a bit of a Nigel Mansell on Nelson Piquet into the right-hander at Stowe Corner, but didn't get through.
Not seeing it in the spray or totally ignoring it. And the LMP2 car is lighter, a little bit more nimble, better throttle response, and it's more modern as well. So another few years of aero development and suspension development as well over the Peugeot. But there again, the grunt of the Peugeot pays in the straight line. That just picks up the spot, gets ahead of the BR01. So Stuart Wiltshire moves up the order again. He's up to 6th position. So who is going quickly? Well, at the moment, Steve Brooks going very quickly in the Peugeot number 16. Here he is. We've just seen him pick up the place from the Cummings and Ellis KCMG car. Set the fastest lap of the race last time round, 2:04.4, but that's been beaten. 2:04.2 now for Christoph Danseborg, the race leader in the Pescarolo. So that is the quickest car on track. But as the conditions change and the sun is coming back out and it has sort of stopped raining, sort of slightly-ish, then the spray will die down and the grip levels will come up. And the real question is, who is going to destroy their tyres faster as the track gets less wet? Because it doesn't have to be dry to destroy the wet weather tyres. It just has to be not wet enough for the wets.
And for those of you spectating down the Hanger Straight, which is the fastest part of the circuit, the fastest car past you into Stowe Corner is Steve Brooks in the number 16 Peugeot, 168 miles per hour, 168 down the Hanger Straight in wet conditions. Quite remarkable.
Here is our race leader. Keith Fraser still in second place, but now 5 seconds back at Red 5, really under pressure from the Peugeot of Steve Brooks. They qualified second and third. They are running second and third behind a Pescarolo, but not the Pescarolo that started at the front of the field. It's the Pesca that started in 4th place in the hands of Christoph Danseborg that is the leader. Quicker lap again from Steve Brooks this time. Purple sector 1, but not as quick in sector 2. That's where he caught Keith Fraser. Now he's kind of bottled up behind that Zytek. So Zytek, renowned as an engine manufacturer, but they also had a brief period as an LMP1 chassis builder, and as you can see, it's a pretty effective job. But down the inside, Brooks sending it early and really telegraphing that move. I am coming. Keith Fraser deciding not to try shutting the door there. It's a long race. There will be pit stops in the middle. Fraser will now have to worry about Yutaka Tsuruda behind him in the first of the BR01s, but not for a moment. Tsuruda on the curbs on the inside, and that just spat him across the road. So there's a swapping of positions. BR01 goes ahead of BR01, and that's Max Lin now ahead of Yutaka Tsuruda. And if you wonder what the difference is between the two cars, it's just a different year's colour scheme. There's the KCMG car next up. Yeah, Tsuruda just on the curbs on the inside, and that's never a great idea in the rain.
And just a suggestion, thank you to Andrew Marriott for pointing this out, that the leading car may be being driven by Tim, not Harindra, based on its pace, and that's a very good point. They've done it before. Tim is the son of Harindra, and they've done it before where they've decided Tim will either change or do the whole race, and based on the pace of the car, that may well be the correct situation.
It may well be. Max Lin absolutely flying at the moment. He's in car number 36, which is the dark blue-nosed BR01. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. There is Keith Fraser. Fraser in third place. Max Lynn hot on his heels. Fraser's last lap a 2:05. Max Lynn's a 2:04.
I think
there he is.
Yes, Fraser there, but he's being caught now.
Yeah, there's Max Lynn right behind him. I mean, reeling him in, really hand over fist. You can really see the difference there. So that's an LMP1 car with a more modern LMP2 car coming up the inside. No way of answering that for Keith Fraser. He's got a real ringer in the car, Keith Fraser. He's got modern GT ace Mikkel Mack, who's a former factory Ferrari GT driver. He's going to be the second man in the car, or at least that is the plan. So he's got an ace in the hole. Don't count out red 5. It could well still be right at the sharp end of this race when the checkered flag comes out. But again, sun out. Is it raining? It's not raining on our side of the circuit here in the Heritage pit lane. So the race conditions are going to change. And in the background, you can see the Andy Cummings, Bradley Ellis, white and blue Morgan coming up in 6th position.
Stuart Wiltshire still battling in the Peugeot with one of the BR01s, and Stuart Wiltshire with Tariba, who of course had that moment and dropped back behind him. Tariba lucky to get away with that one actually up at Aintree, because he bounced across the curb back onto the Wellington Straight. Did lose a little bit of bodywork, didn't he, as he went off the road, but probably not too important in these conditions.
No, it will have been one of the little modesty panels behind the rear wheels probably, and not an aerodynamic dive plane or anything like that, so it will disturb the aero balance, but not in a way that the driver will probably notice as much as the way the wet weather is disturbing the balance of the car. So they're already in amongst the GT cars.
New fastest lap for Steve Brooks, 2:01.3, so he is closing in on the leader.
And there, little flash of the headlights from car number 18, Gregor Fiskin, in the Deutsche Bank X Markets, Delara Judd. That car started in 11th place, now up to 8th. He's got a BR01 right behind him, and that is the sister car to Max Lynn. That is Dad Sean, so the father car maybe to Max Lynn. I don't know. Whatever. It's Sean Lynn in 9th place, and Ugo Cook in 10th place. Ugo, I think, was our spinner on lap 1 in the red and black Lola B1280. They're coming up behind the Felbermeyer Porsche, raced at Le Mans in period by Hans Felbermeyer Senior and Junior, and Miro Konopka. That car run by Proton Competition, who still compete with Porsches in the World Endurance Championship. In fact, they are leading the GT3 category in the World Endurance Championship at the moment with one of their 2 cars. And our leaders come through. This is the Fraser-Wiltshire battle.
And you've got to include Tariba in that now as well, because there he is, right there.
He is indeed. Taka Tariba in the BR01, but this is Steve Brooks under pressure from Max Lynn. Max Lynn doesn't care that the Peugeot should be a much quicker car. Completely no interest whatsoever in the predicted pecking order of these things. He's got a race car under him, and he is making it absolutely dance. Christoph Dansenborg, the lead is now out to 3.2 seconds, but Steve Brooks last time round, fastest race lap of the entire race, 2:01.3, so he actually crept away a little from Max Lynn. There, car number 17, that is Christoph Dansenborg, the race leader in the orange and blue Pescarolo with the orange on the front of the rollover hoops. The other car, the Tim and Herinda da Silva car, has more blue on the front of it. But right behind, Steve Brooks, Max Lynn, that's your 1, 2, 3. This is going to be a barnstormer, isn't it? We're nowhere near the middle of the race here. It's a 40-minute race, and the pit window will be open now.
It is.
So they've just missed the opportunity to stop now. I think probably you're going to have to get these drivers out of the car with a stick of dynamite, especially Max Lynn. Looks to go around the outside of the Peugeot, wanted to go over under. That's didn't quite have the overlap there. He's tucking in nice and tight again. Can he get the power down? Yes, he does. Can the Peugeot get the momentum around the outside? Well, he offers Steve Brooks the curbing, and there's much less grip there. So Max Lin gets the job done. He is up to second place, and he will hand over to Max Lin in the pit stops.
And they're in amongst, there's another Martin Short car, the TBR Cerbera. They're in amongst the older GT cars, but the leader, Donsenberg, is still leading Max Lin in second place, and now Steve Brooks in third place in the Peugeot, not able to hold Max Lin back. And of course Lin is also catching the leader, Christoph Donsenberg, as they go down into Copse Corner.
Well, now, of these three cars, in fact, ooh! And there is the other Pesca, and that is in the gravel. Oh, that is our third Pescarolo car.
And that's Harinder, isn't it?
That's Jamie Constable's Pescarolo LMP1. So that's again a European Le Mans Cup car. So that was the predecessor to the European Le Mans Series and Michelin Le Mans Cup that we currently have.
Made it a long way through the gravel track.
He's gone a long way off there. That has all the hallmarks of something in the brakes and not much retardation. 47, Andy Cummings in the KCMG car. This is another Morgan Pescarolo. So Pescarolo chassis, but when it was owned by Jacques Nicolet, they were called Morgans. Pit window is open.
A couple of cars
losing a spot to Sean Lynn. Sean Lynn goes by him there in 27.
A couple of cars in already. The Keith Friese Michael Mack car in, not surprising, because Michael Mack, as you've mentioned, the star driver in that car, and also Harinder de Silva, who did start the car. I was incorrect in what I said earlier. Is handing over to son Tim as in the earliest possible opportunity to give Tim the most time in the car, the quicker of the two drivers.
John Minshaw moving up the order in the blue, red and black and vaguely demon tweak liveried Ligier JSP3. First time out for him in that car, I believe, and he's having a good run. Cummings and Ellis car, the KCMG car, is in. So too is car number 32, and that is Michael Birch's Ligier JSP 217. That's another LMP2 car, rather than the JSP2, which is the LMP3 car. Don't ask. And battle on for position here. Race leader, Christoph Dansenborg. Now, the Dansenborg's going to be at a slight disadvantage against the cars behind them, I was about to say, because Christoph knows what the track conditions are like, has got the feel for the car, but he's going to hand it over to his son Werner, whereas in second place, Max Lin isn't going to hand it over to anybody, so the second driver of that car and of the Peugeot number 6, Steve Brooks, will be the person who knows what it feels like in these conditions, and that's going to be an advantage. Now, most of these cars are two-driver cars. And here's another classic example. This is, well, in fact, Jack Fabi, we thought was driving on his own. Who's he sharing with in car number 69? This is the Norma, Duquesne Engineering built cars now. Whoa! And the Toyota, the Peugeot rather, looking to go through on the inside. Goodness me. Well, that was wild stuff from Steve Brooks, getting ahead of the Pescarolo, which comes into the pit lane, and also getting back ahead of Max Lin. So Steve Brooks went from third to first there. Well, just got ahead of Max Lin, so Max had got back in front of him as they caught the Pescarolo, but the Pescarolo seems to be struggling for tyres. Now, I'm not sure we're seeing any tyre changes. We're seeing tyre pressure changes. You can see that going on in the background there. In comes the De Silva car, our erstwhile race leader, and here is our race-leading battle then. The longer, lower-looking car, that's your LMP1 Peugeot 90X of Steve Brooks, and behind him is the ultra-combative Max Lin. So Charlie Kennedy is the other driver in with Jack Fabi in car number 69. Coming up in traffic behind the Chrysler Viper, the Dodge Viper. That GT2 car with its 8-litre V10. Phenomenal sounding device, and I'm sure everybody in the spectator banking is thoroughly enjoying every time that car comes round. As well as the Formula One car we talked about. There's only one of them in the field here, but it's an Orica chassis with a Corvette V8 motor, so that makes a wonderful sound too.
And the lead car into the pit lane, Donsenberg, so Steve Brooks now takes over the lead, having got past Max Lynn. That's a close battle, but here's the Donselberg pit stop.
Yep. So mandatory I'm stationary. Battery plugged in to get it to fire up. You must turn off your engines during the driver change, and that was a period Le Mans rule and remains one. And there's a BR01 and the ex-Martin Short Dallara in the background. That's the car that Gregor Fiskin is driving. BR01, an LMP3 Ligier coming in behind, and one of the Moslers as well. And Steve Brooks is on the grass. So big looping moment for the race leader. Max Lynn now has gone through, but had he gone through already? We only sort of caught the end of that, and that was coming from Maggots into Beckett. So did he trip over traffic? Or did he just ask a little too much of the tyres? Well, there's Max Lynn in front. He's got past an LMP3 Ligier, and I wonder whether it was with the Ligier maybe that Steve Brooks had the issue. Here's the TVR Cerbera versus Porsche battle. So there's Ian Stinton driving the car that was driven in period in the British GT Championship by Martin Short and Rob Bath. And Max Lynn leading. Now he can pick and choose when he wants to come in. And I'm sure he will.
He has to stop for an extra 40 seconds, does Max Lynn. So we will see a big change when he does his pit stop, and Keith Frieser and Michael Mack an extra minute, so they had to stop for 2 minutes.
All LMP3 battle, and you'll see this this weekend, in fact, in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. The dished nose is the Ligier JS3, and behind it is the Norma, now built by the company owned by Gilles Duquesne, so now called a Duquesne, but it initially is a Norma design. So both these LMP3 cars sharing the same power unit. All LMP3 cars use the same Zytec power unit, Nissan power unit, beg your pardon. Sharing the same tyres here as well. Here's one of the BR01s stationary. There's the Peugeot in the pit lane in front now. Is that 16? Yeah, Steve Brooks is in. So Sean Lynn is that, and Mike Newton, car number 25, behind. If you look for a man with a big shock of white hair, that is the team boss. He'll be on the pit wall. The team that ran the car in period was RML, here of course celebrating their 40th anniversary. The Proton Felbermeyer Porsche is in the pit lane as well, car number 88, as was Steve Osborne driving that. And there it is, Horst Felbermeyer Senior and Junior and Miro Konopka. Horst Felbermeyer Junior still races, and his son, Horst Felbermeyer, is also racing. So grandfather, father and grandson are now GT racers. Is there an issue with this, or are we just having a drink? We're just having a drink, all right, fair enough. Can't argue with that. So at the moment,
Max Lynn is in the pits, but he has to do that long stop. So time for a drink, as you say.
So too is Hugo Cook. So too car number 4, the Tilly Robertson machine. Where does that leave everything shaking out between the Dansenborgs, Pescarolo, Stuart Wiltshire, Sean Lynn, and this car, Yutaka Tariba? Has he handed over to Alfie Briggs already? He must have, hasn't he? Yeah, they have stopped, so it's Alfie Briggs at the wheel of that car. So that's going to be interesting. Young driver in this LMP2 machine. And right in front of him, I think, is Sean Lynn. So this is what will be a battle for position. So these cars, the BR01s, S&P Racing started off racing customer chassis, Orica 05s. Then they had their own cars designed for LMP2. They then moved into LMP1. So a team with plenty of ambition. And the BR01 LMP2 car was certainly a much more forgiving device than their LMP1 car, which was frankly one of the scariest things you will ever see in action. Paul Cope, you just saw leaving in the 2001 Reynard Pro-Tran. Probably the last customer car that Adrian Reynard built, I would think. If not, then certainly one of the very last. And another of those Ligier JSP3s. So Mikkel Mack at the wheel of Red 5 now. That car has completed its pit stop. So let's see where that comes in. They've just set the fastest race lap, 1 minute 58.55. That's going some, isn't it? That is lapping very quickly. 36 Max Lin, back on track and back up to speed. Chasing Alfie Briggs in the 23 BR01.
Which puts Max Lin somewhere around about 7th or 8th after his extra long pit stop.
Well, he is right in front of Gregor Fiskin and going very slowly. Max Lin. So, we're not being told of a safety car. Why are we seeing cars going very, very slowly? Is his door open? No. Why is Gregor Fiskin going very slowly? Door is open. Door was not closed properly. Well, Gregor Fiskin is alongside him, weaving and bright waved yellow flags.
Safety car.
Is that the back of a safety car board?
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, we're not being told on our timing screen. We are now being told on our timing screen that the safety car is out. For why, Keats? For why? There is your answer. So that's Jamie Constable's car number 15. That's another LMP1 Pescarolo. That's a 2011 Cup car, and of course that was the one that went shooting off in the gravel into the next county a few laps ago, and the safety car is out to allow recovery. So that's another of the 2011 Pescarolos. The De Silva's car, that's a 2011 Pescarolo as well. And the Dansenborgs, their car number 17 is a 2012 car. So this car and the Dansenborgs car were sister cars in 2011. And I beg your pardon, the De Silva's car was sister cars in 2011. The Dansenborg car was a 2012 Pescarolo. And raced in the European Le Mans Cup and at Le Mans. Tell you that, I'm sure, highly worrying moment for Jamie Constable. The distance he went off there did have all the hallmarks of it being a brake failure of some kind. Even with the lock-up, you can't imagine him going that far off. Well, there's a safety car waiting to join and pick up our race leader.
I think that's a second.
I think that is a spare because he's not got his lights on.
No, I think we're already behind the safety car, and just as we thought we were going to start to see the order settle down, we've now got the order not changing, but of course the gaps closing up with drivers coming to the back of the train. But,
and the other problem, of course, is if you are just coming out of the pits and you're expected to be one of the front runners, there's no gaps in the traffic, which there would be if everybody was at racing speed. So overtaking some of those cars, there's Jamie Constable. Probably as much of a squeeze for a man of his height getting into this LMP1 car as it is getting into his Tyrrell F1 car. That's one of the joys of being a sensible height. Is that everything seems just a bit small. Well, look at the skies overhead compared to how they were an hour ago. We go green, so the safety car, I'm not sure if the safety car even came out, but we are back to green flag racing. Pit window has been closed, and we are at 75% race distance. So, Who leads? Well, according to our timing screen, it's Werner Dansenborg in the number 17 Pescarolo. This car, 23 of Alfie Briggs, shown as 4th place behind Stuart Wiltshire and Sean Lynn, with Max Lynn in 5th, Gregor Fiskin in 6th position, and Steve Brooks back in 8th place. Mikkel Mack has had a few less minutes to try and work his magic than he would have hoped. And car number 10, is that Harinder da Silva now, we think, if Tim started behind
I was wrong. I think Harinder did start, and Tim has taken over, so that will be a contender because Tim is the quicker of the two.
Yeah. Well, according to the timing screen, Werner Dansenborg is the race leader, and car number 10 is in 18th place. There seem to be nose to tail on the track. There's Stuart Wiltshire, car number 6. That's the Peugeot that should be in 2nd according to the timing screen. And it might be that the De Silvas lost time in the pit lane and have dropped off the lead lap, being a bit hamstrung by the safety car coming out. And in the background, that will be Sean Lynn in the BR01. Sure enough, car number 27. I was going to say it's the old man, but probably only in reference to Max Lynn. I wouldn't dare suggest that. My life is too valuable. I don't think I want to annoy Sean Lynn in that way. And with a bit between his teeth, I'm not sure how much experience he's got of that car. I'm not sure he really cares how much experience he's got of that car. He is thoroughly enjoying it. The Pescarolo goes through, the Peugeot goes through in 2nd place. There's the BR01 in 3rd. Koroyzer in the Rainbow Marcos, the Eurotech designed and built car that he's been racing since Job was a boy. Just ahead of the 08 car. That's Chris Atkinson. He's in the Orica Formula Le Mans car. Again, an Orica LMP2 chassis with that Corvette V8 motor in the back. And there's your race leader, Werner Dansenborg. Whoa! He got by the LMP3 car, but couldn't quite get the Cerbera. Now he goes a long way around the outside. He doesn't want to waste any time. Steve Brooks isn't, beg your pardon, Stuart Wiltshire isn't catching him at the moment. The Peugeot that's in 2nd place.
5 seconds between them.
Yeah, 5 second margin despite the safety car.
And then it's Sean Lynn next up, and Max Lynn is back in 5th place, but he's not yet crossed the timing line, so now we can see he's 35 seconds behind the leader.
Right, 35 seconds and 7 minutes. That doesn't work very well for Max Lynn, does it?
Mikkel Mack could well make it to the podium, though, even higher, because a 57.5 now for Mikkel Mack.
Yeah, but he's 42 seconds off the lead, which is still 35 seconds off 3rd in 6 minutes. Again, I'm saying that the safety car has undone that race as well. The De Silvas, by the way, are down in 18th place as all the pit stop adjustments have sorted themselves out. So it's Alfie Briggs in 4th position. He's catching this little battle of unequals. Koroyzer in the Marcos, who probably knows his car better than anybody in this entire paddock knows their car, because he's been racing that LM600 for easily 20 years. And here comes the car in 4th place, trying to get by that battle of the Marcos and the Formula Mon car. It was a category designed to help bolster endurance racing fields, both in Europe and in the IMSA North American Series. Very successful, brought a lot of new drivers into the sport, because it was quite a customer-friendly car. And here comes the BR01, Alfie Briggs flashing the headlights, trying to get his way further up the order. Now you can tell it's Alfie because that car's got more white on the upper body. When you see Sean and Max Lynn's BR01s, run by the same team, but from a different season, it's much more blue. The whole of the nose is blue. It's a darker chrome blue, white and red colour scheme. So that's how you know that that is Alfie Briggs. So Sean Lynn in 3rd, Max Lynn in 5th. Max qualified in 9th place, Sean down in 13th. So Sean has certainly made the best of the race so far. Going by 69, that's the Jack Fabi Norma. Started by Jack, wasn't it, I think?
Stuart Wiltshire in second place, closed in by 0.2 of a second, so he's got it below 5 seconds now to 4.8, first to second. With only 4 minutes to go, that's going to be hard work for Stuart to get past the Donsenberg car.
Yeah. And Sean Lynn and Alfie Briggs in third and fourth. Their last laps were 2 minutes 7. But the cars in first, second and fifth were lapping in 2 minute 1. And Mikkel Mack, his last lap, the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.208, or the second fastest lap of the race for him, 1:59.208. He set the fastest lap at 1:57.5, which is 6 seconds a lap quicker than the leaders are currently doing. And he is trimming the gap to Max Lynn, but it's still 3 seconds and only 3 minutes of racing remain. That might be a real grandstand finish, actually, between Mikkel Mack in the red 5, Zytek, and Max Lynn in the number 36, BR01. Here comes the Peugeot, Stuart Wiltshire in second place, and you saw the gap there back from Werner Dansenborg. Still 6.5 seconds. Werner responding nicely. Sean Lynn going quicker than he has at any stage in the race now. 2:03.67, his fastest race lap in the final few minutes. Well, at the bottom of the picture, there's your race leader, car number 17. Werner Dansenborg taking over from his dad, going by the Mosler. Car number 31, the Harry Barton, Jeremy Lazuel driven car, the orange and black machine. Purpose-built race car. They did make road car versions, but it's really a race car with again with full factory Corvette motor behind, so plenty of up. There's red 5. Here we go. This is where it's sorting itself out. Mikkel Mack, this is for 5th place, right behind Max Lynn. And they are going by another of the BR01s. Is that Alfie Briggs? That's Alfie Briggs. So they've gone by Alfie Briggs, and Mikkel Mack has gone by Max Lynn as well. He's done 2 of them on the Wellington Straight. Surely that's not long enough. What a drive for Mikkel Mack. Wow, that's sensational. Now, if he was just wearing a red, white and blue familiar helmet, that would be even more impressive. It's not unlike a Nigel Mansell livery, but it's not quite the same. It's got the red and white of Denmark on it, but Mikkel Mack, boom, in 1 lap, 5th to 3rd, 6th to 4th rather. So went by Alfie Briggs and Max Lynn on the same straight. So what is the margin now? It's still 20 odd seconds, isn't it, to Sean Lynn, and a minute to go. They're coming down the Hanger Straight. It will be this and 1 more lap. Well, some very famous names on the rollover hoop. Greg and Leo Mansell and Father Nigel raced that car together at Le Mans. And here is Werner Dansenborg, another father and son combination in this car. Again, behind them, car number 10, Tim and Heringer Silver. And which of the Peugeots is that? Is that Stuart Wiltshire or is that... No, that's Steve Brooks. That's Steve Brooks. And he has dropped off and now gets it back on track and moving once more. So another little Control-Alt-Delete moment. No, it was Steve Brooks, yes, sorry. Just had a little heart-of-the-mouth moment there. But that was the second place car. It's not. Werner Dansenborg leads on what will be the last lap. The checkered flag will be out for him when he gets out of Club Corner for the final time. Stuart Wiltshire, 5.8 seconds back, is not going to catch him. Sean Lynn in 3rd place, and Mikkel Mack's not going to make up 13, 14 seconds on Sean Lynn, no matter how hard he tries. There's Lynn in the background.
Although he was 8 seconds a lap quicker than Max Lynn, Sean Lynn last time around. 8 seconds, so wow. He could still do it.
Team formation from these 2 different era Pescarolos. Tim De Silva in car number 10 goes around Werner Dansenborg. Does that mean he gets another lap? It does mean he gets another lap, doesn't he? Because the winner will take the checkered flag. So he will be chasing the Cummins and Ellis car, and that is car number 47, the KCMG LMP2 car. But the checkered flag is out, and it is a sensational victory for Christoph and Werner Dansenborg, the father and son, their first time in the car. Second across the line, the Peugeot of Stuart Wiltshire, hidden by the Bentley. And in third place, we are waiting for Sean Lynn in the chrome blue and red BR01. Here he is, this is third, and how far behind is the chasing Mikkel Mack? It's going to be a decent handful of seconds. There he is in red 5, across the line in fourth, didn't make the podium, but had there not been a safety car, you think he absolutely would have. He slashed that lead down to 8 seconds behind Sean Lynn. Max Lynn finishes in 5th, and I think Alfie Brooks will take the line in 6th position. He has crossed the line in 6th place. Well, there is that our LMP3 winner? It might well be. I think it is the Fabi Kennedy car number 69 could well be our LMP3 winner, but there car number 17 in the 2010 Pescarolo, Christoph and Werner Dansenborg, a French father and son driving combination in a French built car. Belgians, I beg your pardon, they are. Okay, Walloons. So French-speaking Belgians rather than Flemish Belgians. So all right, we'll give the francophone link. Thank you for that. Yeah, congratulations to Christoph and Werner Dansenborg. And when you looked at this grid, I mean, the quality and the depth and the variety of the machinery. This was anybody's race, wasn't it? Especially when you threw in the vagaries of wet weather, pit stops, and whose tyres might survive and whose might not. That was a really great race. Really enjoyed that.
And you also throw in the variation of times on the pit stops depending on the drivers, and then the safety car, which really, as you've already said, did for the Frieser and Mikkel Mack car. If they hadn't had the safety car, he would have probably made up another place.
There he is, Mikkel Mack on board the ex-Mansell family Beechstein Zytek. And of course, we get to do it all again tomorrow afternoon.
We do.
Yeah.
And that should be, forecast correct, is a dry race.
That will be our pre-anti-penultimate race.
Yeah.
It won't actually be our anti-penultimate race, won't it? Race 17 of 20, anti-penultimate. There we go. No, pre-anti-penultimate. Oh, I don't know anything. Race 17 of 20, yeah. So tomorrow afternoon, hopefully. Well, will the Dansenborg father and son duo make it 2 out of 2? Will Mikkel Mack work his magic and finally give a win to the Mansell family car? Or will we see the Peugeots dominate in the dry, if it is indeed dry? Yeah, I think the team are as thrilled and surprised as the driver, probably, with that result. Stuart Wiltshire in second place in his Peugeot 90X. That was the development of the turbo diesel 908, the car with which Peugeot finally did manage to triumph at Le Mans. And in third place, car number 27 in the BR01 LMP2 car, Sean Lynn. Yutaka Torida there on the hard standing, giving a little ripple of applause as Alfie Briggs comes in. And our race winners, or top 3, are with Bryn Lucas. Bryn, I sense you have some very happy drivers with you.
Yoda in many ways, aren't you? And I can confirm I do have the race winner here, father and son combo. It must be lovely to race with your dad and to take a victory.
I mean, it's the best, especially the victory is the cherry on the top. The most important part is a father and son duo. But we couldn't be happier. It's our first time in the car, and it's my first endurance race. I mean endurance, so I was so happy, and what a car.
Mini endurance, right?
Sorry?
It's a mini endurance race.
Yeah, mini endurance. I mean, it's
What was it like for you out there, though? Because we know it's been very tricky conditions-wise today.
Yeah, conditions have been tricky. I was in the F1 race right before, so which was very wet. So here I'm lucky because my dad managed to dry the track a bit for me. So I got the easy part, and from there, just pedal to the metal and see where it goes.
You made it easy for him, he says. You got the harder job with the wet track.
Yeah, well, it was really first time for us because we didn't know the car. First time on the wet, so. But I immediately felt very confident with the car, and it made me push and keep the others behind. Yeah, really happy about that.
What's it like for you getting to race with your son then?
Sorry?
What's it like for you being able to race with your son?
It's amazing. I mean, it's a good bonding times, and trying to improve performance. Both of us. It's a lot of preparation outside the race also, and it's good to have that challenge, both of us together, you see?
Great stuff. Well, congratulations. It's all about memories, isn't it, motorsport? Let's go and find out the thoughts of our second place driver. It's very busy around here, though. And here he is, Stuart. That was a great performance out there for you all.
Thank you. I enjoyed it. We had a bit of a few issues in qualifying with some engineering issues, should we say, that we cured, and I'm glad to say this is the first time I've driven a car since last October, so fantastic, yeah.
Baptism of fire, really, wasn't it, out here?
It's a little bit moist, as people like to say, but look, it was a great race. I didn't know where I was until the end after the pit stops. You know how confusing it gets here, but I'm just delighted that I brought it home in P2 from a P8 position. So yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, real gain there too. So well done to you. Hopefully trying to find. Thanks very much, Stuart. Hopefully trying to find our third place finishers, but not sure they're anywhere nearby. So for now, I'll hand back to you up there, Martin.
They're still coming around the circuit.
They're still coming around the circuit, says Stuart. Yeah, Sean Lynn may possibly have missed a checkered flag, but here we go. So there you go, historic piece of motorsport history once more in the books. And that's about half the length of a Michelin Le Mans Cup race. So still a good run out for the cars. Christophe and Werner Dansenborg victorious in the Pescarolo ahead of Stuart Wiltshire's Peugeot and the BR01 of Sean Lynn. Michelin nearly made it onto the podium but finished fourth in Red 5, the Mansell family Zytek, and a Max Lynn's BR01 and the similar car of Tariba and Briggs. Gregor Fiskin in the Roll Centre Racing, Dallara in 7th, and a Hugo Cook's early spinner, the Lola B12. Michael Birch in his Ligier finishing in 9th, and our top P3 car was John Minshaw's Demon Tweaks Ligier in 10th position. Who was our top GT car? Nobody in the top 20. Again, we've got more Morgans, Pescarolos and Peugeots after that spin for Steve Brooks at the end of the race, and more P3 cars. The Fabi Kennedy car wasn't our top LMP3 car in the end. The Marcus of Koroiser, of course he was the best GT car, of course he was, ahead of the Gamsky Wiley Bentley and Ian Stinton in the ex-Martin Short Rob Bath TVR Cerbera. Well, there you go, a big field of big cars and highly entertaining. Started pretty wet and ended up in late summer sunshine, and so the track again is starting to change as it has throughout the course of the day. As the race got underway, the pole sitting De Silva family Pescarolo led from the start, but he was always under pressure from the Zytek and the Peugeot behind. But then in a three-way spin fest, the De Silva car and Steve Brooks in the Peugeot lost out, and in the end coming through was Keith Fraser in Red 5. Big moment for Yutaka Toriba, managed to hang on to that to hand over later in the race to Alfie Briggs, but Max and Sean Lynn were both steaming up the order in their BR01s. Before the pit stop, Max looked like he had what it took to win the race, battling for the lead with Steve Brooks, and in the GT lead, the Marcos of Koroiser. After the shakeout post-pit stops, Mikkel Mack charging up the order, picking up 2 spots on one straight, but he was not enough to make it onto the podium. Christophe and Werner Dansenborg winning from Stuart Wiltshire and Sean Lynn. again, got a nice blue sky overhead. Have the showers gone? Hopefully so, and we will be set fair for the rest of the afternoon and evening. The music will be, in fact, is underway on the stage, but we still have racing here to go with this evening's final outing.
Iconic auctioneers are once again back here at the Silverstone Festival. They brought an amazing array of cars here, and to tell us more, I'm delighted to have Rob Hubbard here. Now, before we get into the cars, Rob, who comes here to buy cars at a festival like this?
So the festival buyers here can be racers who are out on the track, enthusiasts as well who are here on the club stands, as well as some investors in the marketplace as well. So lots of people, lots of choice.
An eclectic array of prospective buyers and an eclectic array of cars on display as well. Let's start here, shall we, at the Skylines. There's two Skylines side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. The R34 Skylines, they really have taken off over the last few years. The JDM market has increased wildly, and rightly so.
Absolutely rightly so. And then next to them, I quite love the contrast between the Skylines and the two Aston Martins, very different Aston Martins on display.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the more modern V12 Screamers, the more modern Gaydon built cars, as well as the earlier V8s, the big bruisers, the love muscle, as they say on the bonnet, and the big air scoops. Great things.
Screamers and bulky beasts there going around. And then when we think of the more classic cars, there's an E-Type here on display. Very popular E-Types, but I love this Bentley. This is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, this is a 1922 3-litre Bentley with a 4.5-litre engine, supercharged as well. And that's one of the original 50 blowers engines that were made famous by Tim Birkin and various others at Le Mans back in the late 20s, early 30s. This car's ready to go. Race it here with legends this weekend, or indeed the VSCC throughout the year, or fast road rallies and everything else like that. So lots you can do with it.
It's an amazing, amazing looking car. I'll put you on the spot though. If you could take home only one car, which one's it going to be?
For me, Maserati Vignale Spider, one of 6 right-hand drive cars.
Just over there, it's beautiful. But I'll tell you what, this has got a guide price of £400,000 to £500,000. So Rob, I think I'll take this one. Well, here we go then, time for a podium, this time the Masters Endurance Legends. How was that for you? What a treat we just saw here at Silverstone. A fantastic race there out in the slightly drying conditions of the Silverstone track. But like I said, it's time for the podium, so let's get straight to it. And we're going to start with the prototype category, and I'll get out the way as we welcome into third place on the podium, Sean Lynn. In the P2 car, the prototype 2 car, making his way among many of the P1s. Well done there to Sean Lynn, fantastic, gaining 10 places to finish third. Second place then, Stuart Wiltshire. Twinkle Toes, known to many people. And winning, it's a father-son combo of Christoph and Werner Dansenberg. Gained 4 places there, starting 5th, finishing in 1st. What a great performance from them in that Pescarolo LMP1 car. Father-son combo. And the trophy presentation will be performed by Sarah Reeder from ACS. Third place, once again, Sean Lynn. Congratulations to him. Second place, Stuart Wiltshire. And then Christoph and Werner Dansenberg taking the victory. Great stuff. Let's get a big celebration from them and have a quick word from them as well. Do you want to hold the trophies up and give us a big moment? And the crowd go wild around here as well. And now we're going to get a very, very quick word from the winner after we get a quick photograph. There we go. Let's jump in from the winning pair and get a very, very quick word from both of you. I spoke to you just out there a few moments ago. It's so nice for you as a father-son combo to get this moment here at Silverstone.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I mean, I'm racing with my son since last year, and in F1 and in LMP, and I must say it's amazing. He's making so much progresses, faster than me in F1 now, and just a perfect combo for endurance races.
Certainly is. Well done to each and every one of you. Congratulations as we now throw to our next race coming up, our final race of the day. Back to Martin and to Alistair.
Thank you, Bryn.
Now, one of the joys of having a dry qualifying and then a wet race is that even though the cars are in qualifying order, there's going to be a shake-up. And I'm so sorry. And, well, let's speak to a couple of the top two drivers. Perfect. You've coordinated that very well. Alex, let's start with you. Dry qualifying, you didn't quite have the pace, but it all changes in the wet, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's too fast. That's the problem. Too fast for us in qualifying. Let's see in the wet. It's kind of going to be wet-ish, isn't it? I'm not sure it'll be completely wet by the time we get out there, because you've got the more modern sports cars pounding around, hoovering the water up. But let's see how long it stays wet for. That's really our only chance.
Olivier, one of the highlights of yesterday was watching you drifting this round Silverstone.
Yes, last year we didn't got the car very good, and now we got the setup really right. So yeah, I was really happy in the car, felt comfortable. But Alex thinks it will be wet, but I think it will dry out. So we will see what happens. But I think I'm actually sure it will dry. So we will see.
It's all smiles now. Cheers, guys. Let's. We got David here as well. David, are you starting this?
Yes.
What's the plan? Just try and keep it on the tarmac and hand over to Olivier?
Yeah, I will. I was driving in the wet this morning, so I know a little bit what's going to happen, and so he will take it over and he will race, and I will keep it clean.
How is this car in the wet? Because it looks beautiful in the dry.
It's first time out in the wet. So no, but it's a car, and I mean it has to do its work. So, but we are new tires, so I don't know if I get them scrubbed on time. But
well, come back here afterwards and let me know how it is in the wet.
Okay.
Cheers, David.
Final race of Saturday in the 2024 Silverstone Festival, the Master Sports Car Legends. Well, these 1970s, 60s and 70s sports and GT cars with David and Olivier Hart's Ferrari 512M at the front of the field ahead of the Clarion Gomez Lola. Then Brundle and Pearson's Lola T70, the first of those. They were stupendous last year in the Ferrari, and the Ames and Halusa Ferrari 512 lining up in fourth on the grid. Dan Eadling and the Jobster Willis car on row 3, Tim De Silva and the De Casey Gavel car on row 4, the Tadek and the Chevron. Then a B19 Chevron, McLaren M1B, the Can-Am car, John Spears and Nigel Greensall rounding out the top 10 in a variety of different manufacturers and big banger sports cars like the McLaren M1, like the Lola T70, like the 512 Ferraris, and lots of light, nimble 2-litre interceptors. And that's going to be the real key balance here. Whether the big grunt is going to get enough traction on the damp track, and whether they're going to overheat their wet weather tyres, and in fact whether they have all started on wet weather tyres, or if some of the 2-litre sports cars, the open cars, the Marches, the Lolas, the Royales, and maybe the little Chevrons, have they started on slicks? Are they having a gamble that they'll get away with it against the big horsepower cars? This is going to be an absolutely fascinating mismatch. You see cars like 88 there, the dark blue and lime green McLaren M1, so much torque, so much horsepower, but is there a dry enough circuit to rein all that horsepower in? In the background, going away from us, is the weather we have had. It is sunny, but in places the track is pretty damp. Here we go, light the blue touch paper, and stand well back. In the sun, on the wet track, we unleashed the field for 50 minutes of Master Sports Car Legends racing, our final race on day one of the Silverstone Festival, Saturday evening, and it is the Ferrari 512 of David and Olivier Hart that leads the field from pole position. Claridge Gomez starting second in their little Lola T290, and then the big white Lola T70, and that is the Pearson and Brundle car with a yellow Ferrari 512 in fourth place, driven by Lucas Haluza and Alex Ames. But look out for the Royale with the multicoloured stripes in fifth position. Dan Eagling always goes very well in that 2-litre sports car. And Alistair Douglas, what the 2-litre cars lose in horsepower, they are going to make up for in lighter weight and traction on this slippery surface.
Very much so, yes. And Dan Eagling in the Royale is one of the better drivers in the smaller cars, although Goncalo Gomez is in the 117 yellow and blue Lola T296. Second on the grid in dry qualifying, and still second in the race, but the track a very different proposition now, so it'll be interesting to see if Gonzalo can get through and challenge the big Ferrari of David Hart as they come down into Copse Corner. But he's still in second place, but side by side for third is the Ferrari and the Lola T70.
Well, you saw Alex Brundle in that, and a little spinner there.
And that's the Julian Thomas B8.
Chevron B8 on the grass, having a little looping spin in Luffield. You saw Alex Brundle in the white Lola T70 lunge down the inside of the open 2-litre Lola for second, not get the move made, and straight by him went Alex Ames in the yellow Ferrari. He's now not up to just third, but up to second place. So it does seem to be that the horsepower of the Ferraris is paying off at the moment. Alex Brundle bottled up behind the 2-litre Lola in that big Lola T70. That's got a big block Chevrolet, so that's a 4.7-litre V8, and he's having trouble overhauling the 2-litre car even in a straight line. That's how traction limited the big capacity cars are, and still Gonzalo Gomez in third place in that Ultramar Lola.
What a brilliant battle we've got for the lead. We're privileged to have any Ferrari 512M racing, to have two of them, like we did last year, and unfortunately looks like a bit of contact there between Alex Brundle and Gonzalo Gomez, which has dropped them both back into the clutches of Dan Eagling.
Yeah, and behind them is the Yerbstal and Willis Lola T70. So Brundle is back on, so too Gonzalo Gomez. But I'm not sure whether Gonzalo just didn't get the traction or didn't pick up the throttle. Doesn't seem to be much of a mark on the front of the T70. He goes by the Royale, car number 12, and Dan Eagling, and whoa! Again, somebody else disappearing off stage left. Didn't see who that was. Hopefully they found enough traction in a runoff area. There, he's back on again. So that's the De Quesada and Garble car number 5. And that car started, the Chevron B36 started down in 8th place.
And Alex Ames goes for the lead into Brooklands. It's side by side, two Ferrari 512Ms, and through they go. And Alex just gets a little bit of break of traction, puts the opposite lock on. David Hart didn't need another invitation. He went straight through back into the lead again. So the red Ferrari leads the yellow Ferrari as they come out of Luffield into Woodcote. They're almost side by side. And onto the old Grand Prix start line, pit straight from a few years ago, and into Copse Corner, and it's two Ferraris side by side. Alex Ames is in the lead now, and they're both squirming around on the rather damp track, but Ames it is who takes the lead from Hart.
Yeah, just a little bit too dry maybe for the wet weather tyres. Maybe the Ferraris and the big T70 Lolas with their Chevy V8s are going to struggle. But right now it's Ferrari 1-2, Lola T70 3-4. Dan Eagling is the best of the 2-litre cars in the red and multicolour striped Royale, car number 12. He's in 5th place. Safety car is out, so somebody has gone off somewhere outside of our site. And 33 cars running, maybe down to just 30. Leaders slow the pace. It was a well-timed pass by Alex Ames as it came under our commentary box. Alistair Douglas, it was basically a 24-cylinder Ferrari coming thundering by. They never built one, but we now know what it sounds like.
Yes, and this takes you back to the film Le Mans from 1970, when the Ferrari 512 was the main challenger, as it was, of course, in truth, to the Porsche 917, and Steve McQueen hung the whole story around that. And here we've got two of them racing.
Well, here you can see the moment of, I think that wasn't contact that caused the issue. I do think that was Gonzalo Gomez carrying a little bit too much speed. We didn't quite see the beginning of it, but I wouldn't mind betting that he had two inside wheels on the curbs there, coming into the final part of Club Corner, trying to keep the door shut on Alex Brundle. And again, if you look at the front of that white Lola T70, doesn't look like damage. Well, there's two cars off to the side. One of them is a T70. That's Stuart Wiltshire and Kyle Tilley's car. And the other one's a Chevron, isn't it? And I'm not sure whose that is.
I think it's a Lola.
Is it? There we go.
So, yeah, looking at the back.
Yeah.
Light blue.
In which case, we will find out. That might be Ingo Strolz and Thomas Matzelberger's car. Is that still showing? Not sure. They do have...
You might be spot on with your Chevron, actually.
A blue... and somebody else off. That's De Quesada and Garbel, car number 5. Now, that had gone missing on our timing screens. We've seen that go off once already, hadn't we? And managed to find Terra Firma. So who started that one, do we think?
De Quesada, I think it was.
Okay.
Number 5, yes, Carlos De Quesada started
qualified
that car.
8th fastest, but clearly finding the car not as trustworthy or forgiving, perhaps, in wet conditions. Well done again to our marshals. Men and women in orange who have done so much sterling work today. After a relatively quiet day yesterday, they're certainly paying for it today, not only with water currently constantly running down their necks, but also with lots of work to do. 19 is the Xavier Michel and Christian Velio Chevron B19, that burgundy two-seat, 2-litre sports car. Of course, the second seat is purely vestigial and for rules. You wouldn't want to try and actually sit in it. Apart from the fact there's no seat and no belts. There's not much in the way of room either. So two Ferraris, two Lola T70s, then the Royale. And there's a McLaren, isn't there? A McLaren M1 in 6th position.
That's John Spears.
John Spears and Nigel Greensall.
Spears started in that one.
He had an against the head, let's say, rather than unlikely win in the rain in his front-engine Formula 1 car in a pre-66 race. So I'm sure he is absolutely on a high, but that McLaren, a very different kettle of fish. It's a McLaren M1B, 5.7 litre big block Chevy. And that is a proper early days Can-Am style car. All the grunt, then a bit more grunt and some more grunt on top of that. Right behind the little 2-litre Ultramar Lola, sort of car that was raced in the European Sports Car Championship, and the 2-litre cars particularly popular for hill climbing, not just in the UK but all over Europe. So safety car remains out. It is a 2-driver race. We have not yet entered pit stop window territory, but we are not far away, and with a few cars languishing by the side of the circuit, we may well, as we've seen several times today, see safety car pit stops.
Well, the two cars we saw on screen a few minutes ago, they're on the inside of Chapel, so exit of Beckett's into Chapel. One has been put onto the flatbed, but one still sits at the side of the road. So I think what you've just said about here we are now, we've got it on our live stream if you're watching at home. And
Chris Porritt's Chevron B19, in fact.
Yeah. So you were right, Chevron, I was wrong with Lola. But
that was literally an uninformed stab in the dark. I just looked at the vents over the front wings. I thought, sort of Chevron-y, but
very, very similar cars in this period.
Yep.
Lovely looking cars, and the Lola T70, the car in the foreground, the number 18, which is Stuart Wiltshire and Kyle Tilley.
And again, you talked about the 1970 Steve Le Mans film McQueen. The Steve McQueen film Le Mans. It's one of the Lola T70s in the race that we used as a camera car, not just in post-race shooting by Solar Productions, but in the race itself. But because it wasn't video and live streamed, it was 35mm movie film, it had to stop about every 2 or 3 laps to have a new can of film fitted, because you only get, I don't know, a couple of 100 feet in a can, so it didn't last for long. So although it was in the race, it wasn't what you might call competitive. And there was a later kind of reflection of that when Jean-Luc Godard filmed at Le Mans, maybe, I'm guessing 15, getting on for maybe 20 years ago. Perry McCarthy was one of the drivers in the camera car. Again, they had the same situation, out on track at speed, and then constantly being called into the pit lane for changes to the camera setup. A little bit frustrating, but when you're being paid to do a job, you're being paid to do a job.
That's on screen now is the March 75S for Kevin Cook. So we're very used to seeing March cars open wheel, but not so common to see the sports car Marches, but all the hallmarks of the March car in that 75S from 1975.
S for sports, because a 752 would be a Formula 2 car, a 751 would be a Formula 1 car, a 753 would be a Formula 3 car, but a 752,000 doesn't quite fit, so 75S. And again, it's got that sort of mid-70s high airbox look that you saw on all the Formula 1 cars, didn't you? Those big snorkel air intakes just grew and grew and grew to try and ram charge air into the engines out of the turbulence that the body left.
Yes, unusually, the other 2-litre sports cars of the era don't have that, so March was sort of on its own with that one. More traditional to see, for example, the Graham Edelman, George McDonald Lola T210, very flat. You'd think not a lot of aerodynamics on it, and indeed it's very, very quick on the straights, that car. Quicker than sometimes than the larger wings on the later cars as they started to sprout the very large rear wings. But the clean lines of the Lola and the Chevron of that era, the early cars, the T210s and the Chevron B19s, I think actually visually are more attractive.
Just a little bit further back in the shot, you saw another Lola T70, and another Mark 3B. That's the familiar shape, and that's a white car with a little blue noseband and a very large blue number 6 on the door. On the roof, the names of its original drivers, Wilson Fittipaldi and the Brazilian owner of the car. So that car has just been bought within the last month, I believe, by its American owner, Jim Norman, who didn't get a chance to run in practice, didn't get a chance to go out in the car in qualifying either. And no, we did see it in qualifying. He didn't get out in practice on Thursday because it hadn't been scrutineered. It's at the top of the picture there, the white Lola T70, the closed car with the big blue noseband. So that car was raced by the Brazilian team in period. Basically, he bought it about a month ago. It's had all its components crack tested, was scrutineered on Friday morning, got out in practice. So yesterday was the very first time he'd turned a wheel in the car, and here he is in a jam-packed race on a very greasy Silverstone circuit. Not quite sure whether he was looking forward to it with enthusiasm or slight trepidation, but it's kept the car on the island so far. It's a handsome looking thing. It's a really nice looking livery on it. Very period looking car. It's got great history with it as well. Pictures of the teams of Wilson Fittipaldi, who of course was Emerson's brother, the man who set up and ran the Copersucar Formula 1 team, which then became the Fittipaldi Formula 1 team. Raced in F1 himself, Wilson. cars just trying to keep a little bit of speed up without dropping their tyre temperatures, their brake temperatures too low. What are we seeing on the screens? We're pretty clear, thumbs up from behind, so we may well be in a position where this is the final lap behind the safety car. The track is drier and drier. Still 35 minutes to survive for these big cars on their wet weather tyres on what is a dry track. I'm still putting my money on a 2-litre car winning this. I think this is going to be very hard indeed for the Ferraris and the Lola T70s and the Can-Am cars, the McLarens and so on to survive. Right, we are just about to exit timing sector 2. Are the lights going off on the safety car down the hangar straight?
That's where the pickup was being done on that car that had stopped, and it was being reversed back, the lorry, into the little exit by Beckett's. So yeah, the lights are out on the safety car, and the pit window opens in 4 minutes. So all of the cars are going to be past the pit entrance. So we're likely to see pit stop starting a lap or two away.
Stand by your beds in the pits. It's going to get very busy very soon, because instead of being spread out all the way around the circuit, they're barely spread out down the hangar straight. Everybody will be coming in an enormous clump. Safety car is in the pit lane. We are ready to go back to green flag racing here at Silverstone. We go back to green flag racing as Alex Ames drops the hammer. Big slides from both Ferraris, Alex Ames and David Hart, as they come across the start-finish line. Alex Brundle in 3rd place. In 4th place is the Willison Yerbsel Lola T70, and the leader goes off wide. And Alex Ames somehow picks up the lead in the yellow Ferrari. Now, did he do that by going off wide? Or did David Hart make a mistake? Hart lunges to the inside. Ames leaves the door just slightly ajar. This is edge of the seat stuff in multi-million-pound Ferraris. 2 Ferrari 512M Le Mans cars at the front of the field, and Alex Brundle trying to get in amongst them in the Lola T70. He's having a good run down. He goes by Alex Ames. Now he's behind David Hart. Pit window will open in a moment or two, and Brundle goes through on the inside at Brooklands, over the curbs, loses traction. David Hart going the long way around the outside, just keeping up that momentum into Luffield. Now looking to open the taps. Here comes Brundle. But the Ferrari is a match for it in terms of pace. They are wheel to wheel as they come out of Luffield, past the old start-finish line. Brundle gets his nose in front. David Hart under pressure as well from Alex Ames, the yellow car on the inside. A big squirm and the tiniest of contacts. Ames up into 2nd place, carried too much speed into Copse, back down to 3rd. But it is Brundle that leads.
Absolutely fantastic battling there, and Brundle leads from David Hart in 2nd place. 3rd place is Alex Ames. Then it's Dan Eagling up to 4th, so he's got past Gonzalo Gomez on that lap there after the green flags came out, and Dan Eagling up to 4th, the fastest 2-litre car.
Yeah, Dan Eagling up to 4th, Gonzalo Gomez in the yellow and blue Ultramar car up to 5th. They've both gone ahead of Tim de Silva. Now there's another car stopping in the background, and that is very bad news. A blue 2-litre car, dark blue, stopping in the Beckett's S's. Here is the battle for 4th. These are the top 2-litre cars, and Gonzalo Gomez in the Ultramar Lola just wriggles his way back in front of the Royale of Dan Eagling, the red car with the multicoloured stripes. And he now has car number 1, that's the Willison Yerbsel car. There's the car that stopped, and that's car number 28, the Gitan Lola of Chris Fox and Nick Pink, and I think Nick Pink started that car. No, it's not Chris Fox, naturally, because I plumped for Pink. So they have come to a halt, and unfortunately that might mean the safety car again. But how long till the pit stop window is open? 38 seconds. So by the time they get round to the pits, the pit window might be open and the safety car might be coming out. Great battle between the Royale, car number 12, and the Lola T70, car number 1.
out of the loop through Aintree now onto the long, fast Wellington straight. They can see ahead the second of the Ferraris and Gonzalo Gomez having a good battle. So it's 2 by 2 at the moment for the top 6 places as the full course yellow we're using rather than safety car.
All
so
right.
this is something very common in the World Endurance Championship that you're very used to, Martin. But in a way, it helps to maintain the positions, but very different to the safety car.
Yeah, the real problem, of course, is that in a modern car where everything is electronic, you just press the speed limiter button or your full course yellow button and bump the electronics do everything for you. Here, the team will have worked out that whatever the full course yellow speed has been mandated at, usually 80 kilometers an hour, that's 3,000 RPM in second gear, or it's 1,500 RPM in third gear, or whatever they have chosen. And that's not the only car, that's Katsu Kubota. So Kubota has stopped as well. Now he was sharing this Lotus 30 with Andy Middlehurst, but it is failing to progress in much the same way as the Gitan Lola has failed to progress. And that's a real shame for both cars. Well, there's Nigel Greensall, and he is waiting for John Spears to come in. This lap or what? Well, yeah, it will be likely. Anybody who's got a hot shoe driver in the pit lane may well want to come in at the earliest opportunity, and that will be fairly immediate. Now then, do they think that that car might restart? They're sort of pushing it quite a long way. Look to be going back towards terra firma. It is Alex Brundle who leads from David Hart in the red Ferrari, Alex Ames in the yellow Ferrari, then Gonzalo Gomez in the yellow and blue Ultramar Lola, the open red sports car as our first pit caller comes in, and this is exactly what we're expecting. John Spears to hand over to Nigel Greensall.
Nobody else chose to come in though, so the top 6 cars, and then add on to that the 7th, the number 19 Valeo Dior's Michel car didn't come in.
However, Tim De Silva did, car number 2, so 2 pit callers. Nigel releases John Spears from his confinement, otherwise seatbelts. That's McLaren M1.
Straightforward 60-second stationary pit stop, no extra times for any of the drivers on this one. Plus the time in and out there will lose just over 90 seconds on track.
Well, this McLaren M1, a fairly well-known name, and the McLaren M1B, this Can-Am car, behind Tim De Silva stopping in his Tay deck. Now again, a briefly lived manufacturer of racing cars. There it is, the yellow and blue car in the background. March 75S comes in, first of our Chevrons, the second of our McLaren M1s. Car number 30 here. That is Peter Fisk in his Lola T290, another of our 2-litre sports racers.
Nigel Greensall making his way out of the pit lane in John Spears' McLaren M1B.
The other M1B, 88 car, Richard McAlpine in the pits, the blue car with the sort of green highlights. And behind him, the wide blue car with the white noseband. That's another Lola T70, but it's not a closed coupe, that's the Lola T70 Spider. So it shares the same big fat nose as the T70, but just hasn't got any weather protection. That car being driven by Steve Seaman and Andrew Newell, and in comes Alex Ames from 3rd place. And David Hart has also come in, there he is. So he will hand over to son Olivier, and Alex Ames will hand over to long-time arch rival and racing colleague Lucas Halusa. So they spend half their time racing with each other, I guess like David and Olivier Hart, and the other half their time racing against each other. Here's the Ultramar Lola.
And Alex Ames looks after the Halusa collection. He is a car preparer and builder, and as well as a very, very good racing driver.
Well, you saw the original drivers' names on that Ultramar Lola. Guy Oder's Chris Craft. I didn't know that Big Ray Mallock had driven this car as well in period. There you go. I've learned so much today. One of the delights of watching and commentating on racing is how much you learn compared to how much you knew in the beginning. You always learn more. Of course, I'll have forgotten it by tonight, but there you go. 25 is in Michael Gans in that red Lola T290. The single most important item in the pit stop is the stopwatch. Oh,
that's interesting. Out before the Ferrari has gone James Claridge in the Ultramar Lola.
Out in front of both Ferraris, and look how close the Royale is behind as well. Dan Eagling stays in the Royale. The three cars in front of him have all changed. You can see the Team Gunston chevron in the background. That is going to be very interesting. Now, Alex Brundle has yet to stop. To hand over to, is it Gary Pearson?
Gary, yes.
Yep.
And Olivier Hart going straight for the position as they go into Village, coming out of the pit lane.
And he can, because we're no longer under full course yellow. So while we were watching the cars in the pit lane, the teams were watching the full course yellow, and oh dear, that's a wee bit of archie-barchie. Some pretty robust defending there.
Down into Brooklands, the Hart Ferrari, now driven by Olivier Hart, has taken the position away from the Lola, now driven by James Claridge, as they go into the right-hander at Luffield. Obviously not showing at the top of the timing screens, but they will be back there once everything cycles through.
Assuming there's no safety car. Well, there was damage on the nose of the white Lola T70 of Alex Brundle. And that was in that little instant earlier on with the Ultramar Lola that kind of spun across his bows. Alex Brundle in the pit lane from the lead. Now, is there a driver change, or is Gary Pearson not taking over? Gary Pearson is not taking over.
No.
Alex stays in.
I seem to recall they did this last year as well. Or the year before, wasn't it? They had this car. Last year they were in the Ferrari, weren't they?
Yeah, last year they had that yellow Ferrari.
Alex stayed in for the whole race.
Yeah.
And then had that engine issue, and he was called into the pits by the officials.
So in the lead now is the red Lola T70, car number one, car of Andy Willis, who started it, and Stefan Yerbstel, who is waiting in the pit lane. Still more pit callers, including the number 6 Lola T70. Next driver will stay in, Jim Norman. He ain't sharing that new car with anybody. And there is your new race leader. No, it's not. That's David Hart, Olivier Hart car. So Olivier Hart still with attention from behind from James Claridge, but Claridge has not got by. And here is 23. So strike Gary Pearson from the list. Alex Brundle is hogging it all himself. With Gary Pearson's permission, obviously, and encouragement, I'm sure. Go out and win this one. Got a good relationship, this pair. And Alex used a lot of help from the Pearsons, I understand, when he was building the Mustang. Because when you're building a race car for the very first time, you need as much help as you can get. So Scooter Gable taking over from Carlos de Quesada.
That car was in the gravel 10 minutes ago, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and 5 comes out behind 6, so Jim Norman gets his nose back in front, stayed in the car, which obviously makes the pit stop a lot more straightforward. You come in, you stop, turn the engine off, hope it starts again, and then away you go. So most of our field have now stopped.
Yeah, the car that was leading, the Willis Yerbstel T70, Lola T70, is now in the pit, so that'll be handed over by Andy Willis to Stefan Yerbstel. Andy Willis prepares the car for Stefan.
Well, These cars came in with number 5 ahead of number 6. At the time they came in, they were in the top half, well, 6th and 7th. 5 was 6th and 6 was 7th. 6 has come back out in front of 5. Whether that remains the case towards the end or not, don't know. There's the Lola T70 Spider just in front. So again, you can see the similarity between the Spider and the closed coupe. Basically the same up to the doors, give or take a windscreen. Behind the T70 coupe, a very different beast indeed. So waiting for our order to shake out. Fastest race lap of the race has just been set by Olivier Hart. Didn't think he was taking any prisoners when James Claridge shut the door rather ruthlessly on him. I think Olivier Hart took that as a definite personal insult. Took umbrage with that, he got by, and now he is the quickest man on track by a considerable margin. 2:12.9, the second quickest lap of anybody on that lap was a 2:14.5 by James Claridge. So Olivier Hart has left Claridge behind him by 2 seconds in their first flying lap together. Right now, Jim Norman also doing a pretty decent job of staying in front of this number 5 car of Scooter Gable, his fellow American. But he's gapping the number 5 machine quite happily, so the Chevron not yet able to hang on to the Lola T70. And as the track dries, and it does continue to produce less spray in more places, maybe the 2-litre cars are not going to come to the top of the pile. But there were no tyre changes, and still 18.5 minutes to go. How much are the big horsepower cars going to be able to keep their tyres alive?
Just past us here, we'll wait for the timing screen to update further round the lap, but Olivier Hart has started to pull away quite comfortably now from James Claridge.
He's on our screen here, but he is having a bit of a handful trying to get the car through the Beckett's S's. Again, the great thing about Olivier is those bright yellow gloves. We talked about it in qualifying yesterday. It's mesmerising to watch how much hand action goes into this T70. Steer, oversteer, steer, oversteer, steer, oversteer.
And he can see Alex Brundle ahead, which is his target for the lead of the race, as they spin from a Lola 210. I think that had a spin yesterday, didn't it, in qualifying?
Yeah.
But Olivier Hart, now he's on to the old... no, that's the Hamilton straight he's on there, so he'll certainly be able to see Alex Brundle ahead, quite a long straight there as they turn into the right-hander at Abbey.
He's caught him by 2.3 seconds in the last lap. Alex's last lap, a 2:13.1, a 2:10.8, a new fastest race lap for Olivier Hart. Well, we heard David Hart, his dad, saying that last year the car was brand new. They really didn't have a handle on it. This year they have got it set up nicely. And there it is in the background. Olivier Hart, as we know, when he's in hunter-killer mode, he is very hard man to keep down. And again, look at the hands. Steers, has to put in a bit of opposite all the way around the corner. Lola does look a little bit better balanced, but Olivier Hart's got the Ferrari up on his toes, properly dancing.
And the other thing that the drivers are having to contend with is slower traffic. And we saw there that Alex Brundle managed to get past that slower car, which Olivier Hart's just done, but has to do it with the minimum of delay by planning ahead where he's going to pull through, and hope that the other driver has seen him coming as they go through the Beckett sweepers, and Brundle into the third element as Olivier Hart comes through the second element. Now they'll be going out onto the long hanger straight where in the race they're doing over 160 miles an hour. In fact, Olivier Hart is the quickest car, 161 miles an hour down the hanger straight.
And wherever you are watching, these cars at full bore making a fabulous noise as it goes past the camera, just leaves that wailing V12 soundtrack. Just a great joy. And then you've got the Can-Am McLaren right behind, thundering away. Nigel Greenstall's in fourth place, still trying to catch James Claridge. And that gap, He's behind Alex Ames and Lucas Halusa's car, actually by just 0.8 of a second. So there's a very good battle going on there for 4th place. He was behind at the beginning of the lap. He's just gone by them. And here is Olivier Hart. He's behind another of the March 7.5S's. Cuts inside as they get down into the complex at Village. Around the loop. Watch his hands. Nice smooth exit from Village onto, from Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. And he is right with Brundle now. There doesn't seem to be much that Alex can do to keep the Lola out of his way. He always said that the Lola would suffer at the hands of the Ferraris, all things being equal. Olivier Hart is really tearing into his lead now. 2:10.481, another fastest race lap last time round from Olivier Hart. 2:13.1, 2.5 seconds slower, Alex Brundle. And here comes the Ferrari, perfectly placed to try and make a move. Maybe not on the run down through Maggots into the Beckett's S's, but certainly when they come out of the Chapel Curve down the Hanger Straight, it's going to be a done deal. Brundle leaves space. Hart coming with so much head of steam. And Alex is nothing if not a realist. Knows he won't be thanked if he causes a collision, and that's not in his repertoire. Olivier Hart, just fighting the car every inch of the way, is now back in the race lead.
Down the Hanger Straight they come, some more slower traffic to deal with, but Olivier Hart now starting to already ease away a little from the Lola. And in period, the Lola T70 was around earlier than the Ferrari and the Porsche 917, but once those two cars arrived, it was really game over for the Lola, and it didn't have much success in the international arena. Just a win, and a first and second actually at the Daytona 24 Hours, but other than that, the Porsche and the Ferrari proved to be a better race car for the long distance sports car races. And another lap completed. James Claridge still in sight of them, so he's not lost a huge amount of ground, and he's being chased by Nigel Greensall, who else, in John Spears' car, but the gap between them is quite considerable.
And Nigel has just set the fastest race lap, and it's 2 seconds slower than a lap this car's just set in the hands of James Claridge, which is not the car's fastest lap. So the McLaren is running out of tyre. Nigel Greensall's tyre running out of tyre. And you know, when Olivier Hart came by Alex Brundle like that, you go, okay, it's all over. Well, it isn't. We've still got 12.5 minutes for these cars, these big capacity cars, to survive on very tired rubber. And you could see Olivier Hart fighting the front and the back of the Ferrari in every corner. And, you know, he's got very busy hands for a reason, because the Ferrari does not want, or the tyres don't want to go as quickly as he is making them go. And the real balancing act now is going to be keeping that rubber alive, and you can see just the tiniest little patches of water still, but this is basically a dry circuit, not very hot, but definitely not wet. And those core temperatures on the wet weather tyres are going to be absolutely skyrocketing. Now, it's a brand new set of wets, so it might have a lap or two of leeway in it, but he's not slowing down. He's just gone under the 2-minute 10, so 2-minute 9.3. Alex Brundle 3.6 seconds slower on the last lap in the Lola in second place. And looking back, there's the Ultramar Lola in third place. James Claridge, 2 minutes 13.0, so not as quick as Brundle. He's losing ground. There's Nigel Greensall in fourth, under pressure now from Dan Eagling's Royale for fourth place. So that's a 5.7 litre Can-Am McLaren and a 2-litre Royale sports car behind him. You see Nigel Greensall just opens up the gap down the straight, and then the elastic shortens as they get into the braking area, and Dan Eagling will be right with him again.
And in fact, Dan Eagling is pretty much 4 litres smaller. It's an 1800cc, 1790cc car engine in the back of the Dan Eagling car, and the difference in lap time between Alex Brundle and James Claridge was only 100th of a second last time around. So the Claridge car, in fact, much quicker on that last lap. some nearly 2 seconds quicker, so it's not all over yet for second and third places, with James Claridge in the much more nimble 2-litre car up against the bigger car of Alex Brundle, which may now be showing signs of stress on its tyres and brakes.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that's going to be the case with this car, Dan Eagling's Royale, up against Nigel Greensall. Nigel's got an awful lot of sympathy in the car. You don't get as many good race results as he does in all sorts of things by being a bit of a rock ape. So he will be nursing those tyres as much as he can. But drivers always describe when the wet weather tyre starts to go off in the drive, that it's like driving on a tyre made of jelly rather than of rubber. And again, look at the wicked slide as he tries to chase the throttle in the McLaren. He's actually leaning forward in the cockpit now. Rarely see Nigel like that. He's always much more kind of laid-back, relaxed driver. He's got proper René Arnoux forward lean going on now. And he knows that Dan Eagling is potentially in a better position, but we're inside the final 10 minutes now, so with every lap that elapses, the tyres on the big capacity cars are going away, but they are too on the 2-litre cars, and are they having a, again, little warning from the front of Dan Eagling's car there, not the grip you were hoping for.
As they come onto the hangar straight, and Nigel Greensall, as you say, leaning forward in the car, he pulls away from Dan Eagling. That's the power of the Chevrolet engine in the back of the McLaren, but as he comes into Stowe, I think we'll see Dan Eagling closing up, and especially when they get down to Club Corner, much tighter left and right, Dan Eagling will close up, brakes a bit later, closes up a little bit, but Nigel Greensall knows exactly how to position that car for the best lap time. Meantime, behind them, James Claridge actually lost a little time ahead of them on Alex Brundle that lap, so the gap is 5.3 seconds, second to third. But of course, Olivier Hart now 5 seconds ahead in the lead.
Here comes the Alex Ames, Lucas Haluza Ferrari as well, car number 1, 2, 3. 6th place at the moment, but lapping quicker than the 2 cars in front of it, going by this King Cobra. Well, that's not the King Cobra, that's car number 50. That's the Darren Mark II of Kjell Kjellgren. But just in front of him there is the King Cobra, so that's a Cooper Monaco, but with a thumping great 4.7 litre big block Chev. Hence the King Cobra. In fact, it'll be a Ford big block, won't it?
Yeah, 4.7 litre engine, and that's Keith Arlers at the wheel in that one. But the Lucas Haluza 1, 2, 3 Ferrari is close to the Greensall Eagling battle. What was it, 3.6 seconds over the timing line last time.
Nigel Greensall just giving a bit of breathing space over Dan Eagling. Meanwhile, that's a tight little squeeze. Michael Gans in the red car, and Tim De Silva just getting by him for 9th place. That's the yellow Lola with the big blue stripe up the middle, Tadek rather, with the big blue stripe up the middle. And again, the Tadek just 1.8 litres, and behind him Michael Gans in the Lola, another 1800cc car. So these all BDA Fords. Certainly these 2-litre sports cars having a thoroughly entertaining race. Olivier Hart still leading. The gap's now out to 10 seconds over Alex Brundle. He's 3.5 seconds ahead of James Claridge in the Ultramar Lola, the best of the 2-litre cars. This battle continues. Tim De Silva in car number 2 just got by Michael Gans, who shows his nose on the inside. But I think that was more in hope than intent. Trying to force a late break out of Tim De Silva, trying to encourage De Silva to outbrake himself and run wide at the end of the Wellington Straight. Tim De Silva was having none of that old nonsense.
The gap second to third is very much yo-yoing, and it's probably down to traffic, with maybe Alex Brundle being held up a little and then James Claridge held up a little. But James got it down to under 3.5 seconds, second to third. So it isn't all over yet, because we've still got 5.5 minutes to go in this race, and the track now pretty much dry.
Look how quickly this battle has caught the Willis and Yerbstel Lola T70. They are all over the back of him. So that's Stefan Yerbstel now at the wheel of the car, isn't it? And he's got the two 2-litre cars snapping at his heels. The number 8 Ferrari's not too far behind either. And that is Olivier Hart, the race leader. I'm kind of giving up hope now that the big capacity cars are going to run out of tyres as they go 3 wide into Copse. It is Michael Gans who's going to come out in front of this. Tim de Silva also gets by Stefan Yerbstel. The leader is right behind them. And Olivier Hart has just set yet another fastest race lap on the last lap. 2 minutes 9.155. And even in traffic, which apparently doesn't exist for Olivier Hart, he's going way quicker than anybody else.
And Michael Gans managed to squeeze through there. Took 1.5 places, if you like, because he was already battling, but they managed to get through in that little 3 wide moment at Stowe into Club Corner, and he's still ahead of the number 2 Tim de Silva Tadek.
But Olivier Hart, the race leader, trying to find a way through as well, so I can imagine this is going 3 wide in a moment. Claridge now goes quicker of all, 208.917, so the Ultramar Lola is now the fastest car on track.
And he's got the gap to Alex Brundle down to 1.7 now for second and third places.
Yeah. So James Claridge is closing on second as Michael Gans holds off the attentions of Tim de Silva. Yeah, Gans went from sort of the back of the 3 to the front of the 3 as they got by the number 2, the number 1 car of Stefan Yerbstel. And so often it's actually a quicker car that offers the opportunity, but this time it was a slower car. And in the evening gloaming, there is Alex Brundle, and right behind him, and really right behind him, look for the yellow and blue Ultramar Lola. The gap down to 1.7, that's not 1.7, that's more like 0.7 of a second. Alex Brundle's Lola T70, it's more like a second, but it is starting to fade, definitely. Brundle's last lap, 210.6, 208.2 for James Claridge. The Ultramar Lola is very much the quicker of the 2. Tim de Silva looked like he was having a punt there at the moment at Michael Gans down into Stowe. Brundle uses the legs of the Chevy V8 in the Lola to ease away from the 2-litre car down the Hanger Straight. But again, you can see he's struggling to get out of Stowe in a straight line as they drop down into the Vale. And it's here that he's going to really suffer. Tyres don't like long, constant radius corners, and tired wets even less so. Tim de Silva did get ahead of Michael Gans, and showing his nose as well is car number 70. That's the Steve Seaman Andrew Newell Lola T70 Spider. They've just gone by him, in fact. And Gans on the inside, continuing this battle for 8th place, gets by Tim de Silva. And the battle for second is right upon them. There's Brundle, and right on him is James Claridge.
And they're just about to pass Andrew Newell, who's a lap down on these cars in the early Lola, but that's the open Lola T70. Alex Brundle in the closed car as they come down into Brooklands, and James Claridge looking for a way through, but there's just too many cars around, and Alex Brundle has to just go past the Tadek, but hasn't managed to get past Andy Newell or Michael Gans yet. Here comes James Claridge round the outside. Which way are they going to go past Andy Newell? Is it going to be one
brave,
either side?
isn't he? Yeah, 2 Lola T70s, the Mark II Spider, the Mark III Coupe. Brundle gets the inside line. James Claridge couldn't get through. And I missed my mark. That Lola T70 Spider is in the battle with Michael Gans and Tim de Silva. So that's all the battle for position. But again, Brundle gets clear through Maggots into the Beckett's S's. Oh, and the door gets shut by Michael Gans. He needed that track to survive. And James Claridge loses another opportunity. We're inside the final minute. Will the checkered flag be out? No, Olivier Hart has started another lap, hasn't he? So, and another flying lap. Purple in sector 1. James Claridge again with the fastest race lap last time round in that yellow and blue car, the Ultramar Lola 117. But is he going to be able to grab second place on the last lap from Alex Brundle?
He needs the slower cars to fall in his favour. That he really lost out at Beck. It's not Michael Gann's fault, of course. He had to take his line, but James Claridge must have lost nearly 2 seconds just in that one sequence of corners. And as they go on to their last lap, the gap between them is 1.1 seconds.
And they're lapping in the 2:11 mark. The leader, Olivier Hart, 2:06.45. That number 8 Ferrari is absolutely flying. Goodness me, 2:08, fastest lap by anybody else, a 2:06. The fastest lap by anybody else is a 2:08.3 by James Claridge in this car, the Ultramar Lola, and currently he's doing a 2:11. And Alex Brundle is still in his sights down the Wellington straight. Long look in the mirror as Alex Brundle then turns into the corner. Very slow car in front. Luckily not too much drama for the Lola.
And this, this long right-hand corner at Luffield possibly favours James Claridge. He's closing up the gap, but Alex Brundle knows precisely what he needs to do in the last half lap as he's coming down into Copse Corner. This wonderful evocative picture into the gloom of Copse Corner as they turn through the right-hander in the setting sun and up the hill towards Maggots. James Claridge closing in on Alex Brundle, but Brundle's got about 4 corners to go, which includes the wonderful Beckett sweepers that he's going through now, trying to keep James Claridge behind him.
Yeah, this sequence should favour James Claridge, but Brundle has got the grunt on the hanger straight. Meanwhile, turning into Stowe, into the sun for the final time, and out of it comes Olivier Hart. He drops down into the Vale. It has been an exemplary performance, first from Dad David, and then from son Olivier. Goes out nice and wide, V's off the corner, the checkered flag awaits. It is victory for David and Olivier Hart's Ferrari. Who's going to take second place? It is going to be Alex Brundle driving solo in the Lola T70. No, it's not. It's going to be James Claridge in the Ultramar Lola. It's going to be a drag race to the line, 3 wide across the line. I think it was Claridge. It was by millimetres as they went around the outside of Richard McAlpine's McLaren 1B. Poor Richard McAlpine probably had no idea what was going on behind him. And Nigel Greensall should be coming across the line with Dan Eagling equally close behind him. Michael Gans in 7th ahead of the Seaman Newell car there. Oh, in fact, yeah, Dan Eagling's Royale, the 2-litre red car, didn't get close enough, so Nigel Greensall will take 4th in the McLaren 1B with a flamboyant slide across the line. That's my boy. Dan Eagling takes 5th, and in the yellow Ferrari number 1, 2, 3, there is the 6th place car of Alex Ames and Lucas Haluza, and they are a lap ahead of Jim Norman and Stefan Yerbstel. Stefan Yerbstel in the red number 1 and Jim Norman in the white number 6 Lola. And that was another drag race to the line.
48.
Well, we kind of hoped it was going to be fun. Not sure we could have predicted it was that much fun. 48 thousandths of a second between James Claridge and Alex Brundle. And I think, to be fair to James, I think if that slower car hadn't been there, he would have probably won by a little bit more than that. But it was a case of trying to find a way past the slower car on the line. Yeah.
What a race! Actually, with all the problems we had this morning with the weather, that makes it all worthwhile, doesn't it?
Well, it's sort of repeating yesterday, although there was much more rain during the day today than there was yesterday. Yesterday started damp and ended in glorious sunshine. And today, I mean, if you've been here at Silverstone all day, just look above you for a moment as the cars are on there slowing down. Now, look at this guy. How can it have been so wet for so much of the day and still be so beautiful this evening? Maybe God smiles on the Ferraris, who knows? But David and Olivier Hart in car number 8, their Ferrari 512M, their 2nd year racing it here at the Silverstone Festival. What a race it was, and look at this drag race for the line. Alex Brundle knew the danger was in front with the McLaren M1, but he still gave it all the beans. But that slippery, slidey run out over the curbs, that was the 48 thousandths of a second. The difference between second and third. And all Lola battle, the Ultramar Lola just ahead of the big T70. Well, Brundle gave it everything in that car. He did say right from the beginning of qualifying that the Ferraris were going to be the dominant force. He knew of what he spoke. He raced a 312 last year. He raced the T70 the year before. He knew both cars and what they were capable of. He loved racing the Ferrari last year, back in Gary Pearson's Lola this year. Gave a very good account of himself, but victory did go to David and Olivier Hart. I've seen Olivier Hart pull out some epic performances, and that ranks with anything else that he's produced so far that I've been delighted to watch. What a job that was. And the final fastest lap of the race, a 2:06.453. James Claridge, his best lap, a 2:06.9, and they're the only cars that got under a 2:08, and only Alex Brundle did that. Nobody else below a 2:10. Astonishing pace from the top three cars. David and Olivier Hart win it for Ferrari. The Lola arm wrestle ended up in less than half the blink of an eye between Claridge and Brundle. Greensall finishing fourth on his own, Dan Eagling in fifth, and Lucas Alusa taking over from Alex Ames to finish in sixth place in the yellow Ferrari. Well, I said we'd get a 2-litre winner. We didn't, because, well, bar Olivier Hart, we very probably would have, but he is a bit of a force of nature. So there you go, all sorts of different sights and sounds of 60s sports car racing and 70s sports car racing. Breathless stuff to round out our first full day of racing here at Silverstone. Well, if the winners enjoyed it half as much as we did, they should all be grinning like loons as they talk to Bryn Lucas.
Thanks very much, Martin. Yeah, I have to say, the Ferrari had it. It had it by some margin. So did these two drivers that were looking after the Ferrari. Well done, you two. I mean, that was a dominant performance.
Yeah.
It's quite noisy here, as you'd imagine, yeah. So dominant from you, first of all, David.
Yeah,
dominant performance.
Yeah, that was short but nice, and yeah, we had a little clash with the other Ferrari. He came to me to apologize, so it's okay. I don't care. It's plastic, so finally.
It'll fix. For yourself, though, you got in the car, you just kept putting in the times. It seemed to be quite almost metronomic.
Yes, I thought it would be a bit drier. My dad came in and he told me straight away, watch out, it's very wet. So it was a bit tricky on the end. But I could manage and manage the tire well and just do my lap times and overtook Brundle. I thought it was Pearson, but he was driving very neatly, so I just put it on the inside after the old pits, and that was it. Then I just managed the race and tried to manage the car and don't break anything, so it's good. I'm very happy.
I bet you are, I bet you are. Well done, you two. Got a podium to come. Let's just go off and find a couple of other people as well. I was hoping to find the second place drivers, but they're not here right now. But who I have got here is Alex Brundle. And Alex, out there on track, you said before it was going to be tough against the Ferrari, but my word, what a finish.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. A shame about the contact in these old machines. I try and avoid it if I can. There's only so much you could steer out. But yeah. It was a great race. I really enjoyed it, and driving this is such a privilege, and it's a joy that Pearson's Engineering allowed me to. So yeah, I had a great time, and the conditions finally turned up today. So I hope everybody enjoyed watching.
They certainly did. What about the damage to the car? What can you tell us about that?
Just the last couple of corners. I'll have to have a look back at it. I was sort of making my way through the final couple, and I think he has a bit more direction change than me. I guess there's not a penalty in these for going a generation of sports car forward and gaining an advantage, but he was driving it brilliantly behind me and lunged in the final corner. Just a bit of damage to the rear and the left, but I think Gary says it's not too bad to fix, so I'm glad of that.
Well, you all gave us hard work. We had to get our pens out and suddenly redo the result as you crossed that line. It was so tight. Fantastic racing. Thank you very much. Podium up next. So go over there and we'll see you in just a few. There you go. I think the second place team have disappeared off ready for the podium, so we will join them in just a few minutes' time.
Well, what a way to end the first full day of racing here at the 2024 Silverstone Festival. There was lots of entertainment in qualifying, and this is a great race to end it. So much to talk about all the way through. Well, there was the contact that damaged the front of the Pearson Engineering Lola T70 with the Ultramar Lola that kind of lost it early in the race. Alex Brundle then coming out of the pits in the lead, but Olivier Hart catching him after he'd had a pre-pit stop battle with the Alex Ames and David Hart driven Ferraris. Little contact there with the Hart Ferrari just after the pit stops with the Ultramar Lola of James Claridge. After that, Olivier Hart absolutely disappeared into the middle distance and then into the far distance, absolutely rocking it. Took the lead from Alex Brundle and never looked back. Well, if he did look in the mirrors, he didn't see any of his rivals. In the closing stage, it was all about the Lola battle for second. They were catching another battle for the top 10. Brundle trying to hold off all the way. James Claridge in the yellow and blue Ultramar Lola catching him right at the line as Olivier Hart claimed victory in the Ferrari 512M. It was a photo finish for second with the Ultramar Lola 48 thousandths ahead of the Lola T70. Well, the music stage has temporarily abated. An hour for everybody who's staying here this evening to grab something to eat and a suitable beverage. And then the boys from Busted will be our headline act tonight. And now that it is nice and dry, hopefully they will have a fun time, and you will too. So wherever you are, thank you for being with us throughout the course of the day. It started a little bit damp and confusing, but it ended on an absolute high. And let's catch up with our top three teams on the podium with Bryn Lucas.
Podium then for that fantastic race that we just witnessed, the Masters Sports Car Legends. What a finish, those three across the line at the end, with two of them making up two of the podium positions. We're going to get straight to the podium and wrap up a day's entertainment that I'm sure will live long in the making, and hopefully tomorrow we'll see a lot more of it with sunshine all day. So let's get straight to the podium, then I'll move out the way so I don't block it. Our podium for the Masters Sports Cars Legends, and in third place, on his lonesome but coming home, Homenhurst in third, Alex Brundle. Fantastic performance from him from start to finish. Just pipped to the post though as they went across the line by James Claridge and Goncalo Gomez. And taking the victory, father-son, David and Olivier Hart. And the presentation will be made by Tim Clark from MyC. And then we'll get a very, very quick word maybe from one or two of these drivers before the champagne is sprayed. The champagne supplied by Roger Sivry. Presentation has been made as they